Francisco
to Dumb Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
And not on Radio Row in Las Vegas. Tackle for a loss. Tackle for a loss.
Man, oh man, I didn't expect Radio Road to look exactly like our studio here in San Francisco, Murph.
2nd and 18. Can we climb out of this, buddy, and get the first down? Well, first of all, good morning, everybody. We love you. And second of all, we will be in Radio Row allegedly tomorrow.
We
allegedly.
hope. Fingers crossed.
We fell prey to what has happened to so many travelers in this great land of ours, and that is airplane cancellations. We flat out got canceled, or as they would say in the Major League Baseball world, they banged it. They banged our flight, and the only option was to fly at 10:42 p.m. last night, land this morning at 12:27. Which, quite frankly, I think Marcus was okay with.
You know, I really was thinking about it, Murph. I was willing to bite the bullet.
I knew you were. I know you had definitely some thoughts that you could make that work. But I said, this is the time. Like we said yesterday on the show, Brock Purdy is going to come in time, throw the ball away. Maybe even take the sack and punt. Don't force the pick. I said to Marcus yesterday and Walter. And the please don't, I'm calling those guys the please don't destroy boys, the digital guys.
Nice.
You guys watch SNL,
Nice.
the digital crew, the young kids?
I'm familiar.
Anyway, thank you. Anyway, I told those guys, I said, guys, this is the field position game. We're playing the field position game here. We're not going to try to force one into coverage here, all right? So,
And I'm not even joking. Murph was telling me at the airport, think of Brock Purdy. Take the sack. Because if it was up to me, I would have been like a younger 23-year-old Brock Purdy. I would have had an intentional grounding call because I would have tried to make something happen. But the wise words of a Brian Murphy, let's take the sack. Let's live to broadcast another day. Next pitch, next segment, and here we are still in San Francisco.
And you're rested.
That's it.
And you're feeling good.
I'm feeling good, and I logged some extra hours yesterday. I was like, let me build up some hours on the back end, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday will be good to go, Murph.
Exactly, dude. You're fresh as a daisy. I'm telling you, Monday night is not the night to, as the kids would say, get turnt, turn up. Yes, of course, Vegas every night, 365. You can find whatever trouble you want, right? But I'm saying, like, the energy of Super Bowl week will pick up. And as I told Marcus, because I'm coming home Friday, because it's time for me to come home. This guy's staying until Sunday morning, which is awesome.
I'm not leaving Vegas on a Friday.
Great. I can't. I'm so excited for you. But Friday night, Saturday morning, this will be an ancient memory, bro. Yeah. Ancient memory. So we made the right decision. But anyway, so everybody, we're still giving you Radio Row. It's just they're going to be down at the table. You know, and by the way, this will give our higher-ups the thought, we don't have to send them. They still get the Radio Row guest.
No, Murph. I got to be there on a Monday night because you said Vegas doesn't turn up too much on a Monday night. Well, if you go on social media, there was a lot of talk about a couple 49ers players, coaches, maybe turning up at media night last night.
Well, I mean, that is definitely a topic that is I'm going to tiptoe around because out of respect. But I will just say, I'll say respectfully, I thought Kyle Shanahan was in a more relaxed mood last night on media night. And the key was this. And if you need to I'm not going to lob accusations about what the guy, his state of mind when he was at media night. None of this is bad, by the way. This is nothing's evil. No crimes were committed or anything like that. It's kind of amusing. But the key to me was when he started talking, I was like, wait a minute. He's not rushing those words together, swallowing in the middle of a sentence and saying, and stuff, which is all the stuff that he does every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. He was talking at a different pace, and I was like, I think Kyle's a little relaxed.
See, Murph, that was my immediate reaction, too, because as a man that's been cutting Kyle Shanahan audio for the last 6 years, going back to Super Bowl 54 when I was the official audio cutter for KNBR and the 49ers, I know the kind of cadences and the pace of a Kyle Shanahan. Last night, he was speaking a little quicker, maybe threw a couple extra S's on the back end of a couple words. And Murph, there were no ums at all.
No ums.
Which if you listen to our show and we play Kyle audio back, there's about 1 million ums in between each and every answer. So Kyle sounded a little different, but hey, we talked about this yesterday with Charvarius Ward. Sometimes you got to turn up on the first couple of nights before you really lock in for the Super Bowl.
If you start looking big picture, there's some interesting stuff happening with the Niners. You had the Jed press conference, which he said some crazy stuff that Jed had to address last night on NFL Network, which is why, and again, I don't know if this is going to affect the actual X's and O's, but the reason why I was a little kind of Jed, dude, I was kind of like slightly annoyed at Jed, happy that his team is in the Super Bowl, happy he hired Kyle and John, all that good stuff. But, the stuff that he created, the whole Brock Purdy was our best quarterback in June or whatever, it's causing everybody to look in the McCaffrey trade. Everybody's now looking backwards instead of forward. We took it at the Super Bowl, dude, not about this wacky stuff that happened last summer.
Think about the butterfly effect. Jed said that last Thursday or Friday, I think it was. Then the next day, Brock Purdy was being asked about it. Then John Lynch was asked about it. And then last night, Kyle Shanahan's being asked about it.
And then Kyle decided to if I'm going to be asked about it, I might as well answer in a relaxed fashion, right?
I was going to say, he had the truth serum going last night. Kyle was very candid with his answers last night.
He was. And I'll tell you this, guys, the idea that, that's why I was miffed a little bit is what I'm trying to say, is that he had to talk about it. He had to address it when he shouldn't have had to. So that happened. The other thing, I'm stacking together weird stuff. So that happened, and then Kyle happened on Monday night, and then the playing surface thing has cropped up.
Yeah,
so they're having a weird sort of start to the week. The good news is it seems like 100,000 49ers fans are in Vegas.
Oh, the 49er faithful absolutely took over Allegiant last night. It was looking like damn near New Year's last year when I was there. And I know we were talking about the actual attendance for the game this Sunday, but man, oh man, we saw the 49er fans out in Santa Clara when it was raining when they flew out on Sunday. We talked yesterday about the plane landing in Las Vegas and the reception they got. It was easily 90%, maybe even higher than that. 49er fans yesterday at opening night, you could audibly hear the cheers, the boos constantly throughout the entire night.
I told you yesterday, I felt some kind of way about it. Like when I saw that reception in Vegas, I was like, damn, the fans are out. And we played that sound from Debo on the bus saying, man, they turned up. And I was like, there might be that edge to it. Like Niner fan base, as we've talked about forever, how they travel. We've talked about this forever. And who are they? Are they the sons and the grandsons of the Joe Montana generation, right? So, but they're out there, and I'm like, I almost feel like they're going to sort of like make it happen. Like they're almost like willing it to happen. Like this is their time. Like 95 was a long time ago, and 2012 was a bummer loss, and 2019 was, and like now it's time to kick down the damn door. Of course, I know they have nothing to do with Chris Jones or Travis Kelce or Patrick Mahomes or any of the actual field, but there is an energy being created, I feel, that 49ers fans are trying to will this thing to happen, whereas Chiefs fans are like, yeah, this is cool. This is our fourth one in 5 years, Yeah,
it's kind of the been there, done that mentality from Chiefs fans. But just to play devil's advocate, it feels like Kelce and Mahomes are really buying into the villain arc now. Yeah. Like they were teasing and kind of taunting 49er fans yesterday. Travis Kelce was saying how much he loves the boos more than he loves being applauded. Yeah. So I think it's almost extra motivation for the Chiefs now. Maybe 49er fans waking up a sleeping giant?
Well, I mean, that's
playing devil's advocate.
It's not bad. Not bad. Something to think about. I mean, that is, for a team that would have otherwise been sort of like just enjoying the week, like, hey, this is cool. Now they got poked a little bit.
See, that's the thing. They were kind of just like sleepwalking their way to another Super Bowl. Then you hear the 49er faithful booing them. You hear their comments about Nick Bosa calling out the tackles for holding. These are small pieces of bulletin board material that the Chiefs might be using for this
You might be right about that. You might be right that they're like, oh, really? Mm-hmm. Oh, we're here now. Oh, now you want to now? Oh, we can wear a different hat. We can be a different narrative here.
Like Patrick Mahomes.
The one we won as villains.
Literally, Patrick Mahomes said that yesterday. He goes, 49er fans, we're here too. We're here too. Like, he's kind of turning, and like, I heard him talking about it on national radio this morning. They're like, can you believe that Patrick Mahomes is a villain? I was like, yeah, I can believe it. He's kind of gotten to this Steph Curry age of his career. And no, I'm not comparing him to Steph Curry quite yet.
He compared himself to Steph Curry.
I know, as a basketball player. But there was that point where Steph Curry was the beloved icon that could do no wrong. but he started to win so much that people started to turn on him, and now people are turning on Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. But that said, maybe the Niner energy and motivation can sort of offset that. But so already we got some juice going. We'll just be down there to experience it after our show today, all right? So we're on the same flight. We'll be wheels up out of SFO, knock on wood. We'll be wheels up, and we'll be giving you guys live Radio Row Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and really boots on the ground what it's like in Vegas down there. So it happens. Flights get canceled. My family was stranded in Orange County Sunday night. You know what I mean? I told you we got stranded in Philadelphia back in 2011, and Damon Bruce had to come do our morning show on a Friday morning. So these things happen from time to time. But the good news is we're rested and we're ready.
Murph, the good news is this is not the darkest day in KNBR history.
It's not. You are correct. Very good, buddy. Although it's kind of funny. You say that, the darkest day in KNBR history, and we just made me think about it. I read Ann Killian's column this morning in the Chronicle. She got a hold of Mark Davis.
Wow.
And this whole theory that one of the more enjoyable angles is the Raider fan angle of who they hate more and how terrible this is. That was their nightmare. And he had 2 lines. He had jokes for Ann Killian. The first one, she said, how do you feel about the Niners and Chiefs in your building? And he said, who's got it better than me? Right? He was just being sarcastic, you know?
Yeah, Harbaugh and the Chargers.
And then he said, hey, the good news is one of these teams is going to lose, is what he said.
Thanks for the math, Mark. Way to figure that one out on your own.
Hey, guys, listen up. Christian McCaffrey jersey, 7 a.m. hour. Christian McCaffrey jersey, 7 a.m. hour. More reason to stay locked on the leader. All right, we got a fun guest list on the other side. There's a lot of Mikes. The name Michael, all right? That's my grandfather's name.
Yeah, Michael.
So let's go into our Mike guest list and then get you guys right away. We don't need to wait for the cooler content. Some of the fun sound from last night as the Niners showed up with their fan base in tow, poking the Chief Bear. The Chiefs are now villains. Niner fans making themselves heard in Vegas, where Marcus and I will be tomorrow. Allegedly.
Hopefully.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, turn it up.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
3-time Super Bowl champion Brett Jones stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to preview Super Bowl 58 and the battle between Brock Purdy and Patrick Mahomes. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now back to Murph and Marcus live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance. Proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On the sports leader.
It is what it is. We'll be all right. It's the field we got. We'll be all right. We're good. No, we're not going to completely change our schedule and do something crazy. Like, we'll deal with what we got, and we're good.
Nice job, Tony. Nice job. Written by Neil Diamond, don't you know? That's a little trivia that most music fans like to drop at this point in time. UB40 and Kyle Shanahan, a nice mix. Listen, hey, no laws were broken, right? Everything's fine. Just relax, have a good time. He was just in a different state. He was chilled and maybe a little slurry.
In the words of Kyle Shanahan, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And I didn't intentionally mean to trip over myself saying
S's.
that, but it is what it is.
No and stuffs and no ums. So that's what we know now when Kyle's in a different state of mind. He doesn't say and stuff, and he doesn't swallow in the middle of a sentence like he always does. I don't know. I kind of like this Kyle, tell you the truth. I want more of this Kyle.
New and improved Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. All right. Well, very good. Very good. It is about the field play. Are you playing something there, buddy, in my ears there?
I was going to say, I hear that too.
Yeah, there's something. There's a bed. Live radio, y'all. Live radio. Not from Vegas. Whatever it is just went away. Good job. Did you just play that rejoin of the Friedmans and we're in Vegas? Did you play that?
Oh, yeah.
So we're not in Vegas.
Yes.
All right,
Spoiler alert. We are not in Las Vegas.
Just get in your car. Flight got canceled yesterday, and the only option was a midnight flight into Vegas. We were like, bro.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
No.
Not with our schedule.
Big Walt did it, though.
Dude.
Walt and the Please Don't Destroy boys did.
Shout out to Walter and the Digital Boys for having, a 12-hour layover at SFO yesterday?
Well, that's comfortable.
We got there at 11, and they were scheduled to take off at 10:45.
Yeah, he wound up going standby on one at 8:30 or something like that, so he cut it by 90 minutes.
What a pro.
Still,
What a pro.
I know, so we'll see. Who knows? Maybe he had the greatest night of his life when he landed. That's the hunger of a guy that, A, is going to his first Super Bowl, which is great, just like you. And it's exciting. And B, a guy who doesn't have to be on the air at 6 a.m.
That's the thing. So he's the producer for Papa and Lund, so that starts at 10 a.m., and his boys are already out there at Radio Row, so I know he wanted to get out there.
By the way, the show's probably already booked.
Yeah.
Right? So he's probably got really nothing to do but party.
Oh, he's just in coasting mode right now. I can guarantee you my guy Walt had a few Modelos last night.
Next thing you know, who does this guy think he is? Kyle Shanahan?
We got Walter, Travarius Ward, and Kyle Shanahan turning up on a Monday night.
No, what was Travarius Ward doing?
Well, remember yesterday we played the audio of Mooney saying, we're going to turn up the first couple nights in Las Vegas.
But then a little bit the first day or two out there.
There it is, Mooney Ward.
I told you guys, I've been at, I'll have another anecdote. At San Diego, 1998, I remember being at a bar on the Monday or Tuesday night, and there was Brett Favre at the bar just doing shots and hanging out, and I was like, hey, there's Favre.
Yeah, as long as it's not the night before a game,
no.
It's really not that big of a deal to me.
But did I read that the players can't even play? I heard Tommy saying this, too. They are, they are, I thought I had read that they're not even allowed to play blackjack.
Oh, I heard they're not allowed to hit the slots, do anything with the casino games.
But here it is. I just Googled it. It says NFL players who are in Vegas are big win, but do not play. Oh, if you don't play for the Chiefs or the Niners. I think the Chiefs or Niners aren't allowed to play blackjack.
I don't even know if they're allowed to walk through the casinos, to be honest with you.
I mean, I heard Tommy yesterday saying, hey, it's fine to go out and play a little blackjack. I'm sure they are. But no, the Super Bowl teams are not allowed to gamble. How about that? Can't put the ball on the roulette wheel, spin it around. You know?
Well, this is the risk when you take the NFL to Las Vegas. This is what they've been talking about for years and years and years. Obviously, before the Raiders moved out to Vegas, is how could you have a professional team in Las Vegas? There's so many sins. There's so many temptations. There's so many different ways for guys to get into trouble. And so that's why I think they want to keep these players completely outside of casinos. That's why they're staying 25 miles away at Lake Las Vegas.
They're walking through a casino. All of a sudden, Mo Green says, hey, guy, come here. I got an offer for you. Yeah. I got a brown bag. Here it is. Jeff Miller, the NFL Executive Vice President of Communications, Public Affairs, and Policy. The rules are no different for the participating. The rules are no different for the participating teams, players, and other personnel as they would be for any other game. When on business, there is no gambling, whether it be sports gambling or otherwise. And any player, coach, personnel, yours truly, who would be caught or identified gambling at a casino would be eligible for the disciplinary process. So they can't even get the felt under the fingernails, as my buddy likes to say, Red Bear likes to say. So anyway, you heard the sound coming in of Kyle Shanahan saying, it is what it is what he said. About
It
this.
is what it is.
There,
It is what it is.
yes, this field situation, and it's just been weird, man, weird. So Mike Silver wrote a great column in the Chronicle today, blowing the whistle on everybody, starting with Roger Goodell.
What a surprise.
You wonder why when we call in Niners scores for wins, I say, you overpaid mannequin. And I mean, that's like putting it lightly. This guy, you know what he makes? $63 million a year. To do what? To hide from the media? So I've been going to these things for a long time, brother. And the Friday press conference, it was either Friday or Wednesday, whatever, the commissioner's press conference was always like you got to go because we can take our shots at the commish. Guys would ask him the hard questions, whether it's about player safety or whether it's about a potential franchise move or whether it was about a TV contract or whether it was about a gambling problem or a drug problem in the league.
Or streaming playoff games on Peacock.
All that stuff. All that stuff. Hey, man, we are the paying public. We are your paying customer. And, hey, mannequin, the customer is always right. So what does this guy do as his salary increases and his tenure gets longer? He starts shrinking from sight. And he did something that's unheard of yesterday. He had his press conference, on a Monday, unheard of because half the media is not there, including the heavyweight Murph and Marcus show wasn't there yet. He did it on a Monday. B, he did it invite only.
Oh, no.
Because last year, Jim Trotter, I believe, former SI writer, got after him hard about, God, I remember what topic it was. It was something that made him very uncomfortable. So they basically said, you can't come unless you're invited. Bro!
Dude, you can't cherry pick your reporters.
Dude, what is this? Our dear leader here, you know? So this guy, I got nothing for this guy. Nothing for this guy, all right? So he yesterday is asked about the 49ers issue with players. Now, Mike Silver smartly pointed out, this story broke on CBSSports.com. A guy named Jonathan Jones broke it. And Mike said, I've been around a while. The only way Jonathan Jones gets that story is if it comes from the commissioner's office. Because the Niners don't want to leak that. They don't want to be seen as whining, crying, looking for excuses. So the Niners have nothing vested in leaking that. Nothing. But the commissioner does to make the Niners look bad for making his life hard, you know? So Silver sniffed that out and called him out and said, dude, you're bad news, brother. You're bad news. So, hey, Roger Goodell, bum baby. All right? Bum baby. That said, this issue was asked about by, I believe, what's her name? The CBS, Tracy Wolfson. Thank you. She did MC, and she did ask him about it. So we have his answer about this. There's something called the Clegg test, CLEGG, that measures the sponginess of a field. Well, I live long enough to know that there's a Clegg test on this world.
That's new to me, Murph.
I know, right? And so, it can't be too hard and it can't be too soft. So there's supposed to be a certain number, and the Niners find it to be too spongy. And
what are we talking, like sleep mattress? Like, my bed's too hard, yours is too soft.
We're going sleep number.
Yeah, huh?
What's your sleep number? Remember last year in Arizona, there was a problem with the sod? In the actual Super Bowl, guys were slipping.
That's right. Yeah, there was a bunch of chunks and divots being taken out of the game.
So
I do remember that.
This is a situation where the NFL is like, so they only put this sod over the UNLV turf, whatever, just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Whereas the Chiefs have no problem because they're at the Raiders facility, which, by the way, for all our riffs on Mark Davis's haircut, they say their facility is state of the art.
Oh, Murph, I was there during training camp. It is extremely nice. They have 3 outdoor fields, but they also have this huge indoor facility that they have a hangar that goes over the entire thing. So no weather problems at all for the Kansas City Chiefs because they're using the Raiders' home facilities.
The Mark Davis said to the Chronicle, he goes, our facility is so nice. He goes, Chiefs players are going to be leaving their business cards in the locker because they're going to want to come here. I thought he said that's how nice the facility is.
It's extremely nice. The Raiders essentially own like half of Henderson. Like their training camp is like half of the city.
And apparently the Chiefs were asked, could you share the facility with the Niners? And the reports are the Chiefs said no.
Well, why would they?
Yeah, and in fairness to the Chiefs, this isn't their problem.
No.
It's not their problem.
This is an NFL problem.
Yeah, exactly. So here's Goodell.
Listen, the JB, that work is being done every single day. We've had 23 experts out there. We've had the union out there. All of them think that's a very playable surface. It's softer than what they have practiced on, but that happens. It's well within all of our testing standards. It is something that we think all our experts, as well as neutral field inspectors, have all said unanimously that it's a playable field.
Well, if Roger Goodell says it, it ain't so. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, because Roger Goodell always tells the truth.
There's
Murph.
that old line of, how do you know when Roger Goodell's lying? His lips are moving.
Yeah, he's
All right?
speaking.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
talking. He's making noises with his mouth.
Listen, it's not great for the Niners. It's not good looks for the Niners that this got out, and it makes them look like they're whining. And Kyle put it to bed. He's like, we're not whining. We're not crying. They didn't want this thing out there.
It is what it is.
So it's just been a sort of an eventful start to the week.
I was going to say, we have like 3 different storylines within the first 3 days of the Super Bowl week kicking off, whether it's Jed, whether it's Kyle, whether it's the playing fields.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different stuff.
Niner fan invasion.
Yeah.
Which we'll get into, and Chiefs getting poked into the villains.
Yeah.
All right.
Patrick Mahomes, the bad guy.
Let's get into that on the other side. After
Travis
we give
Kelce, he's the problem. It's him.
Yeah, hey, nice, buddy. There you go. He did say Anti-Hero was his favorite song.
There it is.
All right, guy. He did say that. Let's get the guest list on a Tuesday, February 6, 2024. Live from San Francisco, not Las Vegas. Tomorrow, live. We'll land at a civilized hour. Isn't there a media party tonight?
Oh, yeah, Murph.
Let's go dine on Goodell's dime.
I think the 2 of us are going to be there. That's if Roger Goodell invites
Let's
us. Murph.
rip Goodell and then go eat his food and drink his beer.
I want to be in his face like, hey, Goodell, it is what it is.
All right. So what do we got?
All right, 7:35. It's a Tuesday morning, which means Mike Krukow stopping by the program. We'll get his take of the 49ers Super Bowl matchup.
Well, the Giants actually, believe it or not, slightly in the news. Jorge Soler, anybody? I mean, of course we'd take him. Are you kidding me?
I'll take a little Soler power.
By the way, pitchers and catchers report a week from, what is it, Tuesday? A week from the 15th. A week from Thursday. Bro, talk about, what do you give me for Farhan assembling his roster and me studying for a test in high school and college? I was a late night crammer, dude.
Wait until the night before?
Yes.
That's it. Farhan likes working with the deadline, Murph.
He doesn't have a cleanup hitter, so he's going to cram he's going to pull an all-nighter. So
He's staying up late trying to get Jorge Soler.
Get him some no-dos,
Hey,
right?
Jorge, you up? What's going on?
Anyway, I'll take him. Yes, bring me Jorge Soler. Are you kidding me? Jeez, that's like when they signed Reese Hoskins. They didn't sign Reese Hoskins. I wrote about it. And I said, people think he'd be redundant. I'm like, there's nothing redundant about a threat in the lineup, bro, all right? So, So Soler would probably be just the right-handed DH, right?
Cool, yeah, exactly. We'll talk to Mike Krukow about
And
that.
also, they signed a left-handed reliever named Ethan Small. Marcus, give me something here, baby. You know what, Farhan's credo, no move too small.
Yes.
Move too small, baby. Yeah.
As Tony told us also, don't forget about the Jonah Cox.
Okay.
For, what was that, Ross Stripling trade?
So you're saying they got Small and Cox.
They got Small and Cox. Murph, I can hear the chants already down at Oracle Park. Cox, Cox,
Or
Cox.
what about the first word?
Small, small, small.
Now the next word.
Well, I think that's an FCC violation if I put them together, so I don't want to go down that road.
Hey, and now it's time to drop Kyle Shanahan right there at this point in time.
It is what it is.
There you go.
It is what it is. Mike Krukow, 7:35. Then at 8 a.m. this morning, he'll be live from Radio Row. It's Mike Golick Jr. He's going to sit down and have a convo
He's
about
a fun
the Super
guy,
Bowl.
good energy. Yeah.
Then we'll hop into our cooler of content. Then at 8:30, we're going to check in with former Atlanta Falcons head coach Mike Smith. see if he has any cool Kyle Shanahan stories for
Yeah,
us.
he'll have something for us for sure. Kyle worked for him, right? So there we go.
So we'll talk to Mike Smith, 8:30, then Michael Lombardi, 8:50. We have a theme of Mike's going on this morning, if you haven't noticed already.
And we're not done.
And then we got one more, Mike Sando. I feel like I'm like Brock Purdy in the pocket. Like 52 is the Mike, Silver's the Mike, Silver's the Mike. Mike Silver, 925.
Wait, we have Mike Silver or Mike Sando?
Mike Sando, 925. See, now I'm getting confused. Sando's the Mike. Silver is
later
not
in
the
the week.
Mike.
Silver
We got
later in the
Silver on Thursday. Mike Sando, 925. And that wraps up the Mike conversations today. But at 940, we're talking to the man that's on the mic for the Super Bowl, Jim Nance, the gentleman himself, 940 this morning.
Sounds like a pretty damn good day to not be in Vegas. All right. Hey, on the other side, the little juice from last night, little poking and emotions and booze and woofing. Chiefs Niners style. Next on the Sports Leader. Yeah, baby. Our flight might have been delayed, but my love for Daisy, sour cream, French onion, and ranch dip, not delayed. Come on, baby. It's the week of the Niners in the quote-unquote big game. So grab it now. Now's the time more than ever to dip the chips, wings, pizza into the Daisy sour cream, French onion, and ranch dips. Game-changing flavor, baby. Better than the ones you make at home. No MSG, no junk. Come on, baby. Eat that Daisy. Tastes so amazing, so addictive. You can't stop eating it.
Faithful, we take you back to Vegas, where Murph and Marcus are among legends on Radio Row. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Well, I mean, he's mostly right. All those sponsors are great, and we are among legends like Young Tony and California Kyle, but we're not in Las Vegas. We're
No,
in San
Murph, we're not
Francisco.
on Radio Row, but I just walked out in the hallway, and I did see a baby Huey, who's a living legend down at
There's
107.7
one
The
more,
Bone.
one more legend.
Bring him in. Get him on Radio Row.
Overnight Dave was here 40 minutes ago. He's a living legend. We'll be there tomorrow. Our flight got canceled. How about that? Welcome to air travel in the 21st century, and especially after a monster storm. Heck, my lovely bride and child were stranded in Orange County Sunday night. People got stranded all over, and we were victims to that too. So we're leaving today, And we got giving you live from Vegas Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, which is plenty of time. And by the way, I see Papa and Lund just biting our style. Ronnie Lott going to join them today at 1:30.
Ooh.
Been there, done that, Marcus.
Good booking,
you know what I mean?
Walter.
All right, so there you go. Well, hey, we're talking about living legends down there in Vegas, and so far the living legends are the Niner fans. We talked about it yesterday, that when their bus pulled into their Lake Las Vegas Hilton way out there, it's pretty far out there, there was a couple hundred really loud fans, and I was like, I get it. You know, mostly fans do greet buses. There was something different, though. I've seen it a lot. I was like, damn, there's an energy pulsating through this. Is this time? Like, are the fans going to make this happen? So, Marcus, I'll give you a little history here. On Media Day, used to be closed only, like a Roger Goodell presser.
Oh.
It was invite only.
Oh.
So you used to go out in the afternoon or the late morning to the stadium, and there'd be no fans. Well, a few years ago, they said, "Hey, man, I think they sell tickets to it, right? Mm-hmm. So make a couple bucks."
Well, I remember
right?
when it was here in Santa Clara, or should I say down in San Jose at SAP Center. And I remember I bought a ticket for opening night.
There it is.
And they gave you like a little handset radio clip to put over your ear, and you can change channels to the different podiums so you could pick which player you want to listen to.
Damn.
It was actually a pretty cool experience.
And that was like 9 years ago, so now it might be like AI or something like that. But, you know, Marcus, they charge for tickets because, you know, somebody's got to pay that Goodell salary. So anyway, so yesterday the fans came in numbers. I don't remember ever seeing it like this. Niner fans invaded Media Night.
Well, Murph, to your point about the landing of the 49ers in Las Vegas and how many 49ers were there, how about the 49er fans that were in the rain, in the atmospheric river down at Levi Stadium on Sunday when the 49ers were leaving Levi Stadium? So you have fans sending them off, welcoming them to Las Vegas, and then last night at Allegiant Stadium, it was easily, I'd say at least 90%, maybe even more, 49er fans. It was noticeable. I didn't hear a single Chiefs cheer the entire night.
Like Chiefs fans didn't get the memo. They thought it was tonight or something like that. So here's the man himself, the guy they're comparing to Michael Jordan.
Oh, come on.
And Derek Jeter.
Get the hell out of here.
And yeah, I'm hearing it all over the place.
The guy's won 2 Super Bowls.
Patty Mahomes, yeah, but he's 20 whatever years old. He's in his
I don't care
fourth.
how old he is. He's 5 away from Brady, 3 away from Jeter, 4 away from Jordan. Let's not put him in that conversation.
It hurts you that the best quarterbacks in the NFL in the last 20 years are both Raider rivals.
Murph, we talk about
Brady and Mahomes.
We talk about my Mount Hatemore. I've gone my entire life. I thought I was done with the quarterbacks that would taunt me for my entire lifeline with Tom Brady. Now I got Patrick Mahomes.
Except for you beat him on Christmas.
Oh, yeah, but yeah, true. You're talking about Patrick Mahomes and the
he beat
Chiefs.
Mahomes.
Yeah, exactly. Last time Taylor Swift was up in that sweep, she had a little tear running down her cheek
right.
watching her boyfriend lose on Christmas.
Well, here he is at Allegiant Stadium. So now they do one thing where they bring the quarterbacks on stage. Scott Hansen, NFL Red Zone. And here's Patrick Mahomes on stage last night.
Yeah, we've dealt with a ton of adversity this season, dealt with a ton of challenges, and we're here. We're playing a great 49ers team, but we're going to go out there, play our best football, and see what happens. I appreciate it, Niners Nation. We're here.
Oh! Niners fans, he's calling you out.
Okay, sounds like a wrestling event.
Dude, that's exactly how it was. Like, shout out to our guy, Paul Heyman.
Purdy!
Scott Hansen was up there on stage, like, pulling wrestling promos. Like, oh, you hear that, Niner fans? You hear what Patrick Mahomes is saying? And real quick, I don't appreciate Patrick Mahomes referring to the 49er fan base as Niner Nation.
Yeah.
It's 49er faithful.
Yeah,
it's
49er
bang,
faithful.
bang, 49er gang. You can even go 49er Empire if you want. I know Niner fans myself who do not like being called Niner Nation.
Yeah, it's true.
I appreciate it, Niners Nation. We're here.
No,
right.
Patrick, no.
Okay, I saw one of those flags saying Niner Empire or something. I don't know.
See, I've heard Empire a few times,
Let's go with the faithful.
Faithful's
Let's go with
good.
the faithful.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Here he is himself, Mr. Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce on the stage getting the same treatment here last night at Media Day. Cut G here.
I'll tell you what, man. I leaned on my teammates more than I ever have, and it's been absolute. Y'all are firing me up, making me want to play right now, baby. I love the boos more than I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming. I'll tell you what, man. I rally around the guys around me, man. We've had a lot of ups and downs this year, and it's only made us stronger and that much more willing to fight for each other. And I'll tell you what, I love this group, and I want this one more than I ever wanted one in my life.
Okay, all right. It is true. Kelce probably does get juiced up about this in the wrestling way, right?
And for anybody who didn't see the actual visual, Travis Kelce starts his answer, and then he stops. and starts like staring around like he's almost like The Rock giving like the stank eye, and he's like, wait, are these people booing me? And then he goes into like his heel mode and actually calls out the Niner gang this time.
He did say Niner gang, yeah.
I love the boos, man. I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming. I'll tell you what.
I mean, I do love that the Niner fans are there being heard. It is something to maybe waking them up a little bit.
See,
you know?
that's what I was saying, Murph. They're poking the bear a little bit. Now they're kind of embracing this villain arc.
Now you got Chris Jones, their
good.
D lineman. He's on stage with Scott Hansen, the third chief up there last night.
This Chiefs defense could go down as the greatest Kansas City defense of all time if you guys play well and finish the job here on Sunday. Why does this group have what it takes to win?
I think we got a lot of special guys in this group, and it starts with Steve Spagnuolo, our play caller.
Spags.
And Spags, we trust, baby! Let's go, KC! And Spags, we trust!
Chris, you're riling up this crowd. The Chiefs Kingdom is loving you, but the Niners faithful do not like to hear that, I don't think at all.
It's all good. It's all good. We respect that. We respect that.
Hey, Chris, this is the one time you're going to have the microphone in front of both sets of fans. What would you like to say before Super Sunday?
KC, let's go, baby!
I got to give Niner fans all the props in the world. They came strong, man.
I mean, Murph.
Super strong.
It literally sounded like I was watching an episode of Monday Night Raw.
Yeah.
Like they're out here cutting promos. In Spags, we trust. Boo!
Is this all part of the script? The Roger Goodell script?
There it is, Murph.
Wow.
It all comes back to the script.
49ers fans, even if you are poking the Chiefs, I'm proud. Proud of you guys.
Good, they should be booing the hell out of them.
Yeah. And just, hey, man, Niner players should be getting heartened by all this, that it's all there. In fact, we have one more from last night that gave the crowd. So Scott Hansen's got, and by the way, Purdy. Is it possible that he's getting even more clean shaven? Oh my God, Buster Posey looks like a felon compared to this guy. You know what I mean? It's like,
and seeing Brock Purdy on stage yesterday and seeing the crowd erupt, it's like they were going crazy for like the Beatles or like some big old.
It kind of looks like the Beatles in 1964, except for they had more of a revolutionary hair. The mop top hair, his was all coiffed, and I don't know if he can grow a beard or even a goatee or whatever, or even a little soul patch. It's like he was more clean shaven than ever last night. So he gets on there, and of course he gets hit with the Taylor Swift question, causing a massive reaction here. Yes.
Last question for you. If it comes down to it, Brock, and it's late in the fourth quarter, are you prepared to disappoint Taylor Swift?
Yes. Leave it at that.
Say it again?
Yes, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, she write a song about it. You never know.
Oh, man.
Good. I hope she does write a song about Brock Purdy.
Brock, yes. I'll leave it at that. So anyway, that was really fun. Yeah.
And Murph, we know that Taylor Swift, her favorite number, her lucky number is number 13.
Absolutely.
Here comes the song about Brock Purdy.
That is so good. 530 says, is that an AI 49ers crowd? No, man. I was reading the Chronicles Live updates last night online, and they interviewed this family from Phoenix. Looked like a reasonable guy, like in his late 30s with his wife and 3 kids. He pulled them out of school, and they drove from Phoenix today for media night, for opening night.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
dude.
pulled him out of school. And he lives in Phoenix.
I mean, Murph, after seeing this reaction, I almost wish that we would have drove down there last night for media night.
I will say that last night I was like, we're making the smart move but that was a pretty wild media night to miss. And I'll say now, if there's one regret, that would have been something to be at.
Murph, as the kids call it, FOMO, fear of missing out. Dude, I was on my couch last night watching Bruce Buffer introduce the 49ers. Fighting out of the red corner. The San Francisco 49ers.
I mean, that's new. That's new. So when I was telling you you're not missing much, I was not anticipating that. So that is something we missed. But hey, we're experiencing it with you all listeners the same. We'll have to ask Walt out. But even Walt missed it.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have gotten there.
No, we would not have gotten there in time for media night.
We could have hopped in a car. We did think about it. We thought about hopping in a car briefly.
Road trip.
All of a sudden, we're like, no. All right, guys. Well, back to media night on the other side. Of course, we have that Christian McCaffrey jersey to hand out after the 7 a.m. hour. And then the guest list full of mics. Golick Jr., Smith, Sando. Who did I forget?
Lombardi.
And then Jim Nance. at 9:40. Kruko, all those ones coming our way. But on the other side, of course, as we get into Media Day, Kyle Shanahan's relaxed vibe, and, of course, Brock Purdy. How did he handle the big night? The clean-shaven kid. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love the boos, man. I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming. I'll tell you.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Faithful Radio Row's rockin' Sin City. So let's get you back to Murph and Marcus, who have a front row seat. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on the sports leader.
Brock Purdy, your story has inspired. Your story has inspired people that are Niners fans, that are football fans, and some that aren't even football fans. Can you take all this in, or are you just focused on getting to Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, what a ride it's been the last, year and a half with this organization and team. But yeah, obviously we got one more. We want to finish the job, and but very honored and wouldn't want to be playing for anybody else.
What's it like to be the trigger man of an offense that can hurt a defense in so many different ways? Your running backs, your wide receivers, your tight ends, all with accolades. As the crowd rises to its feet here in Allegiant Stadium, what's it like to be able to know that you can play winning football by just getting it to your playmakers' hands?
Yeah, I mean, we got so many weapons, on offense. You just got to get the ball to the right guy when they're open. Trust the boys up front, let Christian do his thing, running the game and running the ball, and obviously trust Kyle with the play calls, but we got a squad around me.
Damn, Niner fans, you guys really made it memorable last night. I truly do not remember a media night like that. Maybe Niner fans' energy is going to will this thing to happen. It could be the Purdy chants, the huge cheer. I mean, what a moment for that kid. He'll never forget that moment. But I'm just saying, Marcus, these guys the fans were so hyped, so turned up, and all that. I'm just wondering, what did they do before the game? Party with Kyle Shanahan?
Everybody's turning up on a Monday, Murph.
It is what it is.
And it's funny because I told you that Monday's not that turned up. Excuse me. I got to redefine my Mondays.
Welcome to New Vegas on a Monday night, and welcome to the new opening night, Murph. Because you just said you've never seen anything like this. You've never heard anything like this.
You were in San Jose. It wasn't like that.
No, it was not at all.
Panthers fans weren't chanting, Cam.
No.
Cam.
Not even close. And last night, there were nearly 24,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium. Actual number, 23,823, which, Murph, is an NFL record for opening night.
I got jokes for you, buddy. Or, as John Fisher will call it, 1 month of attendance. All right.
Look at you, Murph.
I'm coming with the one-liners, buddy.
Stay hot this morning.
Today. But, yeah, that is a record. Yeah, it was a different environment. So everything I told you about Super Bowls, I think what I learned last night, everything I've told you about, the old man, I've been to a bunch of these, buddy, I think it's out the window because I think Vegas is changing everything.
Oh, Vegas has definitely put new life into it.
I think that was partly a product of Vegas.
But also, I think it's a product of the generation of 49er fans that are the same age of me that are just hungry for a Super Bowl. Because, again, going back to the glory days of the 49ers, when you got to see them win 5 titles, the kids that are 30, 25, 21, they've never seen these Super Bowl victories. So you can hear the 49er faithful, and it does make sense since we're obviously so close to Vegas. I mean, we were just talking about taking a road trip there yesterday after our flight was canceled. So, of course, 49er fans are going to make the pilgrimage out to Las Vegas. But, Murph, we've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, just, to your point about the generations, it was just 4 years ago they were in the Super Bowl in Miami, and the same stuff applied, but the energy was not like this.
No, but
first of all, Miami slightly farther from San Francisco than here. Vegas, very doable for a lot of 49ers fans, not just in San Francisco, but in Central California, and then those who have moved to Southern California. I mean, we know what happens at Rams games, right?
Exactly.
And then, as we know, I mean, shout out Stefan and our former PD, people move from the Bay to Vegas. So all of those go into the pot that made last night's crowd, and the fact that Vegas is a different energy than other Super Bowl cities. So I'm going to experience Super Bowl maybe in a whole new way this week, other than because I've been to New Orleans, I've been to Miami, I've been to San Diego, I've been to Dallas, been to Phoenix. All those Super Bowls are cool. This one might be totally different.
I mean, I heard Papa and Lund talking about it yesterday and how many guests were available on Radio Row on a Monday. And Papa was even joking about how it's usually just cobwebs and tumbleweeds and nobody's there at all.
Nothing. Paulie and I did a show on Monday from New York in 2013. Dude. We were almost the only people in the entire room. And that's when Vito Spatafor, the guy who played Vito on The Sopranos, showed up selling those bottle skins. He was selling these NFL team thermal coverings for water bottles. He goes, yeah, bottle skins. And he's like, he had a demonstration of a big water bottle you'd get at work in the break room at your office, but you could wrap it in a thermal covering that had a New York Giants helmet. He was like, bottle skins, next big thing. We're like, I don't know. Have they taken off? Have you seen one?
I have not seen any bottle skims, to be honest with you, Murph.
He was the only guy there on a Monday morning.
Yeah, which is probably why bottle skims never took off, because he's the only guy there on a Monday instead of a Thursday or a Friday.
So anyway, guys, that's what the energy was last night, and it's definitely a factor going into the week, along with the Niners and their playing field surface that we'll talk about, obviously, as the guests come on here. But obviously, we just played Brock Purdy, and we want to get a little bit into how Purdy handled this, because what a moment for this kid. When I heard that cheer, it reminded me of the line in Hoosiers when Gene Hackman, Barbara Hershey's against Jimmy Chitwood playing, and she's like, what, why? So he can be treated like a god, a false god or whatever, and Hackman's like, most people would kill to be treated like a god, even for just a few minutes. And I was thinking about that with Purdy right there. What a moment for him to hear that organic roar. What a story. Did you hear last night, one of his quotes was, they said, are you looking for a new nickname? And he goes, no. He goes, Mr. Irrelevant. I'm cool with Mr. Irrelevant.
He's embraced it now. He's gone full circle.
We're going to trademark it soon?
Mr. Irrelevant starts selling T-shirts at Levi's.
I think it's probably already trademarked by the guy who does that party. But anyway, here's classic Brock Purdy right here on Media Day, giving a very Brock Purdy answer about, his ride, his journey, and what he's playing football for.
I mean, the bottom line is, life isn't about you. That's what I believe, being a part of something bigger than yourself. You get wrapped up in getting all the glory and the fame and the status. I feel like that's a shallow life, and that can, fade away pretty quickly. So for me, it's, obviously, we're playing the Super Bowl. I'm very honored and thankful. I want to win a championship for this organization, but more than anything, I'm, trying to just serve my guys on this team well and love on them well, and the whole organization and everyone in my life. That's how I view it. So.
It's a shallow life.
I mean, Brock Purdy was getting pretty deep last night at the podium.
Yes.
He talked a lot about his faith and how Jesus died for his sins so he can go out there and play quarterback.
Was he dropping that last night?
Yeah, he was getting deep into his faith last night.
Furious is deep. Mm-hmm. Brock is deep.
Life isn't about you. That's what I believe,
Well, I mean, listen, he's figured it out at age 24. Happiness begins where selfishness ends, remember? Where we told Kittle that? Yeah. He's like, wait, say that again? More Brock Purdy. They tried to go Draymond Green on him. And remember, Draymond has memorized all the players drafted ahead of him. Well, it turns out Brock Purdy is not Draymond. Breaking news. Brock Purdy is not Draymond Green.
They have such similar traits.
Draymond Green is not Brock Purdy. Well, Draymond Green wears Christian McCaffrey's number, so maybe Purdy would dump one down to him if he could.
A little check down. I don't know if you go back watch those highlight tapes of Draymond at Michigan State. He wasn't catching too many passes.
They asked him about, have you memorized the names of the quarterbacks drafted ahead of you?
No, I'm not. Yeah, honestly, I'm not that kind of guy. I know a couple of the guys that got drafted before me, but I've never held a grudge for it or anything. I'm a believer that God has a plan for everybody, and I fell last for a reason. And so I haven't held any grudges against other teams. It all happened how it needed to, and I'm blessed to be a part of the 49ers.
I don't hold a grudge. My God, I need to go see this guy. I'm toting about, 40 to 45 grudges right now.
That's what I'm saying. I need to start following the Purdy plan.
You know what they say about the old joke, Irish Alzheimer's disease? You forget everything but your grudges, they say. All right?
Nice. I like that.
So, and now Purdy just more like it's not about me, it's about my team here with Scott Hansen on stage.
Yeah, I mean, we got so many weapons, on offense. You just got to get the ball to the right guy when they're open. Trust the boys up front, let Christian do his thing, running the game and running the ball, and obviously trust Kyle with the play calls, but we got a squad around me.
All right, kid, let's go.
That's it. Be point guard Purdy. Distribute the ball to McCaffrey, Kittle, all your guys out there.
He's ready to go, and he handled himself well last night, and he seemed to have a little fun. He even did a little SpongeBob impression. Did you hear that one?
Yeah, I think we have that in the cooler of content.
We should probably break that one out.
Because the Super Bowl is also being broadcast on Nickelodeon this year.
Did you see, who was it? Was somebody was like Mahomes or Kittle or some 49er dapped up those Nickelodeon kids like crazy. No, it was Debo. Debo, yeah.
It's like, oh, you kids are looking fresh.
Yeah,
like they went up and did interviews, yeah.
What'd you guys think of that 11-year-old kid?
I thought he was good.
He was disturbingly good.
Dude, I was going to say, I'm about to lose my job.
I know, he was like, what is going on? That kid, like when he did his fantasy draft with Mahomes.
Oh, dude, he had good knowledge.
And by the way, nobody took Ronnie Lott at safety. They were like scraping for safeties. I'm yelling at the TV, Ronnie Lott!
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes out here pandering. Oh, if I could take any wide receiver, I'll take Tyreek Hill. Get the hell out of here.
No, exactly.
We got Jerry Rice and Calvin Johnson and Randy Moss on the board.
And Brock Purdy doing SpongeBob for the Nickelodeon kids right here.
Try, ready?
Yeah. Okay. That was great.
How was it?
That's a decent SpongeBob laugh.
Yes. My kids love SpongeBob. Purdy.
Dude, it's crazy. We're talking about like cross-generation and like the Joe Montana generation. Dude, the SpongeBob generation, it goes like from millennials to Gen Z to like on and on
to
and
Gen
on.
X. I think it's funny.
Yeah.
Like when my kids had it on, I'm like, this guy's pretty funny.
Like I remember like when SpongeBob debuted on Nickelodeon. It was a huge deal.
What, do you remember what year?
Oh, this would be like early 2000s.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Okay, we got that Purdy stuff out there. We got to the phones at 808 KNBR. Start with Frank in San Francisco, our first caller from right here in the city. Hey, Frank, good morning. You're on KNBR. How are you, man?
Hey, hi. You want to know how I am? I'm pissed, man. I'm angry. I want Travis Kelce. I want his ass. I want him running down the middle of the field, and I want our linebackers to knock his ass out. Clean his clock. I want him to see spider webs. I want his ass at Kaiser Permanente.
Frank from San Francisco. That was a little energy there at 7:04 in the morning.
Does Frank's had a couple cups of coffee this morning. Maybe more than that. Maybe Frank was hanging out with Kyle Shanahan last night.
Was he partying with Kyle? He wants him at Kaiser Permanente. Was that an elaborate plug for Kaiser Permanente is my question?
I was going to say, shout out my boy. He works at Kaiser, one off of Lawrence.
Shout out my boy Doc Cause. He's a psychologist over there, psychiatrist. Yes. So, all right, Frank. Well, yes, football is a hard-hitting game, and a hard hit can go a long way. All right, well done, Frank. We did not expect that.
No, not at all.
Jose in Oakland is our buddy. He's our buddy. What's up, Jose? How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, dude?
Man, Frank, he reminded me of that guy from the episode of The Sopranos, the guy that could crash against that sign. I forget his name. He gets coughing and coughing. Jesus Christ.
What's up, Jose?
Anyway, listen, the Chiefs are sounding very, very confident, like they got this in the bag. I think it goes back to the way they treated the Niners the past few times that they played, but they forget something, okay? The last time that they played against the Super Bowl, they had a much better offensive team than the one they have right now. Right now, it's pretty much Patrick Mahomes and Kelce. That's it. On the defensive side, Chris Jones, you know what, my respect. That guy reminds me a lot of Brian Cox or Michael Bennett. You can't stop him. You can try as much as you can. All you can do is just try to redirect them when they try to catch the quarterback. But to be honest with you, we didn't have a McCaffrey the last time, okay? And first and foremost, we didn't have Purdy. Purdy wouldn't have missed that throw to Emmanuel Sanders. He would have made that throw. So to be honest with you, I'll make it short and quick just because my schedule won't allow me to call again the rest of the week. My prognostication for the score is going to be 34-21. And I give the Chiefs 21 because you have Patrick Mahomes. And I give the Niners 34 because, you know what, you can pencil one missed field goal for Moody.
Okay.
So, but we have enough players, and I can see McCaffrey and Kittle just going off on the Chiefs.
So you're going four touchdowns?
That's all I got to say, guys.
Okay, Jose, thanks for the call. Appreciate you, man. 34-21. Oh, boy. Man, start getting scores now, huh? On Tuesday?
I'll say Jose's giving us a prediction, and I love Jose. He's one of my favorite callers, but Murph, I'm still recovering from Frank a couple minutes ago.
Frank was something else.
Like, dude, Frank, it's Tuesday, bro.
Have we ever had Frank, do you guys remember Frank calling in before with that kind of...
I don't remember that kind of energy.
Heat? Yeah, that was amazing.
Frank was on one this morning.
Our good buddy Tim in Manteca. Now, he called in last summer saying if Nick Bosa signed, Nick could sleep with his wife. Sort of an indecent... Oh, he dropped out. He dropped out. All right. A young Tony admits he just raised his hand to the scorer's table. He cut off.
He went full Tim Ryan.
Ball out. Let's go to Leland.
Tim out.
Tim, call back then, buddy. Let's go to Leland in Sacramento then. Leland is on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Leland, good morning.
Good morning, boys. How you guys doing?
We're getting ready, man. We got our flight canceled yesterday, but we're going to bounce back today. Today's comeback day. We'll be in Vegas by happy hour.
Yeah, watch you on TV and you're in the studio. I'm saying, like, come on, you guys deserve to be on Radio Row. Let's go.
Well, we were at the airport, literally checking in. I was punching in my confirmation number at to get through the clear thing, and it said your flight has been canceled. And I was like, ha, that's funny. I refreshed it. I'm like, that must be wrong. And I refreshed it, and they said it in red ink, like red ink.
Yeah.
Your flight, and it says you have been rebooked on a flight at 10:42 p.m. I'm like, I called Marcus. He was at another part of the airport. He goes, did you just get that alert? So that's the deal, Leland. But you know what we do, Leland? We adapt, we improvise, we overcome. We'll be there tomorrow.
Hey, great. Let me get my prediction in real quick. I'm going to go Niners 31-17, and let me tell you why, or what I think is going to happen. I think McCaffrey's going to have a couple good runs. I'm looking to see him break down the middle for a 35, 40-yard scamper for a TD. I see Kittle going over the middle for a couple nice grabs, running into the end zone. BA is just going to have another just outstanding game over the middle, down the sideline. He's gonna get some good yards in. Deebo Samuel, he's going to do the same thing, carrying 3 or 4 guys for an extra 7 to 10 yards. And Brock Purdy is going to do his escape in the pocket, deliver the ball all over the field. And then the Niners defense, they're going to come to play. They're not going to sleep the first half. They're going to play. And I think Nick Bosa, that pregame speech that he gives on Saturday, he's going to give a good one, and the Niners are going to be ready to play.
Leland, you're just incredibly optimistic. Everybody's going to play well. I love it. Let's use that positive energy. And you're right. If all that stuff happens, they probably will win the game. So thanks for the call. Brandon, are you getting downfield against those corners? That's one of the ones that doesn't seem as
matched up one-on-one with L'Jarius Sneed on the outside. That's
so interesting. I try to read as much as I can and, whatever. So Wall Street Journal had an interesting one last night. You tell me, and I know we're probably up against you. He'd probably tell you, a breakdown of the Niner offense I had never heard before, and why the Niner offense is different from everybody else. So I'll tell you what it is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I want Travis Kelce. I want his ass at Kaiser Permanente.
All right, Sagamici's East Coast Pizzeria, because Sunday is the day to feast. The countdown is on for Sunday. Who are you going to call? Not Ghostbusters. Amici's. My friends at Amici's delivering the full menu. Your all favorite New York-style pizzas. Dial up a couple of those. Pastas, I'm telling you, do those too. We did a couple of those the other day. We loved their salad. You got to love the salad. You got to offset the carbs with some crunch. And the amazing flame-roasted lemon chicken wings. Big bin of them. Just get a big bin of them. You can even place your order in advance to guarantee your ideal delivery time. I would advise that. And don't forget the Amici's catering menu gives you the options to order all that stuff in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style if you're having a big old party. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So find your closest Amici's location and order your favorites direct using the app or at amicis.com, AMICIS.com, and get your order delivered faster and for less money than by using one of the mega delivery companies. When you want the perfect football food while watching the biggest game of the year, it's simple. Amici's delivers.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Vegas, you've been warned. The Niner Gang has arrived. Murph and Marcus are live from Radio Row at the Mandalay Bay. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance. Proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680.
What's up, faithful? It's a fun offense, man. I mean, when you look around and you have so many talented guys on the field who play with extreme effort, play with selfless effort, just makes it a lot of fun to be a part of. So I'm just lucky to be, a piece of the puzzle.
Man, oh man, George Kittle is part of that whole scene last night at Allegiant Stadium. That's definitely a news story, guys, that 49ers fans are bringing a different energy to this Super Bowl than I think I've ever seen. One of the things I've been going to Super Bowls for 1995 was my first one, so almost 30 years. I've always said, people say, what's the Super Bowl like? I'm like, it's kind of dull because it's very corporate. It's very corporate, and not many fans get to go to games. And so I've been to, actual games, 5 or 6, and it's like, yeah, there's little slivers of fans, but mostly it's Coca-Cola, whatever, now Facebook, Google, whoever. So it's not true fans. So I've always said, I think that like the NFC Championship and the AFC Championship are the best environments because it's a home stadium. But, dude, this is different. Vegas has brought out this Niner fan energy that at least, I don't know if they're going to be there Sunday because it costs $9,000 to get in.
It's going to cost a lot to get in, but I don't think that's going to stop 49er fans from either tailgating or going to watch parties. I mean, it was just last week or 2 weeks ago when Big Chuck told us that 50 of his closest friends and family are going to be showing up from Guam, 3 pigs deep, Murph.
Dude, they might have had the pigs going last night. So that roar right there, I told these guys, Young Tone and Marcus here, sounds like that Irish rugby crowd singing Zombie that we had a couple months ago, man. Seriously. I mean, you just don't get American sports crowds that intense. Usually that's more like a Euro thing.
And Murph, this is on a Monday night, 6 days before the Super Bowl.
They're taking Charvarius Ward's advice.
That's it. Turn it up on a Monday.
It's like apparently maybe the head coach did. Hey, I want to get a little bit of football business out of the way because I teased it. So I'm reading, and I did a digital subscription to the Wall Street Journal recently. They got some good content. Set aside all your politics or whatever. They got some good writing. I don't even want to get into. I can't believe some people are trying to inject politics into this. Taylor Swift is a psyop for the Pentagon. Did you read that?
Oh, no, Murph. I don't read any of that.
Oh, dude. Well, it's on my Twitter feed. I can't avoid it. I got to stop following people. You know what I mean?
That's the problem, Murph. You just mentioned Twitter feed and following
I think I'm just going to
people.
follow Young Tony, and that's it. That's going to be my only follow. All right, dude? And get my fake takes from him. And Kyle Parr. So anyway, there's a theory out there that Taylor Swift is a Pentagon operative.
Man, I'm not going into that.
I was like, damn, you guys are working hard.
An operative, huh?
He's operative.
Taylor Swift
She's
undercover.
An operative, yes.
Damn.
So anyway,
Kim Possible? She's a secret agent or something? What's going on here?
No. Wall Street Journal wrote a really cool story last night. Headline: The 49ers defy modern football. It's why they're in the Super Bowl. I'm like, what does that mean? And then it says, the subhead is, the San Francisco 49ers have reached the Super Bowl thanks to a strategic twist that's changing the NFL. It's like, damn, you guys got my hook. I'm hooked in. So I scroll down.
That's interesting.
It's written by a guy named Andrew Beaton. I was like, maybe we should get him on. Andrew, Beaton, Beaton. It posted last night. So it talks about the Niners breaking a huddle and describes them forming a formation. And here's the key line. I'll just read a little bit of it. It says, what makes the way the 49ers attack the entire field so menacing is something as simple as it is counterintuitive. I'm like, damn, what are you talking about, dude? He says, now, here's the money line. When they snap the ball in the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs, they will be bunched up closer together than any other team in the league. It's like, It says, for the last quarter century, the trend in football has been to do the complete opposite. Spread offenses have trickled their way upward from high school fields in Texas all the way to the NFL. The name explains the concept, spread the field. But ever since Kyle Shanahan became San Francisco's coach in 2017, his team has been at the forefront of football's latest schematic evolution. The spread is out, the squeeze is in. Start thinking about this, guys. When they do line up, all those Kittle, Ayuk, Samuel, all are lined up next to the tight end, right? All close and in motion, right? Here's what it says. Shanahan's condensed formations, which are beginning to proliferate through the NFL. It says that the two teams that do it the most other than them are the Rams and the Dolphins. Who? McDaniel and McVay, right?
The Shanahan system.
Take the same principles as the spread and invert them. This is where it gets a little tricky, young Tony. Stay with me. The goal of any offense is to create and exploit space, right? Spread schemes do that by forcing defenders to line up sideline to sideline. They say, okay, we're going to line up this wide. You guys are going to have to spread out, and we're going to find some space. Shanahan and the Niners achieved the same goal in an unexpected way. By forcing defensive backs to worry about the enormous empty patches of turf on the outside, it actually opens up the middle of the field to attack. And that's it. It goes on to write about it I just read you guys the main paragraph there. It goes on and on and on. It's really interesting, right?
It's fascinating when you think about it, because from a spread perspective, obviously you got your corners on the outside, but I know corners will drop into a coverage sometime where they have their back to the sideline and basically take away any throw on the sideline, so they're only focusing on the middle of the field.
Yes.
So now if you move those corners inside, they got to worry about the inside and the outside, and we know with the wide receivers that Kyle has, I think another reason why he's able to do that with bringing his wide receivers in, whether it's Debo, Ayuk, Jawan Jennings, who is a fantastic blocker, they can even run outside of these formations also and still have success with their edge rushes with Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, and it says it's not the only way to do it. For example, a successful offense like Buffalo is the opposite. They spread the field 26. There's an actual, so this all came because of next-gen stats. Next-gen stats now can track where everybody is and show how many yards wide your formation is on every snap. And the Niners are 19.9 yards wide on every snap, which is the lowest width in the league. The next is the Rams. The next is the Dolphins.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's interesting when you bring up a team like the Bills, because they like to spread it out, but that also opens up running lanes up the middle for Josh Allen.
Which is what, that's the traditional theory of the spread.
Correct.
Creating space by spreading out. But Kyle, as they say, when they zig, you zag. When you zag, they zig, or whatever. It's like what all the smart guys, it's like the whole Apple ad, be different, right?
Yeah.
Think different, right? Whatever. And they show you Gandhi and Martin Luther King and all that stuff, Einstein.
And like we talk about the Kyle Shanahan system all of the time, and a lot of it is the pre-snap motion, but this is just motion or actually more movement off the line of scrimmage. If you have 3 guys stacked up, it's harder for the DB to know which guy exactly that he's going to pick up, whether his zone's a 5 route inside on the inside or if he's got to cover the flats. You have 3 guys going 3 different directions. That creates some confusion.
The more stuff, too, here is the line says it's not actually Kyle who started this. It was his dad in Washington, D.C.
What a surprise.
Once again, guys, you know Mike Shanahan is the shadow coach of the Niners.
You know Mike Shanahan
know that, right?
is the Shanahan system that we talk about all the time.
I mean, I think Kyle on Saturday night is going to be basically getting the game plan from Bob.
Well, Murph.
I'm riffing a little bit, you know what I mean? Which may be why he was so relaxed, young Tony. We'll play that in just a minute.
Well,
right?
well, like that all goes back to Jed York's comments from last week, talking about how after Tom Sula and Chip Kelly, he actually wanted to hire Mike Shanahan instead of Kyle Shanahan and bring him in as a package deal.
So it says here when Shanahan was with the Washington, just for people who don't know, if you're casual tuning in for the Super Bowl week, that staff had Kyle, Ram head coach Sean McVay, Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel, and Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, and Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. They were all there. And those are all the guys who are putting this stuff into motion. So anyway, guys, it's just something to look at when you look at and why the Niners achieve that success in the middle of the field. And it started with Mike, and it goes to Kyle, and it goes to all these other teams. And that's why, because it is wild. When you watch the Niners play, aren't you always amazed? I always found myself during the year going, damn, look at Kyle, because somebody is open gobs of green grass around George Kittle or Deebo Samuel in the middle of the field.
I mean, that's the thing with Kyle. He's always getting to his bag with these bracket busters that we're talking about, with a quarterback rolling out one way and there's drag routes across the middle. And then next thing you know, here's Kittle running the exact opposite way, and he's wide open. This is some of the creativity that we always talk about in the offensive mind of Kyle Shanahan.
According to this story in the Wall Street Journal, and by the way, good morning, everybody. As somebody just wrote in and said, you guys aren't in Vegas?
No.
Well, I know we explained this at the start of the show. Our flight got canceled yesterday.
Spoiler alert.
They postponed us to a flight at 10:45 p.m. that would get in past midnight. I said, we're playing the field position game. Punt. We'll come back today and get better field position. So we'll be there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
That's it. We took a sack yesterday. We took a sack.
Which was the right move, by the way, as opposed to getting in at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, being pissed and hangry, and then having a bad show today. I wouldn't have read this great Wall Street Journal story. Anyway, it goes on, and then I want to get to the funny stuff after this because I don't want to get too inside baseball here. But it says here, for 6 straight years, that the Niners, Next Gen Stats has found the Niners have targeted in-breaking routes over the middle of the field more frequently than any team in the NFL. So there you go.
And we've seen this even before Purdy came into the system, whether it was Jimmy attacking those daggers over the middle with Debo. That's Kyle's system. He's going to attack the middle of the field.
Yeah, so anyway, well, there you go. Maybe secure in the knowledge that his formations are so good, Kyle was able to show up to media night relaxed last night.
Hey.
Listen, is anything wrong with what might be a light buzz? I don't know. I certainly didn't expect it. Kyle's pretty buttoned up, isn't he? And when he do his interviews on Tolbert and Copes, or when he did them with us for years, he speaks fast. He swallows in the middle of his sentences, and he says "and stuff" a lot, right?
See, Murph, I've been cutting Kyle Shanahan audio for 6 years of my life now, going back to Super Bowl 54, even before that when I started working here at KNBR. So I know the cadence of a Kyle Shanahan. And I will say, listening to him last night at opening night, he sounded a little different.
Yeah. Well, here it is, last night.
Well, it's funny to hear Jed say that because it wasn't the smartest moment I've ever had. I mean, when an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter or the second. And you in irritation go, I don't know, but our third guy's the best. Like, that's not what he wants to hear. So that's why he remembers it very strong. But that was just more, Brock was so good right away with every rep he got. He was always the same. And he only got a couple of them. So it was easy for me to say, because in his few reps, he was the best. But if you know that for a fact, I mean, then you do what you do right away. But he was the best, but you ease that on. And every time he got a little more reps, it was the same as when he got 2. And so when it was all said and done and he got a lot of playing time, it was like, oh, this looks exactly like what I told you when I was irritated. And he only had 3 reps. And I said, no, he's the best, but that's what was so real about Brock. That's why after his 7 games, his rookie year, even when he got hurt, we knew what we had because he'd been that way in practice every day, and It was the exact same way in the games.
And then he said, "And I love you, man. I love you, man.
Brock, you're the best,
You're
man.
a great friend of mine, man. Kyle, you do you, buddy. Whatever you need to do. I wonder how the players react, because that gets back to the players, right? They're all on their phones going, did Kyle get to have a glass of wine before the media?
Brock Purdy's like, wait, how many times did Kyle say I was the best in that answer? Like 4 or 5 times. He's the best, man. He's the best.
There were a couple, when he said practices, a couple times. I don't know. I didn't expect it.
Well, I didn't either. And
who did?
This was live on NFL Network. Like, Tony, give me like the first second when he's trying to start his answer. Immediately, I knew something was up.
Well, it's funny to hear Jed say that because
yeah.
Well, it is.
Yeah, and you could tell the Jed thing. He was kind of like, "Yeah, Jed, I told you, Jed shouldn't have. He should have saved all that stuff for after the bowl, man."
And then Kyle kind of went in and gave a really good long answer. It's just there was a couple extra S's in
practices, and it's like.
707 text in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says Kyle is the people's coach. All right. 916 says, well, listen, I told you guys, I try to have a little decorum and not we don't know if he was buzzed last night. I don't want to accuse him of something that's not true, but we're just talking. And we're not saying anything bad. He sounds different.
Yeah, and there was a lot of people on social media who had that same kind of takeaway hearing Kyle Shanahan at the podium.
Some people are checking it. 707 says, wait, was that audio doctored? No. Uh-uh. And 415 says, I thought something was dragging with his speech and wondered if I guess. I don't know. Does that mean he's relaxed? Does that mean he's tight? Does that mean he just wanted a half a glass of wine? I don't know.
It means he took Charvarius Ward's advice for turning up on a Monday night.
Might turn up a little bit the first day or two out there.
Why not?
It's the first day or two, man.
I hope the players got a kick out of that. All right, so there you go, man. We do know that, then 916 comes with the hard take saying it's a bad look. Is it a bad look?
808 KNBR is the number.
It is. It's a news story. We're talking about that instead of me talking about the bunch formation. You know what I mean?
We got them both in.
Right.
Bunches and booze. Sounds like my Sunday, Murph.
Oh, man, very good. Or what's going to be your Friday and Saturday night in Vegas.
It's going to sound like my Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays also.
Right. Our guest list just starts on fire now. Mike Krukow next. Giants are talking to Jorge Soler. Plus, we'll talk Super Bowl with him. And then, by the way, the pitchers and catchers report a week from Thursday.
A week, Murph.
They traded for a guy named Ethan Small. He's a lefty from the Brewers. Remember when Farhan said day one? They asked him, what's your philosophy? And he said, no move too small. So he actually traded for a guy.
He went literal.
Named Small. Okay, so Mike Krukow. And then a good energy, Mike Golick Jr., former Notre Dame lineman, now radio host and podcaster, good football guy. And then, of course, the cooler of content, Mike Smith, former Falcon head coach, who has worked with Kyle Shanahan, too, for sure. And then Mike Lombardi at 8:50, Mike Sando at 9:25. And then we cap it off with a gentleman who I probably think will not be slurring his words, the great Jim Nantz at 9:40, the voice of Super Bowl 58 at 9:40. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is what it is.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union making you money on your checking account. That's right. Do you find yourself paying to use your own money, or would you rather be earning on your checking account? I am a big fan of Provident Credit Union's dividend earning super reward checking account, where you can earn a competitive 1.26% annual percentage yield on your account balance. Yes, I said it, 1.26% on a checking account. And it gets better. Provident's super reward checking comes with no monthly or annual fees and free access to ATMs nationwide. So why not start earning on your checking account today? Visit providencecu.org or stop by any of their 21 Bay Area branches. That rate is effective January 1st, 2024. 1.26% APY on balances up to $25,000. 0.08% APY on balances beyond the first $25,000. And 0% API when requirements are not met. No minimum balance required. Federally insured by the NCUA. Rate may change at any time. Other terms and conditions apply.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, let's get into a little bit. Giants report a week from Thursday, plus Mike Kuko on the Super Bowl. Mike's always brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Mike, we were supposed to be talking to you from Las Vegas Radio Row, but our flight got canceled yesterday, and we couldn't get on another one. They were all sold out, so we're going after today's show. So, sorry I can't give you the sights and sounds of Vegas, but we can give you the sights and sounds of the studio for one more day. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. Well, I'm sorry you guys aren't there, but you didn't have a room anyway. You're just going to have to be wandering around, so this is going to give you 24 hours more of rest, so...
Well, they used to have minor league baseball in Vegas, the Vegas Aces, I think, or somebody like that. Did you ever play there as a minor leaguer?
No, the only time I played in the PCL was for one rehab start. I went down there and threw 5 innings for Phoenix. But I was in the American Association. That was the AAA affiliate in Wichita for the Cubs. So I didn't see much of the PCL. I didn't, we went to Vegas one time for an exhibition game, but I didn't play. So, if I don't get on the field and actually pitch, I don't count it.
How about the idea that, the A's are planning to go there? You know what's funny, Mike? I remember when the news broke last year, you were the lone voice. You said, well, I'll believe it when I see it. We were like, really? And then, Mike, they still are having problems getting their stadium plan done. Have you thought about that or read about that, keeping up on that?
Well, I don't want them to go. I think that the A's and the Giants rivalry has become really one of the great series of the season, and then the other thing too, all these years we've been going over there. I mean, even before there was interleague play, when there was the Bay Bridge series at the end of spring, you got a bird's eye view of what the A's fans were all about, and basically the Northern California fans. I mean, it's there is no better fan, and they've been hurt deeply by all of this. I mean, how painful can it be? We went through this in the 80s with the Giants. We tried to get another ballpark in downtown, and we tried to go to San Jose, Santa Clara. It was awful. And then after the the 92 season, we thought we were saying goodbye. We thought that it was the Tampa Bay Giants. I mean, how bad would that have been? So we've been through all this. It's extremely painful for a fan base, and so the Vegas thing is, yeah, it's great. I have nothing against Vegas, but I just don't want to see them go, and I still am 100% sure they are. So, it's just a really tough subject, and the way that it's been handled has been awful.
Yeah, Mike, when it comes to sports franchises in Las Vegas, I remember there was a lot of talk before the Raiders moved out there that organizations were concerned about players going out to Las Vegas and partying the week of a game. Now, in the NFL, it's different because they only have 8 home games. You're only there for a weekend. But in the MLB, you're going to be looking at 3 or 4 game series. So do you think that's even a bigger issue for these teams traveling into Las Vegas in baseball?
No, I don't think that's an issue anymore. I think the bigger issue was gambling and the temptation to gamble. But, I mean, everybody's got a gambling app on their phone now. I mean, you can gamble in your bathroom. I mean, it's no big thing. And if you get to the big league level, I mean, look, there's temptation all around. I mean, you have to be disciplined if you're going to stay there. I mean, you have plenty of time to party after your career's over. And right now, especially with the amount of money these guys can make, you're doing your family a huge disservice if you kind of party your way out of the big leagues and cost yourself some money-earning years. You're a professional player. You get paid. So it's in your best interest to take care of yourself and maximize your career. So I don't think that it's an issue anymore. I really don't. I think that the Golden Knights have proven that. I think that the Raiders have proven that. What's the name of the women's basketball? Is it the
Aces?
Aces?
The Aces, yeah, that's the Aces.
Yeah, they've proven it. So, I just don't think it's an issue anymore.
Yeah. By the way, so while we're talking about the A's, Mike, that turns us to the Giants because since we last talked to you, a trade was made between the A's and the Giants, which is incredibly rare. I think Andy Baggerly had it sometime 30, 40 years, something like that, since the Giants traded an active major league player to the A's, and it was Ross Stripling. And it's funny because I think last week we actually mentioned the death ball to you and everything. But interesting move. What did you think of it? They got a minor league player named Jonah Cox in return. Who knows how that'll turn out. But, the Giants moved a pitcher off their theoretical starting rotation. Also interesting that the A's now have Alex Wood and Ross Stripling, who were on the Giants last year. So what was your reaction to all that?
Well, you can't move a guy out like that unless you have somebody who's going to replace him that you believe in. And I think that's the case with a lot of their young arms that were in and out of the rotation last year. I think that they're assuming that these guys are going to take more of a responsibility. So it's another opportunity for Stripling to go into a rotation, which is where he wants to be, I think, at this point in his career. I think if he was with the Giants, it probably would have been in and out of the bullpen and the rotation. And that's a tough role to pitch in. But it really gives him another opportunity, and Alex Wood, for that matter. They want to pitch, they want to start. So hey, I wish them well. I mean, I enjoyed their presence in the clubhouse. They're good guys, and they're great guys to have on a team if you have young pitchers because they're hard workers. They're good pros. So I wish them well.
Yeah, so what do you think? I mean, the Giants pitchers and catchers report a week from Thursday, and right now if you're looking at the rotation, so you're looking at Logan Webb, and then you're looking at Jordan Hicks, and then you're looking at Kyle Harrison, we would imagine, and then you're looking at like the Tristan Becks of the world, people like that. So you're anticipating something between now and next Thursday or going as is?
Well, I'm anticipating something now between now and the first start and the first regular game of the year. I think this free agency could go well into spring. I just am so disgusted with this whole thing about prolonging the negotiations to get guys signed by clubs that I don't anticipate it getting done. I mean, I'd like to have it get done because you're trying to plan. I mean, so many things can happen. How difficult is it for Farhan Zaidi or for any president or general manager? I mean, you have to be frustrated. You want your team set. You want your team set before you go into the caravan or you go into your fan fest, and it just hasn't been the case. So, unfortunately, it's what negotiation has evolved into with free agencies. It just prolongs, and it's just awful.
Yeah, and Mike.
But I do expect them to do something more in the rotation, yes.
Yeah, well, Mike, we've heard plenty of names linked to the Giants, whether it's guys in the rotation or whether it's bringing in a couple bats like Robbie Ray said a couple weeks ago. Now, the latest report is that the Giants are in talks with Jorge Soler. What do you think about that possibility of maybe adding him to the Giants lineup?
Well, you bring power. I mean, he's had, what do you have last year with Miami? He had over 30 home runs. And he's also hit, when he was with the Royals, I mean, he hit almost 50 one year. What do you had, 47 or 8 or something? I don't know. But he's got pop. So, those guys, I mean, when you're pitching against a team that's got pop in one particular spot in the lineup, you're aware of it. You always are aware of what this guy can do with one swing of the bat. And you pitch accordingly. You pitch to the scoreboard. If you've got a 2-run lead and you got an open base and 2 men on, you might think about giving that base up. You don't want this guy to take with one swing and give his team a 2-run lead. So that's what that represents. And I don't know. I mean, he's going to DH, I would imagine, if they do get him. But it's been fun all off season long. I mean, the Giants have been in on everything. So this is the latest rumor to surface, and I think that he would definitely fit into the offense. But hey, at this point, I'll see it I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, 36 last year and was an all-star. I'm surprised he's still on the market, but then again, so are Bellinger and Snell and Chapman. And it is crazy, crazy, crazy. So, you'll believe it when you see it. They also picked up a lefty reliever from Milwaukee named Ethan Small. I don't know if you saw that news for cash considerations. And the only newsy part of that is that I didn't realize Giants only had 2 lefty relievers on their 40-man roster. Taylor Rogers and a guy named Eric Miller, who they picked up last year in a trade from the Phillies. So, Mike, that was a position of need.
Yeah, it's kind of a sign of what happens when you do make deals and you all of a sudden have to lose a prospect out of your minor league system that you didn't want to get rid of just because you needed an extra spot in the 40-man roster. Ethan Small was a first-round pick by the Brewers. He's a Mississippi State guy, and, traditionally, guys who came out of Mississippi State have had pretty good contribution to the Giants organization. Will Clark, Jeff Brantley, to name a few. But he's interesting. I was looking at Ethan Small's numbers when this thing went down. And number one, he has the pedigree being a first-round pick. So, and he had a lot of strikeouts in college against very few walks. And a couple things that I look at in professional baseball. He didn't fare well at the big league level. He's only throwing 10 innings. But if you look at his minor league career, take a look at the number of innings he's pitched, and I think he's got like 50 more innings pitched than hits allowed. So, number one, he's hard to hit. Number two, you look at his strikeouts, and he's got over 300 strikeouts in 270 or whatever innings, 55. I don't forget how many innings. But anyway, he had a lot of strikeouts, but he's got a lot of walks. So, every organization has that feeling that if you have a guy with stuff, and the numbers that you see on his stat sheet tell you that he's got stuff, the big challenge is to get him in the strike zone. To not only throw strikes, but quality strikes. That's the difference between A-ball and big leagues. I mean, A-ball, a lot of times, you just want guys to throw strikes. Well, you get the big leagues, you have to throw quality strikes. You have to throw good location strikes. So that's the challenge with him. But every organization feels that their system, that their teachers can break that barrier and get that guy to be in total command. Now, overall, his whip, his walks and hits per innings pitch, pretty good, 1.2. That's, again, in the minor leagues. So it's an intriguing acquisition, but this is one that could have some hair on it. So I'm looking forward to seeing this guy throw in spring.
Then we'll be singing "It's a Small World After All" out in the bleachers, Mike. We can lead the sing-along. All right, we don't have to. Never mind. All right, guys. Well, listen, Mike, good to touch on some of those talking points. Marcus and I got to rush to the airport. We will talk to you Thursday from Radio Row. We'll look forward to it. Have a good one.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. What do you think? It's an 8th inning move. It's a bases loaded. No, it's a da-da-da. You guys, it's a small world after all.
I'm down with it, but Murph, I don't think he's going to be using it as his warm-up song coming in the 8th inning.
I tell you what, I don't mind the ride. It's a small world at Disneyland. I find it oddly soothing.
Really?
Oh, that nice air. That's like cavernous. It's kind of air conditioned in there.
I haven't been on it since I was like 6.
Oh, it hasn't changed one molecule. It's exactly the same.
Shout out to when our guy Triple E went to Disneyland like a couple months ago, and there was that naked guy jumping into the river of It's a Small World.
Yeah. Well, hey, you saw that guy jump into the aquarium at that Bass Pro Shop in Tennessee? He brought new meaning to the world. It's a small world. You know what I mean?
Say, Murph, I saw him jump in the aquarium. I didn't see much else.
All right. Hey, I did tell you guys he's brought to you by NorCal Honda. Okay, I did say that.
Did. Yeah,
and Robbie Gold joining Tolbert and Copes today.
Robbie Gold.
Ooh,
nice shot, Robbie Gold.
215.
Nice shot.
All right, Mike Golick Jr. is good energy, good football guy. We'll talk to him. Should we talk to him about the bunch formation? We're talking about Brock Purdy and the wild crowd last night at Allegiant Stadium. Like I said, the only thing we was missing was Irish rugby fans singing Zombie. That was a bonkers 49er crowd last night. Will that be enough to push them to a Super Bowl victory? All that stuff to talk about with Mike Golick Jr. from Radio Row. And no, we're not there yet, guys. Our flight got canceled yesterday. They tried to book us one on midnight. We said, nay, brother, we'll go tomorrow. So we go wheels up today after the show. We'll be at Radio Row Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And Mike Golick Jr. and more Niner Talk next on The Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the 49ers practice field at the University of Las Vegas and how it compares to the Chiefs using the Raiders facility. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. All right, kids, let's talk about Prize Picks, because if you love playing fantasy sports, do what I do and take the sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. This is the Waterboy Marcus Boucher, and right now I'm in sports heaven. With the big game coming up and basketball season really heating up, there's no better way to turn all the big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of player and stat options. They're even offering a big game special. If Patrick Mahomes throws for more than 1 yard, you win. It's as easy as that. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid while doing it. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
before Purdy and Mahomes square off right here on the Sports Leader. Murph and Marcus are getting you hyped from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on the Sports Leader.
It's time to welcome the NFC champions, hailing from San Francisco, California, with a regular season record of 12 wins and 5 losses, led by Coach Kyle Shanahan, 5-time Super Bowl champion, here to do it for the Bay, the reigning NFC champions, the San Francisco 49ers!
Michael Buffer, 79 years young and screeching for a living.
Murph.
Yes?
That's Michael Buffer's younger brother, Bruce Buffer.
My bad. I will do 20 push-ups on that. I did not know that it was in the family.
So that's the voice of the UFC. It's time.
Okay.
The man that kicks off my Saturday night every single weekend when I'm watching UFC fights. But I think a lot of people don't know Bruce Buffer. They know Michael Buffer.
As I just stepped in it right there.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, why didn't I saw it for my show prep. I thought it was Michael Buffer doing this. No, it's Bruce. America, the land of subtlety.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. You might have not known that they were brothers because for a majority of their lives, they didn't know they were brothers.
Really?
They're 13 years apart, have the same dad, but did not grow up together, and they both became on their own two of the most iconic fight broadcasters of all time. Michael Buffer with boxing and now Bruce Buffer with the UFC, and last night introducing the 49ers.
If both of those guys have those kind of lungs, can you imagine the screams at the dinner table between his mom and dad?
Oh, I was going to say,
you're driving me crazy. You're wearing me out. I shouldn't have married you. I shouldn't have married you. And they were like, oh, we have our career right ahead of us. So there you go. Hey, before we get into Mike Golick Jr. and a little bit from last night where Niner fans changed the energy of media night forever, that's going to be the bar that's been set now forever. It's never been as hyped as it was last night. It's time to give away that jersey. As we're here just giving stuff away. What are we giving to?
It's time.
Christian McCaffrey jersey.
Out of the blue corner.
To caller 415-896 KNBR, call number 10. We're doing this in the 7 a.m. hour all week. We did it for Brock Purdy yesterday. They're doing it in the 4 o'clock hour today. Nick Bosa in the afternoon. But right now, Christian McCaffrey jersey, 415-896 KNBR. Be caller number 10. Tell California Kyle Parr. And tomorrow, we're giving away the underrated Elijah Mitchell jersey. Guy scored a touchdown. He scored a touchdown in the NFC Championship game. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So what do I say, guys, about the fact that the media night was changed forever? It was, because I've been to many of those, and I've never seen it hyped like that. And you just heard that. And 23,400 fans were there, almost all of them Niner fans. And we know that because when Patrick Mahomes was trying to talk, Patty Mahomes heard from the partisan crowd at Media Day here. Cut Z7, young tone. Here you go.
Yeah, we've dealt with a ton of adversity this season, dealt with a ton of challenges, and we're here. We're playing a great 49ers team, but we're going to go out there and play our best football and see what happens. I appreciate it, Niners Nation. We're here.
Oh! Niners fans, he's calling you out.
Okay, man. Okay. So it started there. It goes on to Travis Kelce.
After Patrick Mahomes called out the Niner Nation, Murph.
Well, there you go.
I'm not a big fan of it.
There you go. Marcus says, don't tread on my trademark.
Don't say San Fran and don't say Niner Nation.
Travis Kelce, now we know he's basically a pro wrestler in a tight end's body, right? Mm-hmm. Which apparently appeals to the very demure Taylor Swift. She likes her bad boys.
Yesterday he was actually asked what his wrestling nickname would be, and he called himself the Big Yeti.
I did see that. And they asked Nick Bosa. He went with the Bear.
Oh, of course.
The Bear.
That's a layup.
So here's Travis Kelce getting hyped up by Niner fan hate.
I'll tell you what, man. I leaned on my teammates more than I ever have, and it's been absolute. Y'all are firing me up, making me want to play right now, baby. I love the boos more than I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming. I'll tell you what, man. I rally around the guys.
Them obviously showing up in droves last night to the Big Al Allegiant Stadium and letting Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, and all these guys hear what they thought about them. But I also think this is Patrick and Travis Kelce turning heel, if I could take a term from the world of wrestling.
And
now they're embracing being the villain.
Now they have a narrative. Mm-hmm. Like they're going to be the villains.
Now it's the Chiefs against the world.
All right. Stuff we can talk about, and we would be talking about with Mike Golick Jr. in person, but our flight got canceled, so we're flying down today after the show. We'll get down there. So poor Mike Golick Jr. is at an empty KNBR table. Mike, if you could just imagine the handsome and charismatic presence of Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher sitting opposite you, my friend. So thanks for hopping on. Mike's brought to us by DraftKings. Of course, he does the live daily studio show with his dad at DraftKings Network, Mike Golick Jr. So, Mike, welcome back. We've had you on before on the Murph and Marcus show. How you doing, brother?
Hey, morning, Mike.
I'm doing well. Morning, guys. Yeah, I'm imagining the warm presence here of you guys in a very cold, and get ready for the lighting inside Radio Row, as I'm sure you guys are used to, but in Vegas, it feels extra insane asylum-y in here right now.
Is it like just sort of like the ultraviolet rays of like being up all night? Is that the deal or what?
It's a little bit of that. It's a lot of that like very fluorescent lighting over the top in a giant convention center that when you're in it the entire day starts to slowly erode on your little psyche a little bit, and then you walk out and you smell the cigarette smoke and you feel alive again out in the lobbies of these hotels. It's incredible.
And it doesn't help that you're toting a championship level hangover too, right?
Oh, you know what? So far this has been the most discouraging part. Is we're on day 2. I am already exhausted.
Yeah,
and
right.
I did not have a sip of alcohol yesterday.
I mean,
what's going to happen on Thursday and Friday?
I mean, our flight getting canceled might have been a blessing in disguise to save a little bit of gas for that tank later in the week, right?
Exactly. You got to prepare early in the week. I got here on Sunday afternoon, and my thought was I'm going to bank a couple of nights of something resembling decent sleep so that later in the week when my body starts to completely erode from both sides, then we're going to be ready to try and push through to the finish.
You're making that
smart man, Mike.
Deposits, and then here come the withdrawals right there.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, a little bit just kind of before we get into some of the X's and O's and all that atmosphere, but, I'm looking forward to landing and going to my first Super Bowl in Vegas. I've been to them in San Diego and Phoenix and Dallas and New Orleans and Miami. But I almost feel like last night's media night, and you tell me if you feel differently, I don't know, but we're playing all this sound from it last night, and Niner fans invaded that place, and it was like energetic and crackling, and they were booing the bejesus out of the Chiefs. And Mike, I've never seen media night like that. Is there something different going on in Vegas with the energy?
Yeah, I was surprised by that, too. We were there last night for opening night, going around and talking to some guys, and when the Niners got out there and there was this brief side-by-side of both teams, I was amazed. That was an entirely pro-Niners crowd. You heard the Bang Bang Niner gang everywhere, and you heard the boos rain down, and Travis Kelce, you saw his response. He started getting a little bit fired up. He couldn't help himself, and I was amazed at the atmosphere there. Wasn't sure what it was going to be like, because you guys remember last year in Arizona, they had it over at, I think, Chase Field. It was smaller. It was a little more intimate. This is in the full NFL stadium. They had that thing packed out. It was really cool to see already the kind of buzz there between these two fan bases, and really one fan base showing up and showing out in a big way.
Now, Mike, seeing and hearing all the boos last night from 49er fans and the response from Travis Kelce, the response from Patrick Mahomes, do you feel like they're embracing the villain arc going into the Super Bowl matchup?
Yeah, I think they're kind of in that mode that we see a lot of, not only championship teams, but dynasties. I always think of college football when you hear Nick Saban or Kirby Smart and those guys talk about manufacturing that chip, where it's, they create this doubt that might not truly exist, or they try and create these narratives about what they think about you. That's what they're telling their team. This is what they think of you. For Michigan this year, we saw it was, they think you need sign stealing to win. This is what, and the team embraced that chip. For the Kansas City Chiefs, I don't know if nationwide they're as big a villain as they're being made to feel here, but for a team that has reinvented themselves during the course of this season, has a roster that's turned over so many parts since the last time these two teams squared off, they're saying, all right, you're going to give us this added ammunition and fuel for a team that's got some of the all-time greats on it? Yeah, we'll take that and run with it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, there it is. Mike Golic Jr. is the voice you hear. Of course, he does a show with his dad, Mike Golic Sr. Gojo and Golic. It's on the DraftKings Network weekday mornings, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern, so 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. our time. Always entertaining. Mike Golic Jr., good energy, good takes. Hey, Brock Purdy, man, you are legally required to give a Brock Purdy take every day, all right, buddy? So, I mean, I could go any number of angles. Listen, we've seen the kid perform, and what's interesting from our angle, Mike, is we saw him in the playoff game against the Packers and the Lions do something he had not done. That was the knock. Kyle can't come back. Brock can't come back. Now, you can talk about the ball off the face mask all you want, the ladybug catch or whatever, but he did it. He did the damn thing, and I don't know. Did he answer the questions, or is it still iffy? Where are you with Brock Purdy going to the Super Bowl?
So I think what we've been guilty of with Brock is having a bunch of different conversations at the same time. Brock is more than good enough to help the 49ers win the Super Bowl. I think so often we've gotten into the comparison conversation with him and some of the other the biggest quarterbacks in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, he's not them. He's not Lamar Jackson. That's obvious to anybody who has eyes and watches football. But statistically, what he's been able to do with this team and in the big moments that you mentioned, he's been able to make plays, game manager, game changer. I don't care what you want to call it. We all saw what happened against Detroit. His legs were the difference in that game. We saw against Green Bay late in that game. He was able to drill some passes in over the middle. The guy plays fearless and with a confidence that should not be there for a player of his draft status and of his tenure in the league, but he has the confidence, carries himself in that way, brought the experience from college football to make it so. It's wildly impressive. He is more than good enough for this team, and this is a comparison that works well for him. He's a better quarterback than what they had in Jimmy Garoppolo, this guy that Kyle Shanahan and so many people convinced us, he's a winner when he's healthy, all that. We saw how different that looked in Las Vegas when he got to the Raiders, and now you look up at the postseason numbers for Brock Purdy, they outpace what Jimmy Garoppolo was able to do and much earlier in his career. So I think he deserves a lot of credit, and the conversation around him, I think, is starting to finally level off a bit.
And, Mike, one of the biggest differences between Brock Purdy and the Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and the quarterbacks you named is his paycheck. And I know we've seen NFL teams win a Super Bowl with their rookie contract, but we're talking about Mr. Irrelevant, a guy that's making less than $1 million per year. So, Mike, I'll ask you, is Brock Purdy the best bargain value maybe in NFL history?
Oh, yeah, he's certainly up there as one of them. I mean, and we've talked about that. It's the rookie contract that you mentioned, which maybe the value at this point is starting to become a little bit overblown. We're starting to see teams do a better job of using their quarterback's contract as a way to build out. All right, hey, we know we've got this expense here, but we've got the most important position in football taken care of, and we can build around it. We've still seen this 49ers roster is a Death Star. Like all the conversation, Cam Newton the other day said Brock Purdy's not even the 10th best player on his team. He's close to right. And that is not slander against Brock Purdy. That's an acknowledgement that the roster that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have built is incredible. It's an armored car that you can ride into the apocalypse, and part of that is possible because Brock Purdy cost you so little. So this team is going to be in for a very different conversation when all of a sudden it's time to pay the piper, but you trust what this front office has been able to do, surviving what most people don't, swinging and missing on a first-round quarterback, but getting bailed out by the last pick in the draft.
Mike Golic Jr. joining us a couple more minutes here on Radio Row. We will be there tomorrow after our flight got canceled yesterday. Mike, of course, you can hear on DraftKings, NFL analyst with his dad, Mike Golic Sr., live daily studio show on DraftKings Network, Gojo and Golic, 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. our time, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. So listen, you played O-line at Notre Dame. Your old man lined up on the D-line for the Philadelphia. You guys are a trenches family. You're in the trenches. So what's the Gojo and Golic take on the trenches? Because that's going to determine it all. Niner D-line versus Chiefs O-line and vice versa.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting. Both defenses come into this game with a bit of a run game problem as of late. We've seen the Niners, it's been more so during the postseason where I think you gave up over 180 yards to Green Bay. The Lions were able to also get after you on the ground. We know that Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson, and company wanted to do that. And so this group has some questions to answer. They're, in my mind, the thing that's been most interesting about them, very stagnant defense, right? They've got great players, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, all these guys that have been so good and been a part of a defense last year that was number one against the run for the entire year. And so I struggle to see outside of, they don't move around a lot. The picture's very clear, and as a former offensive lineman, when I know what I have to hit and where I have to hit it, my life gets a lot easier when there's not that uncertainty that's created by, let's say, a defense like the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, on the other side, the Chiefs have some of that same run problem. I'd expect a heavy dose of Christian McCaffrey in this game. A lot of those outside run plays give him a chance to kind of stretch the field and then cut it up and run very tough the way we know Christian's able to do. The key for me, I think, is going to be the Steve Spagnuolo Kansas City Chiefs defense does a lot. They give you a ton of looks, a ton of fronts, a ton of personnel groups, and a ton of blitzes. And so how does Kyle Shanahan, who's one of the best pre-snap architects in football, moves guys around, gives his quarterback information, changes leverage at the snap by getting guys moving right before the ball goes off? How does he off some of that? Who's able to dictate the terms in that matchup, I think, goes a long way, because I don't know what the 49ers on the other side do to stop a Chiefs offense with Isaiah Pacheco running the football, going right down State Street the way everyone else has been able to.
It's daunting. I mean, you got Mahomes and Kelsey, these legends. You got Andy Reid, who's tough to fight off a bye, and he's basically coming off a bye. And you got Steve Wilks' defense having trouble stopping the run. I'm coming with a lot of excuses that are making it look bad for the Niners. They are, however, favored in this game. Just leave it on this. Mike Golick Jr., who you can, of course, catch on DraftKings studio show with his dad, Gojo and Golick. You got it. I mean, you're doing Radio Row. You got to leave with a prediction, buddy. What do you got?
Yeah, I got the Chiefs winning this one. You're giving me Patrick Mahomes and points. I'm going to take them, but I think they win this outright. I think it's going to have to be a low score. The under somewhere right 47.5. I think the line for the game this week. I would say if the Chiefs win, this is like a 24-21 kind of game where they've got to grind it out on defense and that rushing attack, and we're all out there in as little time as possible given the Super Bowl and all the other things going on. I think both teams going to lean heavy on the ground and try and avoid putting their offensive lines in these long down and distance situations where all of a sudden they could be in trouble.
Good stuff, Mike. We appreciate you and continued success. Thanks for hopping on.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Safe travels.
Yeah, Mike Golick Jr. coming with energy. Somebody said he's got George Kittle on the text line. They had George Kittle-like energy.
I thought he had Frank-like energy. Our caller earlier, Frank, who was losing his mind.
You got that one in there, the Frank from San Francisco. So listen, he took the Chiefs. I kind of feel like most people are going to take the Chiefs.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the NFL Network graphics, and it seems like the majority of the national analysts are going with the Chiefs.
And the Niners are favored.
Yeah, and the Chiefs are the underdog.
Now, are the Niners favored because of that crowd we heard at Allegiant last night? They want their money?
Yeah, but they've been favored before the crowds even showed up.
Yeah, interesting
It's an interesting angle when we're talking about a team that's trying to establish himself as a dynasty being the underdog.
Yeah, man, it is wild. Mike Kohler sending us a picture here of, he's telling us about Mike Smith. Okay. Well, Mike Smith, by the way, Mike Smith, the Falcons head coach, is going to join us. Dude, he's the winningest coach in Falcons history. How about that? And he was the head coach in the 2012 NFC Championship when the Niners and Kaepernick were down 17 points and came back.
I'm sure he's going to want to talk about that.
Hey, Mike, tell us about how you feel from the 2012 NFC Championship. Anyway, cooler of content, which we love so much. So many things from last night's epic media night with the crazy hype crowd. That's coming up next. Cooler content, then Mike Smith, former Falcons head coach, then Mike Lombardi, great takes at 8:50, Mike Sando, all mics all the time at 9:25, until we break for the man on the mic, Jim Nantz, at 9:40. That's all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I want Travis Kelce. I want his ass at Kaiser Permanente.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Three-time Super Bowl champion Brett Jones stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to preview Super Bowl 58 and the battle between Brock Purdy and Patrick Mahomes. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Let's talk about cleaning your gosh darn carpet, zero res style. We did it. The Murphy household did it. Happy carpet, happy wife. It's February is the month for love, so we're saying, why don't you give your carpet a little love and your air duct too, and get a cleaning from Zero Res. Check out the Google ratings and all that. Just super positive reviews everywhere you look. So let's get you started to clean everything up. We got a promo deal going here. $43 per room of carpet clean and $50 off your air duct cleaning. All you have to do is type in the promo code Clean Air. Okay, so Clean Air is the promo code. This is a Love Your Rug special, okay? The air ducts and the carpets. So you want to call them, 877-321-0739. Or you go online at zeroresbayarea.com. You're like, wait, how do I spell zero res? Well, it's the same, backwards and forwards. Zero res, get it? Say you want the KNBR special. Zero res, spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Strong, girl. I feel
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, we promise we'll be at Radio Row on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Our flight got canceled yesterday, and they tried to put us one at midnight. We were like, no, baby, I'm not Charles Grodin. No midnight run for us, all right? So we got a good night's sleep. We punted for field position. We're coming in hot right after the show today. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday from Vegas. It'll be awesome. Can't wait.
That's it yesterday. We took a sack at the airport. We lived to play another down. We threw the ball away. Didn't get the intentional grounding, Murph. Next pitch, next segment, here we are.
Walter and our digital team, who I like to call the Please Don't Destroy Boys, they decided to try to wait it out and get on standby. Spent 10 hours at the airport. Ooh. That's called throwing a pick right there. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Marcus and I are rested and ready to come into Vegas.
Walter is out here going full playground Purdy, trying to make plays across the middle of the field.
And that long airport wait where now you're on your fifth Modelo, and now you're starting to be like, am I buzzed or am I not?
Dude, those Modelos aren't cheap.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, airport beer prices.
Now you're down $12, $13 a beer. Now you're down $60, $70.
Oh, now you're broke going into Vegas.
And you're not even sure you have a buzz. You have more of a headache. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not just all bad.
You didn't really get to enjoy Vegas on a Monday night.
We're fresh as daisies.
Look at us, Murph. Who would have thought?
All right. Cooler of Content goes down to opening night, which was the most hype opening night they've ever had. Thanks to 49er fans. 23,400 fans there.
28,000, Murph. Wow. Or excuse me, 23. You got it right.
That's bonkers.
Nearly 24,000.
I mean, dude, I'm telling you, I go back to the days when they had it in late Monday morning, and there was no, I mean, it was just us schlub reporters in downtown Julie Brown. You went at SAP Center in 2015.
I did. I remember being at the tank, and it was nothing like this. Now, it was a cool fan experience because they gave you little headsets so you could, like, turn the channel from podium to podium and pick what players you wanted to listen to. But last night was unlike anything I've ever seen for an NFL Super Bowl opening night.
So why don't we then jump down to the Bruce Buffer here for you guys who missed it. We played about a half hour ago, but you know, the audience changes. You're in and out of your cars. So let's go to C&D, Young Tone. This is what we mean by hype. Like, it used to just be a bunch of schlub reporters walking around just sardonically asking cynical questions and ripping players behind their back. Now it's like a damn show.
It's time to welcome the NFC champions, hailing from San Francisco, California, with a regular season record of 12 wins and 5 losses, led by Coach Kyle Shanahan, 5-time Super Bowl champion.
Woo! Nice work, my man. Give me applaud that. That is some lung work right there, man. That's leather lung work, man.
I mean, Murph,
that's a guy at an advanced age, too, right?
I was going to hit the applause, but you can hear the applause from the 49er faithful. They were losing their mind, and Murph, I get it because I was sitting there on my couch after our flight got canceled, experienced a little bit of FOMO, the fear of missing out. Seeing my guy, Bruce Buffer, who leads me into UFC main events every Saturday night, and seeing him set the stage at Allegiant Stadium, boy, oh boy, I wanted a piece of Buffer.
66 years old letting it rip like that.
Oh, and he's a living legend. Shout out to him and his older brother, Michael Buffer.
Joking about how he, growing up, how they must have the fights his mom and dad must have had to inspire his career. Man, I'm going to be just like mom and dad. I never loved you. I never loved you. Oh, yeah, let's do that for a living. Yeah, let's do that. Because, man, where do you get that from? How do you raise 2 kids with that kind of lungs? All right?
I mean, he's absolutely fantastic. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner,
in the same building as him?
6'1", Brock Purdy.
Sorry, have you ever been in the same building as him?
No, actually, the dirty little secret about my MMA fascination, I've never been to a UFC fight.
Dude, we got to make that happen.
Only Bellator,
Aren't they at-
Strikeforce,
aren't
like
they at-
local events down in
Okay,
San Jose.
okay,
No,
all right.
UFC hasn't been to Oakland since like 2011,
What about San Jose?
2020. They had never come to San Jose.
What about Chase Center?
See, I asked Dana White Super Bowl 54 before I was even on the show, and I helped you and Paulie Mack out with a couple questions for Dana White, and that was one of the questions we asked about having a UFC event at Chase Center. He said, yeah, well, figured itself out. Uncle Dana, I'm still waiting.
Okay. All right. Meanwhile, that hype crowd, after Bruce Purver got him going, Brock Purdy on stage, Scott Hansen, NFL Network, the question of the night.
It's late in the fourth quarter. Are you prepared to disappoint Taylor Swift?
Yes.
There it is, man. The crowd goes bananas. Brock, yes. He's got Taylor on his whatever.
Well,
Spotify
they actually
playlist. Huh?
they asked him at the podium if he has a favorite Taylor Swift song, and he actually said, no, sorry, I don't.
How about that? Like Lisa McCaffrey said in the tone, she's dead to us.
That's done. No Taylor Swift hype videos this week.
Meanwhile, CBS Sports, which has the Super Bowl, did a rapid-fire Q&A with Nick Bosa, and Taylor Swift does come up in the middle of this. Here's Nicky on the firing line.
Your favorite Usher song?
Yeah.
Easy. Favorite Nickelodeon show as a kid?
SpongeBob.
Taylor Swift or E40?
E40 all day.
Can you tell me Debo Samuel's birth name, his first name?
Tyshawn.
Do you know the English translation for Las Vegas?
English translation? No.
That'd be incredibly impressed. Not a lot. The Meadows. What state is Kansas City?
Missouri.
Who has the most Instagram followers on the team? Your team.
Christian?
Christian.
Yeah.
Who would win in a wrestling match? George Kittle or Travis Kelce?
George.
Can you spell Kyle Juszczyk's last name?
Not even close.
Nicely done, Bosa.
Nicky did well.
Look at the big brains on Bosa.
The trick question on Missouri, admitting he didn't know Las Vegas, which I didn't either. It's the Meadows. I didn't know that.
I had no idea. Are there meadows out there?
And knowing that Christian McCaffrey had the most Instagram followers. I thought it might have been Bosa. Does everyone want to look it up and see how close they are? That's something young Kyle should do. Meanwhile, speaking about, he went E40 or Taylor Swift. He went E40 all the way.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. You got to go front row 40.
And, of course, you have to have the requisite Travis Kelce, Your Girlfriend won Album of the Year, and announced she's dropping a new album in April. We need his take here.
She's unbelievable. She's rewriting the history books herself. I told her I'll have to hold up my end of the bargain and come home with some hardware, too. I mean, I don't know if I brought too much to the game. I think I just go out there and have fun. Taylor has an unbelievable fan base that follows her and supports her throughout her life. And it's been fun to kind of gather the Swifties into Chiefs Kingdom and open them up to the football world and the sports world. And it's been cool to just experience all that. I have heard some of it, yes, and it is unbelievable. I can't wait for her to shake up the world when it finally drops. Oh, I can't give you anything. I leave that up to her.
The good boyfriend there. He's heard some of the album, won't say a word about it. Other than it's fire.
Smart man.
All right. The Tortured Poets Department. I guess because Dead Poets Society was not available. There it is. Man. So there you go.
Good riff.
We got last one, then we got Mike Smith. You got to get the Eli Manning spitting hard bars. Now, is that guy super hot fire? You said the meme that everybody does?
Oh, if we're going back into the millennial playbook of memes, super hot fire about 10 years ago blew up on YouTube, and here he is doing skits with Eli Manning.
This is what we used to call in 1982 on Frost Off Baseball. We called it capping. You would just do 4 bars of rhymes, 2 lines each. And now you guys call it spitting bars?
Yeah, I was going to say capping means something else now.
I know, we used to cap each other, and it was hard.
Cap.
You went at each other, man. Shout out to Marin City crew, man. They capped like no other.
You used to cap each other, huh?
Big time, dude.
Sounds dangerous.
Big time, dude. I had well, here it is. Eli Manning wearing like these kind of ski goggles. That's what makes it all right here.
I'm Eli Manning. Let him know. I'm nice. Yep. Tom Brady's the GOAT. Psych! I beat him twice!
That's outstanding. That's well delivered by just the dorky Eli. The dorky delivery makes it, man.
Oh, it's hilarious. And the crowd reaction, Eli Manning spitting super hot fire.
That was fantastic. I loved it. So, all right. Falcons head coach Mike Smith, the man who faced the 49ers in the 2012 NFC Championship game, winningest coach in Falcons history. Get some real football here next. And then, of course, Jim Nantz at 9:40 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance. Proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On the Sports Leader.
All of it's kind of surreal. I mean, I grew up just a coach's son and a fan of it all, and to be in the same situations my dad was doing the same stuff's a little weird. I didn't realize it was a life goal of mine until it became one, and I think it is, so it's really special.
There it is. We wanted to get this out there. Sad news. Toby Keith. Unexpectedly, I guess he was battling cancer privately, died of stomach cancer at the age of 62. So sad news. Cancer is just the worst thing in the world without question. And so anyway, we pay homage to a fun little ditty, little party song that he put out. He also wrote a big popular song right after 9/11 that got a lot of traction. So he made his impact and sadly passed away last night at the age of 62. So a little tribute there.
Yeah,
Raise
too
your red
soon.
solo cup there, man.
Yeah, and I know Toby Keith, like I'm not a huge country music guy, but I know he's a living icon, or obviously just passed away.
For sure. So anyway, hey, speaking of country music, I know, quick digression because we had to get to Kyle Shanahan. Falcons coach Mike Smith is running just a couple minutes late, or former Falcons coach Mike Smith. But you mentioned country music and you're such a 408 guy. Dude, Saddle Rack, did you never get there?
See, Saddle Rack, I never got to. It was like right when I turned 21, it was still open. My older brother used to go out a lot. My dad has a ton of stories from the Saddle Rack.
Hell
but
yeah.
I never got to make the pilgrimage over there.
I've driven from the North Bay all the way to Saddle Rack
Look
to
at
enjoy.
you, a Saddle Rack guy.
Low key is my country music Jones. I got a big old, and I'm not talking about George Jones either, baby.
Etiquette. See, I was just more like a shoreline, like summer amphitheater kind of
that'll work
vibes.
too.
Yeah.
That'll work too. So anyway, hey, Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 this evening. But there was Kyle Shanahan. It's a little slightly sensitive topic because I do come from a newspaper background where you try to like vet everything before you report it and everything. But I'm also in the world of radio where we're here to entertain you guys, and just kind of riff and get you through your morning. And I don't think there's any question that Kyle Shanahan's hits on media night last night, opening night, caught people's attention. He sounded different.
He did.
He sounded loose and like warmer and not as, so he has these certain characteristics when he talks. When he does his regular interview, he talks really fast. Mm-hmm. He says and stuff a lot, which is kind of like,
and he drops a lot of ums.
And he frequently swallows in the middle of his sentences too, which, as we know, in the radio world is a no-no, right? But it's Kyle. You got to let Kyle be Kyle. And we always thought, well, he's just such a play head. He just wants to get out of this press conference and into his binder, right? Mm-hmm. But last night he didn't do any of that stuff. He kind of rambled a little bit and didn't say and he didn't. You have the NFL Network one, the signature one about Brock Purdy and the Jed quote, the Jed story, which, again, it's not a deal breaker that Jed said this stuff, but I didn't like it. I wish he had waited till after the Super Bowl because it's something that Kyle has to answer where he wouldn't have had to answer. So NFL Network, Michael Robinson, former Niner, got up there and got Kyle. He said, hey, man, your owner said that Brock Purdy was your best quarterback when he was third on the depth chart. Tell me does Kyle sound different?
Well, it's funny to hear Jed say that because it wasn't the smartest moment I've ever had. I mean, when an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter or the second. And you in irritation go, I don't know, but our third guy's the best. Like, that's not what he wants to hear. So that's why he remembers it very strong. But that was just more, Brock was so good right away with every rep he got. He was always the same. And he only got a couple of them. So it was easy for me to say. Because in his few reps, he was the best. But if you know that for a fact, I mean, then you do what you do right away. But he was the best, but you ease that on. And every time he got a little more reps, it was the same as when he got 2. And so when it was all said and done and he got a lot of playing time, it was like, oh, this looks exactly like what I told you when I was irritated. And he only had 3 reps. And I said, no, he's the best, but that's what was so real about Brock. That's why after his 7 games, his rookie year, even when he got hurt, we knew what we had because he'd been that way in practice every day, and It was the exact same way in the games.
Okay, so we've heard it a lot today, and it was different, right?
It was.
A lot of people thought he might have been just relaxed. So we'll get into it a little bit later because the connection has been made with former Atlanta Falcons head coach Mike Smith, the winningest coach in Atlanta Falcons history. He's here to talk about X-Tech shoulder pads and football. So, hey, Mike, we've never had you on our show on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How are you this morning?
I'm good. I hope you guys are doing well this morning.
We are, man. Our flagship team is in the Super Bowl, and we're wheels up to Vegas, so that's pretty good, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, it's an unbelievable setting here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Mike, and we'll get into the shoulder pads in just a second, but we just listened to Kyle Shanahan, and I believe he arrived in Atlanta right after you, correct? You guys didn't cross over?
That's correct.
Yeah.
He came in and was with Dan Quinn.
So you
did a great job.
But you've coached against him when he was in Washington, right? And just kind of wondered what you've followed this young man's career and your opinion of him as a coach, and also maybe the influence of his father that you might see too.
Well, of course, he comes from a very good lineage. His dad is one of the most innovative offensive coaches of his time, and Kyle didn't fall far from the tree. He is an excellent play caller. He's an excellent strategist in terms of putting together specific game plans, but it's based on principles that he truly believes in. And, of course, it's running game, and it's the zone blocking schemes for the most part. And he's really expanded his dad's offense, in my opinion, by doing the different motions and trying to make sure that he makes it hard formationally for defensive coordinators. And he's got a great feel for calling a game, one of the best.
And, Mike, we talk a lot about the Shanahan system out here in San Francisco, whether it's Kyle's system or his father's system. Of course, we're talking about Mike Shanahan. But I wanted to ask, of all this talk about systems and system quarterbacks leading to Brock Purdy, as a head coach, aren't you looking for a quarterback that can execute your system?
Oh, absolutely. You want to make sure, especially if you're a systematic coach that's going to draft for players that fit into your system instead of the best athlete. And I think that's what they've done. They've done a great job there in San Francisco. And everybody says, well, gosh, they're playing with a seventh-round quarterback. Well, there's a seventh-round quarterback that just retired a couple of years ago that's going to start getting into the broadcast world that did a hell of a job there in New England. And I think it's when you can have a seventh-round quarterback that can take you to a Super Bowl or multiple Super Bowls, I think it helps you in your team building. And I think sometimes it's better maybe to not go for the first round quarterback, but try to develop a quarterback. And Coach Shanahan's system is really comfortable for Brock Purdy and most quarterbacks.
Yeah, we're hearing from Mike Smith, who's the winningest head coach in Atlanta Falcons history. Took the Falcons in 2012, played the Niners in the NFC Championship game. I know probably a tough one, but hey, great game, and the Falcons were great that year, great team. He's the 2008 Associated Press NFL Coach of the Year. And, Mike, we know the deal. It's Super Bowl Radio Row. You got stuff to pitch. We got football players out here listening. X-Tech shoulder pads, yeah? What do you got?
Yeah, so, X-Tech shoulder pads has been around for about 12 years, and I have been involved with it since the very beginning. And I think that X-Tech not only is the number one pad in the pros, and there's a lot of guys that are wearing it in this game, but the thing about X-Tech pads is that player safety should be number one in everybody's mind when they talk about football. And we've done a good job with the helmets here over the last 10, 15 years. And we've not done it in the shoulder pad world. And X-Tech is by far the number one shoulder pad, and it's by the design features that it has. And we need to protect young football players the best we can, and X-Tech allows you to do that. In fact, X-Tech has a fitting system that you can go on the website, xtech.com, and you can fit your son to personally fitted shoulder pad. And I think that if I had a son, I don't have a son, but if I had a son that played football, I would be doing that because I know the product and I know what it does. It protects the players, and we've got so many college programs wearing the pads as well as here in the NFL.
Well, there it is, xtechpads.com or at xtechpads on Instagram. Hey, Mike, before we let you go, just a couple more questions about this week. There's a story out about the Niners practice field not being up to their standard. It's too spongy. It brings up all sorts of questions. How big of a distraction is that? Is it not at all? Should the Chiefs make room for the Niners to practice, or is it not their problem? How big a deal is that?
Well, I haven't seen the field, but you know what happens Super Bowl week. There's so many storylines that we need to have to fill up spaces. This could possibly just be a storyline, or it could be a situation where it's not a clean field to practice on. So you never know. Super Bowl week, right? You guys are involved in it as well. There's so many different storylines that are gonna happen throughout this week. But I know that the NFL does everything in their power to have the fields, but it has been an issue in the past. So I haven't seen the field, so I can't speak to that. I know Coach Shanahan has basically kind of gone radio silence, it sounds like, but it sounds like it's not an issue. They're going to go out there and practice and get ready to play.
Yeah, and Mike, you're absolutely right. There's going to be thousands of different storylines leading up to the game on Sunday, but the last question I wanted to ask is actually about the game. In your experience as a former head coach, as a former defensive coordinator, what would be the Mike Smith game plan to slow down Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and this Andy Reid offense?
It's going to be a challenge. It really is. I think that you're going to have to put a little bit more resources than you want to in stopping the tight end. I think that's going to be key. And when you do that, now you're going to be playing with a lighter box, and you're going to have to win up front. You guys up front are going to really have to win, because if you have two on Kelce, you're going to be light in the run game, and Pacheco he's a tough out. He's a really tough runner, and that might be a slow death for the 49ers. But guys, I've been asked this 3 or 4 times since I'm here. I'm picking the 49ers.
Whoa. Okay.
Yes, I am. I think that the 49ers, they've got something about this football team, and they can win pretty, they can win ugly, and however the game goes, I think they're built to be able to compete.
Well, so you're just kind of going with the fact that they came back in those 2 playoff games showed you a new dimension?
They did. They showed a lot in the postseason, and they had some rough patches a little bit throughout the season. Some on the defensive side of the football, but it's going to be a challenge. But I think I think that it would be a great finish, because they have really played well and have been stressed in the two of the playoff games that they played.
Awesome, Mike. Well, we appreciate you hopping on. Everybody check out xtechpads.com or at xtechpads on Instagram. And thanks for sharing your thoughts. Enjoy the week.
Yes, you guys. Hey, I hope you enjoy the ball game. It's a national holiday. We all need to enjoy it.
Former Falcons, the winningest coach in Atlanta Falcons history. He takes the Niners. Mike Golick Jr. took the Chiefs. We're 1-1 so far.
That's it. Are we going to put like a big scoreboard of everybody making their picks?
I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to start it right now. And when are Brian and Bobby making their bets?
Ooh, Friday morning, Murph. Okay. You know that every Friday morning.
Okay, all right. Okay, guys, here's the deal. Mike Lombardi was scheduled to come on the show, but he had to punt till tomorrow. That's better anyway. I'd rather do him in person. To riff with him in person. So we'll do him tomorrow.
Face to face with Lombardi.
So then Mike Sando at an odd time, 9:25. I don't know why. He says the only time come on, Mike Sando, you're killing me. And then Jim Nance at 9:40. Okay, on the other side, we're working a couple angles today. 1, this practice field situation. How big a deal is it?
Practice. We talking practice.
2, the energy that Niner fans brought to media night last night, making the Chiefs the villains is that in some weird way working for the Chiefs? And then 3, your phone calls at 808-KNBR. By the way, we did give away the McCaffrey jersey. Robert Kunkel Jr. from Antioch, California. Shout out Bob Kunkel Jr. He'll be sporting that McCaffrey jersey on Super Bowl Sunday. All right, guys. We'll do that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I mean, listen, we talking about practice.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line this Tuesday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
Happens all the time. People have some troubles. They owe some taxes. They can't pay it. So they make a mistake. They don't file their tax return. Then next year comes around and they say, well, they still don't have the money to pay the taxes. And maybe something changed in their life. They got divorced or their bookkeeper left. They don't know where their records are. They don't know what to do. So they panic. And now years pass and they don't file tax returns. The IRS hired all these new IRS agents. They're coming after things like this. It is a crime not to file a tax return. And the government can come and take away everything you have, go to your customers and say, don't pay you, pay them, essentially put you out of business. So the bottom line is, let us take over for you. We'll get all the records that the government has on you. If you can't pay your taxes, that's okay. We'll make a deal for you with the government. We have all the old back forms. We'll get you legal, and then we'll give you back your life.
All right, that sounds great, Steve. Thank you for that. For more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
faithful, we take you back to Vegas, where Murph and Marcus are among legends on Radio Row. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Brock's amazing. Brock, all he's done since he's been thrown in the spotlight is ball. Like, just watch the film. He tears it up. And he's got to deal with so much stuff, which is cool with Brock because he doesn't listen to. So he comes out the next week and does the same thing.
Okay, so we'll get into a little bit of Kyle. By the way, we're at Radio Row-ish. Radio Row-ish.
Kinda.
If you just started the show, first of all, good morning. Great to have you. It's dry outside. God bless. And Marcus and I, our flight got canceled yesterday. What? Yes, it did. It was a repercussion or a domino effect of all the stuff, including my bride and child stranded at John Wayne International on Sunday night. All the storms wound up knocking off our flight. They tried to put us on a midnight flight to Vegas, midnight run. No De Niro and Grodin for us. So we played the smart move, threw the ball away, punted, field position game, flying in today.
Live to play another day.
Whereas Walter and the Please Don't Destroy boys from our digital department, they stayed in SFO for 10 hours. That's comfortable, though. That's all right. That's where you want to be, right?
Cheap beers, good time. You can get comfortable.
Most people are in a good mood, too. You know what I mean? So
with the other 100 people had their plane delayed 9 hours.
So we will be there tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday, and have all sorts of stories from you. But man, oh man, the stories last night was from opening night. And of course, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. We got Jim Nance joining us at 9:40. Media night, unbelievable. If there's anything we missed, we have FOMO. It's that we missed probably one of the more memorable media nights, or opening night, I guess they're calling it, because of 49er fans and because Kyle sounded different. We kind of got a kick out of that. Listen, nobody got hurt. We're not lobbing any nefarious accusations. We're just saying he sounded a little relaxed, like he might have had a glass of wine or something.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
For two guys that listen to Kyle Shanahan sound every single day, for a guy that's been cutting Kyle Shanahan cuts since I started working here in 2018 at KNBR, I know the cadence of a Kyle Shanahan. So that's why immediately something was up last night, Murph. I'm not throwing out any accusations, but it definitely does sound a little different.
Again, I want to be careful with this one because coming from the newspaper background, you're like, you got to But then again, we're just riffing on radio. Sounded like he was a little more relaxed than usual. And hey, what the heck? Interesting strategy for Kyle. It was fun. Quotes were pretty good.
Oh, he had really good quotes.
Yeah.
He spoke a little faster, didn't have too many ums in between his answers, but there was also a couple extra S's on a few words.
He usually says a lot, and he usually says and stuff, like the technology guy who gave the award to Madison Bumgarner, the 2014 World Series. Remember that?
And
technology
stuff.
and stuff. He usually says and stuff, and he usually swallows in the middle of sentences, but he didn't last night. Here's the Michael Robinson, former Niner, Penn State Nittany Lion, got up there and he said he had to answer the Jed question. Jed told that story about Brock being the best quarterback when he was third on the depth chart, which is like, Kyle's like, why do I have to deal with this? But here was his answer.
Well, it's funny to hear Jed say that because it wasn't the smartest moment I've ever had. I mean, when an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter or the second. And you in irritation go, I don't know, but our third guy's the best. Like, that's not what he wants to hear. So that's why he remembers it very strong. But that was just more, Brock was so good right away with every rep he got. He was always the same. And he only got a couple of them. So it was easy for me to say. Because in his few reps, he was the best. But if you know that for a fact, I mean, then you do what you do right away. But he was the best, but you ease that on. And every time he got a little more reps, it was the same as when he got 2. And so when it was all said and done and he got a lot of playing time, it was like, oh, this looks exactly like what I told you when I was irritated. And he only had 3 reps. And I said, no, he's the best, but that's what was so real about Brock. That's why after his 7 games, his rookie year, even when he got hurt, we knew what we had because he'd been that way in practice every day, and it was the exact same way in the games.
Okay, so he definitely sounds different.
Like, that was a chatty Kyle Shanahan.
Kind of loose and relaxed and happy. and maybe a couple stumbles there.
Brock's the best, man. He's the best.
A lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 408 says maybe the Chris Russo plan, half a gummy and a glass of wine. I don't know.
Listen.
510 says maybe he heard you, Murph, gushing over Dan Campbell, and he wanted to be more loose. I did say last week that Campbell ran circles around him at press conferences. Campbell was fantastic. Remember the poetry he was dropping and the heartfelt stuff? And Kyle was tight. He was like, and stuff, and swallowing, and stuff. That was not and stuff Kyle. That was loose Kyle.
That was loose Kyle, but let me play devil advocate. Do you think this is loose Kyle Shanahan who's going to the situation nice and relaxed with maybe a little bit of help? Or do you think this is Kyle feeling the pressure and maybe stressing out a little bit because he is 0-2 in the Super Bowl? And Murph, I saw a stat earlier this morning. Kyle Shanahan in his 2 Super Bowl appearances has been outscored 40-0 in the fourth quarter.
Okay, quick pause. Number one, you brought the heat on that question.
Yeah.
Is he feeling the heat? That's the negative angle.
Mm-hmm.
That's the negative angle, is that he was tight and he was upset about some of the stuff Jed said and knew he was going to have to answer it.
Yeah.
So he relaxed himself. The other angle is we might be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He was just normal. That's another angle. And the other angle is I do want to make sure that he shouldn't take all the heat for the Falcons Super Bowl because he was not the head coach.
Oh, Murph, I brought this up 1,000 times. The fact that Dan Quinn just got hired by the Washington Commanders, and I didn't see any slander on social media. Maybe I wasn't looking hard enough, but everybody brings up Kyle blowing the 28-3 lead. Not Dan Quinn, who was the head coach of the team and is the defensive mind on that roster.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say, Dan Quinn's defense could have made a stop at some point in time in that bowl, right? So, but in terms of, you're right, he's 0-1 as a head coach. In 2 appearances on a staff, he's 0-2.
Yeah,
right?
But that stat of him being outscored 40-0 in the fourth quarter definitely caught my attention.
But you're right. The negative angle is, boy, why was he doing? First of all, again, we don't know.
No, exactly. We're just exploring all possibilities.
That's why I feel a little uncomfortable with this whole conversation. But I won't deny it's kind of a fun conversation. You know what I mean? Because your head coach showed up maybe with half a buzz on.
Murph,
right?
No topic beneath us, right? We got to hit all the angles. We got to talk about all the storylines for this game.
Oh, man. Well, let's hit the practice field because Hank in San Jose, maybe this is far away from personal accusations. By the way, we'll be sounding like that tonight. You and me.
I'm going to be sounding like it tomorrow on the show.
So, all right. Hank in San Jose is checking in at 808 KNBR. Hank, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. How are you doing?
We're good, man. We're going to try to make it to Vegas today if the plane lets us.
I think the only fair and equitable thing to do about this field situation is have the Niners practice the first half of the week and then switch over and have the Chiefs tournament practice on that same facility.
Well, that's the idea, is that apparently, according to reports, the Niners did ask the Chiefs, or had the NFL ask the Chiefs if they could use their facility. And according to Mike Silver's report, the Niners didn't feel great about asking that because it's not the Chiefs' problem. It's the NFL's problem.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Right. No, absolutely. Now, the NFL should be way above and beyond this. I don't know why we're having field issues 2 years in a row when it comes to the Super Bowl.
Totally, Hank. I'm with you, and that's what gets back to my disdain for Roger Goodell, man. So thanks for the call. I appreciate you. Dude, listen, bro, you can't make first of all, what are you doing making $63 million a year?
Yeah.
Why don't you parse some of that out to some of the lower workers down there? Number two, why are you presiding over a league where this is even an issue? What do you mean you laid down the sod 2 weeks before the game? How are you not? Come on, man. You're talking about like the premier sport in, well, I'd say the world, but probably world soccer is probably bigger around the globe, but the biggest sport in our country for sure, one of the biggest sports in the world, and you can't make sure of that. And then you have, instead of answering questions about it, you have an invite-only press conference on a Monday before media day where nobody will be talking about you the next day because the media day will supersede it, except for we are talking about it.
Yeah, and here we are now talking about the Chiefs essentially having squatters' rights over Allegiant Stadium and the Raiders facility out in Henderson. Andy Reid was making jokes yesterday about kicking back in the Raiders locker room and having all the facilities and all that. But how does the NFL not step in this situation when one team obviously has the advantage of practicing at the Raiders indoor facility and the other team's out here stuck in a mud swamp over at UNLV?
I don't know if it's a mud swamp. It's a nice field. They just say it's like there's something called the Clegg score, CLEGG.
True, but like the whole purpose of
it measures the firmness or sponginess of a field. And the number 100 is like what is it? Like 100 is too firm. 70 is what the Niners want, and it tested in at like 48, something like that.
See, Murph, I know a lot about grass, but I don't know about the keg test.
Yeah, the Clegg.
The Clegg test, exactly.
You
I know
do
even
know
less.
the keg test.
I know the keg test.
Yes,
I can pass
exactly.
that one.
So I don't know the Clegg test either. I've never even heard of it, man.
But like the whole purpose of having a Super Bowl in a neutral location is to provide both teams with neutral opportunities, but it seems like Kansas City is definitely getting the benefits of
the
this.
reason why, and people want to know, is so the NFL alternates the home team each year, and so the home team gets the home facility. So the Chiefs are the home. That's why they're wearing AFC is the home team this year. That's why they're wearing red, and that's why they have the Raiders facility. In 2015, for example, the Denver Broncos practiced at Stanford, and Carolina practiced at San Jose State. Now, San Jose State's nice, but Stanford's probably nicer.
Yeah.
Right?
So I get it. There's always going to be one team left out. There's going to be one team that doesn't get to use the home facilities. But in a situation like this, when we're worried about the playing field and whether or not it could lead to a potential injury before the game or something like that, I know that's a little extreme.
Right.
But you think they would adjust to the situation and at least have a split practice schedule where the Chiefs can practice in the morning, 49ers can practice at night, or something could be done at the Raiders
But if you're the
facility.
Chiefs, would you do it?
No, absolutely not.
Exactly.
They're looking for every competitive advantage they can get.
Absolutely, man. Trying to win the freaking Super Bowl. So Kyle tried to squash it last night. This is, again, more relaxed Kyle from Media Night, but he's like, I'm not going to make the field a story.
It is what it is. We'll be all right. It's the field we got. We'll be all right. We're good. No, we're not going to completely change our schedule and do something crazy. Like, we'll deal with what we got, and we're good.
We're good. I like it. Andy Reid did check in on this very topic yesterday in his Aloha shirt, by the way. Andy Reid.
How many of those Aloha shirts do you think he has?
Oh, probably 40.
I was going to say, I think you just walk into his house and he's probably got a walk-in closet of nothing but Aloha Kansas City Chiefs
It's nice and roomy for a big man like him.
I mean, he's
you know
got
what I mean?
his look and he's sticking with it.
It's kind of that loose fit around the gut.
Who wears their look more? You in the quarter zip or Andy Reid in the
I'd say it's about
the
a tie.
Aloha shirt?
It's about a tie,
I was gonna
isn't
say,
it?
you guys
Yeah.
got your look down.
I know. Maybe, I don't know. Should I change the look, Marcus?
No, well, you got the beard now.
I know.
He's got the mustache.
Okay. Here's Andy Reid in his loose-fitting Aloha shirt talking about the field situation.
I don't know where that's coming from. I'm not going to answer that. That's irrelevant.
I can't hear that.
Yeah.
What
That
was
was that was a little muddy too.
What did he say? Did he just kind of deny it? Deny. Hope says that doesn't sound from, do you have it?
Murph, you're looking for a little
Deny till you die.
Oh, dude, one of my all-time favorites.
Deny till you
God,
die,
that board is
Murph.
a treasure trove over there.
Deny till you die, pal.
That's fantastic. Oh, man. Anyway, guys, so listen, it's been a weird, not overly negative, but an interesting start to the Super Bowl for the Niners. The Jed press conference, again, if it was Philly, New York, or Boston, we would have made a bigger deal out of him saying McCaffrey. He didn't want to trade that much for McCaffrey, and he didn't. His best quarterback was his third quarterback. And then the positive story of the Niner fan energy, which is crazy. I don't think I've seen, maybe Eagles fans in New Orleans, maybe Eagles fans. I got to remember, you can't always say recency bias that something that's happening right now is the biggest or best. I do remember Eagles fans and Patriots fans causing quite a stir at their Super Bowl.
Yeah, but not like last night. Last night was an NFL record, nearly 24,000 fans in the building, and a majority of them, I'm saying at least 90%, were 49er fans.
We play some of that for somebody. What's the best one? Is it Chris Jones? Is it Travis Kelce? To show you how Niner fans turned out, 23,400, a media day record, almost all Niner fans, and they were getting involved. I'm telling you, these things are usually dead. Not last night.
I'll tell you what, man. I leaned on my teammates more than I ever have, and it's been absolute. Y'all are firing me up, making me want to play right now, baby. I love the boos more than I love the cheers, baby. Keep them coming, Niners gang. Keep them coming. I'll tell you what, man. I rally around the guys around me, man. We've had a lot of ups and downs this year, and it's only made us stronger and that much more willing to fight for each other. And I'll tell you what, I love this group, and I want this one more than I ever wanted one in my life.
Okay. Fans were hot, man. They were hot. They were cheering. Give the Purdy Taylor Swift one about, are you ready to disappoint Taylor Swift? The crowd's like,
Yeah, and the crowd was letting him hear it. And Murph, it's cool. They have it synced up right now on the Pat McAfee show. They were just showing Travis Kelce and the look of almost disgust that he gives the 49er fans once he realizes that they're booing him. But then he fully embraces it. Like, it literally was like watching Monday Night Raw WWE, and Travis Kelce had the full heel turn.
So here's Purdy with Scott Hansen. Another crowd reaction here.
Are you prepared to disappoint Taylor Swift?
Yes.
Say it again?
Yes, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, she write a song about it. You never know.
Wow.
That's crazy, man.
Is Brock Purdy ready to take down and disappoint the former mayor of Santa Clara, Taylor Swift?
Swifty Clara. Man, oh man, I tell you, somehow, some way, I hope this energy gets inside the stadium. I do. And it's going to be hard because that's $9,000 to get in, I believe, right?
Well, shout out to the one percenters who know what we're talking about, Murph.
Yeah.
Shout out to the one percenters who know what I'm talking about.
Speaking of which, Walter wormed his way into the United Luxury Lounge last night.
Luxury Lounge, Walter.
I told him,
huh?
shout out to the one percenters.
Wow.
Yeah. Don't sleep on Walt.
Oh, Walt was wetting his whistle before he even gets to Vegas, huh?
There it is, man. Anyway, guys, so those are the stories going on right now. We'll see what happens with the practice field. We'll see what happens with fan enthusiasm as the week goes on. And, of course, we'll get you guys more sounds from the Super Bowl when Jim Nance joins us at 9:40 this morning. How good is that? One of our favorites, athletic NFL columnist Mike Sando, he's very good, wrote a piece on how these rosters were assembled and how the Chiefs went about it much more traditionally, how the Niners kind of went backdoor with the 7th-round quarterback. So we'll get into that next. And then Jim Nance at 9:40 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We're talking about practice, man.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
It's getting close now. Sunday. You got chips, you got wing, you got pizza. You need to dip it. Come on, baby. Dip that Daisy sour cream, French onion, and ranch dip. I want you to dip in Daisy sour cream, French onion, and ranch dip. No MSG, no junk. Just super good taste. So addictive. Come on, baby. You can't stop eating it.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the 49ers practice field at the University of Las Vegas and how it compares to the Chiefs using the Raiders facility. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Radio Row's rockin' Sin City. So let's get you back to Murph and Marcus, who have a front row seat. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on the sports leader.
We have a front row seat-ish. Sorry, Young Tone, my bad. We are not in Vegas. We got our flight canceled yesterday. But like Brock Purdy throwing the ball away and punting, playing the field position game, we are back on a flight today after the show. So hopefully Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all things going well, we'll be live from Radio Row. Otherwise, we'd be looking into the soul of our next guest, Mike Sando, who was coming to Radio Row to come break bread with us. Instead, we stiffed him. We're here in San Francisco. He's here in Vegas.
I was going to say, usually we have the crystal clear phone line of a Mike Sando. I wanted to go face-to-face with Sando, but I'm glad he's down at Radio Row.
Mike, we apologize that you can't stare into our souls here, buddy. Our plane got canceled. We're flying in today. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Better than that. I mean, that's unbelievable. At least you weren't coming in the day before the game or something and then miss the game. So you got plenty of time. We'll hold up everything for you. We'll wait. We'll slow the week, okay?
We had FOMO, the traditional FOMO, because that media night last night, listen, you and I, we're of a certain age. We've been around for a little bit, and I used to go to those things, and they were mostly dreary, and I go back to the 90s when downtown Julie Brown from MTV was the highlight, doing Wubba, Wubba, Wubba and all that.
Yeah.
Now, there was like 25,000 Niner fans creating a wrestling atmosphere last night. I don't know, did you see any of that?
I did see it, yeah. The league just makes things bigger and bigger, and sometimes better, but bigger and bigger. So I think anything that involves more of the fans, I'm in favor of.
And it's not like these teams need any extra motivation, but it does seem like the Kansas City Chiefs, for maybe the first time in their Super Bowl dynasty era, are being now turned into the villains. Are you getting that vibe after yesterday's media night?
Yeah, I mean, I think so because of the fact that they've been winning, even when they're like in a reset year, they get rid of Tyreek Hill, they win it all. But then you throw in, the Taylor Swift stuff on top of it. I think they're in the commercials all the time. Andy Reid, you can't get through the first quarter of a game without Andy Reid and asking for nuggies and Mahomes and Kelsey. And so, yeah, if you're not a fan of the Chiefs, I don't find that there to be anything dislikable about them. But if you have too much success, people are going to be annoyed by you, right? And that's what the Patriots became. I think these guys are a nicer version of the Patriots, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and they win a couple more, and then they're going to be, because Belichick and Andy Reid, two different guys, right? So speaking of Andy Reid, Mike, let's get into some of the football here. There is that thing called bye week Andy Reid, right? And this is a bye week Andy Reid. Your feeling on how he's drawing it up for this offense that has been plagued by wide receiver inefficiency, but yet remains Mahomes and Kelsey and Pacheco. So bye week Andy Reid, how does he attack this defense, you think?
Well, I think the main thing, I don't think the bye week's a huge advantage for them this week other than from a health standpoint because, Travis Kelsey is older at this stage. I think the rest really helps him. He wasn't himself at times, I thought, during the year. They have hit stride, though. So I don't know that the break even helps them that much because they're really a team that's ascending. So, the game planning part, I think the 49ers are great on the game plan, too. Kyle Shanahan, after a week, 2 weeks, a month, whatever, he's a differentiating caller himself. I don't see it as a huge advantage for Kansas City.
Now, Mike, I wanted to ask if you see any similarities between the coaching path of Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan, because Andy Reid has been regarded as one of the best football minds in football throughout his entire career. But, of course, there was plenty of criticism going back to his time in Philadelphia and even his first couple years in Kansas City with Alex Smith. Now, we saw him get over the hump and win the Super Bowl. Again, do you see any similarities between Kyle Shanahan, the criticism he's facing, and does that criticism go away with the Super Bowl win?
I think Andy Reid got way more criticism. If you go back in the early days, Philly, that market, I mean, they crushed him after losses, and there was always seemed like, from whether it was the T.O. situation, there was just always stuff, a lot of dust in the air kicked up there. I think looking back, they had a great run, but it never felt like it along the way. To predict a similar path, look, we didn't know he was going to get Patrick Mahomes. I mean, that's the huge reason why they've been able to get over the top and actually win the Super Bowls. So I don't know if Kyle needs to evolve that much more the way maybe Andy Reid did. I think Andy Reid has totally changed his offense. The only thing Kyle Shanahan gets criticized for there is just maybe being a little bit more of a drop back pass game. Comfort zone so that you're a little bit more aggressive in 2 minutes and a little bit more comfortable when you have to throw the ball. Some of that's just what quarterback you have too. Maybe they can grow that area with Brock Purdy and help them get over the hump. Maybe that would be the parallel. But there's no way you can just say that we're going to add a Mahomes. I think that's the thing that's changed his career as much as anything.
Yeah, we're talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic. Does a great job. We love checking in with Mike periodically throughout the year. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can see Mike. Nice blazer, by the way, Mike.
Thank you.
Way to go.
I got to dress up for you guys. I mean, I knew we were going to be meeting in person, and I wanted to make a good impression.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, did you see this Wall Street Journal story about the Niners bunch formations and how the next-gen stats have identified Kyle is at the forefront of the anti-spread? Did you see that?
I did not, but I do know they run tighter formations as do the Rams. So it's part of what defines them. I think it helps. They both have receivers that have to block. That's a big part of your job description, especially the Rams. But I think the 49ers want that too.
Yeah, and it's the argument they make in the Wall Street Journal is that Kyle is always the revolutionary because the spread became the thing over the last 20 years. So he took the spread and inverted it and made it sort of the tight formation. The argument being that the defense now has to worry about those large gaps behind them and to the sideline, which opens up the middle of the field. Is that sort of your understanding?
Yeah, absolutely. And then they also use heavier personnel. They run more 2 running backs and that sort of thing as well, which keeps the defense in, ideally keeps the defense in more, base type packages where you get less exotic blitzes and those sorts of things too. So, yeah, there's a method to all these guys' madness, and I think Kyle has been at the forefront of it. There's really, Kyle and Andy Reid are probably the 2 guys that have more consistently than anyone got the best production from quarterbacks. Alex Smith probably had his best years production-wise with Andy Reid. McNabb did. Wasn't much elsewhere. Obviously, Brock Purdy is with Kyle. And any number, I think there's 8 of 13 regular quarterbacks that Kyle Shanahan's had since 2008 who averaged at least 8 yards per attempt, which is really good. I mean, the league average is maybe 7. So these guys get the most out of their guys, their own unique ways. There's more than one way to do it. But if you don't have a philosophy, you're really behind. And so I think you can see with a team like San Francisco, you know what they're trying to do, and you can measure them against that standard because they do have such a clear identity and philosophy on the offensive side of the ball.
Now, Mike, with those numbers you just threw out, I want to ask you about the evolution of Kyle Shanahan's offense. Because, of course, we've been comparing the rosters in the system going back to Super Bowl 54. And, of course, that was an offense that was ran by Jimmy Garoppolo. But now with Brock Purdy at the helm, it does seem like it's more of an explosive offense. Is that something that you've noticed now in this current era of the Kyle Shanahan system?
Oh, yeah. I think there's no question that Purdy's better. He gives them an additional dimension, too, with his ability to move and run around a little bit and throw sometimes on the move and create. I think he's a great processor, decision maker. I think he's faster than Jimmy Garoppolo and faster than most quarterbacks in that way. And I think that's why they've been able to really maximize their personnel and their potential on the offensive side of the ball. He can do everything Kyle Shanahan is asking him to do exceedingly well. The only really time he gets thrown off is, like a lot of quarterbacks do, if you start to get pressure on him or collapse that pocket on him, it gets a lot tougher. And so the teams that have been able to do that, like a Cleveland, it doesn't look as good. But if you can't do that, Purdy's going to maximize this offense, and they're going to put up numbers that you can't tell from, the greatest offenses practically in history.
Yeah, and sticking on the topic of quarterback mobility, we saw Brock Purdy display his athleticism last weekend in the NFC Championship game, but we've also seen Patrick Mahomes use his legs a lot in the postseason, whether that's going back to Super Bowl 54, last year in the Super Bowl against the Eagles when he was running with a banged-up ankle. Do you think that's going to be a big X factor this weekend, Patrick Mahomes using his legs to get outside of the pocket?
I do. I think he's super elite at it, and with most quarterbacks, you'd take your chances with the guy running around and throwing the ball, most of them. It takes them out of the rhythm of their offense. I think Mahomes is a little unique because he can throw on time. He can be, just run the rhythm offense. But when he breaks out of that structure, he's almost more dangerous. Kelsey's a big part of that, too. They have such a great rapport. So I do think it's a huge part of it. I think it's a big part of their X factor and their ability to win with more than one style of play.
Yeah, Mike, we're talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic. And in your piece, your Pick Six column, which is always a great read, you talk about the way each team built their rosters. And the Chiefs may be more traditional, right? It's interesting when you talk about how the Niners built this roster. It includes a couple of weird twists, like trading DeForest Buckner, not maximizing the return, acquiring the wrong high-ceiling quarterback in the draft. I mean, how do you sort of explain how they did they fall backwards into this thing?
No. I think there's more than one way to build a contender. I think the Chiefs is more of a straightforward blueprint where just about all the things they did were kind of from the playbook and they worked, right? You can't find huge swings and misses by them, right? Everything was sort of by the book, even getting Alex Smith early when they couldn't get a top quarterback. Then they finally identify one top quarterback in the draft, make a huge move to get him, and he's a Hall of Famer in Patrick Mahomes. Right then, as he gets more expensive, you go, okay, we have to get cheaper on our defense now. You not only get cheaper on defense, but you're a top 5 defense. That is how you would hope it would go. It just doesn't go that way for everybody. And so the 49ers have built this really good roster, but they've had to overcome, like we said, the Solomon Thomas pick, some of those picks early on, the Reuben Foster type pick. Then you get into the Trey Lance one, which would be fatal for a lot of teams. But I think to their credit and to Brock Purdy's credit, they rescued it because they found a quarterback who can run their system super efficiently for the cheapest possible price. So if you look at my column, there's these two kind of spider web type graphics, and one of them shows the salary allocation of the Chiefs pretty much lining up with what the league averages are. Pay a lot for a quarterback, don't pay a lot for running backs, pay a lot for this, not a lot for that. The 49ers are all over the place. Pay nothing for a quarterback, pay way more for running backs, right, tight ends, all these positions that you normally wouldn't say are premium positions. They've got premium players there, all supported and financed by the fact they didn't have to pay for a quarterback, which is amazing. But you would never tell somebody to try to do that, right? The odds of that happening, you got to have Kyle Shanahan. You've got to have all those other guys, and you got to hit on Purdy as the last pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Good luck trying to do that. They did it. They get applause for that.
They do. And trading for Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, just the kind of courageous move that GMs need to make to kind of change their teams. So it's great stuff, Mike. Okay, it's a rule. It's a law. You got to give blood here at the table. You got to make a pick.
I know. Well, I've been rolling with Mahomes, especially as an underdog, all through the playoffs. I'm going to do that again. I feel like they have been kind of ascending, and the 49ers, I don't know if they're declining, but they've had a couple hiccups lately that I think they've got to play better defensively. And so we'll see if they can do it. If they can, they'll win it. I'm going to ride with Mahomes for now.
Beautiful stuff, Mike, despite you picking the Chiefs on the Niner flagship. Hopefully we'll see you down there at Radio Road tomorrow. We'll bump into you and say hi. But thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
I sure hope so. Thank you.
There he is. Mike said, always very, very good read. You got to read it. The way that the rosters, it's funny, there's a way to interpret it. Like the Niners sort of kind of fell backwards into this thing. Oh, they got the quarterback wrong. They didn't get the D tackle for Buckner, but they did trade for Trent Williams. They did trade for Christian McCaffrey. The Buckner trade tangentially led to the Ayuk draft pick. And then picking Deebo Samuel, he said, was a reaction to the miss of Dante Pettis. They're like, no more featherweight receivers. Give me a physical receiver. And that was a nice adjustment by them to go from the Dante Pettises to the Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, but it is interesting to look at the breakdown of just the offenses of these two teams, whether it's Patrick Mahomes as a part owner of the Kansas City Royals or Travis Kelce and all the money he has, one of the highest paid tight ends. But then you look at the outside, their wide receivers are not paying them anything. Vice versa, Deebo just got the bag. Brandon Ayuk is going to get a contract. McCaffrey, Kittle, and all these high-paid superstars. But that's what makes Brock Purdy, in my opinion, the best bargain in the NFL, hands down.
Two things. One, Mike Silver joins Papa in London at 11:50. Great column this morning, crushing Roger Goodell. Loved it. Go, Mike, go. Not a Goodell guy. And number one. Number two, can I get a Fox News chime, brother? Here.
1 second.
And did you once drive down King Street in front of Oracle Park and see a Los Angeles Dodgers lefty?
I did.
And did you say something to him?
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
He just announced John Heyman announced the Dodgers and Clayton Kershaw are reuniting.
Oh, what a surprise. Kershaw's back again to join that roster.
And it feels so bad. He's coming off shoulder surgery. He's like their Robbie Ray. He can't pitch till the second half.
Yeah, but he's also like the fourth guy in the rotation.
I know. Yeah, well, I saw Walker Buehler's going to be eased in. They're going to ease him. Are we doing Dodger rotation talk
let's not
right
talk Dodger talk.
Okay, let's go. Right
we
now.
got Nance on the other side.
Who do we think we are? Jerry Porter and Jerry Doggett and Ross Porter?
No.
That's old school. For all you, and that's for Platzi. Those are the old guys used to. It's Dodger talk. All right, guys, here's the deal. Jim Nance, that's the deal. I was just reading a story in the Wall Street Journal about Taylor Swift's dad played football at the University of Hawaii for 1 year, and it's causing all these ripples. The play-by-play guy was Al Michaels, and the man who figured it all out was Jim Nance. Just yet another feather in the Jim Nance cap. Nance, Super Bowl, next on the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Vegas, you've been warned. The Niner gang has arrived. Murph and Marcus are live from Radio Row at the Mandalay Bay. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance. Proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Gets the protection. He goes long and on his back to ice it is Marquez Valdez-Scantling for the second straight week. He catches a long ball. He had 2 of them against the Bills. Yeah, and he's heading back to the Super Bowl for the 4th time in 5 years. And a chance to become the first team since New England of 2003 and 4 to go back-to-back.
There it is. Oh, man, it's official. Now, listen, we may have missed our plane yesterday. Well, our plane got canceled. We shouldn't say we missed it. We're going to fly in, and so we're sort of piecing together our Radio Row starting tomorrow. But now it feels like we're getting the nudge we need. The man himself, the voice of Super Bowl 58, but more important, our dear, dear friend, Jim Nance, on the UMA guest line. Jimmy, we made it here. How are you?
We did. I just want to say hello, friends. Good morning to you.
It's
live
good.
From Las Vegas, baby. Here we are.
How many times have you said that, by the way?
Well, I've been here for a few times, for a few games through the years, but there's never been a bigger event than this one right here, Murph, in the history of Las Vegas, which is a pretty big thing to say, pretty big mouthful to say that a place has had so much star power as Las Vegas, but there's never going to be ever anything bigger than this first Super Bowl here.
I'm going through your Rolodex and your skill. So before the Raiders moved there, there weren't any NC2A tournaments there. What would have got you there?
Well, I was here for some UNLV basketball games.
Nice.
Through the years. I was here for back there in the Rolly Massimino era and the end of the Tark era. I was here. Well, I can give you a really good reason I was here. I was the jazz announcer out of college, the Utah Jazz.
Of course, we've talked about that.
And we moved 11 home games a year to Las Vegas. They played 30 in the Salt Palace in Salt Lake City and 11 at the Thomas and Mack Arena.
Oh, man.
So I feel like I've been here a lot. I know that's going way, way back. I was here when Kareem hit a skyhook over Mark Eaton to set the NBA's all-time scoring record.
Yes.
I was on the call with Hot Rod Hundley.
He did in Vegas. I remember that odd little asterisk there. They were playing a game in Vegas where the Jazz were. Well, you talk about seeing a new Vegas. I mean, Jim, we've lived long enough to see the NFL hold not just a team there, but a Super Bowl. This was verboten 20 years ago, 25 years ago.
How about 10 years ago, maybe?
10 years ago?
It was absolutely taboo. You wouldn't make any reference to it at all. It's amazing how lightning quick it changed, just the optics on it and everything. And, here they are with a massively successful NHL franchise and the Golden Knights, and the Raiders are here, the Super Bowl's here. There's no doubt there'll be a baseball team, and there's a baseball team on the way and an NBA team one day. So there's a lot going for it right now in Vegas, that's for sure.
And you and I are of a certain age, we've seen that town change, right? I mean, the Vegas of the old, there used to be an old Vegas downtown. I got to imagine is that all gone now? And it's just.
No, it's still there. The old Golden Nugget downtown. I'm not going to necessarily make my way down there this week. We're closer to the Strip, and it's difficult to move around because there's so much traffic on the road. But there's an excitement. It's unquestionably a city that brings the pulse rate up a little bit. In fact, I'm just trying to control all that. I've got a whole week here in Vegas. I'm coming off the golf event at Pebble Beach, the rain out, and the 60 by Wyndham Clark, and amazing Saturday of golf there. And I'm just going to pace myself. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in my room, looking out the window at the lights and relaxing before the big game. I don't need to be caught up in all of this.
Pace yourself. You don't need to go to the Sphere and see U2?
No, I would love to, but this is not the trip. I had one of the highlights I could ever ask for was last night. I flew in from Monterey, and I had set it up. I wanted to see Brent Musburger at the Super Bowl. He resides here, the original host of the NFL Today, and a boyhood hero of mine and a great friend. And last night We were at a place called Michael's, incredible place, and we sat there in these high back chairs. Mike Arnold, our great director, I said, you need to come along because you were working with Brent back in the days, back in the 80s when we were just kids starting out, and we got to sit down and just be regaled for 3 hours by Brent Musburger and stories of the past.
That is awesome. By the way, I need to be at that. So it has to be Michael's. It has to be high back chairs. Tell me that steaks were consumed, I imagine, at some point.
Well, no, everybody. Brent went stone crab, which was pretty remarkable. And the Dover Soul prepared table side. Man, I wish I could get that every night. But like I said, I'm not stepping out too much. But you are looking live. It was just his voice, his memory, his ability to tell stories, his recall. Brent's 84 years old now, and I have just so much respect for him. I just think the world of him. And I said this on a conference call. There's a special on leading up to the game on Sunday, and it's called You Are Looking Live, and it's a look back at that original NFL Today show. And, Brent's the one still around. Phyllis George is gone. Herb Cross is gone. Jimmy the Greek's gone. And it's a great tribute to Brent, and it's going to be on Sunday on CBS. But he's so sharp. He could still be working. There's no question. Even in his 80s, his recall, his attention to detail, his ability to know what's going on in the league now. He's flawless.
Well, he was doing the Raiders just a couple years ago, right? And Vin Scully.
Right.
Vin Scully went to what? I mean, how old was Vin calling games? Like late 80s or something?
And you got Hubie out there. Hubie Brown still calling NBA games. I think close to 90.
So, Jim, I know, and of course you guys know the voice you hear is Jim Nantz, of course, our great friend on the Yuma guest line. So, Jim, I know you've targeted a certain Masters. Was it 2036, I believe, right?
Murph, you're so good.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
But I'm saying, at this point in time now, given what Brent and Hubie are doing, should we push that back to 2056, Jim?
Well, let's get to 36 first, God willing. I would just love to be able to be there for the 100th playing of the Masters tournament and another tradition unlike any other as we go into the second century.
There it is. And by the way, on a personal note, before we get to this darn game here, I hope some trees and branches were okay at the house. My gosh.
No. It was, unfortunately, we had some damage.
Oh, no.
Windswept damage. It was rough. Yeah, I have these 100-year-old, 100-foot pines on my property, and I lost two of them. One of them just snapped in half.
It was no joke. That thing was no joke now. Of all the storms you've had down, and of course talking about Pebble Beach, that's a top 2 or 3 storm, wasn't it?
Yeah, I would say it's the worst. And I've been there. I've had a home since 2011, and I resided there full-time for 10 years. I'm only there 3 months a year now. Although my heart resides there full time, my body just catches up with it 3 months a year. I've never seen one like it, and it just wiped us out.
Yeah, well, Jim, hopefully you had some safe travels to get out to Vegas for the Super Bowl. But before we talk about that path to Las Vegas, I wanted to ask you about the AFC Championship game, your call of it, and your breakdown of the Baltimore Ravens' offensive approach after being the number 1 rushing team in the NFL to drop back and throw the ball 37 times with Lamar Jackson and only run the ball 16 times against that Kansas City Chiefs defense. Were you surprised by that approach, and do you think Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers are going to approach things differently this Sunday?
I was surprised, and even more, Marcus, is that of those 16 rushes, I think running backs only carried the football 6 or 8 times. Mm-hmm. They weren't themselves. A team that blew out Detroit, came out to Santa Clara and thoroughly handled the 49ers in December. I mean, where were they? It was jarring. I really thought they were going to be a difficult team to beat all the way to the wire. But I give a lot of that credit for changing it up to the D coordinator for the Chiefs, and Steve Spagnuolo. He makes you play the way you don't want to play. And he's got the best defense they've had in Kansas City since back in the Emmett Thomas, Willie Lanier, Bobby Bell days. I mean, this team they're a force. It's amazing as great as Patrick is, and he is, and he's helped in so many ways right the ship here in the playoffs. He's playing like the magician that he is. That defense has carried him through the season, and they made Baltimore play in a way that wasn't like themselves. And that's what obviously you're going to try to do to the Niners.
Well, that's it now. We can actually talk about this game here. I cannot believe the Niners are favored. I know you don't do spreads and all that. I just feel like, gosh, the Niners have been playing not their best the last 2 weeks. They've had to pull 2 rabbits out of a hat. Whereas the Chiefs, talk about hitting their stride at Buffalo, at Baltimore. Jim, listen, I'm an unabashed 49er fan since I was old enough to even know. I mean, my parents were Kezar. My parents were their second date ever was Kezar Stadium, 1948. So it's like, I'm all in, but I'm fearful of this trend. Like the Niners headed in the wrong direction, Chiefs headed in the right direction. Is that what all the intel is telling you in the CBS research department?
Well, no one's talking spreads with me, and I should know what the latest one is. I know it opened as like 2.5 with the Niners favored, and I think that got dropped down. So the money would move the line. I do hear a lot of people saying what you're saying. They're surprised that the 49ers are the favorite. It seems to me it's a toss-up game. So if it's a point either way, we're basically talking a toss-up. And I think that a lot of people are still remembering the Kansas City team that struggled during the regular season when they had 8 games. They didn't even score 20 points, which is inconceivable off the Chiefs team we've been watching in recent years under the stewardship of Mahomes and, of course, Andy Reid. So I don't know. I'm not going to pay a lot of attention to it. These Super Bowl games always have momentum shifts, about 3 of them per game. If you look at the history of the Super Bowl, the momentum's going to change 3 different times in the game. You want to make sure you have it the third time. And that's what it's going to come down to. I mean, the firepower on both teams, it's going to be amazing to watch. I don't think this is going to be a game when one of the teams pulls away from the other. At least I hope it's not. I'm due for a tight game here, Murph. It's my 7th Super Bowl call, my 9th broadcast overall, and I've not really had, other than the Niners and Ravens back in 2013, I haven't had a lot of close ones. So that's what I'm rooting for.
Let's get Jim a photo finish here in Vegas here.
Would love it. Love it.
And Jim, I know that you've called Chiefs games earlier this season, and speaking about some of those struggles, we can go back to the Christmas Day game that you called, of course, out in Arrowhead where the Raiders upset the Chiefs. Now, we've talked to a few people this week who have talked about how the Chiefs turned a corner and have been playing a different style of football since that Christmas Day matchup. Are you seeing a different version of this Chiefs team that you saw on Christmas Day?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I think I've done 8 games of the Chiefs this year. So, yeah, I've seen them at their best. I've seen them at their worst. And they're rolling right now. It almost feels like to me that they've been waiting all season just to get to the postseason. And then they always knew they had something in reserve that we'll just get to the playoffs. We'll be able to step it up a notch. You know, when you're repetitively in the playoffs and often going to the Super Bowl, 3 out of 4 coming into this year, now making it 4 out of 5, you probably can get mentally worn down to the point where I'll figure it out in January. We'll be okay. And that's what it looks like to me anyway.
You know, it's almost like an NBA vibe, Jim. You know what I mean? Like, yes. That's what kind of creeps me out. Like, wait, this is the NFL. You can't do that. And the Chiefs are like, yeah, watch us. You know what I mean? It's like these NBA teams that just coast through the regular season and say, okay, it's May. Now it's time to start playing.
No, this is not the same team. I saw them lose in December to Buffalo, which is nothing to apologize for that. That was at Arrowhead on December the 10th. And then I saw them lose, as you mentioned, on Christmas Day to the Raiders. Different team. Completely different team now. And you got guys like you had a little cut there of Valdez-Scantling catching a deep ball that really iced the game at Baltimore. He was invisible all season long. Can you imagine being a starting wide receiver? You start every game for Kansas City, which means for 17 games, you've got Patrick Mahomes throwing you the football, and all you can come up with is 21 receptions? Not that you're calling your own number. You don't get to call the plays, but he had a lot of costly drops during the season. This team led the league in drops in the NFL. That's all gone away now. And guys are stepping up and playing like they didn't during the regular season. So they're going to be tough, but, man, I know the Niners are going to be tough too.
How you feel about the kid quarterback? I mean, he did his first media thing last night. And by the way, Jim, we've been doing those media days forever. They're usually dead and dull. And Niner fans invaded last night, created like a wrestling atmosphere where they started booing the Chiefs, and Kelsey was welcoming it, and it was a crackling energy, like you said at the open of the conversation about how Vegas is here and its energy. But the kid did it. He met Mahomes, who he said he'd been watching since when Mahomes was at Texas Tech and he was in high school. So you're feeling about the kid who makes Buster Posey and Steph Curry look like violent bikers. You know what I mean? This guy he's the most baby-faced kid you could ever imagine, and yet he's a stone-cold killer. I mean, how do you feel about the moment and Brock Purdy?
I don't think the moment will ever be too big for him. He's already proven that. So I've had a few folks suggest to me that might be too big for Brock Purdy. And based on what? Now, I know the Niners haven't been hitting on all cylinders against Green Bay and Detroit, but, hey, he helped figure out a way to win these games, and I'm blown away by him. I really am. I've only met with him one time because it was before the Cincinnati game this year, which is the only time I saw the Niners this year, October 28th at Levi, and, of course, Cincinnati came and won the game. But we met with him for, I can't remember the reason why, by Zoom. So tomorrow we get to meet with him in person. I'm looking forward to it. I'm blown away by his ability, his patience, calmness, and what an amazing story. How can you not love Brock Purdy?
Oh, he's just, the cheer that went up from the 49er fans, it was almost damn near touching, Jim. I know we got to let you go last minute here, but like when he was on stage with Scott Hansen of the Red Zone, and the cheer that went up was just swelling, this groundswell, and then they started chanting his name. It was a really neat, so lack of a better word, it was just a really kind of a goosebump moment, This is what sports is all about, right?
I'll bet. I mean, you probably had him, but not him. He doesn't go that way. He doesn't allow his feelings to take over, but I look at the roster. Obviously, I've been poring over my boards this week, and what John Lynch and what Kyle have done. It's exciting. I don't root for games. I don't root for teams. I get asked this question more probably than anything. Who do you want to win? I don't want anyone to win. I want it to be a close game. I root for people that I happen to appreciate and respect. And I have a lot of respect for both of these franchises, so can't wait to see it unfold.
I know we're out of time, but the McCaffrey story is going to be big, too. I mean, that's a guy, Marcus and I, we have him tabbed as our sleeper MVP. Well, not really a sleeper, really, but... And then, are you guys going to get into his family background at all, too, and his grandfather,
it
the Olympic
depends.
sprinter?
In a live moving game, it's just hard to be able to go too deep into this stuff. Of course, he was classmates with Wyndham Clark, who just won down at Pebble.
High school classmates, right? Yeah.
Yeah, at Valor Christian High School in Highlands Ranch in Colorado. So I think the world of Christian. I honestly think that he should have gotten far more attention for the season-long MVP.
Agreed.
I really do. I think he was the MVP.
Well, you are,
and I could go Christian and I could go Lamar, and I'm not taking anything against Brock at all, but I think Christian is the man, and yeah, he's going to be fun to watch on this stage. That's for sure.
Well, whatever nuggets you get in, you're going to get in. Because I was just reading the Wall Street Journal, and you popped up in a story about Taylor Swift's dad playing at the University of Hawaii. They said that you were the one who figured it out and called Al Michaels, who was then the young broadcaster. I mean, what these connections are crazy, right?
It's unbelievable. I haven't seen that story yet.
It's funny.
But I heard the story directly from Mr. Swift, who is a really humble guy. I've gotten to know him a little bit during the course of the season. We have a mutual friend, and he's a football fan, and he didn't want any attention. So I honestly didn't know that it was going to see the light of air. But, listen, they're in the news. Everything that family does, people want to know about. And I'm a proud dad of 3, and I can't imagine anyone having more pride in his children than I do. But his pride for his daughter, he's been to, I think he told me 62 of her 65 New Era concerts. And, she's a remarkable person, and he is too.
Oh, man, and we're out of time, but have you cracked the code? Have you broken bread with Taylor?
No.
Okay, all right. We know you followed her into a voting booth in Nashville, right? Remember that?
I did. Yes, I told you that story.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
We could go on and on, Jim. Hey, I know if you're hunkered down and preparing, maybe I'll swing by with some room service and we'll hang out and we'll talk.
That would be. I would love to talk that.
We'll talk Musburger and Swift and Tarkanian. How's that?
Man, it's all here, baby. I'm sounding like Travis Kelce now. Maybe it's just Vegas brings out the word baby.
Vegas, baby, Vegas. All right, well, we're going to come down. We'll run into you some way, somehow. We loved having you here and getting the week going. Thanks for the time, Jim.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great call and a great game, okay?
Thank you for that. Bye-bye now.
The great Jim Nantz.
That's the best right there, Murph.
Drop the mic. Let's get
gentleman.
out. Papa and Lund are waiting down in Vegas. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I just want to say hello, friends. Good morning to you.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I mean, that's the only reason we made the trade, is because we had to get that percentage. It makes me more excited because I loved Ed. Ed was the man, but and I hope I don't offend Ed, but I feel like his son's a little bit better. And so I feel good.
Yeah, we've dealt with a ton of adversity this season, dealt with a ton of challenges, and we're here. We're playing a great 49ers team, and we're going to go out there, play our best football, and see what happens. I appreciate it, Niners Nation. We're here.
Oh, Niners fans, he's calling you out. Last question for you. If it comes down to it, Brock, and it's late in the fourth quarter, are you prepared to disappoint Taylor Swift?
Yes.
Yes. Welcome in. We are properly. This is more like it. It is day 2 from Meteor Row in Las Vegas, getting you ready for Super Bowl 58. You might have heard of it. Chiefs, 49ers. We had a great night on opening night over at Allegiant Stadium. We were inside the stadium last night. A lot of, I don't want to yell too loud for you. Touchdown.
Why are you speaking so loudly, John?
Fran.
Can you?
Cisco,
No, don't do that.
from a bunch of
Why are the lights so bright in here? Turn them down.
We talked to a bunch of players last night. We have a tremendous guest list that we'll tell you about. We got Turfgate going on. We got Mike Silver pissed off at the commissioner. It is a beautiful day. Good morning, Mike.
So when Kyle Shanahan wakes up this morning and it wears off, he'll sound fine. When Patrick Mahomes wakes up this morning, he's still going to sound like Kermit the Frog.
Somebody actually asked him that question.
What'd he say?
They said, "What's your best Kermit the Frog impersonation?" He said, "I'm talking right now." I'll give him credit. By the way, that place was you heard Patrick Mahomes coming in. Every time they'd show a Chiefs player up there to just kind of explain opening night, what they do is the Chiefs go first and they talk, and then they bring both teams up to these podiums and they bring Mahomes and Purdy together. They bring Kelsey and Kittle together. So one will say something, and the Kansas City Chiefs fans will go crazy. Then the Niners fans, overwhelmingly Niners fans.
Yeah,
so
I mean Monday night at 6:30, it's all 49ers. We'll see what it is Sunday at 3:30. So. We had a good night last night. We talked to a lot of the players. We'll play it all. My voice does not have 4 hours in me. You did it to me again. So what's the scoreboard?
I have nothing to do with it.
Is it Vegas 1, Papa and Lund nothing, or are we up 1-0? So it started out as a tame night.
It was.
Holler and I go out for a Cadillac margarita. He was having beer. I had a Cadillac margarita, a little quesadilla. You show up. Cadillac margarita. The problem was, I got a text from Mike Silver, who's going to join us at what time? 11:50. Silver says, I got hammered last night. I can't come out tonight. Not going to make it.
Everybody
all of a
says
sudden, he and Ann Killian walk in. So now 2 more Cadillacs. Then the worst text of the night.
Yeah.
And Whale, if you're listening out there, Whale, when he arrived in New Orleans, turned my night dark. It went turned. But when I got a text from Will Gavin last night, where are you at?
He's our English friend.
And he shows up with his crew. And then Walter, Austin, sex on the beach. Michael, he's drinking.
How do you even order that? By the way,
he's drinking sex on the beach, which
can I have
is
a sex on
really-
the beach? What did you say? The bartender's like, "What did you say? Sex on the beach?" What?
You know what? It tastes exactly like sex on the beach, but
What was it,
we're not
Sandy?
drinking that. So then we go to this Irish pub, the scene of the crime.
I don't even want to look
this
at that
morning,
place.
CSI Vegas. And how many shots of Jameson we do last night?
You're a problem.
Oh, 6. You kidding me? You left.
You're a problem.
And then, after I tuck you into bed, I run into Scott Ostler, and he's telling me Dr. Bus stories of the Lakers. I'm like, I got to go to bed.
Yeah, that
I
was.
slept till 8:57 this morning. All-time record. What time is it?
Believe me, when
Wow.
my alarm was going off at 5:30, I was cursing you.
You set an
loudly.
alarm?
Yeah, well, I just have it every day at 5:30. I got up, put my head under the sink. I don't care if that was hose water. I was like just gargling water down.
So all my gear is in Henderson with the team. You notice
You
I'm
need
wearing
some
the
deodorant?
same. Yes, I need everything.
You need a
I need hair
toothbrush.
product. I don't
We need
have
a
anything.
toothbrush over here.
I'm breathing on Stefan. Anyway, we had fun last. So
I
is
give
it
you
is
the
it-
water? I got you.
I got caught. Yeah, I need to
You
hydrate.
need that water?
I need to hydrate.
Because I got a Gatorade over here. I'm good.
So was it Vegas 1, Pop and Lund nothing?
No, we're here.
Or Pop and Lund 1.
Oh yeah,
Vegas
they're not taking
nothing.
us down.
What are we doing?
There's a certain way you have to feel.
We didn't even hit Vegas.
No.
We hit a Mandalay Bay Irish pub. There's nobody in there. What are we doing?
I felt too good yesterday. I didn't think I was good on the show because I
Yeah,
felt
you're better
too
when
good.
you're hanging.
Yeah, so I feel a lot better.
Yeah.
Although I will say this, I've told you this before. I took January off drinking, and you
did well. I thought you wouldn't have. You'd lose your legs.
Well, the thing
You
is,
were right in there.
You probably shouldn't jump back on the horse in the Kentucky Derby because that's what happened last night. It was like all these drinks.
Yeah, John
and then,
did go sex on the beach.
and then you start.
I can't do it, Jameson. I need.
Those things just kept coming.
I
We
know,
drove Mayoko and his crew
wait a
out.
minute! Mayoko showed up. Jennifer Lee, you know, got it going was Cam Inman.
Yeah,
ran in the Cam at the. Where do we see him? Irish.
I don't know, but I just remember.
And then later, when I went back,
You started pouring
I saw
those.
Cam there.
Yeah.
Cam goes there.
We drove
Anyway.
them out of there fast. About 3 rounds of those, and they were gone. They're like,
Anyway.
let's get away from these guys.
We felt like Kyle actually at the podium last night. But I got the same coffee as Kyle had.
You know
last
what? I think
I got the Hugh Jackson.
I think Kyle. Now there's a lot of rumors going around.
he's fine.
I think that he
He's
was
fine.
just being loose. I
Took
think
the
that-
edge off.
I think he was tight before.
Well, when we
this
were at the
thing.
Irish pub and he did the third shot of Jameson, I said, Kyle, Fat Andy's wrapping up. I think you better go.
He
too
is
good.
slick, by the way.
He looks good.
Could those two coaches be any different? They go up to
I know.
the big stage, and Andy Reid looks like he's
Andy
wearing
loves the Tommy Bahama Hawaiian shirt.
He's wearing like a picnic. Like a
picnic table?
Yeah, picnic
It's an
table.
Italian restaurant.
Yeah, he looked like an Italian restaurant. He was wearing one of those things.
It's a picnic basket.
And then Kyle comes
Oh,
up, and
man.
he looked like he just got out of the tanning booth. He's slick. He's got the hair looking good. He's wearing, designer stuff. He's looking good. He's looking
Yeah.
real good.
Except Andy's on a field that'll hold his girth, where Kyle runs a quick slant route and whips it off like Ayuk.
So
and he
that's the
loses
big
footing.
story. It's Tuesday. We're still talking about the
Mike
the
Silver,
field, huh?
you read his story?
I did.
Is he go? When's the commission? The media?
He
party
better be
tonight?
careful.
The commissioner's going to be
He's
wearing
got-
silver.
The commissioner knows
he went
people.
at Raja
Yeah.
hard today, didn't he?
Yeah, if
That
he's
is so silver.
They're looking for him.
He was so proud of that.
You
He
know
said-
he's on the commissioner's. He sent out to his security a picture of Silver. When you see this man, rough him up.
All right, for the rest of the week, I can't hang with silver. No more silver.
That's famous last
No
week.
more silver.
I love it when
I
somebody
got to make
says
Sunday, and
Yeah.
the whole league is hunting silver.
Well, that's
It's not
true.
good.
You're
No.
it's different for you because
Yeah.
many of these Super Bowls, unfortunately, the 49ers haven't been there, so it doesn't really matter. But you need to save your voice.
Yeah, how's my voice?
For it's good.
I got a Clevelander voice.
No,
I'm
you
getting
were-
the eye from Holler.
No, I always this happens to you sometimes, and Sunday you always pull it off.
I got
You
Don
always pull it off.
Corleone, Demi voice.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be fine.
as long as it's not Green Bay
No, I'll be
Papa,
fine.
you're in good shape.
It's Tuesday morning. I've got how many hours till game time?
Let's not have a repeat of Miami, please.
Literally.
It's
We
nice.
are playing
It's
Kansas
nice to
City.
have an adult in
My
the room.
voice was fine in Miami.
My
You're
color jumps
overboard.
in.
Now Green Bay, that was a different story.
That was a different deal.
That was not well in Green Bay.
Yeah, that God was like 900
Anyway.
below. I mean, what person can deal with that?
Oh, is the show done now? Can I leave?
Yeah, you can go. I think we're done here. All right.
Well, I had a little It's so bright. What's wrong with you people? Was it an operating room?
It's like when
Am I having open heart surgery?
Yeah, to just kind of give it to people. And by the way,
I need
YouTube,
Stefan's
Twitch,
glasses.
You
these glasses.
It's like when you first.
Do you know Stefan?
Like a Saturday morning, and you flip on like your kitchen lights, and you're like, man, you turn them back off.
It's an operating room.
Yeah, it's.
I'm having triple bypass.
There's no doubt. All right, we're live in Vegas. We'll give you the guest list coming up next. We'll get an Ask Poppy in here. We had a great
Who do I have
time.
to talk to today? Anybody I know?
Oh yeah, Brian.
I
Billick's
saw so
gonna
many
join us
people
at
walking
10:30.
here that I do have like talking like.
You don't
hey,
want to talk to
Bob,
anybody?
I can't talk. Mike Lombardi's right over there.
Ross Tucker's going to join us. Mike
I saw
Silver,
Russ last night.
Mike Yam, Laura Oakman, Ronnie Lott is going to join us. So we got a lot of good ones.
Well, I feel like I just feel like I got a Ronnie Lott woo hit.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah.
You're going to get going. You're going to drink some of that water.
I woke up at 8:57.
That's not like you.
You kidding me? I wake up at 3:57.
Good thing for people who don't know too. It's great that you have suites everywhere because it's just like
I got a suite at the Luxor.
Wherever you end up, it's like
Problem
hey.
is, I thought I was at. I got to go back to Henderson. I got to go back to church in the Henderson.
Exactly.
Just put me in bed there.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned many times.
Forgive me, Father, for I am about to sin.
All right, we'll give you the times on the guests. Remember, you can see the show live on YouTube and Twitch. We will open things up on the Ask Papa Anything line.
Are we doing that
shortly.
today?
Sure, why not?
Okay. All right.
And we got a ton to do. So we'll get to all of it coming up next. Super Bowl 58, we're live from Media Row in Las Vegas. It's Papa and London on the Sports Leader.
Where's my credit card?
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great, and I do mean great this time, Jim Nance joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview 49ers Chiefs. That is call Super Bowl 58 on CBS. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Faithful, Papa and Lunder live from Radio Row in Vegas, getting you set for Sunday Showdown. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, it's funny to hear Jed say that because it wasn't the smartest moment I've ever had. I mean, when an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter or the second. And you in irritation go, I don't know, but our third guy's the best. Like, that's not what he wants to hear. So that's why he remembers it very strong. But that was just more, Brock was so good right away with every rep he got. He was always the same. And he only got a couple of them. So it was easy for me to say. Because in his few reps, he was the best. But if you know that for a fact, I mean, then you do what you do right away. But he was the best, but you ease that on. And every time he got a little more reps, it was the same as when he got 2. And so when it was all said and done and he got a lot of playing time, it was like, oh, this looks exactly like what I told you when I was irritated. And he only had 3 reps. And I said, no, he's the best, but that's what was so real about Brock. That's why after his 7 games, his rookie year, even when he got hurt, we knew what we had because he'd been that way in practice every day, and it was the exact same way in the games.
That was last night, opening night. And by the way, before we get into what Kyle just said there, this is who we talked to last night. We have interviews for you, and we'll dole them out throughout the rest of the week. Ambry Thomas, by the way.
He showed us the stitches on his thumb surgery.
Nasty.
It's healed, though. He's
but
fine.
He's not going to be wearing
He gave us
anything.
a bit of news. No wrap on the
news.
thumb at all.
No wrap. He's just going to wear a regular old glove on it, but that thing was nasty looking. Javon Hargrave joined us. We got John Feliciano, who you're afraid of. The baddest of the badasses on the 49ers.
He's a dirty, rotten scoundrel, but he was great.
He was really good.
He's a big, cuddly teddy bear.
And then, I don't know if people will be surprised by this, but honestly, the best interview, because what happens is, let me back up for a second. All these guys are on these podiums, all the big stars. And on one side is offense, one side is defense, and it's just a mass of people asking crazy questions. So what we did is there's players just milling about who are not on podiums, and you can just go up to them and you can talk to them. So the best interview I think we did was Chris Conley, and the reason why is because he was around for
smart guy.
Patrick Mahomes' rookie year in Kansas City, played with Mahomes for a few years, Jacksonville, and then, of course, made that great catch against Green Bay on the sideline. But he really gave us tremendous insight into Patrick Mahomes, into the Chiefs. It's a great interview.
And
so we'll
Andy
play that
Reid
too.
and Kyle, he was great.
Great stuff. And so we got those. Plus, and we have to give credit where credit is due, because as we often do, we steal ideas. Nobody has any fresh ideas anymore.
We were waiting to talk to Kyle Juszczyk.
Waiting.
Who's the longest line for a fullback ever.
I love a guy.
And Laura Britt was there, Justin Hathaway from NBC Sports Bay Area, and they said, Laura said, we're going to have him do your touchdown call. We've gotten everybody to do the touchdown call. He's next. And she said Ross Dwelly was great, and Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. So that's a good bit. And then, so when she asked him right in front of me, he didn't want to do it.
Yeah, we got to play that. Maybe we'll play that part.
But Juice, I have, obviously, touchdown CMC's got his own call. It's regular Ayuk one, but we do the Ayuk is on fire. And the only one I've done, I don't have one for Kittle or anybody else or Debo, but for Juszczyk, he caught the one. I think it was the day Brock threw, what did he throw? The perfect game against Tampa, I think it was. He caught one on the right flat, and I immediately thought the fullback, is the primary in the right flat is John Gruden's Spider 2Y banana. Yeah. So the touchdown call was Spider 2Y banana. Chris Furster, the O-line coach, just gave me grief all week. He's like, we played in the meeting. Everybody loved it. So and then I actually gave Juice, how many touchdowns he scored this year? There was one touchdown. Oh, I know what it was. When McCaffrey was trying to break Lenny Moore's record. And the touchdown call was touchdown Juice. So I have a...
How big Whitworth's a big dude.
He's holding me from here.
By the way.
Who holds more, him
holding me from
or Donovan Smith or Jawan Taylor? That guy's the ultimate holder.
Yeah, he is.
He's the holder. Anyway, now Juice wouldn't do the call.
He had done it before, and Laura said it was really good. And then in front of you, when we stole the bit, he wouldn't do it.
Right.
He was like, "I will not do it in front of you."
I just wanted a jacket from his wife Christian, on one sleeve touchdown, and on the other sleeve San Francisco.
You get that done.
I got to wait in line with the Swifties.
But what was funny about it is, and we'll just meld them all together. So we want to give Laura the credit because that was funny, and then we walked around and asked people to
Demetrius Flanagan Fowles was the best by far. Dwelly kind of froze.
He did.
Dwelly didn't want to do it.
We'll find the one that Laura did with him.
Did Dwelly do it when I did it, and then he jumped in?
Yeah, he wasn't bad.
Yeah.
But the Flanagan Foles is so good because you did a walk-up to it. So you did.
Right. Mahomes over the middle throws intercepted by Flanagan Fowles.
It was outstanding, and then he finished it.
And if you remember the call with Dwelly, Brock wasn't the quarterback. I had Jimmy.
Right.
Because remember when Trey got carted off the field?
Yep.
Jimmy hit Ross Dwelly on that play. They practiced. Like I seen that play like 9,000 times. They ran it in the game, and Seattle completely dropped Dwelly. Be nice to have Dwelly in this game. Obviously with the he had a high ankle injury, and they shut him down. He's out the rest of the year. Anyway.
So anyways, good time, and we'll play some of that stuff for you today. Danny's back in the studio.
Media Row opening night was good last night. It was a little more tame, not as crazy it's been.
Yeah, you had like Guillermo from the Jimmy Kimmel, but you didn't have as many. I saw some guy in a wrestling outfit, the Blue Man Group up close.
Their eyes are bug-eyed.
Yeah, that's a little startling. But other than that, it wasn't as bananas, but there's a ton of people. The one thing that you notice, and we don't, it's very difficult, it's very corporate, so I don't know what the Super Bowl itself was going to be like. But last night was probably, 75% Niner fans. Every time a Niner would speak, it was just faithful.
Check out the eyes on these guys.
Yeah, that was weird last night. I didn't
it's the blue makeup, but their eyes are just bugged. What color are those? They wear contact lenses.
That was weird.
Kyle was drinking. Andy was eating.
Yeah, is that skinny or fat Andy Reid?
Skinny Andy
because
Reid.
There's a guy walking
He's got
around.
his call sheet. It's all burgers.
But that's funny. But he's
you see the guy's
around,
name on his media? I'm like, how did he get a credential? Look at his name. Daniel Martin Aselli Piranhas.
But you said to him he was too skinny. And
I said you got to go eat, dude.
Yeah.
And he was going over his call sheet.
Yeah. So that was good stuff. Anyway, good time last night. We will make sure that we will
Kermit the Frog.
Best question of the night. Some guy goes, give me your Kermit the Frog impersonation, and he said, "I'm talking right now." I don't want to give Mahomes any credit.
Who does the best one? Good. Kelsey? Remember we asked somebody that?
Yeah.
I think at Super Bowl 54 we asked somebody that, didn't we?
I think, they told us Kelsey did the best Patrick Mahomes impersonation. So
was Kelsey there last night? I didn't notice.
I stood at Kelsey's table for about a minute, and there were maybe 3 minutes. There were probably 10 questions. 8 were on Taylor, and his face is just like, really? But he, good guy. He dealt with it.
Brock Purdy had the longest line at his podium.
My gosh.
Longest of any 49er. I think it was as long as Kelsey's. Kelsey had a long one.
Well, he and Mahomes had the same booth, and I guess it was like booth 3.
Yeah, right.
And he had a bigger gathering around him than what Mahomes did. Like I said this yesterday, I think by Friday, people are going to – it's the talking head shows that rip him, but I think they're going to love him. Because he's what he always is. He's good.
He's a good guy.
They had him doing SpongeBob impersonations. I mean, he was like, whatever, I'll roll with anything.
How'd he do?
He did great.
He watches SpongeBob right now.
Are you sure he's human? Because man, he handled that. I'm giving him a compliment. He handled last night like a seasoned professional.
He's unflappable.
He really no missteps. He was amazing last night. Anyway, that was opening night on Monday. Here's what we got coming for you. Brian Billick's going to join us at 10:30. He knows what it's like to win a Super Bowl. He's a Super Bowl winning coach, of course, for the Baltimore Ravens. Ross Tucker's going to join us to take a look at the game at 11:20. Mike Silver, scathing piece on the commissioner in the Chronicle.
He was so
morning.
proud of that.
Oh my gosh, he was showing us excerpts from it last night. So he's going to join us at 11:50. Our good friend Mike Yam is going to join us. NFL Network 12:30. Laura Oakman, one of the best on the sideline. She is great at 1:15, and Ronnie Lott at 1:30. So don't miss a moment. We're going to kick it all off guest list wise with Brian Billick coming up next. It's Pop and Lund. We're live in Las Vegas at Media Row, only here on the Sports Center.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Eyes are a little bloodshot today, but they still work well thanks to the custom lens replacement surgery I had at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's a game changer for me. Could be for you as well. Do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or wear bifocals? CLR is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts. And here's one. You'll never develop a cataract. I didn't even know that until I'm reading this copy. That was just an extra bonus. Don't wait until you're older to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi, a good friend of mine, is and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Great staff. Can tell you if it's your time, the right time for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation at lasereyeclr.com. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
voice of the NFC champion 49ers, Greg Papa, and our game day host, John Lund, are live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
I don't think the moment will ever be too big for him. He's already proven that. So I've had a few folks suggest to me that it might be too big for Brock Purdy. And based on what? Now, I know the Niners haven't been hitting on all cylinders against Green Bay and Detroit, but he helped figure out a way to win these games, and I'm blown away by him. I really am. I've only met with him one time, because it was before the Cincinnati game this year, which is the only time I saw the Niners this year. October 28th at Levi, and of course Cincinnati came and won the game. But we met with him for, I can't remember the reason why, by Zoom. So tomorrow we get to meet with him in person. I'm looking forward to it. I'm blown away by his ability, his patience, calmness, and what an amazing story. How can you not love Brock Purdy?
Yes, great to be home.
There you go. Hello, friends.
Jim Nance.
Right there. He was with the morning
He
show
did
this morning.
6 Chiefs games this year.
Six?
Really? And that doesn't even count the Bills game in the playoffs, and he did one. He said the Cincinnati game. We saw him this year. Brian Billick is here.
How are we doing, guys?
Swinging his banshee. Every time I think
That's
of you,
right. That's right.
I think of the AFC Championship game.
Kick the door in. Where is the son of a bitch?
Right? That was so good.
That's right.
How are you?
Doing great. Doing great.
Good.
Playing a lot of golf?
You look good.
No one's trying to run me out of town? Life's good, man.
Yeah. So you were a 49er player in the off-season of 77?
Correct.
Did you suit up for a preseason game?
Oh, yeah. I played through the preseason.
Right.
Last cut going in. And then, went back to L.A. where I grew up. And
you were tight end?
Started coach. Yeah.
Pre-Bill Walsh.
Yeah, then I went back with Bill.
Right.
When Bill first took over, so it was great to come back.
So how'd that happen where you were playing before Bill got there? What was the connection with Bill?
I take great pride in the fact that, everybody's got a player Bill was the first guy to ever have a player program guy. He wanted a former player.
Right.
I was in PR. Had a degree in PR. I was looking for a coaching job.
Right.
And he hired the guy from Dallas who knew me from my time in Dallas when I played in Dallas.
Right.
And knew I had a degree in communications, and he says, because that's what Bill wanted. He was using that assistant PR position to his player programs guy.
How
so he
smart,
says,
huh?
okay, you got to be able to do your job. He's got to do these other things. So just by happenstance, George reached out to me, and I said, no, I don't want to do that. I want to, get into coaching. He says, just come out and talk to Bill. Well, that's not Bill can talk you into anything. That was one of the great moves of my life. I mean, being there the first 2 years as Bill's putting that together, being around Denny Green, who I eventually worked for in Stanford in Minnesota. We had John McVay, John Ralston, Sam Weish, George Seifert. I mean, to be around those guys, it was like a 2-year tutelage.
John Ralston was there?
Yeah, John was the original general manager.
Wow.
Bill had the total control, but he needed a guy to do that end. So we brought John McVay in as the personnel, and John Ralston was supposed to do the administrative stuff that only worked out so well, but because John wanted to be on the field. But, and to learn from those guys was unbelievable.
Yeah, your book and, the writing of your book and everything. Did you get into it with Coach Walsh after the Super Bowl when they beat Cincinnati in the drive and the last play design was John Taylor in the tight end position?
Yeah.
Did he ever admit to you that he made a mistake by stepping away at that time?
When and putting the book together was amazing to be able to sit with Bill over an entire offseason. And I had a day job, I was the coordinator in Minnesota. But and I give Denny great credit for allowing me to spend that time with Bill. I have 40 hours of tape of just talking with Bill, laying out the outline of this book, and because he wanted this to be his legacy piece. And he talked about, regretted leaving, and the fact that drive in Cincinnati, in the back of his mind, knowing that he was going to step away from the game if they won. Imagine that. To add that on to the idea of, okay, you're on a Super Bowl winning drive.
92-yard drive. Arguably the greatest drive in the history of the league.
In the back of your mind, knowing what might come next. And Bill was such a brilliant but emotional individual.
Probably too emotional.
I can't imagine the emotion going, and then the elation of when they score, and then all of that has to come crashing that down in terms of the reality of where you're at.
So there was a soft side to him, and I actually did games with him, with Stanford games, and I loved it. I remember standing in the rain with him one day. It's just pouring, and we're just talking football. But there was also the hard side to him.
Oh, yeah.
When he had to cut a player, when he had to climb at a player's butt and get after him.
Bill was brilliant in that, and I appreciate you even more now as a coach, because Bill was never going to go after the player. What he would do, and it was amazing, he would, if you had the running backs,
right,
and he wanted to, and the running back was screwed up, he wouldn't go attack the back. He'd go, Papa, do you have a drill? This young man needs your help. He needs to punch with that right. Do you have a drill? Can you do that? Are you capable of doing that? Are you? Because this man,
yes, coach, I'll do it.
He needs your help.
Stop yelling at me.
And the assistant coaches knew what he was doing, but it still pissed him off. And then people felt, God damn it, he came at me.
Well,
again.
the great NFL film soundbite. Who was it, Holmgren? I put the play in this morning.
That's right.
Don't tell me how to coach the play. I'm the one who put it in.
Yeah, Bill was a brilliant in that way. And immediately now the player's going to bond with the coach. God, I got my coaching trouble. I got to bail him out here. I got to do this right. So Bill was brilliant in that way.
That is awesome. Brian Billick is joining us, of course, Super Bowl winning head coach, Super Bowl 35. The Ravens beat the Giants 34-7. We're live in Las Vegas getting ready for the Niners and the Chiefs, Super Bowl 58. So just generally, what do you think of this one? We're hoping the Niners can get one.
Great matchup. I've been telling people all day. It's and obviously they have a soft spot for San Francisco. They're a great team. What to me this comes down to, there's always the qualifier. You can come in and go, look, they're going to run the ball, McCaffrey and that. But Patrick Mahomes. Well, okay, but they're going to do that in play action. Then you got Deebo Samuel and Kittle. Patrick Mahomes. Defensively, they can put pressure on with just a four-man rush. But it's Patrick Mahomes. That's kind of the answer for everything, and that's going to be interesting to see because this guy is so dynamic. I'm going to be interested to see, the biggest thing is how much Kansas City wants to try to run the ball, because that's really the personality of the team right now. It's changed. Now, certainly it's Mahomes, big plays down the field, but with Pacheco, who I coached in the Hula Bowl, great young man. Boy, you knew that. Just a physical kid.
Why did he go in the 7th round?
Good question, because he came in and played for us, and you knew right away, boy, this is a tough physical kid, could catch the ball out of the backfield. Because at the Hula Bowl, we have the back-end guys, which is great because they need that game. So I love coaching that game because they're into it. They want to play. And he was spectacular.
You were in a 4.37.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Why did he go in the 7th round?
But
what was the word on him after that? What
he's small, and the way they used him coming out of went to Rutgers, right? Yeah. Went in a great program, so it kind of got hidden in that way. Brilliant choice on their part because boy, you could tell the kid right away. Very focused, very driven, very tough and physical. We loved having him.
So these two coaches. And we're talking about Coach Walsh, who arguably is the greatest play designer, play caller in the history of football. Both coaches, the Walsh system is there. But are these the two best? Sean Payton's really good, just as far as designing offense during the week and then on game day, sequencing it, calling it. Is Kyle Shanahan and Andy Reid the two best offensive minds in the game?
You got to put them, as Ozzie Newsome would say, they live in the same cul-de-sac. Okay, there's a bunch of them there. But yes, Andy, Andy obviously has been brilliant in adjusting what he does to the players. Like I said, Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Kelsey, we're this. Now we got to run that. Okay, now we're going to run the ball a little bit more. That ratio changes. Everybody says, well, Kansas City not as good. Yeah, they're as good. They're just different. They're going to rely more on the run. They don't have the big hit down the field, although they certainly can manufacture that. Andy's ability to adapt on his teams to whatever they have. Steve Spagnuolo does it on the defensive side in terms of our defense is whatever you do, we're going to have an answer for it. If you want to run the ball 45 times, we got a plan for that. If you want to throw the ball 45 times, we got a plan for that. So, and likewise, Kyle, growing up the coach's son, you can imagine, his entire life sitting at breakfast every day, talking ball and just having that perspective from a dad who was one I would advocate is one of the great play callers that we've known in the game, and he has such a clearly defined idea of what he wants to do and how to go about it, and then applying the new form of analytics and play calling and wrapping around, does a brilliant job of it.
Brian Billick is joining us. We're in Las Vegas, of course, getting ready for the 49ers and the Chiefs.
The Ravens?
No, we thought it was going to be that.
Yeah, that's what we thought, right? This may be silly, but how hard is it to coach in this game from a standpoint of Kyle seems a little bit looser this time. He's a little bit tighter. I mean, this is such a big game, and for every coach, it's a legacy thing. But your dad won one. He's probably won a couple. He's probably like, when are you going to win one of these things? And they've been here a lot, but they haven't gotten it. So can you be tight? You walk out on that field at Super Bowl Sunday?
No, in fact, the number one job besides orchestrating what you're doing is putting the players into a comfort zone that, guys, we know how to do this. The meetings are the meetings. The practice is the same practice. The game, honestly, other than the peripheral, it's the same game. Once the kick, it's the same game. We know how to do this. So certainly the coach has to have a comfort zone of, we know what we're doing here, guys. We don't have to, now dealing with the unique circumstances, everything from pregame to halftime, and knowing how this is different. So this is how we're going to, having that answer, this is how we're going to deal with it at halftime with 20 minutes. We're going to do what we do, then we're going to re-stretch. Then we'll have one more, and there's a plan.
Got a re-stretch coming out.
Oh, absolutely.
I haven't thought about that,
and more than anything, it's almost a placebo to tell them, we know what we're doing. And this is a different circumstance, the pregame and the halftime. The rest of it's all, we know what to do. We know what we're doing there. Get them a comfort zone so they don't wear themselves out emotionally.
You were a great OC, obviously. Your Minnesota team, historically good offensively, and then to Baltimore. Both of these coaches, to me, have evolved as going from offense, and Andy never called plays before he became the head coach in Philadelphia, from offensive coordinators, whatever role they had, to head coaches as far as managing the game. I think they both improved a lot. But it's always interesting to me, calling plays, and then you got to run the game as well.
Yeah.
How did you do it? How did you manage
That's
both?
A process you have to learn. Because think about it, and it is kind of silly, and it's us offensive guys that we're all arrogant and think we're smarter than everybody else. But you're an offensive coordinator, and that is a 24/7, 365, totally absorbed. You wake up at 3 in the morning like we all do to do what you do at 3 in the morning, and you're thinking about, do I put the fullback on an angle? Do I do this at this depth? You then get a head job of going, well, I can do that too, which is silly. So you learn very quickly. You have to adapt and make sure, okay, if I'm waking up at 3 a.m. and worrying about, is the halfback going to do this, who's waking up going, well, what about this on personnel? What about the practice structure? What are we doing when this happens? There better be somebody thinking about that at 3 a.m. in the morning when they wake up, and that's who you're leaning on to make that happen. Then you eventually evolve, like many coaches did, and I did, to where, okay, I'm going to relinquish more to the coordinator, because calling plays, that's the big thing now. People are relinquishing play calling duty and whatever. Frankly, that's overblown. Play calling, if you put the structure in properly and it's integrated with your players and your coaches, you got the game plan. You know what you're doing in this situation, all the situation. Anybody should be able to call the plays. Now that's overstating it a little bit. There certainly has to be a certain intuition about now is the time to do this or when to go vertical. But at the end of the day, I was listening. My son-in-law played in the NBA for 10 years. And I remember hearing a coach talk about there's really only about 4 or 5 situations where I really impact the game as a coach. Otherwise, the players are going to flow and whatever. The NFL, it's about the same way. There's probably 4 or 5 key situations where you're making those pivotal calls. Otherwise, the game plan should handle that if you're doing a good job. And anybody can call that. So I can see Andy has likely done it for a number of years now and is involved in doing more of the head coaching thing and relinquishing the right ratios to other guys. Kyle will probably evolve to that more and more.
Does Andy call every play now? With Bieniemy, I think they shared it. With Nagy, is it he's calling certain plays?
I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
My guess is that the coordinator's calling the play. Andy will orchestrate it or chip in occasionally or point it in a certain direction. He certainly orchestrated the game plan itself. So there's actually somebody else. And I don't know this for a fact, but watching it, my guess is that he's doing that, yet monitoring it and chipping in where he feels necessary.
So a couple of weeks ago in the NFC Championship game, going into the game, there was a big talking point about how aggressive Dan Campbell, we call him Dan Gamble, is, and Kyle's more conservative. And just having you sit down here, you were an aggressive play caller in Minnesota, and then you got that Baltimore defense. And I remember one stretch where you got, for the entire month of October, you didn't score an offensive touchdown. Yeah. You still went 3-2.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I know. Well, you went 3-2. Yeah. You took the championship from us. But anyway, when you watch Kyle as a play caller who wants to score all the time, he also manages the game like you do, knowing that he's got. Well, we'll see about the defense in this game, but the fact that he has a great defense, was that something you had to evolve to when you went to Baltimore from Minnesota?
The first year, and I was an offensive guy, I always thought, okay, you have to have a certain profile offensively to win a Super Bowl. Not just be good, but win the Super Bowl.
Right.
It wasn't until I got halfway through the first year when I realized just how I knew the defense was good, don't get me wrong, but just how special this group was. And looking at the landscape where we were at the time, because we won it. Our Super Bowl Tampas and New Englands were all at a time when we were in that transition period. We were coming out of the Montanas, the Marinos, the Elways. Had not yet come into the Mannings, the Breezes, the Bradys. So there was those 3 Super Bowls really truly could be win with dominant defense. Good quarter. I had Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson with Tampa, and a young Tom Brady. Young. Yeah. So you got to qualify it.
Right.
So it's play good defense, run the ball, make some big plays, and you can win a championship. It's different now, but that was a transition for me to go, okay, we can win it all this way. So we've got to call the game. And the players have to buy in. The brilliance of Trent Dilfer, he bought in. And so, okay, I get it. We'll run the ball. I'll make a couple plays, try not to turn over. We're going to win a lot of games, 21-17, 17-14. But this defense is good enough. Typically, if we can get 10 points, they'll put it away. That is a mentality that you have to learn.
What was the play call on the Shannon Sharp 96-yarder in Oakland?
Honest to God, as typical, we're backed up. We had sacked whatever, and I remember Matt Cavanaugh was the quarterback. I said, Matt, just get us in punting position here. Just throw a slant or something, okay? We don't want to turn the ball over down here. Shannon goes, and I'm surprised that Shannon at that age that he actually got the 100 yards. I mean, the 96 yards. And at that point, the game was over. Because there was they weren't even going to cross the 50.
Marquez Pope and Anthony Dorset.
It was, and just picked the wrong angle.
Terrible angle.
So there again, as I said, it was a brilliant play call. No, I was just trying to get in a position to punt.
Third and punt.
Yeah, third and punt. Punting's not always a bad thing.
Especially with your defense.
No, right.
We had Bobby Horning at quarterback coach.
Yeah, right.
The great Brian Billick joined us. We've talked about signal relief before.
Tell us real deal. You guys got to check this out. And they came to me, and I get a lot of people pitch a lot of things, but this is the real deal. You know, the players, it's all about managing their pain, right? You go into a training room, and there are hundreds of thousands of dollars. STEM machines, whirlpools, ice therapies. This is an amazing product for dealing with that prohibitive pain. We say put it between the pain and the brain. I play 18 holes of golf. It's going on my lower back. I get out of the pool. It's my shoulder, my back. It's worked military grade, basically blocks the electrical signal. That's all pain is. It's an electrical signal to your brain. It blocks that. So here's the key element, so that you can continue to work through the pain, work through the stiffness, the muscles, the joints. That's where the real therapy comes from. That's the brilliance of this thing. You go to signalrelief.com, put in promo code COACH. There again, I'm giving you guys stuff all the time. 20%
I actually want one of those. Can I have
we'll
one?
get you one.
I need it. I got a Theragun on this trip and a heating pad.
Absolutely.
Do I not need that?
This is the real deal.
I'm going to give this to McCaffrey.
Look at that.
I guarantee you put it's reusable.
Really?
You put it where you need it. And it's 100% guaranteed money back. You didn't spend anything for it, so you don't get anything back if you don't like it. But that's the
IRS.
You love it. You love it where you put it where you need it. It's the real deal. I'm telling you, it works.
Signal Relief. What's the code again?
Signalrelief.com. Promo code COACH. 20% off.
20% off.
Always
real
great
deal.
talking to you.
All right, man. Very good. Good luck.
Great to see you. That is Brian Billick, and again, it's Signal Relief. All right, we were live last night for opening night. We'll give you a little Ambry
Can I put this on my
Thomas
head?
Yeah, you need it for your forehead. That was good. Yeah,
I need one for my back and one for my forehead.
All right, we'll hear from Ambry, and we'll tell you about what his hand looked like. We'll do it next. We're live in Las Vegas. It's Papa Lund only here on these Sports City.
And I'm Greg Papa on Radio Row at the Super Bowl. We got a food court right out the door. So hungry yesterday. I actually got two slices of pepperoni pizza. Crap! I missed Tony's. Where's Tony's in the North Beach? Tony's coming to the game. He's got to bring me a couple of slices. The best pizza I ever had is Tony's. It's been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. Grandma Papa would love it. They make fresh pastas, and they're spicy bucatini. Mamma mia! Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic, but they are delish. Don't forget to finish your meal off right with a cannoli, holy cannoli, or tiramisu. Take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And also, whenever you go to a Warrior game, a Giant game, a 49er game, hit the Tony Slice House for the fast, casual restaurants, not like the one I had here in the food court. You don't want to go there. They got delicious slices wherever you go, at Chase Center, Oracle Park, or at Levi Stadium. It is NFL playoff season. Tony's Pizza, a match made in heaven.
Sunday, you'll hear Greg Papa's call right here on The Sports Leader.
Touchdown!
But till then, he's with John Lund live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR, the sports leader.
Now he goes right outside the numbers. Lawrence looks left, throws, caught. Christian Kirk tackled there by Ambry Thomas. Ball came out. Whose ball is it?
49ers.
They pick it up and they're running back the other way. It was not whistled down. Ambry Thomas down the sideline midfield. 40, 30. Evan Ingram, he stutter steps him, runs by him. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Will you guys stop yelling? We don't need ball outs. We didn't need.
And it wasn't even a touchdown. The head coach and the defensive coordinator walked on the field. What the hell's going on here?
We're live at Media Row in Las Vegas. Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, and a great guest list. We already had Brian Billick on. We're going to have Ross Tucker on at 11:20. He's awesome. Mike Silver's going to join us. He's on fire. It might not be as much on fire today. At 11:50, Mike Gamm, NFL Network, 12:30. Laura Oakman on the sidelines for the radio call at
Burn Glenn.
Ronnie Lott's going to join us at 1:30. So what we're going to do, we've got a bunch of guys that you and I talked to on opening night last night at Allegiant Stadium. Ambry Thomas, Javon Hargrave. We got some stuff. Brian Greasy talking about Brock. We got John Feliciano, who you're afraid of.
Not anymore.
We got Chris Conley, who's absolutely great. He's a former Chief, and, of course, Niners wide receiver. And we got a bunch of guys doing Papa touchdown calls, which we'll string together. We'll play it a little bit later in the week. But we wanted to start with Ambry Thomas and his nasty hand.
Whoa.
My goodness, man. Yeah, that thing. Woo, that thing looked ugly. But the good news, breaking news, dun, 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 he's going to not wear anything other than just his normal glove for the Super Bowl. So that's nice.
He told us that last night.
Yeah.
I gave him a firm handshake.
I know we forgot. We're like, what's up, bro? He's like,
yeah.
So let's play a little Ambry Thomas, give you a little feel of opening night last night, and then we'll talk some Niners defense. Here is Ambry Thomas with us, opening night at Allegiant Stadium here in Vegas last night for Media Night.
So if I shake your hand on your right hand, can I squeeze it?
Yeah.
How's this looking, man, right there?
It's looking good.
That's where you had the surgery?
Yes, sir.
So how you feeling? You able to rap with that and make tackles?
I was wearing the cast, but this game has been my 8-week mark, taking it off. Should be good to go.
So you're not going to have to wear anything on it for the game?
No.
No glove, no nothing?
I mean, I'm going to wear my regular gloves.
Yeah, but not the padding under it?
No.
Yeah.
Ambry Thomas is joining us. It's crazy Monday night at the Super Bowl here in Vegas. Papa and Lund. How difficult was that to have that thing on there and try to play?
Honestly, it was so hard. I'm pretty sure, our last game against the Lions, that ball with J-Mo, if I could grab it how I wanted to going to the ground, because we both had it, tussling with it, but it literally slipped. It's slipping with my cast, and I couldn't bring it in. Yeah, I couldn't bring it in how I want to, but it's going to be good to actually be able to feel the ball how I want to.
So you played a little bit against Pat last year when they came in October. What makes him different, Patrick Mahomes, Ambry?
He literally can make every throw. There's some quarterbacks where you can kind of cancel out certain throws in their system because they can't make the throw, but he can make every throw possible, and that's what makes him very dangerous. He can extend plays, and he's a big problem for us. And
so if you're on the opposite side, on the opposite hash, and he's rolling right, and you don't even know where he's looking. He may throw it over your head.
Yeah, you got to stay true to your coverage. You got to stay true to your man because he can make every throw anywhere he's at on the field.
You guys are so good defensively. What is it going to take for you to get back to that Super Bowl? We were watching the one from 4 years ago. You guys were so good defensively. What does it take to get back to that level?
I think we've been preparing for it since OTAs, and everyone knows what our goal was coming into this season, and I believe we done worked our butts off to get here, and I believe we're more than ready to seize the opportunity and just take it away.
Yeah, Andy's going to run to the perimeter, and he's going to run jet sweeps and pin and pulls. So did that thumb affect you in the run game? I remember Aaron Jones early in the divisional where he kind of slid off his chest plate. Was it hard to tackle with that on?
Yeah, especially when you don't put your body on a person like toes to step on them. Like it's hard to reach out and grab somebody when you only got one arm and no thumb. Honestly, thumb is the most important thing I've learned. Like can't do nothing without the thumb on the hand. Like,
can't play Madden without the thumb.
Can't do nothing without the thumb.
Every time it's joining us, it's Bob and Lund here on the Sports Center. They're a little bit different than they used to be. A lot of quick hitting stuff to like Rasheed Rice. What kind of challenges does it, especially from like a tackling standpoint, with it on?
I feel like since we know how people are trying to attack us, quick stuff, get the ball on the edges real fast and try to get the most with that. I feel like we have a solid game plan, and I believe like we're going to execute.
Ambry Thomas, you're at the Super Bowl, brother.
Yes, sir.
What does that feel like? What does it feel like?
I remember growing up saying like I always wanted to go to the Super Bowl, playing it, and look, I always watched it growing up, and it's crazy, amazing. For me, just to be here, it don't feel real right now.
It's wild. Is it easy? Do you think it's going to be easy to walk into this very stadium that we're standing in and just kind of settle down, or do you think it's going to take a minute? What do you think?
I think the build-up is preparing everybody, preparing myself too for what's yet to come. But I think once it comes, it's going to hit. But then we're on this grind. Exactly. It's football. Let's go.
All right, that is Ambry Thomas. That is opening night at Allegiant Stadium last night. You probably watched it on NFL Network. All the craziness going around us, you could hear that as well. And again, we'll dole some of this out. A lot of great interviews from last night, but we saw Ambry Thomas's hand, and it looked ugly. But as he said, he's just wearing a normal glove. He was talking about how difficult it was to play with, the tackle, etc. He also, in the NFC Championship game, suffered an ankle injury. So he looked like he was moving around fine. So he sounds like he's good to go.
I think one of the big changes the Niners made, honestly, to me, more than moving Steve Wilks upstairs to downstairs, and that helped the defense coming out of the bye week when they lost 3 in a row, John. But I think more than that, when they made the change and showed the confidence in Ambry Thomas to man the outside corner spot, the right cornerback on the offensive left, leave Charvarius on the other side, and move Diamador Lenore inside to nickel, and not play Isaiah Oliver. And Ambry had a great run there. Starting with that Jacksonville game, he stripped the receiver and took the ball back the other way. It should have been a touchdown, but the whole sideline jumped on the field, so they negated it. Then he started to get picked on a little bit. And in the NFC Championship game against Detroit, late in the game, they ran that flea flicker where Jared Goff gave it to David Montgomery, back to Goff, and they went deep down the sideline to Jamison Williams. Jair Brown had played great in that game. He had 10 tackles, came over just in time. Ambry was in coverage. When he landed, he rolled his ankle. He's fine. He's back in practicing now. He's going to take the wrap off the broken right thumb as well. But Logan Ryan came in, John, and played nickel. And I was thinking of you, and you were in the booth that day. I looked back at you because you asked me, that, I think, leading up to
Could they put him in the slot, Logan Ryan?
And I thought, no, I don't see a lot of foot speed in Logan Ryan. Logan Ryan was a really good outside corner to begin his career in New England. Belichick came to him one year and said, you're going to nickel, and never explained why. He's just Belichick. He does what he wants with these, coaches' defensive backs, probably the best of anybody in history, he and Nick Saban. So they moved him inside. Then he left New England. He wanted to convert to safety because safeties were making all the money then. Jamal Adams got the big payday with Seattle. Budda Baker got a big contract in Arizona. They just weren't paying nickelbacks very much money. So he said, I'll go, when he's talking to John Robinson, the GM in Tennessee, I'll go there, but I want to play safety. So he's made the conversion to safety. But in this game against Detroit, Logan Ryan went to play nickelback like you suggested. I'm like, whoa. When I saw him practicing that way, and one of the biggest plays in the game was Logan Ryan on that 4th and 3 with Amon-Ra St. Brown. What were we saying during the broadcast? Free releases. You cannot give Amon-Ra St. Brown a free release. Like this game, you've got to jam Travis Kelce. Either you have two guys in and out him and treat him like he's a gunner on punt team and vice him, or you have someone like Logan Ryan get hit up. Now, Logan Ryan jammed Amon-Ra St. Brown and then dropped him. He did not follow him on that over route. It looked like it was man because Jahmyr Gibbs went in motion, came back. Greenlaw followed him. They got out of it. It was man. They fooled him there. But my point is, Embry's fine and healthy. If he plays in this game, John, I'm thinking of Charvarius Ward, what he told me the other day. Don't F up in this game. They're going to go at Ambry Thomas. Andy is going to go at Ambry Thomas. And Ambry, he played better. He played well against Detroit. but they're going to go at him. So how do you want to play that? Do you want Ambry Thomas on one side, Mooney on the other side, and Demo Lenore in the slot? Or do you want Mooney staying where he is, Demo go outside, and move Logan Ryan, two-time Super Bowl champion? He's not going to freeze here in the moment. Now, if you do that, I don't think you play much man. It's more zone. But he can get up and jam these guys. The Niners are practicing a lot. How do you deal with the Kansas City bunch formation? Like, it's easy to say jam, Kelsey. How do you jam him when he's behind the point man in the bunch, or they stack, release him? They shield him. A guy like Logan Ryan, the linebackers, Johnny Holland was working with those guys on how to disperse out of their bunch. Do you banjo it? You take the outside guy, stays outside. How do you do it? It's complicated because they're going to pick you off. Yeah. Guy like Demo's good in there. I'm not saying that, but you. So who do you want to play in this game? Ambry Thomas or Diamador Lenore?
I think
Logan Ryan.
Yeah,
Logan Ryan.
Demo's
who
playing. Knows? But I would think they would start with Ambry and then see if it's good Ambry or bad Ambry. And if they need Logan Ryan, then they're going to have to do that because, like you said, I think it started all the way back. It's been his whole career. But the Arizona game, right? The Arizona game, he got
went
picked
right
on,
at him down the sideline,
and then he got better. Then he kind of it really is as simple as saying, are we getting good Ambry or bad Ambry? Now, in talking to him as we just did, and people just heard last night at opening night at Allegiant Stadium, maybe he gets his confidence back. That's kind of what he alluded to when we were talking to him, because doesn't have that thing in his hand anymore. Because he admitted to you after the first question, yeah, that thing was tough to deal with. So are we going to get a confident Ambry and maybe we get good Ambry because he doesn't have that thing in his hand anymore?
Well, I thought he played better against Detroit. Yeah, but they're going to tackle him.
Absolutely.
I mean, go back to the NFC Championship game in January of 22, January 30th of that year, 3 weeks after we played the Rams, and he had the interception against Stafford, and he was starting to find his confidence. Ambry's up and down. When he's confident, he's a really good player. The way the Rams and Sean McVay went right at Ambry, I could not believe. And at that time, he was playing over on the Charvarius was not here yet. He was on the other side. Yeah. He was at left corner on the offensive right. And they threw the ball how many times to open that first drive? I'm like, what's the game plan? Attack 20, like every play? Now to his defense, he rallied up and tackled well, and they didn't really get a lot. But, and
he got the key interception.
Judge a man by his actions, not his words. Yeah. We know where they're going. They're going at him. I just think Andy Reid is going to go at him. So are you okay with that? You can't always tilt the coverage his way because they got fast guys. Valdez-Scantling, Hardman, they're fast. Obviously, Kelsey, you got Rashee Rice, he's fast and a good route runner and kind of their Debo. I don't know. I agree with you. I think they'll maybe start Ambry, Demo in the slot, and Ward. And then if it doesn't go well, you do have the ability to go to someone like Logan Ryan.
Well, and I think one of the big things is, and it's not to say that they won't attack him down the field because they probably will, but where people who are maybe just casual listeners and will watch this game on Sunday, this offense is more about getting it to guys like Rashee Rice generally is not a down-the-field threat, but they get him the ball quick. So Ambry having that thing off his hand and being able to tackle and him telling us that he really wasn't even confident coming up and tackling, you're going to have to be able to tackle in this game because they're going to get the ball out quick and they're going to get it to their guys and they're going to hope to run after the catch. So can Ambry come up and tackle now? Sounds like it.
He had some poor edge. He's the force guy on the outside against Detroit. He had a couple of things he's not proud of on tape that he's going to have to clean up. Charvarius is a really good tackler on the other side. I just remember Andy running those jet sweeps Mecole Hardman's way. How do you... Demo's a great tackler in the slot. The Hyenas, he's nasty. So, I think early in that playoff game against Green Bay, as we told him, he lost Aaron Jones on a tackle where he just couldn't wrap on the chest plate, and he fell off of him. He also took a bad angle. He was talking, if you take a proper angle, the thumb wouldn't bother you as much. But I also think on some of the deep balls, like when they ran the flea flicker against him, they had another one, maybe he goes up and plays that ball in the air and makes the pick, but he seemed much more confident from talking to him earlier in the playoffs when he had to play with the wrap under the glove. He'll have the glove on, but he won't have to, splint it up and play with it under. But I just, is there any doubt Andy Reid's going to throw at number 20?
No doubt.
And he's going to throw deep at number 20. And also, get the DPI call. He had some bad snaps in the Green Bay game, just grabbing a little bit on defensive pass interference calls.
There's no doubt he's one of the keys to the game. You just heard from Ambry Thomas last night on opening night. And again, we still have Javon Hargrave that will play this week for you. John Feliciano, who you're not afraid of anymore because he was great. And then we got Chris Conley, who was tremendous. He's a former Chief, was around when Patrick Mahomes was the rookie on the Chiefs, so he gave us a great breakdown of that. And then guys like Ross Dwelly and Finnegan Foles and Juice on why he wouldn't do your touchdown call. So we'll kind of put those together. Plus, we just added, so we're going to do a Ross Tucker at 11:20.
Mother
Ross
Tucker!
In about 10 minutes. But we also, Walter just caught up to.
Look who just rolled
it's a family
in.
affair. We just got Laura Britt going to join us at 11:35. So we'll talk about our stolen bit. We'll talk about our stolen bit.
What's up, bro?
With her. So,
Derek Papa's here.
Yeah, that'll be a good time. Laura Britt, 11:35. So we'll talk about the stolen bit on that one. So we got all that coming up. Do not move. Live on YouTube and Twitch as well, so make sure that you check us out. We're looking darn fine today, despite what happened last night.
Why are the lights so bright in here?
Seriously, I feel like a lab rat in here. It's Pop and Lund. We're live from Media Row in Las Vegas, getting you ready for Niners Chiefs, only here on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brett Jones, Super Bowl winning tight end from the Niners, joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to break down the Super Bowl rematch between the Niners and the Chiefs. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Oh, your old friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based right here? Well, I'm right in Las Vegas, but you get it, right here in the Bay Area. And some, they're not even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're an award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, especially with this weather, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. You got to be careful. You got to look out. So let's work together and make the Bay Area a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion? I hope I made that clear. That's with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
faithful. Before John hosts the pregame on Sunday and before Greg calls every super snap, they're revving you up from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Media Row in Las Vegas. Chiefs, Niners, you probably know that. Super Bowl 58, Pop and Lund, thanks for joining us. Joined now by Ross Tucker, at Ross Tucker NFL. Make sure that you are following him because many good reasons. Former NFL player, Westwood One, calls lots of games, and he's like Tim Ryan. We were just talking about it. Those guys see the interior where no one is looking. Everyone's staring at the ball, and they know what's going on. Ball out! God. Yeah, don't play that again. My head's hurting. No yelling ball out. We don't need Tim Ryan yelling ball out. We don't need your touchdown San Francisco's. Let's keep it low.
Front tip, rip, T-Gip.
Keep it low.
Just a tip.
You know what?
Ross, how are you, brother?
Good to see you guys. You know what's funny? I can remember when I first started doing games on the radio. Sometimes I'd be matched up when Tim was doing a game on TV. And I would see something like a guy set the edge or whatever, and I'd be and he didn't even make the tackle. And I'd be talking about that, and I'd look at the TV, Tim was talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's actually one of my philosophies. One of the things I like about and I'm biased, obviously, but linemen as color commentators, and I would say especially on TV, maybe to a lesser extent radio, is like when you're watching on TV, you see the quarterback throw the ball to the open receiver and catch it. Like, my daughters can see that and understand that, right? So one of the things where I think I get positive feedback is because when I go to the replay, it's usually going to be something that happened up front in the line play that you didn't see the first time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to show you something you didn't see. Because, and this is no knock on, there's plenty of awesome quarterback color commentators, and Aikman and Romo and all these guys do a great job. But, you know, a lot of stuff they're talking about, I feel like a lot of times it's pretty self-explanatory, you know, unless they're adding insight, which those guys do. But people will seem like, man, I learned so much from you. And I want to say to them, like, I really appreciate the compliment, but the reality is they just don't know anything about line play.
Right.
And I could just make stuff up and they'd still believe me because they don't know anything about line play.
That's why Greg Olson's so good. Because he sees the game inside out as an inline
1,000%,
and he knows the passing game.
I think tight end is the ideal position.
Right.
Ideal position. And this year for CBS, the games I did on NFL, I did with Jason McCourty. It was perfect.
Yeah, he's good.
O-lineman and DB.
Yeah.
So then you had, like, for me, anything that happened up front seven or whatever, I could talk about it. Anything happened with a receiver or a DB, he had, like, I actually think that should be, like, the model. And maybe it's a D lineman and a receiver, right? But, like, somebody on different sides of the ball at different spots, I think, is ideal.
So you talked about setting the edge. The injury to Cleveland Ferrell, people just didn't realize how that adversely affected the Niner run defense. He was in the alpha group, the first group that Kasarik has, set the edge, opposite of the neck, turned it all back in. Chase Young is not setting the edge. They're getting hit on the old toss-crack play, the pin and pull now. So just for this game and what you've seen overall from the 49er run defense and the Packer in the Lion game, Ross.
I thought Chase was better against the run in the last game. I thought he was better against the run, in particular in the second half in the last game. But as a pass rusher, he doesn't really give you very much. You know, it seems like he kind of plays high and stands up and just doesn't have, you know, that much of a burst. I don't know. I'll be curious to see how much money he gets. I don't think he's going to get that much. I mean, somebody will sign him because of the pedigree and whatever. I don't know if it's just the injuries have taken their toll. But he, I mean, I thought it was a really good move when they made it and a really smart thing to do to bring him in. But it doesn't seem like they've gotten out of it what they thought they were getting out of it. And I'll tell you guys this. It's funny. I got a lot of attention, I guess, for whatever reason, this week. I said I couldn't believe the Niners were favored. I just thought that was wild to me. And it got picked up by some of, like, cable news outlet because I had, like, 5 people text me, you made the cover of Fox News. And I don't know why that's Fox News, but I said I'm surprised that the Niners are favored or whatever. But I didn't know I had several buddies that watch Fox News, but that's a whole other conversation.
Right.
But they were texting me about it. But it's I don't know how you can watch. To me, in the playoffs, the Chiefs have clearly been the better team in all 3 games, including at Buffalo and at Baltimore. The Niners, off the top of my head, I can name 6 plays against the Packers where if it went the other way, the Packers win. And the Lions, and I know it's great for the people listening or watching us, and I know that you guys are Niners fans, but for me, objectively, I can't remember a team having a meltdown like that. I mean, just dropping the ball and off of face masks and bad fumbles. I mean, they really peed down their leg. I mean, they really, really did. It was painful to watch unless you're a Niners fan. Which is all to say, I have no idea why the Niners are favored. However, flip side, everything I just talked about has nothing to do with what happened on Sunday. You know what I mean? Like, the Niners might come out and beat them by 2 touchdowns. I just wouldn't have them favored to do that going into the game.
Ross Tucker's joining us. We're live in Las Vegas getting you ready for Niners Chiefs Super Bowl 58 here on the Sports Leader. We talked about this very thing last night. We're going, okay, where would they be favored? And then, by the way, they have Patrick Mahomes. So that's a whole other thing. Can they, though, just to kind of talk about what you just said there, we were looking, just because the NFL Network plays it incessantly, watching the Chiefs and 49ers 4 years ago. And I don't know a lot of things have changed, but what we were watching was the Niners zone was so tight and so good, and they had Mahomes confused and all these different things. Even though it's a completely different defense, they've got personnel on that side. That defensive line is very highly paid. They got a couple of really nice linebackers. Yeah. They've got talent on that side of the ball, but it just hasn't worked. Could they turn around on Sunday and play great, in your mind, the 49ers defense?
Yeah, of course they can. I think with 2 weeks to prepare and the ability to change things up and confuse, there's always the potential that they could come out there. And I do think, having 2 good coverage linebackers like they have with Fred Warner and Greenlaw, that to me is probably the key matchup, is those guys primarily in their zone drops, middle of the field, working against Kelsey, right? You just can't let him kill you on 3rd downs like he's been doing to teams. And so that's what jumps out to me the most. Going to have to be a big game for Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. And I love both them, especially Greenlaw. I mean, I feel like everybody knows how good Fred Warner is. I love the way Greenlaw plays. That guy's not messing around.
No.
I mean, he is playing for keeps.
And you're a Philly guy, so you know.
Yes.
You saw that whole thing.
Yes. And I appreciate it.
You look like Big Dom, by the way.
Come on, dude.
You're about 150 pounds lighter.
I was going to say.
I thought it was DeSandro.
Please, I love Big Dom, but please don't say I look like him.
I'm kidding you. So, the one game that's in my mind, when I've said, I know he's thrown picks, but really Patrick always plays like Patrick Mahomes to me, except the Tampa Bay Super Bowl 55.
Yeah.
When that pass rush just overwhelmed them and their tackles could not stand up. Donovan Smith at one side, the left. I think he's playing better than he played last year in Tampa. Jawan Taylor at the right tackle with all the penalties.
Yeah.
Speak about that matchup. Nick will pick which side he goes to, but then inside is where they're strong. Creed Humphrey, wow. That guy gets to the second level like Jason Kelsey.
So I think you could argue when they had Tooney that they had the best interior O-line in the league.
Anyway, Tooney plays the game with a torn pec.
Now, Andy Reid said he's a long shot.
Yeah.
They don't say long shot and then the guy plays. Because the problem is he's a left guard. It's his right pec. If he tries to play, you're just going to that A-gap. You're just pinching the whole time, and I just don't think he'd be able to hold up there, unfortunately, with that. So I don't think he's going to be able to play. That's a big drop-off. That's a big drop-off from Tooney to Allegretti.
Yeah.
I mean, Allegretti, let's be honest, he's kind of like me, right? Like, can be on the team. Usually won't be the reason why you lose the game, but you don't want him in a lot of one-on-one situations, that's for sure. He got beat by Matabike in the AFC Championship game on one of those one-on-one spots. You do not want that to happen. So
he's going to have the gravedigger in this game.
Well, I was going to say, whether it's Hargrave or Armstead, they got to win. I don't think they're going to win necessarily over the edge on the other side with Chase Young, but I do think whoever's working against Allegretti, because here's the beauty of that. Creed Humphrey can only slide one way or the other. So if he slides left to help Allegretti, then Bosa, if he's playing over the right tackle, Jawan Taylor, he got a one-on-one. Then they might be able to chip through or help, but he got a one-on-one. They got to win that one-on-one.
Ross Tucker's joining us. We're contractually obligated to ask you about Brock Purdy, so what do you think?
Love him. I mean, I'm a undrafted guy. So he's – I don't like that he was Mr. Irrelevant. I'm actually mad at the Niners for drafting him. It'd be such a cooler story if they hadn't drafted him and signed him as a free agent.
He wasn't going to sign.
Then he'd be
was
one
going
of
somewhere
us.
else.
Is that why they did
That's
it?
what I heard last night. He was not going to sign.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's why they because at that point they've already had those conversations.
They called him and he said, "I'm going somewhere else if you don't draft me," or his agent did. That's what they said. That's what they say.
I believe it. And man, it's a good thing for him that they drafted him. I think he's a really, really good player. I think the two things he's got working against him, number one, draftism is a very real thing. Okay? How many second and third chances did Jamarcus Russell get, right? Like, how many times are the Jets going to trot Zach
Why are you bringing
Wilson?
him up?
Well, because
you were there.
I'm talking about draftism.
Yeah. That's a great word. I want to use that word.
Jamarcus is a great player. Get over it.
That's a great word.
If a guy is drafted high, they get so many chances. If a guy is drafted low, they don't think he's good. They don't think he can play, all those things, and they have to overcome that. So I just have a lot of respect for Brock because of the draftism. And the other thing is, everything we do now is about our phones. And it's like social media, and Josh Allen throws the ball 100 yards, and Mahomes throws it sideways, and Lamar Jackson runs around. And, Brock doesn't do any of those things. Although he ran around a lot better against Detroit than I knew he could. My point is, though, he's not a guy that wows you, that jumps out to you from a physical standpoint. And so the combination of where he was drafted and not being social media highlight worthy, I think really hurts him.
So you were talking at the beginning about how strong KC played in the playoffs, and you were there. You were there for that frigid fourth coldest game in NFL history.
Oh, my goodness.
And Arrowhead that night against Miami. Kelsey dropped 3 in the first half, then they just took the game over. The Buffalo win at the end, the Baltimore game.
Both these teams are pretty battle-tested, actually.
The Niners coming back in both games. But just based on what you said early, are you favoring the Chiefs to win this game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like if these teams played 10 times, I feel like the Chiefs would win at least 7 of them. Now, the good news for Niners fans that are getting mad at me right now is that all that matters is who wins this Sunday, right? And then you can easily make a case for the Niners to win the game, but I think it's hard to do based on watching both these teams in the postseason. And then even if you do think it's a close game, as the spread would indicate, are you really taking Kyle and Brock over Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes late in a close game? That's hard to do. It might happen, but I certainly wouldn't be betting on that. Let's put it that way.
Everyone hates Ross Tucker now. MyFrontPageStory.com. What's that all about?
It's by far the best Valentine's Day gift I've ever heard of. My buddy started the company. Look, we're pathetic usually, especially as men when it comes to Valentine's Day. We just are. I literally said to my wife, can we use one of your Christmas cards for gift cards I got you for Valentine's Day? And she looked at me like I had 2 heads. Go to my front
Re-gift that?
Yeah, well, not re-gift, but like I gave her
Re-card. Repurpose?
Yeah, repurpose it for Valentine's Day night. She has 4 gift cards to restaurants in our area just sitting there. Might as well use
Take her out
one
to
of them.
dinner.
Right? That's what I'm doing with that. That's what I'm trying to do with the card I already gave her. So be better than me. Go to myfrontpagestory.com. You talk to one of their writers for, 10 minutes. Tell them how great your significant other is. They write the most unbelievable story. It looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper. Absolutely beautiful. The key, Pop, is to be able to say, I want to do something special for you, honey. So I had a story written about you. Oh. Like that just sounds, every 5 years, fellas, you got to change it up. You got to spice up. You got to do something they're not expecting. It's myfrontpagestory.com. Make sure you tell the writer, I just never thank her enough for all the little things she does. myfrontpagestory.com.
Check it out. It's really cool. Framed. It looks really nice. It's really nice. Of course, Ross Tucker is joining us again. Army-Navy for 8 straight years. The Ross Tucker podcast at Ross Tucker NFL. Make sure that you're following him. He is a tremendous follow, and it's great. It's people come on and they tell us what we want to hear. I love the fact that you're giving it to us real, man.
I'm trying. MyFrontPageStory.com.
I'm on it right now.
See you guys.
Fierce love.
Do it, Greg. Do it. See you guys.
Is that Travis and Taylor there on the front?
I wish. I'd be so rich.
That is Ross Tucker. It's always great to hang out with him. We'll come back.
He's wearing Chief Red, by the way.
Laura Britt is going to join us coming up next. We stole her idea, but at least we gave her credit. We'll talk to her about it next. We're live in Vegas, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk, or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. They love sports. They'll give you the thoughts on, unlike Ross Tucker, how the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl on Sunday. And there's no cost or obligation, so call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
Faithful, Papa and Lunder live from Radio Row in Vegas, getting you set for Sunday Showdown. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Demetrius Flanagan fouls. I'm hearing from reliable sources. You have the best touch, even better than me. So you want me to do it? Here it is. Mahomes throws over the middle. Intercepted by Flanagan Fowles. Running back the other way. 30, 20, 10, 5.
Touchdown, San Francisco!
MVP!
There you go. That was the best one we got. Was not our idea.
We got.
That was
got better one.
That was from opening night last night at Allegiant Stadium, where the Chiefs and the Niners met with the media. It's always a circus. Laura Britt is joining us from NBC Sports Bay Area at Laura_Britt. Make sure that you're following her. And we stole your idea, but then we find out that you stole it from someone else. But that's fine.
Wait a minute. Who was the originator?
Justin Hathaway, one of my bosses at NBC Sports Bay Area, had that idea, and I thought it was genius. I was like, this is great.
Yes.
You know, it's so hard on opening night. There are so many media there. You want to try and do something different. And it's hard to be creative. That's what John and I were just talking about. It's like, you got to, what hasn't been asked? And I thought that was such a great idea to do your touchdown call. And some of the guys wouldn't do it.
Juice?
I was surprised that Kyle
Juice wouldn't do it?
We have the juice.
Was he a little taken back that I was standing right next to him?
I felt like that was a cop-out.
Yeah.
Felt like it was a cop-out. I for sure thought he would do it because he's so fun.
So we went over and talked to Ross Dwelly.
Yes.
And he did it, but he was kind of, I can't do it in front of you. It's weird.
Oh, so maybe it is.
You got Ross to do it earlier?
I got Ross Dwelly to do it, and he was up there with Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. He had a really good one. Now, Demetrius did the whole call, which was pretty spectacular.
That was good. But you helped him out because you led him right down the path.
Yeah,
and he
yeah,
just finished it up.
But Dwelly's was good. Like, he took a deep breath. He was like, and then went for it. I was like, yes, this is what I'm looking for on opening night. I want this.
See, but I think he was too intimidated. He did it eventually, but you had to goad him into it a little bit. Because you were standing there.
It was my fault.
Yeah.
Your fault, Papa. We're blaming you.
Juice wouldn't do it at all.
Mm-mm.
So,
I told Juice, I was like, phone a friend.
Yeah.
Papa's right here. And he was like, I don't know. But Kyle Juszczyk's so fun. So I for sure thought he would do it. It's a...
But he kept saying because you were standing there, he goes, I'm not doing it with him standing here.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't end up.
So did you ask the guys any actual questions and not just have them take my job?
I asked them some about the practice field conditions. Matt Mayoko and Jennifer Lee Chan were doing all the hard-hitting, really hard-hitting stuff. But I did ask some of the players about that, and you got mixed reviews. I think the team has probably told them to kind of just, hey, this is what we're doing, and we're kind of like what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday at opening night.
It's getting better.
It is what it is, and we're going to roll with it. This is what we're going to do. So some players were a little more honest than other players about it being a little soft and not ideal, but hey, they got to roll with it.
It is pretty amazing that that's been kind of the top story in the first 2 days of that, and we had John Dickinson asked Andy Reid about it, and Andy Reid kind of danced around the question at the end because he was having lots of fun, and then he asked him kind of at the end, and he said, it's irrelevant. And I don't know that I would say it's irrelevant if one
Jed
team
York doesn't think so.
Yeah, I was about to say it's irrelevant if you're with the Chiefs.
Well, because the weather outside is bad, and you're practicing that, and then they get the same conditions because they're at the Raiders facility, and they have the same conditions that you're going to be playing Sunday. So I don't think that's irrelevant.
No, I don't think it's irrelevant either. And I've started looking into just, how is all of this determined, and it's an AFC and NFC, the conferences switch off every year. Whoever's the home team gets the NFL facilities for the host city, and that's the case here, and it actually was the case in Miami too. So when the Chiefs and the 49ers played in Miami, the Chiefs also were the home team, and they got the Dolphins facility there. So that's kind of an interesting aspect. And something else that when I've been looking at this, I go back to Super Bowl 54, obviously, and one of the things that stands out to me the most, I want to get y'all's take on this, is the Chiefs in the 54 Super Bowl had come back from 2 deficits in the previous 2 games.
24-0 against Houston.
Yeah, so the Texans and then the Titans.
Right.
And now that's the case for the 49ers this season.
Right.
I feel like there's something
There's calmer there
to be said for being tested and proven. Do you feel like there is?
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not fall behind 24/7 of these guys, though. But I got you.
Yeah.
So one thing, the Miami Super Bowl, I think, and there were a lot of Niner fans there. It's hard to tell because everybody's wearing red. But there were more Chief fans for that game. This one, based on last night.
Oh, man.
Now, Monday at 6:30 could be different than Sunday at 3:30. But it was overwhelming. I mean, they were booing Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and cheering everything Brock
And
said.
not a little.
A lot.
Right.
I
thought it was like
okay, but
75%.
walking around.
Yeah.
because we just go to bars and drink. We don't deal with actual
Some of
people.
us have work
Where's
to
Mike
do.
Silver?
Oh, yeah.
Silver, get out of here! I want to see you this morning. I'm mad at you.
He's like, "Are you serious?"
No, we had a first he said we're not drinking that. You know what got us down the bad hole? Was Mayoko and JLC.
Oh, you're going to put the
Did you
blame
hear?
on
Yes,
them?
it's
Yeah,
all their
tell him when you
fault.
see him.
Anyway,
Wow, okay.
anyway.
No, it was really.
What's your vibe on 49er fans here versus Chiefs fans?
Well, all I have to go off right now
Was last
is
night?
opening night. The
How about
only
just
thing,
walking around? What do you think?
Walking around, I got in. The president was in town in Las Vegas yesterday, so I don't know if you guys have talked about that yet on the show.
We did.
But
Raj Mathai was on. He was going to interview
Oh, okay.
him.
So, that was a factor for me and probably a lot of other people. I know some of our photogs, other people getting in. I couldn't take off because the president was on the tarmac here. So I rushed to, go get my credential and then go to opening night. So outside of, and now all of these places are closed off to the fans. The Radio Row fans aren't allowed here. And then in the stadium, they're all in the stands. So I haven't gotten the chance to really mingle or see a lot of the fans yet. And also, I wonder if fans are coming here on Monday night. I feel like that's more of a Las Vegas base because who can take off work for a week and afford that? So I feel like on Sunday it could be completely different. Niners fans do travel really well, and I don't see that changing.
It's a lot
especially
closer, obviously.
Such a close
Does that
flight.
matter?
Such a close flight. So
Yeah, but like you said, today's only, what is today, Tuesday? Is that
Oh,
right?
yeah, today's Tuesday.
Will Gavin's here, John.
It's Tuesday, so like you said, and a lot of the packages and stuff like that are weekends or maybe Thursday. I mean, by Thursday we'll get a better sense of it.
Yeah.
But like you said, on Tuesday, it's like, hey man, you can't go to Vegas for a week. What are you, insane?
and then also with
Yes,
Super Bowl,
we
is,
are.
you
But
are
we're
insane.
working.
Yeah.
Look at this work we're doing.
You guys
it's
are
very
working
difficult.
so hard.
Yeah, it's
I've
very
never
difficult.
seen
Last night was all show
harder.
prep. It was all material for the show.
Yeah.
Hey, some
People
of us
do.
have notes.
Oh,
Okay?
look at
some
she's
of us
shaming
have
us.
notes.
She's
What do you got?
shaming
What have
us.
you highlighted?
You know, I was
Wow.
just looking back. This is something I always find interesting is like who was drafted before certain players. So I was looking back at who was drafted before Mahomes. I was looking
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey was
Solomon
drafted
Thomas.
before.
I thought Andy was trading up to get
Solomon
CMC.
Thomas was.
Yeah,
Let's see who else is on this list. Miles Garrett was the number one
Yeah,
overall pick
yeah.
that year. Leonard Fournette was. So just stuff like that.
Mitch Trubisky.
Mitch Trubisky was
That
drafted
hurts.
before
That hurts.
him as well. So, just fun stuff like that. That's all. Nothing too exciting.
Well, we'll still give you credit for the idea. Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
It
I'll
was
take
a great
full credit.
idea.
So can you do the touchdown call?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Look at you do that.
Can I scream and just
she's
use my-
dwelling
you
it.
want.
Okay.
She's dwelling in it. Do you want me to set you up?
Are these people going to get
Brock
mad
Purdy
at me?
drops back to pass, throws deep for Laura Britt down the sideline. She's got it. 10, 5.
Touchdown, San Francisco!
That might have been the best one. That was outstanding. That was outstanding.
And now everyone's
Mitch
ears
Holthus.
are bleeding.
Yeah, believe me.
Mitch Holthus is very nervous.
I've done better. Oh, man. You're
So
the
do
best.
I get to go in the booth now?
You do.
Yeah.
Yes!
You're there.
Yeah.
I earned my
You're there.
spot.
When my voice
Absolutely.
does not come back by Sunday, you got it.
Okay, I have a
Can you do
bad
that?
cough.
That's
so I
exactly
don't know
why
if
we
that's-
have it.
Yeah.
We need backups.
You need a backup.
Yeah.
And then backup
100%.
singers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know
I'll
about
just do
that.
the play call. Then when
Yeah.
it's time to
That was
punch it.
outstanding.
But,
So do
but
it-
Di-
Have I
Demetrius
taken-
Flanagan Fowles was really good.
He beat me?
No.
Yeah. No, I don't
Absolutely
know. You were good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I want
No,
to know
seriously, by
because
Friday,
I'm
he's probably not
competitive.
going to have a voice because he goes out all the time.
Okay.
So we need.
Well,
at
I'm-
We're
least
going to
for the
play. I'm
screen.
getting the Dwelly one
Okay.
and the Juszczyk one. We've
The
already got
Dwelly
it
one was good. I'm interested to hear what you think about it.
Yeah.
It wasn't as good as the one you got of Demetrius, but
We got to cheat
I'm
it, though.
saying I'm number 2.
That was really
number
good.
2.
I feel like I'm number 2.
Who does number 2 work for, John?
That is Laura Britt, NBC Sports.
You're number
Media,
1 around
NBC.
here.
Oh, thanks, Papa.
Thanks.
Oh
Great
no,
to
we
see
got
you as always.
Silver's hanging out with Will
All right.
Gavin.
So we might
You
not want
two
to
guys.
stand so close to Mike Silver. NFL security is going to be
I
very
know.
upset with him. We will explain why next as we're live in Las Vegas from Media Row on the Sports Center.
With heating bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. Greg Papa here with this message for professional builders working with a client to upgrade or build a new home. Be sure to visit Golden State. That's my message. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. Owens Corning provides a broad range of insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials and are known for innovation and sustainable solutions. James Hardie provides a durable, lower maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. Boral True Exterior Siding and Trim offers phenomenal performance while consisting of 70% recycled material and environmental leader. And talk with your client about double or triple pane windows that offer a comfortable environment year-round while delivering lower energy bills. There you go. Golden State's respected window and door partners include the very best: Marvin, Anderson, and Milgard. Start online at goldenstatelumber.com. Building a better Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Voice of the NFC champion 49ers, Greg Papa, and our game day host, John Lund, are live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
Do you think it's fair if around your guys' schedule for them to be able to use that field if the other field is deemed unsafe?
I don't know where that's coming from. I'm not going to answer that. That's irrelevant.
Andy Reid says it's irrelevant that one team is practicing outside in rain in a mushy field and another one is in perfect conditions that are going to be the same as the Super Bowl on Sunday. We were live at Meteor Row in lovely Las Vegas.
That was John Dickinson asking that question.
Papa and Lund and the great Mike Silver, at Mike Silver. Of course, read him in the Chronicle. And he may need security.
How you feeling, Mike?
Heard the NFL's looking for him.
Feeling good. I'm tripping out that there's a...
Turn your mic up, bro.
Just pull it up. There you go. We got
I'm tripping out that there's a live stream. I should know of all people.
You're hanging, bro. You're hanging.
I am on camera. Wow.
Yeah. How do you look?
You made a wise choice, by the way, last night.
Yeah, I was out. I was out hanging with the real people, but I did Irish goodbye, you guys, and I feel good about it.
Right when we went to an Irish pub.
I did. And here's the thing. I am writing pretty much every day, which is about right. I'm a San Francisco Chronicle columnist covering a Super Bowl featuring the 49ers. And I could do it and still party like a rock star every night, but I'm trying to pick my spots here and there. So I think I got in around midnight last night. I feel pretty responsible.
Yeah, you did, because the Jameson started flowing for some reason when you left. So that was a wise
Forget
choice
that.
by
Tonight
you.
we're going hard. So
yeah, okay.
Tonight we're going hard.
That's
it was
right.
great to see Ann Killian. I haven't hung with her in a long time.
She is, I just try to keep Ann Killian, like, she's kind of like, Patrick Mahomes of the Chronicle. Like, let's just keep Ann Killian in a good zone so she can do what she does this week.
Mike Silver joining us from Media Row here in Vegas. All right, is NFL security looking for you? You went after the commish. Any backlash?
No backlash. I did get a text from a very well-known NFL head coach who's had a history of adversarial relationships with the NFL, and he unsolicited loved my column, and I can't reveal which Rocky Mountain resident this might have come from, but that was the first thing I got. But listen, I'm not scared of the NFL or the NFL security. For those of you who don't know, I had a long career at Sports Illustrated and Yahoo and other places where I annually did owner rankings, and I routinely mocked and pummeled many of the billionaires that you know and probably don't love. Then they hired me, and I went to NFL Network and NFL.com for 8 years, and I had a great run. Eventually, that ended, and unlike one of my former colleagues who sued them, I just moved on. But when I see the league acting in a way that I know the league office often does, and Roger Goodell often does, I'm not going to be shy about giving my opinion. And in this case, I just thought it was amazing that I thought a story was basically leaked to make the 49ers look soft strategically, and I'm thinking they're the soft ones because you're the guy who just moved your press conference up to Monday, put it inside a locker room, and made it invitation only and planted a bunch of questions. So that's some pretty soft commissioner behavior.
You don't have a lot of quotes in there from Niner people, but I know you've spoken to Niner people. Just their level of disdain for the way this is being handled. And then, today's an off day, more media. And then tomorrow they do have a practice. Now, usually Wednesdays are a little lighter than Thursdays, but they haven't played in a while. They're going to put pads on one of these days. Usually it's Thursday.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, you may want to go a little harder Wednesday since they haven't played in a while. But in any event, usually it's Wednesday, softer day, Thursday, harder day.
That's the plan.
So what is the 49ers' true feelings on what's going on, and how do you think it gets resolved? Will they at some point share the Raiders facility?
So this is what I'm told. First of all, Kyle Shanahan clearly did not want to make this a thing on his media day press conference, and I get that. They don't want it. They don't want it to look like they're afflicted or this is some excuse. Like, it's annoying, but they'll bravely soldier on. I would say levels above Kyle and all the way to the highest levels, they are understandably frustrated. So here's the deal. They sent their people out to inspect it last week, and there's something called a GMAX test that measures the softness of a field. And if it's too soft, there's less give, and potentially greater injuries. For example, a field that famously had a lower GMAC score was MetLife before they redid it. And we all remember Nick Bosa and Solomon Thomas on consecutive plays in 2020 tearing ACLs. And the NFL, when they were trying to assure the 49ers that this UNLV field was okay, they mentioned MetLife and then Nissan Stadium in Nashville, which have both since been redone. The Niners were like, great. So the normal score, I think all NFL fields this year that were played on were between 70 and 80, and you want it higher. This was 48 when the 49ers first got it. They've since, been doing everything they can to try to make it better. I think they have it in the 50s, but it's not ideal. They have... it is a turf field, and they laid sod over it with nothing in between. Probably wasn't done the best possible way, and they're just trying to make it the best they can. So the deal is, what do you do? Greg, I think Wednesday is going to be a lighter day, and I think they're just, as they did yesterday, they're just going to practice on this softer field. Thursday, when they want to go harder, I believe what they will do is go to the Raiders facility, work it out so that they don't overlap with the Chiefs, who are using that this week. It will change the 49ers schedule somewhat. That is an inconvenience. It is not a calamity. And relative to the other possibilities, flying back to Santa Clara, all that, it's probably the best way to handle it. What frustrates them is that the league, instead of working with them and going, okay, maybe we'll change your schedule one day and the Chiefs one day, or try to work it out, basically said, hey, man, we said it's fine. You go grovel to the Chiefs if you want to do that. And Jed York's like, I'm not going to ask Clark Hunt. It's not a Clark Hunt problem. It's a Roger Goodell problem. You combine that with just the general arrogance, the fact that he makes $1 zillion a year, reportedly, the fact that this leaked out. I'm pretty sure the 49ers were not trying to leak this out after being quiet about it for days, heading right up into media day. And the fact that Roger Goodell's answer to it was basically put your finger in your ears and go, it's fine, is at the very least annoying to the people at the top of the organization.
Mike Silver's joining us. You got to check out his piece in the Chronicle today explaining the 49ers' soggy Super Bowl practice field problem and why it's news. So logic would tell me that a team outside on a soggy field in the weather, for people who don't know, has been rainy and crummy, and you're trying to practice and get ready for the Super Bowl versus a team that's in a facility that's inside and mimics the conditions that you're going to see on Sunday would be a major disadvantage for the 49ers, is it?
I don't know that it's a major disadvantage. I think you could be understandably worried that when you're going hard, your players could be more susceptible to injury, which you never want, and you really don't want when you're about to play Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl, which is why I believe that they will choose on Thursday, which is the more significant workout in terms of speed and as Greg said, pads. I think on Thursday they're going to choose to cover their bases by going to the better fields. And, Greg, we know those fields because I remember over the summer we had such a great view of those joint workouts between the Raiders and 49ers. It was awesome.
Hubble telescope for me?
Yeah, I remember.
Sir?
Yeah. And I would say in that one I was mildly annoyed, and you were more than mildly annoyed, if I recall.
Kind of like you are right now at the league. Anyway, okay, let's play the football game now. Whatever the field is to get ready, Sunday at 3:30 when we kick it off. And you are a great mind. So I watched a lot of Chiefs games this year, but I really wanted to pay attention to Cincinnati and Buffalo because they have seen the Chiefs a lot, and the Bengals have seen them in championship games. Lou Anarumo, their great defensive coordinator. I know how close you are with him. I saw you talking to him at Levi's when they came in October and just dismantled the 49ers. You reached out to him. You wrote a big piece about it. What did Anarumo tell you? Just watching, and I texted the voice of the Bengals, Dan Horde, and I said, what did Anarumo do against Mahomes? And he did different things, but I think where he was most successful was the second half of the AFC Championship game when they won that game. He did a Belichick move. He rushed 3, and he dropped 8 into coverage, 4 at each level. I don't know what the Niners are going to do as far as that, and they had Sam Hubbard, their great end spy, Mahomes. Just when you talk to Anarumo, Michael, what did he give you as some of the things you can do to at least confuse, slow down the great Patrick Mahomes?
Well, you mentioned that 2021 AFC Championship game, and the Chiefs just rolled through them in the first half. Almost scored
21-3.
Almost scored again. Got stopped at the 1 on the last play.
Right.
And then Anarumo adjusted, and it's the only time I've ever seen Mahomes just look super confused and rattled. Now, in that Super Bowl against the Bucs, where his offensive line was decimated, he was running for his life. In this one, he just wasn't seeing it right, and it was very jarring, and they lost in overtime. So, yes, Anarumo changes things up. Yes, he dropped 8. No, he doesn't blitz him very often, although strategically once in a while he will. But what he said to me is, look, there's no real one thing you can do. And he beat him the first 3 times. Mahomes has beaten the Bengals the last 2. But he's just said, look, he's too great. But you can change it up, and you can temporarily kind of frustrate him. And then the other thing he stressed is you might have an opportunity for a turnover here and there. You have to convert that. If the ball's near your hands, now – say you're a Detroit Lions defensive back with a chance for a game-turning turnover, and it hits your face mask and pops up, and it turns into a 51-yard
The BA ricochet!
Unbelievable. Was he on fire on your call on that one also?
No, but he scored the touchdown right after that, and that was a great play by Brock. The other thing, Anarumo, last year when they played him and Patrick had the bad ankle, he blitzed him more in that game, but he had a bad ankle.
Yeah.
The one thing Dan Horde sent me was, as far as covering Kelsey, they put Trey Flowers, a cornerback, on him, a really long corner. I'm thinking about Charvarius Ward in certain man situations.
I thought you were going to say Isaiah Oliver. He's a long corner. That might not go as well.
Yeah.
That's a great question because, Rashee Rice has shown something, and you can't just say, I know you could say, God, the Chiefs receivers are not what they were. They're not that good, but, MVS is really fast. I don't think Tony's going to play, but MVS is crazy fast. Rashee Rice has shown something.
Hardman's fast.
Yeah, Hardman's fast. So, you can't just be we'll just throw Tayshaun Gibson on that guy. It's a puzzle, and you want to change it up. But that's interesting, Greg. I suspect that they will do different things in the secondary than what they've been doing, and I suspect they will do different things on the defensive line than what they've been doing because they should, because their defense has looked not that great. And this is what I want to get to now because we talked about this last night. I'm not sure I understand. I've watched both 49er playoff games, obviously. I've watched all 3 Chiefs games pretty intensely. How could you, with a straight face as a bettor, say, I'm going to bet that the 49ers are points ahead of this other team? And I get what gambling is, and there's all these variables, and it's not a referendum. But
the wise guys, John, right?
The wise guys? Notion that you could watch these 5 games between these 2 teams in the playoffs and think that the 49ers look like the better team so far is laughable. That doesn't mean they can't be the better team on Sunday. That doesn't mean they can't play their A game. I'm not saying that, but the Chiefs' defense looks way better. They have Patrick Mahomes, who almost never loses in these contexts, and they have been impressive pretty much throughout these 3 games, whereas the 49ers, after just getting manhandled for a half, rallied to beat the Lions and really had to eke out that Packer game after Purdy really wasn't seeing it. So, to me, the Chiefs look like the formidable team on paper going in.
Mike Silver is joining us. We're live in Vegas at Media Row. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Center. I think that the reason why that is defensively they just haven't been anywhere near what they normally are. And we've watched it just because it's been on, and I know it's a big difference. But Super Bowl 54, where they did confuse Mahomes and their zone was so tight and they were so good, can they in 2 weeks' time find their defense?
That's such a great question. Now, first of all, I would say words that you never thought you would hear on KNBR, let alone from me, they really, really miss Cleve Farrell. I know, he was the number 4 pick of the draft. It didn't really pan out with the Raiders. He was viewed as like a Mike Mayock, horrible pick. And he hasn't been great with the 49ers, but he's done his job.
I told you that weeks ago, didn't I?
Yeah, and you did. And he's setting the edge. And 2 people in the media after the Chase Young trade who were not jumping up and down and saying this is amazing are right here. You, Greg Papa, and myself. I knew a lot from the people in Washington. I think you had your own sources of information.
I just watched the tape for like 2 quarters. I'm like, he stands too high, and he doesn't chase it down on the backside. I thought he was playing too many snaps.
He's not setting the
with
edge.
Washington.
Now he
could dominate this game against their tackles because he's so big.
He's very talented, and he's looking for the splash play. But they've lost something with Farrell out. They played Logan Ryan and Gibson as the starting safeties in the first game. Average age, and I love both guys. Average age is like my contemporaries at Cal. Okay, they're not that old, but they're old. And they put Jair Brown back in, which gave him a little more juice.
He played well.
And he played well. The Ambry Thomas with the club hasn't looked great. So, they've had two.
He's taking that off, he told me.
We saw his nasty hand last night. He's not going to wear anything.
Two really good corners in Lenore and Mooney, and then it's been an adventure. And then, Warner and Greenlaw are so good, but haven't really looked like Warner and Greenlaw together as much in 2023 as they did in 2022.
So we talk so much. It's obviously a big game for Kyle Shanahan. It's a big game for Brock. It's a big game for everybody. But Steve Wilks, how big is this game for Steve Wilks?
I don't know. It's funny. At halftime, last week, I was hearing a lot of, Steve Wilks is so fired. And maybe he would have been because someone would have had to be the fall guy. But my thought was like, is Steve Wilks telling them not to pursue and not set the edge and not really tackle and swarm? Because I'm pretty sure he's not coaching it that way. But D'Amico was so good, and the defense was so good last year. To me, the biggest thing, it's way bigger for Kyle Shanahan than anyone. He has been so close as a coordinator with the Falcons, so close 4 years ago. If and when he wins a Super Bowl as a head coach, it's going to completely change the whole thing, the way a lot of people see him. And if he doesn't, let alone if he has a lead and it doesn't go well, he's going to have that stigma. And it's hard to brush, not just him, but this team, brush yourselves off and get back in the ring and fight your way all the way back. And they've done it 3 years in a row, and after a rough 2020 and coming so close in the previous season, nothing is guaranteed. And so you got to seize your opportunities when they're there. Unfortunately for Kyle Shanahan, there's Patrick Mahomes once again standing in his way. So they can play great and still lose to Patrick Mahomes. They could also play great and be Super Bowl champs. So I think the key thing is play great.
Mike Silvers, Jonas, you got to check out his latest piece in the Chronicle explaining the 49ers' soggy Super Bowl practice problem and why it's news. Social media was going bananas last night on Kyle. We had loose Kyle, and I don't know if it makes a difference because in Super Bowl 54, maybe a little tighter. You know him really, really well. He seems like maybe he's a little bit looser. Does that matter?
I felt like we were loose when we were having that discussion, so I don't want to be too judgy about being loose.
Well, we don't have to coach a team in the Super Bowl.
If I recall, I had a beer in my hand the size of,
you had a frosty mug. It was tall.
That was good.
It was massive. So, I think he is looser right now, and that tells me that he likes his plan because he put that in early. Now they're tweaking it, but it feels to me like he likes his plan, which is that's important. And he seems to, maybe he likes the matchups and all that. Again, it's Patrick Mahomes that he gets it. You could be better in all ways, and he could just do Patrick Mahomes things, and there you are. But, I think he is a little looser. And, look, there's only so much he can control, too. But when you have the faith he does in his quarterback, that's a big, big deal. And as much as, in retrospect, I think he'd say, I was probably too hard on Jimmy. We did some great things together. I really love a lot of things about Jimmy. He did not have this kind of faith in Jimmy Garoppolo 4 years ago.
If he does win this Super Bowl, he and his dad are going to be the only two father and son duos to win a Super Bowl. And Mike, won 2 in Denver back-to-back years, and the one as a coordinator in San Francisco. What a cool story that is. Now, it's interesting, when Jed New York met the media last week, he was talking about the plan before he hired Kyle, when I think it was Chip Kelly they were looking at, was to hire Mike Shanahan.
Yes.
And then have Kyle come on as the OC for a couple of years and gradually give it to Kyle.
Yeah.
The Raiders, actually, when they interviewed Mike Shanahan and John Madden ran that, their plan, I recently found out, I didn't know it at the time, was to hire Mike Shanahan. Well, they didn't do it. They didn't think he was able to do it at that time anyway, and then hire Kyle as the offensive coordinator.
Mike coming back to the Raiders would have been an incredible story, by the way.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, right. And don't get me started, by the way. So listen, I was really
Will Kiss is here, by the way. And his daughter.
I was at the forefront of that reporting during the search, all those searches, but specifically the one where they hired Kyle. And I was one of the things I reported was that Sean McVay interview went so well that they told Sean, hey, here's Brian Gutekunst's number, here's Elliot Wolf's number. We're thinking about them as GM. Call them and see how the chemistry is. So McVay blew doors on his interview, and he was in the mix. And Josh McDaniels was very much in the mix, bringing it back to the Raiders. And Kyle, whose team was going to the Super Bowl, was also. And I remember at one point I talked to Jed, and he said, I'm going to slow play this. He said, I know the Rams are in on Sean. Anthony Lynn was a guy that the Rams and 49ers and Chargers were all interested in. He said, I feel like, I think the Chargers had already hired Anthony. And he said, I feel like with McVay, Kyle, and Josh, I'll get one of them the way this is shaping up. So I'm not going to freak out. I'm just going to slow play. And, of course, the Rams then panicked and took McVay. Great move. And Josh pulled out, and then it was Kyle's, but everybody involved with rooting for the 49ers right now, get down on your knees and put your hands together in the prayer pose and give thanks to whatever your higher power or lack of higher power is, the energy, the spirits, whatever, and give thanks that Josh McDaniels pulled out of that search because he could have had that job, and then Kyle Shanahan became the coach because it might have made a slight difference in the trajectory of the franchise, I'm thinking.
A little bit. Yeah, absolutely.
I got to get off my knees here.
Man. Great piece. Appreciate it.
Silver.
That's what she said, Greg.
Two nights in a row, Silver.
And that's also what she said,
well,
and here we are.
Speaking of which, so when they interviewed Mike Shanahan to be the coach of the Raiders, John Madden actually ran that interview. He came out of the interview and he said, I think Mike has lost his jism.
Wow, okay.
That's what he said.
I thought I was a little over the line.
That was the line.
The coach did say that.
He did.
Is that FCC approved?
He lost his gymnasium.
I
don't know.
I think Mike Shanahan
is Was it the wrong word?
We're quoting John Madden. I mean, how could that be?
It was the line, right? He lost his jism.
I think Mike Shanahan is a virile and intact guy, and I would say this.
I don't think he meant it literally.
You'll read when my book comes out in October.
Yeah.
You will read all about how Mike Shanahan felt about Brock Purdy back in May and June of his to-be rookie season, and you will conclude that Mike Shanahan's got all of the things that a man would want to have.
Yeah,
very nice, very well said.
And a great
Jerry
mind.
Seaman, Jeff Seaman, they're Seaman all over the field.
See, he just keeps going.
Down, Sam.
Well, that was my call. My call. It was touchdown.
Do we have that?
Fran
Can we pull
Seaman.
that?
No, we
Can
don't.
we pull that
Was
up
it like
for,
an explosion in the end zone?
Come on, Daddy. Where is it? Where is it?
And the climax of that play.
Two nights in a row, Silver. Can we do it?
It's not just BA who's on fire in that scenario.
That was the quote. I didn't say it.
All right.
I'm just a reporter.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Text me tonight.
Oh, yeah. I'll be sure.
Round two?
I'll be sure to avoid you guys at all costs.
Very nice. All right. That is the great Mike Silver. Check out his latest in the Chronicle. It is absolutely great. We'll come bottom of the hour. Our good friend Mike Yam from the NFL Network will join us. Are we gonna have time for some Ask Papa here, Walter? What do you think? Walter says yes. All right. 888. Give us a call. Make sure you hit us up on the text as well. 415-888-KNBR or 5627 808. I should say. I said 888. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. Hit us up on the text or the phone calls. You've been hearing us talk about the Niners and the Chiefs all day for the last couple of days, actually. Give us your thoughts, questions for Papa. We'll do it next. We'll fit it in between this and Mike Yam. We're live in Las Vegas, only here on the Sports Center.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mike Golick Jr. this morning on Murph and Marcus discussing what the Super Bowl matchup will come down to and who'll come out on top. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
Thank you very much. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Papa and I can see. Well, this morning when my alarm went off at 5:30, I couldn't see, but that's not the issue with the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That was self-inflicted, but normally I can see very, very well. You see, Pop came into the studio many times and was crowing how well he could see, and finally I went, okay, what'd you do? I went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley just like I did and got CLR. Now, it is awesome. It's an awesome procedure. And the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, they've been doing this for years, and so you can trust them. That was the first thing that came to my mind was like, well, it's my eyes and everything. It's kind of important. But it's a game changer. It was for me, could be for you as well. It's a permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and here's a little bonus. It's a big bonus. You're never going to develop cataracts. So the great thing about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is that CLR worked great for Papa and I. They do all sorts of different procedures, so there might be one that's going to work best for you. Here's what you got to do. It is a free, I tell you, consultation. And all you do is you go to lasereyeclr.com, lasereyeclr.com, or simply call 877-GET-2020. It's a free consultation. They'll go over your options. And again, you can ask them about CLR. It worked great for Papa and I. Maybe there's another procedure that works great for you. But I know this. It is a game changer. So do it right now. Go to lasereyeclr.com or simply call 877-GET-2020.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Sunday, you'll hear Greg Papa's call right here on The Sports Leader. Touchdown! But till then, he's with John Lund live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR, The Sports Leader.
All right, very simple. You know the drill, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. You can hit us up, and that is both the text and the phone line. See how convenient that is for everybody. Mike Yam's going to join us from NFL Network, our friend at the bottom of the hour. We'll continue the conversation here live from Media Row in Vegas. Let's start out with Chris in St. Helena. Chris, welcome. Go right ahead.
Hey, thanks a lot. Hey, Greg, I wanted to ask you what you thought about Roger Goodell's response to the practice field there. He seemed pretty dismissive, a little bit annoyed. I wanted to see what your read on that was.
Yeah, I thought it was both of those words. He was dismissive, and just so the league is not going to make them change the practice field. And I was sent some video of it, and it's just it pulls up. It has not been able to root down into the ground to grow, so it's laying on top of an artificial surface field. We were actually at opening night last night, and they had a turf field down. They actually painted the end zones and both end zones for opening night.
They don't have the grass in there yet.
Can you imagine the Raiders allowing them to paint Chiefs in one end zone and 49ers in the other? But the difference on game day is they're gonna slide in the pods. That the first one I saw in this country was in Arizona, in Glendale, the home of the Cardinals at State Farm Stadium, where they had like 8 yards by 8 yards pods. They would grow it somewhere because it's so damn hot in a desert, and then roll it in. And actually, when we played at the Legion Stadium in August in the preseason, I had a long talk with their head groundskeeper. They don't do pods. They do the entire field that they roll in later. Now, this is a Super Bowl, so the field for the actual game is, I don't know.
It's still outside.
I don't know if the Raiders and their groundskeeper are handling that. George Toma used to do
I read a whole
Super
story
Bowls
on it.
and then the one thing to keep in mind is how slick the field was in Arizona for last year's Super Bowl between the Eagles and the Chiefs, and it was where they painted the logo was an issue. So to answer your question, I was surprised that the league is just saying the field's fine, move on here, nothing, because the Niners do not feel that way, and we'll see ultimately if there is an accommodation made. I think the Niners have to change their Thursday schedule to make it all work, John. But one thing when you actually play the game is that sometimes the fields in Super Bowls are a little slick. This is a dome stadium, not going to have rain or any kind of element there, John. But when they paint the NFL logo in the end zones, and they do it on yard lines as well, on the 35, I think. And sometimes last year, there was no doubt that the outcome of that game was adversely affected by players slipping.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. In regards to this story, I mean, it's a big story, and it's Tuesday. Is this going to affect the game on Sunday, in your opinion?
Well, I want to see how practice is in. You got to have a good practice week. And I thought last week, the Thursday practice, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it was like a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I got there, they run 14 periods of practice. I got there for, I think, that was the probably like the 6th period, so I got to watch 8 periods. And they vary in length, but typically 6 minutes long. It rained so hard that day. I actually brought an umbrella on the field, and the guys were giving me crap for bringing an umbrella on the field.
Yes.
But it was dumping. It rained so hard. I thought, we're not having a great practice here because it's raining so hard. And then all of a sudden it was sunny. A rainbow came out. It was weird. And then the Friday practice, there was no rain. Saturday was a great day. They got good work in Thursday, Friday, Saturday last week. If this was we just played Sunday and then, you'd only have a couple of days here, 3 days, it would be more of a concern. But still, they want to get out and practice. They had a little bit of a walkthrough. They didn't do anything Sunday. That was a travel day. And then yesterday, they did a walkthrough. And then, today they're off. And then Wednesday, they're back at it. Yes, you need to have 2, 3. The Friday practice will be more of a red zone. It's shorter. It's about an hour and 20. But they'll run 14 periods on Wednesday, 14 periods on Thursday. And I think on Thursday they're putting pads on to hit a little bit. So, yes, you need to, like anything in life, you need to practice to get ready for the game, especially the week of the Super Bowl. So you want guys to be confident. And when Kasarik gets them on the field and they do the GTFO, get the F off, those guys are coming out hard. You have to have confidence that you can sink your hips, sink your feet, have an anchor in the ground. If you don't think you can do that and the field's going to give on you, you can't practice to play in the game.
All right, Mike Yam's going to join us coming up next. By the way, tons of great stuff in the text line. We will get back to Ask Papa anything at all. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Mike Yam's going to join us from NFL Network coming up next. By the way, one text from the 650. He said he missed the beginning of the show. Any stories from last night? Yeah, we got stories. We'll reset at the 1 o'clock hour.
Damn.
Good stories, too. Mike Yam joins us next. We're live in Vegas from
Jameson.
Papa and Lund. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good thing I got a good night's sleep day after day before I left on this trip. But I actually slept well last night. Got up at 8:57 a.m., a personal record. But not getting the quality sleep, the REM sleep like I get when I'm home because I don't have the Sleep Number bed with me. It is amazing. Number one, set a quality sleep goal that helps you and realistically it changes your lifestyle. I've had a Sleep Number bed for a couple of years now, and I'm getting great sleep every single night. And if you don't have a Sleep Number bed, we have a special coming up for you. It is the Sleep Number's President's Day sale. You will save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed only for a limited time. So take advantage of it now. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number is the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
faithful. Before John hosts the pregame on Sunday and before Greg calls every super snap, they're revving you up from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
Bob and Lund, we're live from Media Row in Las Vegas. Getting you ready, of course, for Super Bowl 58. Chiefs, 49ers. Our good friend Mike Yam is here. NFL Network, NFL Total Access. What's happening?
TA in LA. Now in LV.
It is so good to see you guys because I love hopping on with you during the season. And now we do a little in-face deal.
This is awesome.
Did you guys just get here?
We've been here already too long. I'd like to fly home, but there's a Super Bowl.
Because I know you've been busy, because I keep catching you as a guest over on SiriusXM, and I hear your voice on such a regular basis on our shows because obviously the Niners have been rolling. So your calls are making all of our montages.
And we hear your voice. We see your face. I was telling you earlier, you've become such a great anchor on TA, and you got people around you, but you have a great balance between having fun, keeping it light, but it is football. It's the NFL Network. You want to get into X's and O's. So where's your set, by the way, here?
That's a really good question because I think I went through.
Is it in a room?
No. They ushered me through like a back entrance.
Ushered you through?
No, man. I'm happy. There was like a car. I feel like I'm actually big time all of a sudden. I flew in this morning.
Right. Did a car pick you up?
Yeah. Well, I'm here for this is random. So obviously I'm with you guys. It's NFL Total Access, NFL Network, the whole deal. But there's a Lunar Year event that the Super Bowl committee is putting together this evening, and they said, "Hey, any interest in hosting?" And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? I never saw anything like at a sports deal for Asian folks." So I'm like, "Hell yeah, I'm in."
Oh wow.
So that's why I'm up this way. Right. And certainly just it's an honor to be a part of it. But I think our set's in the back corner somewhere. But
you haven't seen it yet.
I have not. So I've seen it on TV. I just haven't seen it in person.
So what's your ski to do, TA, from LV live on the set?
They actually gave me the day off. I will fly back to LA tomorrow morning first thing. Straight to a production meeting, and then we'll roll with Total Access. So it'll be fun.
All right, so here's the deal. Total Access airs 4 o'clock Pacific. 70-plus hours of Super Bowl week coverage, including a special 8.5-hour edition of NFL Game Day morning Super Bowl Sunday starting at 6 a.m. You're not part of that,
That's
right?
Rich Eisen.
No.
Thank God.
And by the way, good for you to do the math because I guarantee they gave you talking points and it's at 7 Eastern time. West Coast bias. Here we go.
Oh, completely.
4 Pacific. That's what time we roll.
Yeah.
I record it every day. You guys replay it like every hour.
It's great.
It's on. So I saw your show, the 2-hour pre-gamed opening night, and Colleen and the guys did a great job. Just what was your takeaway from the Chiefs were getting booed loudly last night?
So that's actually, I would love to hear from you guys on this. So I actually legitimately do not know. Friday we got to do our picks. I have no clue who I'm picking in this game because I can watch some tape and feel good about the Niners. I can story a win. Then I go and watch Patrick Mahomes and that team's defense and go, damn, I can story a win for those dudes too. So I think it's going to come down to the last thing that I see before I have to officially make the picks. But one of the things that I was thinking about last night when I'm hearing the boos and I'm hearing Purdy, I'm like, damn, is the Super Bowl going to be like this? Is it going to be a home game for these dudes? And I don't know. I would imagine it's a closer trip. It's an easier flight. Fans in the Bay Area. I was there for 10 years. I get it. Coming to Vegas is not that difficult. That's a factor in this game if it's going to play out the way it did.
Get ready
night.
for the silent count, Patrick.
You're hoping that those same people have tickets, although it's difficult to get tickets and it's a little bit smaller of a stadium, so it's expensive. But you know the Bay Area. People, they'll spend money on tickets if they want to spend money. I do remember Super Bowl 54, these two teams, it was the Chiefs. It was around town in Miami, and then when they did the national anthem and they said the home of the, and they said Chiefs, we looked at each other and we went, uh-oh, this isn't good. Yeah. So, you're right. If it's at what it was last night, it's going to be, I thought it was 75% were Niners fans last night.
Was it like 25,000 people or something like that? It sounded
was it that many there?
Yeah.
It sounded like 90%.
I saw a lot of them.
Yeah, they packed it.
Did you guys notice, and here's what worries me, right? Like, I see these dudes on the stage and I see Purdy next to Mahomes. And 15's just got this little smirk on his face. And he's looking at Brock, and everyone's the Purdy, the fans cheering. And I'm like, oh, my God. I think he's like, yo, Brock, enjoy this because Sunday it ain't going to play out that way. He's got that aura about him, and that's what I think concerns most fans in the Bay Area because when Mahomes is on the other sideline, you go, well, damn, it's Patrick.
Yeah, it was shocking to me to hear them boo Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Bob Costas the other day called the Chiefs America's team, not the Dallas Cowboys. And when you think about it, 4 of the last 5 Super Bowls they've been in.
Yeah.
They've won 2 of them. They're on every damn commercial possible. Even Andy Reid.
Oh, my God, I know.
I mean, Mahomes and Travis Kelce. And then you got the Taylor Swift component. I mean, are they the new America's team, the Chiefs, Mike?
I think that there is a strong argument. I paused when you said it, and I rolled my eyes because growing up, it was obviously the Dallas Cowboys. And, I grew up in the Northeast. I'm a Giants fan, so I used to cringe when I hear it. But this is a dynasty. We are watching a dynasty unfold before our eyes. There's so much there. Like, we're in a day and age, and it doesn't matter if you're an NFL team, a basketball team, a college football team. All of a sudden, if you are the premier squad in your respective sport, you can just tell people everyone doubts us. And all of a sudden, that becomes a thing. And I'm wondering here, like, from a Niners perspective, you could make the case. I don't even know what the line is. I don't know who's the favorite in the game. I heard it might be still the Niners. I have no idea. You could make an argument, though, that the Niners are the underdog just for what you positioned here. The Taylor Swift, every other minute we're talking about Taylor. It's the cutaway here. To your point, Travis Kelce jumping up and down last night at opening night and saying, hey, bring it. I want to play this game right now. I'm sitting here going, man, be careful what you wish for, because this Niners team is loaded. I do get concerned about some of the vulnerabilities that we've witnessed on the defensive side. I've been with you guys, popping on. I've been fortunate enough to be a guest on your show. I've always felt like the last few years when this team was playing for conference championships, team identity to me was what was happening on the defensive side. I know that we always focus in on offensive players. This year it feels different than it has in past, and that's what concerns me about the Super Bowl matchup.
The great Mike Yam is joining us, NFL Network, NFL Total Access, as we're live in Las Vegas, getting you ready for Super Bowl 58. You're 100% right. I mean, again, not to keep going back to Super Bowl 54 because there's not that many players left, but it's kind of the comp that we have. It was Kansas City's offense versus the 49ers defense. Sure. It's completely flipped now. Chiefs defense, 49ers offense.
Yeah, it really has in such a big way. I can't imagine your spotting charts. You probably can't even reference them from a few years ago. They've probably changed so much because on Total Access we were looking at the rosters. Oh, here we go.
Well, this is actually – everybody goes back to that game. Yeah. The game that I am locking in on is the game when they came in October the 23rd last year. McCole Hardman had 3 touchdowns, Mike, 3. All on jet sweeps and jet passes.
A little funky stuff.
Yeah, Andy Reid loves that. But, yeah – I didn't even bring my spotting board from Super Bowl 54.
Not even worth it.
Yeah.
Not even worth it.
Well,
By
we
the
just
way,
played them recently.
Can I just paint the picture for everyone?
Yeah,
you just showed me.
Yeah.
You are old school.
Yeah,
Those are handwritten. Are you
I'm a serial killer.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. He's
the
cutting and the pasting.
Okay, so just for people who don't know this, who haven't called play-by-play.
Don't make fun of me.
So you do your boards like I used to do them back in
Marv
the day.
Albert taught me this. In 1980 at Syracuse.
So you know the deal.
If it's good for Marv,
it's good enough for all of us.
Despite the jam toe.
So
I got it right here.
I didn't know
Mahomes
you were
has an ankle
guy.
injury.
Oh, yeah. I had no idea.
Yeah.
So when I went to Fordham, I would handwrite my spotting boards, and then you get a little bit older, and everyone.
Vince Scully University.
Here we go. We used to have our radio meetings in the room, Keating Hall, which is the big building on campus, where Vince Scully used to call games. It was third floor Keating. It overlooked our baseball field, and that's where Vin used to call in the corner.
Wow.
So, which was always kind of cool.
He was a great football announcer.
Oh my God! So I didn't even know until Madden passed away. I'm kind of embarrassed. It's like we're know your history, and I make fun of young kids because I used to be the young kid. I didn't know he called games of Madden, and all of a sudden they pop up on a tribute. I'm like, damn, Vince Scully called, which shouldn't surprise me, but it did. I got.
They
caught
did
off
half
guard.
a year together.
It's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, just, legendary.
The last game he did on football was the Dwight Clark catch game.
Are you serious?
Fire that up on YouTube, Mike.
So
so good. He's great on baseball. He was so great on football.
I can't even
Problem
imagine.
is he talked too much to work with Madden.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So which voice do you want to hear?
Right.
They just sound different, and they're both great, and they're
Yeah,
spectacular.
they're just so different, though. Yeah.
What the hell were we talking about?
I don't know.
Not bad.
My spotting board, Super Bowl 54, you made fun of me being a serial killer.
I don't know. I think you would have this kind of control. So I don't know why. I think it's an inordinate amount. Super Bowl 54 has been played a lot on NFL Network, and I always have to turn it off before the Jet Wasps play. Can you do something about that? Can we not
Well, the
play
anniversary
that
was
thing anymore?
February 2nd last Friday. You played it like around
like 8 times.
No more.
I know they're on the third floor. I don't know much
Can you
about
pull
what
a
happens
plug?
up there. Look, at the end of the day, man, they let me sit on the set and do a show. I'm not. I as
All
much
right.
as I
Yeah,
don't
you're not
want
going to create waves.
Yeah, I
get
can't,
it.
man. I like when the
Yeah.
check clears every 2 weeks,
All
and I can
right.
pay my rent. I'm feeling good.
TA from LA. So are you coming here to do shows here, or is it all be done in Los Angeles?
No, we're doing our stuff on Teleaccess will be in Los Angeles. Kimmy Checks, who's my co-host, she will be here later in the week. But honestly, guys, it's like 70-plus hours throughout the course of the week on NFL Network. I'm pretty jacked up, man. And this game is going to be awesome. It's going to be
When are you
awesome.
making your pick? Friday, you said?
Friday, I'm going to make the pick. The one thing I'll just give you this one storyline because I think it's fascinating to me. Travis Kelce doing his damage in the middle of the field. The Niners defensively, that linebacker and core, the Ravens were spectacular, and yet we saw Kelce have some success there.
Right.
Fred Warner and those dudes, are they going to be able to figure that out? To me, is by far the biggest storyline in this game.
Totally.
There's no doubt. Thanks, Mike. It's
You
great
guys
to
are
see
the
you.
best, man. Awesome to see you guys in person.
You're the best,
That is the great Mike Yam. He does not have to get up at 6 o'clock, or not even get up, like 4 o'clock. Mooch and Rich
And
and
what
all those
time does
guys.
Mooch
My
wake up
God,
on Sunday morning?
Mooch rolls with like 2 hours of sleep and a large Coca-Cola. He is
Really?
wow. Coach will
I
go.
I cannot do that at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, whatever he does it. That's great stuff. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Always
Thanks,
appreciate
guys.
it. That was a great
You
Mike
are
Yam joining us.
stupendous at what you do, brother.
I appreciate you, man.
At
Thank you.
Mike_Yam. And again, NFL
Is that Andy
Network,
Reid
NFL.
dressed as Jose Canseco?
Access.
What the hell, bro?
We got more. We'll ask
You look
Papa when we get
nothing
back
like
to the,
Jose,
text
I gotta
line.
say.
Laura Oakman's going to join us at 1:15.
Skinny Andy Reid.
Ronnie Lott at 1:30, and we've been told we got to tell more stories from last night, so we'll do it all. We're live in Vegas. Only
We
here on
hung
the
with him,
Sports City.
Skinny Andy Reid. Yeah, there's something about Sunday and playoff football, but this Sunday, the biggest game of your life. So wake up early, take a morning walk, go to the store and get your burgers and your beers, tidy up the house to make room for 10 fellow football fans. And your biggest Sunday chore on the biggest Sunday of the year is loading a case of Bud Light into the fridge. You got to load up on the Bud Light, and you get ready for a full day with the family, which is anyone wearing the same team colors as you. And the hard work pays off because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football and beer and Bud Light. It's easy to get excited for the biggest game of your life because when you got your beers and your buddies or your family, nothing is hard until the other team scores a touchdown. Yeesh. So enjoy your Bud Light throughout the football playoffs and especially on the biggest Sunday of the year with Bud Light. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
faithful. Papa and Lund are live from Radio Row in Vegas, getting you set for Sunday Showdown. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I think Stacey, I think it's hard because you have to really start with who Brock is as a person. And I know that's nebulous and it's hard, but like the guy lives his values. And I think the reason he was able to have so much success early on is because he developed relationships with the guys in the locker room. And upon that foundation of relationships, he was able to build trust when he finally did get his shot. And not just with the offensive guys, but with the defensive guys as well. And it's an extremely difficult position for a 23-year-old kid to step into a huddle with Trent Williams and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and to be able to lead and to be able to gain that trust if you haven't built the relationships. And so that's what Brock started to do last year from the very beginning.
That is exclusive audio from Papa and Lund. That was last night at opening night, which is the big media extravaganza over at Allegiant Stadium. That's where we were. As the week goes on, we've already played Ambry Thomas for you, and we saw his nasty-looking hand. He is not going to be wearing anything other than a glove on that, so that is good news. Javon Hargrave at some point, some more Brian Griese for you. John Feliciano, who you've changed your opinion on. He is mean and nasty, but you're not afraid of him anymore. And some more of the touchdown calls. And the sleeper of the group, Chris Conley, used to be with the Chiefs, wide receiver with the 49ers, gave us a great interview and just kind of light everything up and show you how it works. All these guys we watched on NFL Network are sitting at these big booths. These guys were the guys kind of milling around, and we could catch those guys and talk to them. So we had a lot of great conversations, and we'll play them for you throughout the rest of the week live here from Vegas. But let's talk about what Brian Griese said there. Talking about not only just Brock, he could talk all about Brock the player, but he's saying that a 23-year-old going into that huddle, and because he is who he is and the way he was raised, that's part of the reason why he's been able to do what he's done so fast.
I think one of the cool elements of Super Bowl week is the access the media is granted to someone like Brian Griese. And this is Bob Griese's son, won a couple of Super Bowls, a Hall of Fame quarterback. Brian was an excellent player at Michigan, national champion there, was ahead of Tom Brady on the depth chart. Had a very good career. He was brought in by Mike Shanahan to replace John Elway.
Not easy.
And where his whole career turned was against the Raiders on Monday Night Football on Veterans Day of 2002. The Raiders started 4-0 that year, lost 4 games in a row. We're playing Week 9 in Denver. Denver was up 7-3, and they were driving for a touchdown, and Brian threw a pick to Rod Woodson, the Hall of Famer, 98 yards later. The Raiders took the lead and won the game and rolled all the way to Super Bowl 37. Brian then went and worked with John Gruden in Tampa Bay, and he had a long career. He was in the Monday Night Football booth as a broadcaster, did a great job. He's the one that was really kind of saved that booth for a couple of years, and then Kyle reached out with Mike's connection and made him the quarterback coach, and I'm around him a lot. He is Kyle to the nth degree as far as brutal honesty when he talks to the quarterbacks. He is hard. It seems like they never can do enough for him. He's really demanding. But with the access granted, the media was around him. And there was one guy there. In fact, Brian actually chimed in. Are you going to ask every question? You let anybody else? And I jumped in. What the F is this? This is your life? Like, what are you doing, bro?
Light of the night. Because people have to understand that, those where the star players are sitting, it's 50 rows deep. And so you're just not going to approach that. But what's happening is there's all these other people trying to get these interviews, and we want to be one-on-one. So you kind of got to wait your turn. But this one guy, was commandeering Griese forever, and you went, what is this, bro? This is your life? And you kind of startled the guy, and then we started doing the same thing.
Even Brian was like, could somebody else ask a question? I'm like, Griese, can I ask you one?
Yeah, so it was good.
And then he was shuttled over to Rich Gannon. So anyway, people, and he's opening up about it, I think more than anybody. And Steve Slowick, Bobby Slowick's brother, was the area scout in Ames, Iowa, and they were on him at Iowa State. He had a better junior year than senior year. I think if he came out after his junior year, he may have been drafted higher. But for what they were on him for a long time. But Griese, so the mandate was, Bill Walsh used to say, draft a quarterback every single year. Now, the Niners haven't done that, but you right after you got Trey Lance, number 3 overall, you're back looking at a quarterback. They did not, and Kyle spoke about it last night, they had a 4th-round grade on Brock Purdy, but they didn't want to take him in the 4th round.
Yeah, you don't want to scare the kid.
Right, he had Trey there, but at the very last pick in the draft, they took him. And I think of all the Kubiaks and obviously Slowick, but I think the driving force in drafting Brock was Brian Griese. He just saw the tape. He saw the ability. In any event, Dr. York eventually said they were like, we take him at the last pick in the draft.
Is he the best player?
The best player?
Kyle said, "Yeah." He goes, then what are we talking about?
Right, so they just took him. Now, and we learned last night, because I've asked Brock this question, but he never really answered me. So I think I know the answer now. If the Niners if you had become an undrafted rookie free agent, would you have signed with the Niners? And he never wanted to answer that question. We got word. Who said he wouldn't last night? Did he say it? Or did somebody else?
Kyle,
Where'd that
I think
come out?
in the Peter King piece.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, on Monday, on Football Morning in America now is what it is.
Right.
That's what Brock said. Brock told the 49ers, they said they called him because that's what you do is you get near the end of the draft, you start making contact with agents, and Brock's agent said, no, he's signing somewhere else. So if you don't draft him, you're not getting him.
Right. So they took him. And Mr. Irrelevant, what a story. And that draft was here in Las Vegas. Melanie Finch from the Lozman, the Mr. Irrelevant group, made the selection. She was here with the last pick in the draft. Mr. Irrelevant, the 49ers take Brock. That was in Las Vegas. Now he's going to come back. His first full year as a starter, 2 seasons in from being Mr. Irrelevant. Ryan Suckup, who had the title, the former chief punter, is the best or kicker, the best Mr. Irrelevant ever. Now it's obviously Brock. I mean, it's amazing that he's here to start this Super Bowl. Well, I mean, one of the greatest stories in the history of American sport and in the NFL. And then Brian Griese is the guy that was the driving force. Brian did not get the offensive coordinator job with the New Orleans Saints. I'm glad personally. I don't know how long Brian really wants to do this because the hours, he looks at the guys in the building like, how many hours do we have to work? Because he was a player. But if he wants to make the jump to be an offensive coordinator, and Brian Billick was saying it, I think the most important person in the organization of a football team is the offensive coordinator. That's the hardest job. You got so much to do. So if he wants that job and the hours that demands, that tells me that he's in it to stay. And I think it's a great thing to have Brock because he challenges Brock in a different way than Kyle does. And he played the position. Mark Brunell, I saw him on the sideline before the NFC title game with the Lions. He's their quarterback coach. Look at the work he's done with Jared Goff. I mean, a lot of these quarterback coaches are good, but to have the resume of being a player like Brian Griese and Mark Brunell. So I'm just glad the country's getting the Brian Griese story as a coach. Tom Spencer from the CBS broadcast team with Nance and Romo texted me. What's the one storyline with the coaching staff you think we should go with? Kasarik or Wilkes or Johnny Holland and Cancer? And I said, those are all great stories. Johnny Holland's a great guy. But Brian Griese, this is Bob Griese's son. This is Brian Griese, a great
came
player.
Straight out of the broadcast.
And he found anybody in the organization, if he did not like Brock Purdy's tape, but he was the one that I'm not going to say he pounded the table. I don't think Kyle ever spoke to Brock Purdy. And when he watched the tape, he thought he was the next Nick Mullins. Honestly, that flipped when he got him in the building for OTAs. But Brock Purdy would not be a San Francisco 49er if it wasn't for Brian Griese drafting him and then, more importantly, developing him as an NFL player.
It's Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. We're at Media Row in Las Vegas at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. By the way, a lot of people have texted in if they can get in here. They don't do that anymore. But, we're pretty easy. I mean, if you're going to buy us a drink, just tell us where you are. We'll stop by and have a drink. But, I don't think the general public can get in here. So that's one thing
sad.
people have been asking about.
Jeff Chadee is here. We saw him last night.
He's great. The other thing, and again, I said this yesterday, and I think it is going to be the case, every one of these podiums that these guys are at last night are extremely deep, some more than others. But the quarterbacks for sure. Mahomes had a bunch of people, but Brock had more. I just think people are fascinated with the story. They don't know it as well. I mean, we live it every single day, but I don't think they know it as well. And I only watched a few minutes of his because we were walking around talking to guys ourselves, as people have heard today. I'm just amazed by him. I'm amazed by how fast this has happened. And I know it's his dad, Sean, and his mom, and his family, and all these things, and his faith, and all these. But it's not an easy situation when you're sitting and all you can see is people, and they're how far are people back? A foot from you, and he nails every single thing. It's just he's amazing.
So now that he's here and he's at the Super Bowl, so when he got thrown into the Miami game, and Jimmy got hurt, and he drove him down the field and they scored, Mike Holler, our boss on game day now, yells at me, "You said we'd go to the Super Bowl if Brock played." Remember that, Michael?
Yeah, you said that during the off season a year and a half ago now. He's off the air. You said, if Brock Purdy is our quarterback, we're going to go. You might say we're going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
When
did I say that?
It was late July or early August. It was August of 2022.
The year he got drafted.
You said, if Brock Purdy is our quarterback, we're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm pretty sure you said win the Super Bowl.
At that time, Jimmy Garoppolo he wasn't around. He just came in on, during camp, and he's thrown on the side field, and that was weird. It was Trey. It was Nate Sudfeld.
Right.
And I just thought, I think where I felt it more was after the first Green Bay game. But I said it. But I say a lot of things I'm the master of hyperbole. Did I really mean that? I thought he was the best quarterback here. And, we had the pieces around him. We didn't have McCaffrey yet, though. And you were driving, talking about getting McCaffrey. But then to actually see him play, and I remember one of his, like Jed was saying, one of the first passes
in the Kansas City game.
Well, that was Juwan Jennings' fault.
Sure.
Juwan Jennings needed to go up and make a play on that ball.
But everyone would pop us crazy.
No, I think I remember the first play against Tampa when he threw the ball into the sideline.
Because what game did he miss the handoff? Whose fault? Mason? Him and Mason?
That wasn't. Yeah, that was. People dwell on certain plays. Mahomes does that all the time. Anyway, no, but I think his heart was racing a little bit. But I mean, to actually have it happen, and honestly, the Eagles, I thought on Championship Sunday were going to be. I told Mike I had no confidence going into that game. I thought the Eagles, and he got hurt, and he was, it was his fault for not stepping. Greasy was hard on him about that play, not stepping up underneath Hassan Reddick, and because they had Ayuk on the double move against Bradbury. But anyway, to actually, we're going to go to the Super Bowl. I did tell him when we were flying home from Chicago, and he sat right in front of me on the plane. An hour after, we dried off from the rain, I just tapped him and said, that opening day game in Chicago, if you play today, we win the game. And he just quietly nodded his head, and he don't want to,
because he doesn't miss Tyler Kroft.
Well, he didn't want to miss. He didn't want to dismiss Trey, and they ran that play in practice so much, and then he dismissed the throw. Anyway, it's one thing to think it, but then when you're confronted with it and how well he played immediately, and I'm not sure it was going to happen last year. So my proclamation was a year delayed. We didn't go to the Super Bowl last year, but isn't it an amazing story that this guy has taken the 49ers to the Super Bowl?
Well, and that's what I mean, is that I don't understand. I understand the talking head shows and all those kind of things, but what I don't understand is if you look at the totality of the story and the guy and 262 and coming from Iowa State and coming back from the bionic arm surgery and all the different things, and then people would hate on that. I mean, the fact that he's in the league and would play at an average level would be pretty good. You said this before. I think the only other Mr. Irrelevant, like Chad Kelly, right? Wasn't he like that? Like, there's not very many even.
Who's that? Jim Kelly's nephew?
Yeah, and I think he's up in Canada or something. But
he never played in the league.
Right.
Brock's the only 262 to play
because he got drunk at some party.
Ryan Suckup, the Chiefs kicker, was the most well-known Mr. Irrelevant.
So for this to happen this quickly, though, and we were talking, I think Ross Tucker was saying this, that you don't give last pick in the draft, 7th rounders, a real opportunity. But Kyle knew, and this came out last week, we knew it. Jed York was saying, Kyle told him early on, this dude is it. And so because of his physical limitations, all these different things, but you would just think from just a pure story standpoint, not only the NFL Network and all these places will do it, but I just don't understand, it's now been called Brock Purdy slander. Like, I don't get it. Like, you should be on this kid's side because he's the ultimate underdog story, and yet for some weird reason, a lot of people don't like him.
Ryan Suckup was pick number 256. Brock was 262.
And people know the story, right?
They got C.J. Beathard as the compensatory pick.
Yep, that was
For signing C.J. Beathard in Jacksonville, we're going to give the Niners the very last pick in the draft. Not the last pick of the third round, but the last pick of
There's a formula.
And so here's the question for you.
For me.
Did I say, Mike Holler, Brock Purdy would take the 49ers to the Super Bowl, or Brock Purdy would win the Super Bowl for the 49ers. That one I'm not clear.
I think you said win.
Yeah,
I did?
You
Yeah,
said
I don't
win.
think you just stopped short at we go to the Super Bowl.
No, I think you said win.
I think you said win.
Is Mahomes still playing? Is Josh Allen still playing?
Wait,
Joe,
your son,
Joe Burrow still playing?
Derek is here.
I said that about Jamarcus Russell too. I said that about Jamarcus Russell too.
That he would
No,
what?
I didn't say that. Make the game on time?
Exactly.
Maybe.
Let's start.
By the way, I remember him going
Let's
to
start with
Arrowhead.
the
You know
basics.
Jamarcus, we're going playing the Chiefs at Arrowhead. He's playing. And it was so cold that day. He gets on in an all-white mink coat. And he had 2 plates of food from the meal room. But they were just pancakes stacked this high, French toast. I'm like, they had fruit in the meal room, Jamarcus. Did you take any of that? Like, you going to eat all that and then go play football? Dear God, you're going to fall asleep on the bench. What are you eating?
No, he was taking that
And
home
then he
because
was-
he had a hard study night ahead with that DVD.
Then he was sipping the scissor.
Yeah, that
Anyway.
was what he was
Purple Drag.
Yeah, that's what he was chasing
Yeah.
it with.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
By the way, speaking of food, did you eat your wings yet?
Yeah, I had 2 bites. It's saving my life right now.
Oh, wow.
So were you there when we ran into Scott Ostler? Or you were already gone.
No, I
When did
checked
you
out at
check it down
12:45.
last night?
12:45.
When we left Cam Inman.
I actually had to get up
I
somewhat
ran
early
back
this
into
morning.
Cam Inman.
Oh no!
What?
And Scott Ostler,
It
who
circled
was
back.
telling the greatest Dr. Buss
Nothing you could tell on the air?
sexcapade stories.
Nothing we could
Yeah,
tell
it's
on
all
the air?
stuff I've said
Oh, yeah,
before.
okay.
It was amazing.
Have you told your Draymond?
He dated
your
Jeannie
story yet?
Buss.
He did.
Scott Ostler dated Jeannie Buss.
No, this is a cautionary tale for bettors and everything like that. So last night, I did one of those things where you just have a little bit of fun, and so I did a parlay on player props
Warrior
last
game.
night.
Yeah.
So I had Steph at at 25 points or more. He gets it. I have Kuminga at 20-plus points. He gets it. I have Podziemski at 5+ rebounds. No problem. You can move these up or down, and it'll obviously affect the odds. I had Draymond at 8 or more rebounds. He got 9. And then the fifth thing I needed to win 500 big ones, and I might have bought you a drink, but now I can't. But
Do they have gambling in Vegas?
I didn't
know
know
anything
this.
about that.
And then the last one was Draymond Green, 8 or more assists, and he got 7.
Ouch.
He got 7.
Ouch.
Do you
So
want me to
if
text
you could
Raymond?
call
and
the
find-
Warriors,
You
text
told me
Warriors,
that because they don't think I
find
bet
one.
on the game.
Fine. Oh, that's
Yeah, text Raymond.
Yeah.
Can you find?
Yeah.
But
One
you would
more
not, even if they
stinking
change the
assist.
box score and give him an
No, they
8th
won't do
assist.
it.
I was going to say, did
You're
you
not
check?
going to. You still lost your
Yeah,
bet.
Did you
right?
check this morning? Stack correction. You
Yeah,
never
maybe
know.
I'll look. Maybe I'll double check. But yeah, that was. And I was doing it walking home from the Monday night thing because I watched the first half and then I left, and then we came back and I was just kind of glancing at it because their first half last night was terrible. So I didn't think
You
I
didn't
was
make
even
any
close.
Klay Thompson.
I did not.
prop bets?
No, not even close. Will Klay Thompson be in the closing lineup? That would be a no.
Closing time.
So
Thank you, Michael.
Goodbye.
And people were asking about last night. Laura Oakman, by the way, is going to join us at 1:15 here at Meteor Row in Vegas.
She's on the sidelines for the Super Bowl on
she's gonna
Westwood
be
One.
awesome. And Ronnie Lott at 1:30, so don't miss it.
The woo hit.
But yeah,
I feel
just-
like I got Ronnie Lott last night. I got a woo hit.
Whose fault was the James?
Well, so Holler and I, after opening night, we went to get a
Yeah.
grand Cadillac. What
Those
was
were
it?
great. Those tasted really good.
Yeah, the Cadillac margarita. And then had a one waiting for you. You came down.
Yep.
We did a few of those. And then Mike Silver, who texted me, I'm not going out tonight. I hit it too hard last night.
Where you guys
He
at?
walks in with Ann Killian.
They didn't at first want to
then-
sit with us either because they were
and
they were going to belly up to the bar. We're
I
like,
haven't hung with
"Come
Ann
on."
in a long time. She was fun.
Yeah.
So then we leave there and we go to the Irish pub and we run into
It's always good to mix
Mayoko,
margaritas and Jamesons.
Jennifer Lee Chan, and the real master of disaster, Cam Inman, was on one last night.
Fire.
And we started doing Jameson shots because we're in an Irish pub, and I don't know. We lost count. Then we left there. I leave you. I'm going back to the room. There's Cam Inman with Scott Ostler and Ron Krojcik, and Ostler is telling stories. He dated Jeannie Buss. So I didn't actually drink there. I just sat there and listened to Scott.
Oh, you did? Oh, that's
So anyway, what time, Nick? 2 a.m. probably. Long
At
night.
least.
Long
yeah,
night.
because I got the bright idea. You know what's really good after drinking? Gambling. So I did a little bit of that. That was short-lived. And then went to bed, I think. And then woke up, alarm's going off at 5:30. I'm like, oh, Lord. And then I literally stuck my head under the faucet and just gulped.
And who's that guy I was talking to from New York that was a crazy sports fan, had all the trivia?
He knew.
I think he's known as the New York Beacon.
Oh, yeah, he has a card.
I think I just saw him over here. Where is he?
Card.
Rosario, where are you?
He was doing. I forgot.
We
about
were
that.
going back
he
and
was doing
forth
New York
on night
trivia.
Oh, he got
New York
yeah.
sports trivia. Oh, do you know this one? We're like, oh my gosh.
The best trivia
Did this guy
question
go
ever.
away?
He dropped like a 77 Yankees trivia question on me right away.
Yeah.
But I gave him in 1976 in the American League. No, the AFC.
What are you, Ron Burke?
No, the AFC. Hold on. The AFC, the NFC, the NBA, and the NFL. All 4 rookies of the year had the same initial. And I got him on that one. So it was A.J. Dewey of the Dolphins.
Yeah.
It was Andre the Hawk Dawson. It was Adrian Dantley, who was a Buffalo Brave right after
That's how you
McAdoo.
know it.
No, I knew it, but I knew them all anyway. So here's the one that gets everybody, including the New York Beacon, stumped. Who was the NFL? It was the NFC or the entire NFL back then. They didn't do NFL Rookie of the Year.
In what year?
76. So
Yeah,
it's
it has to
Andre
be
Dawson, Adrian Dantley, and A.J. Dewey.
Yeah.
So it was AD.
NFC guy?
NFC guy.
76?
Sit on that one.
I mean, I wasn't even
sit
around,
on that one
so
for
I
a while.
wouldn't know.
It's a bit of a trick question.
Okay.
It's a bit of a trick
I remember you
question.
saying it, but I don't remember the answer.
You're mad at Draymond for not getting that 8th assist.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Draymond. Just one more assist, dude. That's all you had to do.
Yeah. One more hour and then I can collapse.
Yeah.
No, I got to do like 10 interviews.
You've done a great job today.
And it
I'm very proud of
starts.
you. All right, Laura Oakman, she's going to be
Lights
on the
out,
sidelines.
Sean Merriman's here in
for
person.
Westwood 1. Laura Oakman, she'll join us next. She'll be on the sidelines. And then do not miss Ronnie Lott. Ronnie Lott's going to join us at the bottom of the hour at 1:30. We're live in Las Vegas. Media Row, Pop and Load on a Tuesday on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great, and I do mean great this time, Jim Nance joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview 49ers Chiefs. That is called Super Bowl 58 on CBS. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. They can help you with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about unfiled taxes. How do we deal with that?
You call us and we deal with it for you. This is a very common situation. The number one reason people don't file returns is they don't have the money, so they make a mistake. They don't file the return. Then year 2 comes around and they still don't have the money, and they don't have the records either. Or somebody in their life left, their spouse, business partner, bookkeeper, they don't know what to do. They're just over their heads. And then another year passes, and now it's a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. You can go to prison for not filing returns. And all these new IRS agents are looking for these type of cases. You got away with it for so long because you have so much company, but that's ending. The bottom line is we can fix all that. We can get all the records the IRS has on you. We can go ahead and make you a deal if you can't pay. That's okay. We have all the old back forms. And the bottom line is we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. Don't let one of these agents come in and ruin your life, your business, your marriage. Let us take care of you.
unfiled tax returns. One of the many things that Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP can do for you. Just go to MoskowitzLLP.com or simply call 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Your voice of the NFC champion 49ers, Greg Papa, and our game day host, John Lund, are live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR, the sports leader.
I mean, it's a blessing. I mean, we got the best fan base in all of the world, and the Niners and the faithful. So for them to have my back, it means the world. It gives me a lot of confidence, and I love them. So I want to play well for them.
Well, sorry, we're catching up with Laura Oakman, and let's just do it officially. We are live at Media Row in Las Vegas, getting ready for Super Bowl 58, of course, Niners and Chiefs. Papa and Lund on your Tuesday, and it is always our honor to talk to Laura Oakman. She's going to be on the sidelines for Westwood 1 in the call. Our good friend Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner, the whole crew doing a great job here in Las Vegas, and she joins us live on set. How are you?
How lucky am I? All these men you just mentioned in the booth. I love seeing you guys. I'm so fired up to be sitting here right now. I cannot believe it's been a year, but I'm so happy to be sitting here with you.
Unbelievable.
So what's it like, and you're on the sidelines for so many games, you've been doing this forever, but Super Bowl Sunday, what is it like to be on the sidelines for the biggest game of the year?
I feel the same as a player's answer, because what I would say is the pregame, like, I still pinch myself. The pregame, I'm still like, this is so cool, this is amazing, and look who's here, and trying to just soak it in kind of on my own for a minute. You know, instead of just being a reporter all the time, I like to soak it in. But it is amazing how after the anthem, then all of a sudden it's like any game that we covered. So I kind of love having that experience to be able to talk to players about that, because I do get it. But I don't know, in Vegas for the first time, like, is this going to be like any other Super Bowl? I don't know. I love this stadium. Like, I love this building, and I am really excited to see what it feels like.
You know, I mean, it's only been a couple of days. The weather hasn't been the greatest, but with the 49ers, New Orleans, Miami, and Vegas have been our last three. So, and these are kind of that type of city. But, I mean, so far, I'm amazed by this, and we've talked about that on our show. From the time they said no to Tony Romo doing a fantasy football convention 8 years ago to now what Las Vegas has turned into in all of sports is mind-boggling.
You know, even as I'm sitting here staring at, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but so one of the gambling, you know, two of the biggest sets here, it's hard. I mean, I think about the first time when I started with the NFL on Fox and how somebody from the league came and really warned us, you know, about no betting on your games. No, you know, like, you're not doing pools, you're not doing anything. And yeah, and it's like, I guess it's the way of the world, so we're not judging it or saying anything, but boy, I get how it's confusing to people, and boy, how I get it for players, and actually for my nephews who are, you know, like, what's the difference in a fantasy football and now putting $5, $100, like, it has changed so much. But I will say this, because I do so much with young women, the gambling space has given a lot of opportunities with sports, and so that's the one thing where I'm like, I don't know if that's a sweet gig or if that's going to be a lasting career, but I know they're paying, and I know that they give opportunities, and I am always for that.
So far it's gone off well, but I do worry about when the players start to roll in here, and they're not allowed to go into a sports book.
Yeah.
It's so hard. I mean, just walking through hotels, you're walking through, it's everywhere. You could inadvertently walk through a sports book and not even know you're in a sports book. They're not allowed to gamble on the game, obviously. I'm not allowed to sit and even play blackjack. We're not allowed to do any of that. So how? I mean, when the players arrive, I fear that, like last year, the Detroit Lions got in trouble. The Atlanta Falcons, the year before. I mean, how are they going to keep the players? And it's not really because it's the world we live in now. Yeah. We're in Vegas, just walking around. You could walk in the wrong door.
I mean, and I'm pointing because as we were talking, before we came in, I was talking to my group of women who I brought about, like, just what it looks like and about no gambling and don't go into a sports book and all that. And we walk into Radio Row and there's how many slot machines? Slot machines, there. That's right? How many? And I don't know if those even work or not, but I just kind of laughed and was like, okay, here we go. But I agree with you. Don't walk into a sports book in Vegas. It's like, don't go near a Starbucks. Like, they're on every
There are a lot of those,
corner.
too,
Yeah.
which I'm glad
for. They're avoid it.
And these
every
are
elevator
young
you go
men. It's like going to a college and being like, don't go into a bar at 19. You know, of like all these young people of like, you're in Las Vegas. Stay away from all the trouble. Like, you're in Vegas.
The league's going to have to figure this out to some degree.
Agree.
Do you get to watch the halftime show on the field? Or do they take you off, or how does that work?
It depends. There's been times it depends. Radio is so different because TV, the coaches have to meet with you at a certain time. And so you don't get ever to see a halftime show because you're usually waiting in the you're following one coach in a tunnel and you're waiting for the next. So you literally don't hear anything. Radio is a little bit different how we do it. And I won't know if I have those full conversations. And so because it's a little longer, I make sure I go stand on the field. And when it's Usher, I make double sure that I'm a part of it. At some point in my aging, I was like, when people ask me about the Super Bowls a year from now or 20 years from now, I am not going to talk about the games. I'm going to talk about my experience and my life, and I want to be able to say I saw Usher, and so I'm going to enjoy Usher. So I will make a point to make sure again, pregame I want a minute as a person to soak it in, and halftime I want to be an Usher fan and I want to enjoy a song.
I think you should. Laura Oakman's going to be on the sidelines for Westwood One. You can follow her on social media. And by the way, and we always talked about this, at Galvanize Life, not only do you do a tremendous job, but you pass it on to other women and help other women get to maybe where you are.
And hopefully much further than that. You know, when I started 32-ish years ago, I only knew I wanted to be on air, I wanted to be a sideline reporter, or I wanted to be a broadcaster, because that's all I saw women do. And so now the great thing about Galvanize is there's over 5,000 women. We're from 18 years old to 50s. I want them to see that there's positions they can be in to hire the sideline reporters or to make a decision on what are we doing when it comes to gambling with the NFL. I want all these women to make more of an impact and to make a difference. And so it's what I love most about right now, this time of Galvanize, is saying to them, when we all started, we could walk around here and count women because there weren't many, you know, so count them on hand, and then eventually two hands, cool. Now we can't. There's so many women around Radio Row. But if we went around right now and said, let's go count women who are making a difference, let's count women who are hiring people, making an impact, we can count those on one hand.
And
so
you are Wonder Woman. You got the shirt on.
I mean,
you are.
You wear what you hope to kind of, like, I'm trying to wear it and feel it and all of that. But what is really cool is I remembered having this conversation with you guys last year too, is I love that I've got a rock star group of 7 women over there, content creators, and they're crushing it. But I right now have 3 hours to go do Super Bowl questions, but every single time I'm with you guys and with most of these men here, they all ask about it. And I get so excited about that because it can't just be a little bubble of women asking about women. So I'm always appreciative when you guys bring up Galvanize. So
talking to Kyle Shanahan
on
game day. And when we do the preseason telecast, he won't do a walk and talk, even a preseason game at halftime.
No.
He won't do it with our guy Vern Glenn.
I'm so sorry because he's one of my favorites.
Okay, so he's locked in on game day though.
Always.
I mean, did you work Super Bowl 54 in Miami?
Yes, in Miami.
So
Wait, was that COVID? Or was that
no,
before
that was
COVID?
that was 49ers Chiefs.
Right so that was before.
Yeah, they actually did well. They were doing well at half. Well, you had the George Kittle, offensive pass interference right before halftime.
Like
with
that
Daniel
hasn't
Sorensen.
been brought up this week.
Yeah. Anyway, what's Kyle like? Because he's so locked in on game day. When you get him pregame, then when you get him at halftime, what's that interaction like?
I so respect that he's the same. Like, he's locked in always like that. And I will say this, because I talked to him after the trophy presentation last week or 3 weeks ago, whatever that was now. And the first thing he said is, I was waiting at the bottom of the stage, and so he gets brought over to me. And, the first thing he gets in the microphone, he goes, "Hey, Laura, sorry, I'm going to be a lot nicer than I was at halftime. This is a little different." So even he's aware. But even for him saying that, he's one of my favorites because we've had a lot of heat this season about sideline reporters, but there are coaches who understand the assignment. And that when I started as a young sideline reporter, I kind of went with the rule you ask 2 questions. And sometimes you got stuff and sometimes you don't. And then you're doing it a long time and you're respected and they get to know you. And so you ask 6 questions. And so what the question is, when people say how many questions do you ask questions until you get an answer of what you can share. Kyle gives you it immediately. He gets what you're doing, and he doesn't hold back. There's no editing. Sometimes I have to edit for language, often. But he's real. He's one of my favorites. He's in my top 5 where he's going to give you the information, and it's going to be honest.
How was he at halftime of the championship game? Down 24-7.
I appreciated that his answer was about how are you going to get into a rhythm. You haven't found one, and what are you going to do when you have the ball? It was, we're going to get out here, and we're going to score immediately, and we're going to get it. And, there's certain guys that say that, and you're kind of like, I don't even know if I want to share that, because you're like, buddy, I don't, that might not be the thing I'm going to share because that seems so pie in the sky. But when Kyle says it and the way he says it, and because he's so honest, you go with that. So it was right away. It was just that feeling of when they came out in that first drive, it was like, all right, this is going to be different. But you felt that talking to him.
Speaking of feeling, because you're down on the field there, when they don't get that first, so the 49ers get the field goal, it's 24-10.
Yeah.
They're driving down. We've talked about it ad nauseum, whether Dan Campbell should have went or not. But he doesn't get the 4th down, the first one. And it just seemed like, because we're up there and it's an open window, but we're not feeling it like
different.
you. What was it like when he doesn't get that? It just seemed like everything flipped. Then the Ayuk catch happens, and all of a sudden the place is on fire.
I always say I hate sideline reporter. I'm an energy reporter or vibe reporter, and it's just like what side do you go on? And injuries always dictate one, but vibe dictates. And sometimes you want to be on the vibe of like, oh, this isn't good. And I was on the Niners side on that one, and it was everything changed. The same way, how you guys feel when the fans change, like when everything stops or when everything goes. That sideline was different, and I had you guys the week before too, and it was just like, who is this team?
Right.
Like it just was so not indicative of who the Niners were, how they came out, and I thought what was cool was all of a sudden both games, everything changed. You felt it out there, but it was almost like here we go. Like it's because it wasn't they came out lethargic. It wasn't like, sometimes you're like, what's up? Like it was such a weird feeling. And that after that happened and all of a sudden when everything turned, it just felt like, here we go.
What was your vantage point of the B.A. ricochet, the alley-oop,
the face mask,
the Brandon Ayuk catch?
I mean, that's the one bad view I have on the field. The only thing is I have to look up here.
Right.
So, like I have no better seat when I'm reading the benches, but when it comes to out there, I'm looking right up there. So the same one you guys did. Of like, just it was amazing how the emotional pull of that game of just which way things went, but that was crazy.
But you've been in so many stadiums. How loud did Levi's get?
That was fun.
When that whole second half was building. I don't think I've ever heard it louder.
I agree that it was, like I'd say, I've been in some great games over there and always think it's a good fan base. I think early on I had never heard it so quiet. And then I don't know if I had ever heard it erupt like that either. That was fun. And this team's fun. Like sometimes when you cover teams that are a little too cool for school and, like you're on the bench, like, why am I the only one that's fired up right now? But like this team is young enough with a lot of the guys and even the experienced ones, like that George still loses his mind and Kyle loses his mind, Juszczyk. It's a fun team. I'm enjoying them.
Absolutely. Laura Oakman's joining us again. She'll be on the sidelines for Westwood 1 and the Super Bowl coming up Sunday. And Galvanize. Thank you so much, as always, for your time.
I always appreciate you guys.
Wonder
Thank
Woman.
You so much. Woo! Have a great week, you guys.
You too. There's Laura Oakman. We'll finish up with Ronnie Lott coming up next, the Hall of Famer. We'll get his viewpoint on Super Bowl 58 live from Vegas, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa, and I got great news for you. Mortgage rates have come way down a lot in the last couple of months, and Loan Pronto is helping folks take advantage of fixed rates with a APRs in the 5s. If you got stuck with a crappy mortgage rate last year, Loan Pronto can help you switch out of it. Much better payment right now, and they can do it fast with no appraisal and no cost. So lower your payments right now. If you're buying a new home, and the rates have come down as well, so Loan Pronto can and will beat anyone else's rates with no closing cost, or maybe you just need some cash to pay off all those credit cards from the holidays. Loan Pronto can get you hooked up with an express equity line at a great rate and keep your main mortgage intact. You can get $50,000, $80,000, $100,000 out of your home's equity in about 5 days and use the money to get credit card debt relief for 2024. So don't wait for rates to go back up. Seize the moment and snag a great offer for a new home purchase, a full refi, or just get some cash out of your equity. Loan Pronto is the place to call. 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com. Again, the number 415-808-5721.
Sunday, you'll hear Greg Papa's call right here on The Sports Leader. But till then, he's with John Lund live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR, The Sports Leader.
They give to Johnson, and I don't know. The 49ers don't think he made it.
It was on the bottom of that pile. Jack Reynolds again. Number 64.
That's a team effort for San Francisco's defense.
And Ronnie Lott was there too.
Silverdome
Pat
in Detroit. There you go. Ronnie Lott. 4-time Super Bowl champion. Every personal accolade you could ever imagine in regards to football. And we're live in Vegas at Media Row. And let's welcome
Hall of Famer
Ronnie Lott. Joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Ronnie.
Hey, guys. Was that Detroit?
That was Pontiac. That was Pontiac.
Archie Reese and that gang and that football stance. That was amazing. That was Dan Buns had a play right before that was phenomenal, and so there was that contribution of being able to stop those guys and doing that was phenomenal.
It was. I was actually at that game. I was standing on the 37-yard line right by Joe Montana's grandma and Dwight Clark's girlfriend. And that goal line stand, one of the greatest in the history of football, and Hacksaw Reynolds was there. You were just a rookie. That was, Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks. And that. What was that like for you, that magical rookie year, the catch game, Ronnie, and then that goal line stand to win the Super Bowl?
I think what it was like for me was that, I hate to say this, but you look back and you think of the things that you did before that, and I remember sitting there going, "Man, this is like the Rose Bowl." And the reason it was like the Rose Bowl is that in your mind, you're playing in front of an audience like the Rose Bowl, where it's 100,000 people, and then here you are in Pontiac, and you're not playing in front of that many people, so you're trying to compare it so you can keep your temperature down, and trying to compare it because you don't want to freak out. Even though it's a Super Bowl, you want to be able to make sure that you can do all the things that you want to do. And when I look back at that moment, again, we had some amazing moments. Eric Wright made an incredible interception in that game and on the sideline, and there's just a lot of things that went on in that game for us that really helped us, and was one of those moments in your life where you look back on it, and sometimes it feels black and white. That's how long ago it was that you forget that it was in color, but but yeah, it's an incredible moment, and none of us will ever forget that moment, because that moment of just winning, literally just winning a Super Bowl. No one would have ever thought that we would continue to win more, but just winning that moment and then coming home, and holy smokes!
Yeah.
I remember turning the corner and just seeing seas of people everywhere. And, even now, I get chills, because that was an incredible moment, man, because you think that okay, you're going to have this parade and people are going to show up, but it was beyond a parade. It was one of those moments in your life where you saw that everybody had a part. Everybody felt like they were a part of it, and everybody in San Francisco came to that parade, and you could see. I saw faces that I had never seen before, and it's just, again, it was one of those types of moments in life where everyone, I don't care who you were, what you felt, what you thought, who you believed you were, who you wanted to be, everybody showed up, and it was incredible for all of us to see and witness how many people cared about the 49ers.
What a great story. The great Ronnie Lott is joining us, Pop and Lund. We're live in Las Vegas getting ready for the Chiefs and the 49ers. So it's been 29 years. You're talking about the first one for the city, for yourself, everything else. But it's been a long time since that 94 season. What is it like, the first one? Because Kyle's trying to get it. Trent Williams is trying to get it. Just winning that first Super Bowl. And what do you think it would mean for the city again after 29 years?
Well, first of all, just knowing what it would mean to the young men, that pursuit, and just hearing some of the talk of what guys have gone through here recently, and knowing that, hey, we had to live with that. And I think when I hear guys talking about what they live with, it tells you that, it's more than just a game. That when you live with something, something inside your soul says that, until I get one of those things, I'm going to have this thing inside me that I'm never going to be able to get rid of until I get it. And so, I can hear that from so many guys, so many people, and so many fans, because a lot of these fans weren't around at that moment. And they weren't around to see some of those, moments in the 80s. And so, to me, it's also that group of people that are also sitting there saying, hey, I want to celebrate. I want to get one of those. I want to be around that. And so I've had friends, especially some of the younger friends that I have, that are like, they can't wait. And they want to close it. And they want to make sure that they're able to celebrate. So it's a big deal for a lot of reasons, and to me, that's why I'm so excited about this game, because like a lot of things, you got to find a reason why, and you got to find a reason why, because that reason inside you kind of provides a perspective of, I won't be denied. And so I'm hoping that these guys won't be denied this upcoming weekend.
And they got a great challenge against the two-time Super Bowl champion and two-time Super Bowl MVP and league MVP Patrick Mahomes. I want to go back to what I think is my favorite Super Bowl of all time was Super Bowl 19 at Stanford Stadium, and it was Bill Walsh against Don Shula, and it was Joe against, the Patrick Mahomes of his era, Dan Marino. After his 5,000-yard season and, the 48 touchdowns, Ronnie. And they jumped into no huddle early in that game. The tight end got free. They took a lead, and then Joe hit Carl Monroe on the big one. And, Dan threw for over 300 yards, but Joe threw for 331. You guys ran for 211 yards. And you had 537 yards of offense. But take me back to the Dan Marino Super Bowl for you, Ronnie. And do you see commonalities from Dan the Man with Pat Mahomes?
The commonality is centered around really, the arm of both of them. And when I say the arm, in pitching, there are a lot of great pitchers, but there are not a lot of great pitchers that understand how to put the ball over the plate and can help you miss the ball. And in this case, these guys do a great job of getting the ball over the plate and giving you a chance to always catch it. And so what I like about that is that, that's kind of very important in this game, especially in today's game. The ball's in the air, so many times, every game. 7-on-7 for young people is really invaluable, and that's changed the game. But I think that when I think about the quarterback, these two guys and what they're going to have to try to do, they're just going to have to go out there and try to be smart about every throw, because every throw matters. And just knowing what I know, you can't turn the ball over in this game. I mean, that's going to be key, that no one, you got to go out there and try to find a way to protect the ball, because those type of moments are invaluable, especially in football.
Four-time Super Bowl champion, that's the voice you hear. It is Ronnie Lott as we're getting ready for the Super Bowls. We're live from Las Vegas. speaking of Patrick Mahomes, it's all everybody's talking about. He's kind of their Joe Montana. As you look at Patrick Mahomes, how would you at least slow him down?
Well, you got to give him a little bit of everything. I mean, hey, look, how do you? I can, I always, when I see him, I see Steph, and the greatness in both of them, and the way that they think, and the way that they talk, the way that they carry themselves. They're great ambassadors to the game today. They have, that charm of being just really good people. And I think the other thing that I love is that they won it. Ultimately, they really won it. Now, in this game, though, you have to find a way to give them a lot of different looks. And what you can't do is give up. You just can't give up big plays. I mean, if he's going to, you want him to have to work his way down the field, and you got to be patient. And that's hard for, a team like the 49ers, because when you dominate and you've been dominating, now all of a sudden you got a guy that's going to maybe every once in a while is going to slip and slide. He's going to get through a hole. He's going to do this, or he dumps it. And so those kind of moments are just frustrating because you're so used to being able to kind of, go play, make a play, and it's over. He buys a lot of time. He finds a way to just kind of, shuffles along. He's able to kind of do certain things that a lot of quarterbacks are not able to do. And why is he able to do that? Because like a lot of great basketball players, they're able to see 360 around them. And he's one of the few quarterbacks that can see a lot of different angles and a lot of different things. And that's what makes him so special, because sometimes you'll look at him and you're going, how did he see that guy, or how did he see that moment, or how did he make that happen? And a lot of that to me is just because of the nature of how he grew up, the type of athlete he is, the type of things that he has seen. And more importantly, he's not afraid. He's not afraid to do something that he thinks that can help his team win.
He was a point guard on the basketball team and a great shortstop with all the arm angles. You can see the other crossover in those sports, Ronnie,
exactly.
Helping Patrick Mahomes. Christian McCaffrey, you said something the other day that I've been talking about. What running back does he remind me of? Little Walter Payton, but mainly the great Marcus Allen and his ability to do everything and around the goal line, whether it's jumping over people or down low. Marcus just had a nose for the goal line. Expand on why you see some of the Hall of Famer and your great teammate, Marcus Allen and CMC, Ronnie.
Well, first of all, the two of those guys, hey, if I'm going to war, if I had to go to war, I'm taking both of them with me. And the reason I'm taking both of them with me is they're willing to do anything and everything to win. And it doesn't matter what position, doesn't matter what you ask them to do. They're going to find a way to figure out how to win. And then the other thing that's really, just amazing, they're great teammates. And what I mean by a great teammate is, how do you compliment everybody else? And what I find is that's what you see. You see people complimenting everyone else, and Marcus would compliment everyone else on his team. He tried to find a way to figure out how he can compliment so many people, because that's just the kind of person that he is, and that's McCaffrey. He's complimenting everyone. He doesn't play for himself. He's playing for everyone else. And what I love about that is that that characteristic gives that whole team an opportunity to feel that way, that everybody can play for everyone else. And they got an incredible rhythm on their offense. When it's rolling and it's clicking, they are really tough to beat because they do all the little things that Marcus would do, meaning they're willing to kind of find a way to dive over something or to jump over something or to get that extra yard. And they have about 4 or 5 guys that I've seen this year with that example of saying, I got to get the extra yard. Even though they don't need it, they still get the extra yard. And that's that competitive spirit that both of them have. Both of them are just excellent receivers. They're excellent athletes. They could, they could probably play a lot of different sports and they would be champions.
Ronnie Latta's joining us as we're getting ready for Super Bowl 58. Ronnie, your leadership qualities they're legendary, and we've talked to many players who were on your team with the 49ers and just what you would expect, not only out of yourself but others. So as you're in the locker room before the Super Bowl and you won four of these things, what was it like? Were you talking to guys before the game, or would you let others just kind of, hey, however you get ready is how you get ready? What is that like, just moments before the game and getting ready in the locker room before you bust out there to win one of these things?
Yeah, I think what it's like is that, what you feel. And what I mean by that is, like, I can't even put myself in that position right now, because in those positions of being able to fill your locker room right before a game, there are so many things that you feel before a game. So many things that somebody's giving you a sense of what we're going to do. And so that's a hard thing to be able to walk in and say, oh, by the way, I can smell it. And by the way, this is how I feel about it. And that's where I think what I loved the other day was I was listening to Fred talk about some of the things that he's, thinking about what he's going to say. He doesn't know what he's going to say, but he's thinking about what he's going to say. And what does that mean? Is that sometimes you might see somebody and you might look at them in the eye and you might literally sit there and it's Fred Dean and you're looking at Fred Dean and you already know that, hey, that man was always ready. And so before you know it, you're in a conversation about what that feels like to be always ready. And my point is, like, those kind of people, they kind of help you think about what to say or how to say it. Or sometimes you're there and you're talking to Charles Taylor, and sometimes you're there talking to certain guys. You're talking to Jeff Fuller. And my point is that as you're talking to any of your teammates, there's a lot of emotion that they bring to the table that will help you think about how you're going to craft your story.
When are you coming to Vegas, brother? The Niners can't win a Super Bowl without you here. You coming?
And I'm no. And the reason I'm not coming,
you got to win one without you?
No.
Hey man, I went to Miami.
Yeah.
I went to Miami. This is great. I went to Miami, and I was sitting there in Miami and thinking to myself, man, this thing is wrapped up. We got this. This is unbelievable. First time being there, watching it, and I realized that, that was not the right thing to do. And the reason it was not the right thing to do is that, sometimes in life, you got to sit home. And, man, the last 3 weeks I've been sitting at home, and it's been good.
One more, brother. One more.
One more, right.
Yeah,
hey, man, when you think about sacrifice, come on, man, shoot. I can smell. Hey, look, I can smell that trophy. When I see one more of them, in the locker room, or one more of those trophies over at the 49er facility, I can assure you that's going to be a great moment to be able to sit there and go, hey, they got another one.
Absolutely. Ronnie, always our pleasure, man. That was a lot of fun. We appreciate it. We're hoping we're bringing one home from Vegas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys, man. You take care.
Thank you, Ronnie. There he is, 4-time Super Bowl champion, Ronnie Lott. It's a pretty good way to end things. We'll put a couple of quick things before we get out of here. Cope's just arrived. They're coming up next. We're live in Vegas from Media Row. Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, your old friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based right here? Well, I'm right in Las Vegas, but you get it, right here in the Bay Area. And some, they're not even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're an award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, especially with this weather, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. You got to be careful. You got to look out. So let's work together and make the Bay Area a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion? I hope I made that clear. That's with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Faithful, before John hosts the pregame on Sunday and before Greg calls every super snap, they're revving you up from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
I've watched both 49er playoff games, obviously. I've watched all 3 Chiefs games pretty intensely. How could you, with a straight face as a bettor, say, I'm going to bet that the 49ers are points ahead of this other team? And I get what gambling is, and there's all these variables, and it's not a referendum. The notion that you could watch these 5 games between these 2 teams in the playoffs and think that the 49ers look like the better team so far is laughable.
Whatever, Mike Silver.
Mother Tucker.
I'm just not hanging around him.
Silver's dead to me.
NFL security's all over that guy.
As bad as last night was, John, and as fun as it was.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank God Copes wasn't with us last night.
It would have been damaging.
Thank God.
I'd be with Javon Hargrave as a grave.
As a grave. What do you guys?
It'd be mine.
I was hurting yesterday.
You were.
I wasn't feeling well. I got some hours in last night though, boys.
You did?
Got some sleep. Yeah, got some hours, and I'm ready to hit the ground running today.
I
slept so much. I'm still tired right now, so I know that midway through the show, I'm going to heat up. I'm going to meet you guys at the meetup party.
Me at 6.
We are
when
off
you're
and
done.
running.
We roll.
Yeah, just no more Jameson's, please.
We did shots at
He was
Jameson.
rolling Jameson's after we did
See,
margaritas.
if you showed up, I wouldn't have needed the Jameson.
You wouldn't have needed the Jameson.
I wouldn't have needed the
I'd
Jameson.
have brought the heat.
You would have brought the heat.
It's a good time.
We're getting after tonight.
Hicks fastball.
105 at the chin.
No, you know what? I felt too good yesterday. Like I was sitting there, like you need that kind of off.
You were kind of
feeling.
upbeat. Yeah, you were kind of upbeat yesterday.
So
I wasn't
today's
feeling
great.
it. I was kind of pissed.
Today was great. When my alarm went off this morning, I'm like, what in the what? You know, the whole fully clothed thing.
8:57.
Longest I've ever slept in my life.
You have sunglasses on inside right now.
No, we had them on earlier. It was not good.
It's perfect right here.
Oh, it's great, dude. Been good today. Buzz is good in here.
Oh, awesome.
Starting to heat up.
It's buzzing for
Starting
sure.
to heat up.
What do you
That
got
was fun
coming
last
up?
night.
Who's on the show?
How about Robbie Gold's going to stop by in about 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Robbie Gold,
Wow.
nice shot. And then
Jake Moody is no me. That's what he's going to say to you.
Yeah.
You know, I did.
brought John over to meet Jake Moody.
You know what? On
Gave him a
purpose,
stare
I
down
did.
last
We did
night.
a bunch of interviews and stuff, and we'll play him throughout the week. I, on purpose, didn't go up to Jake Moody. I don't want to screw with the kid because I'd like to have fun with him and stuff, but not the week of the Super Bowl. I'm not going to say I didn't want him picked.
Well, Pop, I said yesterday to Tom, because remember we were talking about the Moody Ward stuff, where he goes, it's Vegas. There's a whole week. You get a couple of nights in the beginning, and I said, I want Jake Moody in bed by like 6:30 every night. I said, I don't care.
I want him out with us every night.
You want him out with us?
Yeah,
Just
get it. You
Aim
need to
for
be
the
able-
middle uprights.
Yeah,
You're fine.
Just do the LeBron thing. If you see 3, shoot at the middle one.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were.
Max McGee it.
Yeah. No, it was a good time.
Well, good deal,
We had
boys.
a bunch of guys doing Papa calls.
Oh, that's
Pretty
what
good.
I count.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
so
really good.
excited to see
Demetrius
that.
Flanagan fouls.
He nailed it.
Nice.
All right, man.
All right, boys.
Have a
Well,
great show.
yeah, I'll see you tonight.
All right, great job. Who was back there with Danny today? Cole. Thanks to Cole and Danny. No thanks at all to Walter. No, Walter was part of the problem, so I'm not going to thank him now. Walter did a great job.
You're a pig, Walt.
Really, yeah, blame Walter. Holler didn't do a whole lot today.
Holler doesn't ever do anything.
Not really. And who else? Derek was hanging out, ate a bunch of wings, and didn't really do anything else. Is Papa gone? He didn't really do anything
Papa didn't
either.
even finish the show. He just got up.
Oh, yeah. That's right. He didn't do anything either. Tell me.
I've got TV to do, John.
Sorry.
I've got some television hits. Show me my face.
These cameras aren't enough for me. I need other cameras. More cameras.
Touchdown San Fran me.
Oh, is this CBS? Oh, hello. Oh, you're just local. I won't do your show.
I like the CPS. The P stands for Papa.
I only do the BBC International. I don't know if you know what that means.
Okay, all right, we'll stop. We're
Dude, everybody does a Papa. You just don't know it.
San Fran
His
Seaman,
excuse was that was the first game of last year, the Chicago game, and he said he wasn't warmed up. So that's what happens
So
when
he
he's not
thought,
warmed up.
yeah.
Seaman.
I always say Seaman in place of
Yeah, me
Cisco,
too.
too.
Yeah, when I wake up in the morning, that's my first thing I say.
Yeah.
Geez, I don't know what I'm going to say because I'm just waking up.
How about on my flight here? They said, direct to Las Vegas out of San Francisco. Oh, sorry, Cisco. Yeah.
Haven't been to San Francisco in a while. Anyway, yeah, everybody has a Papa. I know everybody in the station knows that. But we're hanging out with Mike Silver, and then I'll get out of here. Silver starts doing a Papa. Like, What in the hell?
I can do a Mike Silver. Yeah, I don't understand why people aren't betting on the 49ers in this game. They should be betting on the 49ers. I'm working on it.
Amazingly, it's not bad. That sounds good.
I like Mike Silver, man. Good dude.
All right, thanks to the guys back in the studio. We had a tremendous guest list today. If you missed anything, just go to KNBR.com. The guys are going to start it next with Robbie Gold at 2:15, so I got to get out of here. Tolbert and Copes, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland in Vegas. I will be there tomorrow. Joining us on the show, Robbie Gold, 2:15, Dante Whitner, 4:50, and then the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr, at 4:30. What's up?
What's up, dude? We
oh damn, our door's gone. We replaced with a banner.
Dude, the door's here. Don't worry, I'll get you the door. I'll have to adjust the camera because the door actually didn't even cover the door. The door is still just to the if you're looking at the 49ers sign there right behind me, it's just to the right of that. So it's not in frame, but it's still here.
Okay,
it's still here. It'd be weird if it was gone.
There, yeah. I kind of wanted to see if I could walk through it to to start a segment.
Yeah.
Just open the door and walk through it. That'd be pretty sweet. Kind of like the old John Madden Miller Lite commercials where he busts through the wall. I'm not going to bust through the door.
Sounds like Kool-Aid Man.
Open it up and step.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Radio Row. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It'd be great. Get the Kool-Aid Man to do a papa.
Exactly. Yeah. It is funny that everybody kind of does a papa, dude. Everybody has one. He says Flanagan Fowles has a good one, which is hysterical, dude. Everybody's got a papa voice, but we'll see if I don't think we'll ask Robbie Gold to give his papa voice or to kick a 55-yarder because that wasn't his forte.
Wasn't his forte.
Wasn't his forte.
But inside 52, man, with money. Absolute money.
Automatic. Yeah. I wonder if they talk about playoffs in basketball, a totally different sport than the regular season in the NBA, and they say everything's heightened. Like in baseball, it's one base runner, everything is magnified, the intensity.
Yeah.
And we'll ask Robbie Gold about this. I wonder for kicking how much changes in the playoffs, on an individual kick.
There's the door.
Did you see it? Oh, dude, we're a wider frame now.
It's
there it is.
Magically there. There it is.
The magic door. The magic, dude.
I'm sorry. I just cut you off.
No, you're good.
It's just kind of.
There's the door.
You know how I am. I'm like an 8-year-old. Oh, hey, door. Hey, door.
Like a cat.
It's like a Labrador. It's like a Labrador. What? Ball.
I won't even ask you. I'm not going to ask you. I'll just ask Robbie Gold when he joins us in a few minutes. Robbie Gold, former 49ers kicker, longtime Chicago Bear, is going to stop by here at Radio Row. Dude, it's live here, though, man. It's pumping now.
It looks like it's hopping today.
It is, yeah. Everybody's here. Dude, I walked past Randy Couture on my way over here, just in the Mandalay. Walked past Charles Woodson, just hanging out, dude. It was nice. It's pretty cool, man. All the stars are. Brian Billick sitting right here to my left. So, yeah, people are starting to show up. Dude, I saw Carrot Top here, and I was like, dude, I hope he didn't hear the show yesterday.
Oh, the top.
I was ripping him, dude, yesterday on the show. Yeah,
dude, you remember him on the NBA All-Star Weekend when they had the celebrity game?
Yeah, dude. Yes, I did. Was that 3 years ago? 2 years ago?
I forgot who was the coach. No, it was
it was in Vegas. It was
18 years ago. It was a long time ago. Apparently, he was. I forgot who the coach was, but they were telling me the story that he was on the end of the bench, And at the end of the game or something, the coach goes, I don't know what he called him. I don't even know his name. Hey, Top, get in the game. And he apparently looked at the coach. He's like, me? Like, I don't want to go in. It's like, bro, you didn't even want to go in a celebrity game? Like, apparently this guy had no skills whatsoever. He wanted no part of going in there, like none. He was like petrified to go in the game, screw it up. They're like, go in, just run him down. We won't pass it to you.
Dude, he was looking pretty haggard. He walked by
Make
here
sure
a
you
little
don't
bit
pass it to. Oh my God,
he was looking tough. He had some purple hair. It was not good.
Yeah,
it's not good. I'm gonna see if I can get him to stand behind me.
He looks like a leather bag with shoes. I mean, his skin is just it's
tough.
Still big bushy red hair, I assume.
Nah, it's got some purple dye in it. Well, we got to get back to it. We got to run because Robbie Gould's getting ready to come on by. So we'll get back to
purple hair.
No, we'll get back to the top breakdown in just a bit. But before we do that, we're going to be joined by former 49ers kicker. I'm live here at Radio Row. Robbie Gould is going to stop by. Dante Whitner joins us, and head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. We'll ask him about that new guy he's got, Puka Nacua, playing for him, it looked like, the other day. So we'll get into that a little bit later. But next, former 49ers kicker Robbie Gould stops by. It's Tolbert and Copes. I'm live from Vegas at Radio Row, only here on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
Jim Nance joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed calling another Super Bowl, a big one in his career. More on that podcast is trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful. This is Super Week. Then is Tolbert and Copes, live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
And Robbie Gould to kick the 49ers to the NFC title game. We'll try to win it here from 45. Pepper's snap. Is a little high, pulled down by Wisnowski. Robbie Gould has it away, and it is good! Robbie Gould has kicked the 49ers to victory here in Green Bay.
The golden leg of Robbie Gould going to an NFC championship game.
There it was. Our next guest, Robbie Gould, joins me here live from Radio Row. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you on Tuesday of Super Week. And, Robbie, if we weren't so stoked about that going through the uprights, I might have been like, why do you call it why do you say it like that? So, okay, Greg Pop, I think we had to turn Robbie up here.
Can we hear me? Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, it was an awesome moment, obviously, for the team, but it was great hearing that call from Tim Ryan at the end. There's nothing better than his hair and the way he calls the end of a game, So, yeah.
We'll get to you. Tell us about how this week goes, because this is a long week. It's a long 2 weeks for you guys, and I mean, they talk a lot about keeping things routine. Can the same be said for a kicker? I mean, we'll talk a little bit about Jake Bodie, but for you and your experience, when you sit these 2 weeks before a huge game and a big performance, what are you looking at?
Yeah, so last time the 49ers were here, what we did is we installed the game plan the week leading up to the Super Bowl, because there's a lot of hecticness that goes on. You get in Sunday, you have the media day, Monday night. Today's kind of like a day you just kind of hang out, and then you get back into the routine of the schedule of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. During the week, though, you'll go kick at the stadium, kind of get the sight lines, get used to the logos, because the old Super Bowls didn't have any logos in the middle of the field. Now moving the extra point back, now the logo's in the middle of where the extra point is. Right. So it's a difficult task, but you have to be very mindful as an athlete going into this week, if you're playing in the game, that you have to keep routine, but you also know that there's ticket requests that you're trying to fix the first week to get all your hotel stuff done. Then there's always something that pops up as the family members start coming in and things just start happening. So, listen, those are all great problems to have, because it means you're playing in the game, right? Yep. And you have to learn to manage that expectation. But at the end of the day, I think, the cool thing is when you play in that game, you realize that's a childhood dream. And you just hope that you hold up the Lombardi Trophy, and it sucks getting confetti thrown in your face, that's for sure.
Well, you were amazing in clutch situations. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think you ever missed a field goal in the playoffs, 29 for 29 or something like that, if my memory serves close to being correct. But I want to know what allowed you the ability to turn off the noise and just focus on what you needed to focus on and not some of the other stuff.
I think a lot of it had to do with the preparation. I think it was knowing where the returner was going to go and move based on how I put the tee down. I think it was also, who was their edge rusher? How did they rush? Did they rush from the same side? Did they move the guys around? Was there something that you could pick up on film that allowed you to feel more comfortable on Sunday? Some earlier interviews. I had pictures of both uprights. I had, whether there was a hot tub, was there no hot tub? Was there wind the pattern a certain way? Was there things that I thought I could do during the week that I could simulate what Sunday was going to be like? And I think a big part of that success was knowing those issues. So if we had a place where there was no hot tub, I'd take a hot shower every day, Wednesday and Thursday when I kick. If we did something else, then I prepare a different way. So it wasn't always perfect, but I think if you put yourself in those scenarios where you knew what Sunday was going to be like, I knew my body would feel that exact way, and it wasn't a secret or something that happened where it was a surprise to me.
Talking to Robbie Gould here, live from Radio Row, Super Bowl 58 on Sunday. I want to ask you about Kyle's management because he's, I would say, the least aggressive coach in the NFL, specifically this year. Like, he has stuck to the plan that he wants to have from we're gonna defer at the beginning of the game. We want the ball back in the second half. We try to score at the end of the first half, but also he's going on fourth downs. He's number 2 point. Does that how a coach is going to go about stuff? Does that happen? Wasn't it like a full picture knowing
he's more aggressive than you think on fourth down. Sure. I think it depends on down and distance of the game. 2-point conversions has never been our thing.
Like, we're having some technical difficulties with the sound quality from Viva Las Vegas, so we're going to hopefully rehook back up, see if we can get a cleaner sound. But I mean, if you guys are going to listen to it, you want to listen and hear what they have to hear, what Copes has to say, and hear what Robbie Gould has to say as well. And we're just not getting even half of it, so it's not doing you any good. And it sounds like 2 robots are talking. 2 robots in a bed out on the town in Vegas are talking. So hopefully we can clean that up, and maybe Robbie Gould will come back. Maybe he won't. I don't know, but that wasn't good. So we'll continue on from Vegas, and Copes is there, and I think that is our only guest from Vegas today. So Dante Whitner is going to join us. And Steve Kerr better not be in Vegas. If he's in Vegas, he's definitely got some explaining to do. So we apologize for that. It happens when you're on remote. Just crap happens that you can't control and you can't deal with. Or you can deal with it, but it's hard to deal with in real time. So I'm going to try to make sure that doesn't happen again. You know what? I'm going to take this one. I'm not there, so maybe it's on me. I'll take it. I'll wear it. But I'll be there tomorrow. So you can't pin that on me. Not after tomorrow. I will be in Vegas tomorrow. So, all right, coming up, we will continue on. Copes from Vegas, I'll be there tomorrow, right here on the Sports Leader.
faithful, Tolbert and Copes, now continue. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
The Niners are going to Vegas.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
We've got our technicalities and our difficulties up and running. We've passed on from Robbie Gould. Robbie Gould just sitting down with us for a couple of minutes. Nice guy, Robbie. Talked to him about some of the kicking stuff and what's going on with the 49ers, and he was calling them our 49ers, saying, Kyle's a little bit more aggressive than you might have otherwise thought, but he was talking our, he says, as if I'm still on the team. So clearly still ties to this organization. Yeah. Seems like he's rooting. He said he's hanging in town until Friday, and then he's getting out before the game starts. I said, that is a smart move, my man. Good for you. I was going to ask you this, Tom. Niners are favorites in this game. I said last week, and I think I said earlier this week, a little bit surprising to me that they were favorites. I guess not totally so. It's odd to me that the Chiefs have been underdogs now for 3 consecutive games, considering Pat Mahomes was an underdog for like 9 different games or 10 different ones coming into this postseason. Yep. But does it surprise you that they're a favorite, and do you think they should be a favorite by 2 points?
Well, look, it depends on what you believe in. I know people that would have had them favored by 5 at the end of the regular season on a neutral against Kansas City. So the playoffs have changed a lot. They haven't changed that much, apparently. So should they be favored? Yeah, I believe they should, unless you just want to throw out the regular season. If you just want to go by playoffs, then yeah, I could see making the Chiefs a small favorite. But I kind of figured it'd be between 2 either way. Like, no one was getting to 3. Maybe 2.5. I think the Niners may have been 2.5 at one point, maybe even 3 for a second, maybe somewhere, and then it was gone. And now it's down to 2, 1.5, and that's probably where it's going to stay. So, yeah, but it's weird because when you say, oh, they're favored, well, technically they are, but it's a pick'em game. I mean, it's like anything under 2 feels like just a pick'em game.
Yeah.
Like, just win the game. I mean, you can win by 1, and 2 does come into play more than it used to with the 2-point conversion. But it's not, like, to me, a favorite is at least a field goal or more. Like, that's a solid favorite when you're at 1 score. They say you're 1 score better than another team. But when you're not, I don't even, like, they're not 6, they're not 7. They're not, it's 2, 1.5. So it's not that big a deal. But, yeah, I could see it. I mean, they were the highest-rated team in the NFL for a long time until Baltimore kicked their heads in at home, and then Baltimore was the highest-rated team in the NFL, and the Niners were the second in terms of power ratings for most handicappers. So, yeah, I think they deserve to be favored. But, again, I don't look at them as favorites because it's such a small favorite. It just doesn't but, you know what? That stat's still going to stand if the Chiefs win. Then you'll be able to go, well, he's now 12-1-1 as an underdog. So, and I'm sure Reed will bring that up a little bit. Like, you kidding me? Like, we've won 2 Super Bowls and this and that. I don't know how big a deal. Probably some coaches make a bigger deal out of it than others. But, I mean, to answer your question, no. I'm not surprised at all.
Not surprised.
No, not surprised at all that they are a favorite. Do they deserve to be favorites? Yeah, I think so, based on the large sample size. If you're just basing it on the playoffs, then yeah, the Chiefs definitely deserve to be favored. I mean, they won 1 game at home, then they went on the road and beat the 1 seed and the 2 seed. So that's super impressive. Oh yeah, and it's Mahomes, and it's Reed, and it's Kelsey, and it's Jones, and they've done this before a couple times. So yeah, if you wanted to make that argument, sure, you could. But if enough really smart people thought this game was mispriced, guess what? The Chiefs would be the favorites. Chiefs aren't the favorites. And from what I understand, the bigger bets, the quote-unquote sharper money on this game has been mostly on the Niners, not the Chiefs.
Yes. Actually, so I was here in Vegas, and I was talking to somebody yesterday when Jeremiah Crow came on or stopped by the show yesterday, and one of these handicap expert guys, and we may get him on to talk some of the tips and picks prop stuff. He's got a lot of big basically what he does is he's a reporter from some site where he goes around and he checks in with all of these backroom casinos for where action is coming in and how stuff is flowing. So he was saying that stuff was moving so heavily public-wise on the Chiefs right now that they're trying to hold off on moving that line. They don't want to. If it gets to 3 or 3.5, that thing is going to explode, right? Then everybody's going to be all over it. But he said if the money keeps trending this way, the way it's going now because of the public, Vegas is going to need the 49ers to win this game. Vegas is going to need it to make some of that money. I was kind of thinking about taking a look at one of these alternate lines, like a 49ers minus a 7 or a 7.5 or something like that, and getting some great juice on that because I don't really like the money line on them at like 135 or 130, wherever it's at right now. I figure if you're going to do that, just lay the line, lay the 2 or lay the 1.5. So, I'm not shocked either. I'm not surprised. Does the 2 points in your mind make sense? It's one of those lines where I look at it and I go, man, that's uncomfortably weird. But I sort of feel like this game is going to be decided. Not sort of. I feel like this game is going to be decided by a touchdown or more.
Well, yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense to me because I just figured no one was going to be favored in this game by 3. Because as soon as the 3 is a massive key number.
It's going to crush a side if you do that.
As soon as the 3 pops up, it's going to get bought. Like, I guarantee you, if it ever hits 3 again, there'll be a lot of money out there, in sharp money, that'll buy the Chiefs at 3. I mean, the sharps don't just pick a side, they take numbers. So when they're betting, they're thinking this is a good number for the Niners. But there is a point where the same people would say, well, this is a good number for the Chiefs. I'll take the Chiefs, put a little here, and then try to get a middle somehow. I mean, that it's all about numbers for people that do this for a living. So, yeah, if it got to 3, I think it'd be snapped up real quick. And I can't imagine it'll never get to 3.5. It got to do 3.5. Then it'll just be a rush to the ticket window to try to get the Chiefs plus 3.5. So I think it'll be right here. 2, maybe 1.5, maybe go to 2.5 at some point. But yeah, you could see. I mean, it makes sense that all the public money would be on the Chiefs. I mean, why wouldn't you want to bet the Chiefs? You just saw them hammer. Maybe not hammer is a strong word, but kind of control the game. Excuse me, Mahomes.
Yeah.
On the road, Baltimore. On the road, Buffalo. With your eyes, you witnessed the Niners kind of hang on for dear life twice in a row, not looking great doing it, but finding a way to get it done. And then here you are. You got Mahomes as an underdog. You could see where you're a casual bettor. You're just like, of course I'm going to take Mahomes. I'm getting points, and they've already won 2 Super Bowls. They got the best quarterback. They got the best coach. I mean, the combination's pretty potent. So yeah, you could see where, yeah, of course. What a lot of them wouldn't realize is what I said earlier, is that the Niners would be 4, 5, maybe even 5-point favorites at the end of the regular season. If they played the Super Bowl without the playoffs and just said, okay, you guys go play on a neutral, Niners probably about a 5-point favorite based on what they did during the regular season. So what do you believe in? Do you believe in a 19-20 game sample size? Do you believe in a regular season? Do you believe in a 2 or 3 game sample size? I'm going to go with.
I believe in Steve.
I'm going with the bigger sample size, and I'm going to give. We know we're going to be. I might do that too. I might do alternate lines. I don't know if I'm going to go as high as 7.5, but I might.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just thinking of like one of those. Yeah, like a 4
I know what you're
or
talking
4.5
about.
or something.
So
you could get some plus money on that.
Get some plus money on it instead of. Yeah, I would have. I would have liked minus 120. It may have been out there at one point, the money line, but yeah, 130. I'm not sure if I want to do that.
I'm going to. 25, or even then I'd have been iffy on it. It's too close. And it's when the juice so closely reflects what that line is. You know what I mean? Like how accurate that is there at 2.5 or 2, and you're getting right in there at the 130. God, that's uncomfortable. It's a little bit uncomfortable. Because if you're taking the Chiefs and you want the 2 or the 2.5, you may as well buy it up to the 3 and get yourself the 3 if you're gonna take the line on that. If you can get it to half. Right now it's sitting right at 2. But this is what's interesting is everybody, and Derek had put this down in some of the notes here. If you consider the way the Niners have played in the last 2 games, and you're saying, yeah, if you saw that and they had to come, they had to eke those out, they also had to come from behind in both of those games, which are positive things to have happen. I would say the Chiefs held on against Buffalo. The Chiefs almost gave that game away like 3 different times. And Buffalo,
they got out
good
quick.
Teams find ways to win. You left the door open for Patrick Mahomes, but they got out. They did get out quick. But remember the fumble into the end zone, the Mecole Hardman fumble. I mean, that was a terrible one. He had another fumble. I mean, there were some awful situations in that one. And then their second halves this year. You pointed this out. They've been terrible. One of the worst teams in all of football in second half scoring. They're down a full touchdown, a little more than a full touchdown per game than they were last year. There's a case to be made that the Chiefs, while being underdogs and winning 2 huge games against tough opponents on the road, have not dominated in the way or shown enough that they can get into a shootout themselves. I mean, the Buffalo game was a little bit different, I think, just because of how many turnovers there were. But if you play this game straight up, they scored 17 points against Baltimore. And they give up 3 in the second half, which is awesome. Baltimore couldn't do anything else. But if the Niners score 30 points in this game, I'm not sure Patrick Mahomes is going to be able to put up enough offense with the guys around him. That said, how many times they've given up 30 points this year? Their defense is legit. So it's just such a different Chiefs team. It's really tough for me to peg this, but I really don't think I'd be surprised again. Either way, nothing surprises me. But the closer we get to it, the more I feel like this is a 49er victory by 4+.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take 3. That's fine by me. Can you win by 2.5? You can't, but if you could, I'd take 2.5. I'll actually take 2. That's gotten a little close, but they haven't done anything easy during the regular or during the postseason, so I'm not expecting anything easy. But it's funny because both teams have gone about it the exact opposite way. The Chiefs have got out to just blistering starts in the last 2 games, and I'll go back and look, but I think they got up to a really good start against the Dolphins too in the first half, and then just kind of slowly like 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, just like slowly to 0, and then clock expires. Hey, we won. We're good. We're out of here. Whereas the 49ers started off that way and just kind of ramped it up and like just kind of kept going, and they hit 60 toward the end of the game. So again, I think we all agree that can't happen. I'm not saying, I know Sal Palantonio said yesterday they can't come from behind. But if you think they're going to come from like 24-7 behind against the Chiefs, then that's going to be a different proposition. I'm not saying they can't because they've done it before. Why would I say they can't when they've done it twice? Now, the Green Bay wasn't as big a comeback, but it was a later comeback. Like, they had one drive basically in that game to get something done, and they did it. The Lions, they were behind by a greater margin, but they had more time to work with. Like, they were right back in that game by a 3-minute mark of the third quarter. They're like, bang, we're in it. In Green Bay, they weren't. It was like, oh, damn, we got to get something done right now. So they've come back in 2 different ways, but they've managed to get it done. So I'm not going to say they can't do it, but obviously it's going to be a lot more tough against Kansas City. But that's going to be really interesting. Like, can they hold Kansas City down the first half so they don't get off to a quick start? Can they get off to a quicker start themselves? So, I mean, Super Bowls are always kind of fascinating. They are. And the fact that this is a rematch, and you know, Andy Reid's going for his 3rd, Mahomes going for his 3rd, Shanahan going for his 1st. It's a pretty cool matchup. It really is. Looking forward to it.
Patrick Mahomes' 4th Super Bowl start here. As you said, he goes for his 3rd. It's already 3rd most starts all time, which is insane.
Crazy.
That's
Crazy.
wild. This guy hasn't been around for that long. You know how many times the Chiefs gave up 30 points in a game this year to an opponent?
Man, I'm just off the top of my head. 1?
They went 11-6.
Okay.
None. The
None.
Chiefs
God, I was
defense,
gonna go with
high
none.
watermark of points allowed. When I asked it the way I did, I thought you would. So they gave up 21 opening night to the Lions. Remember, they lost at home to the Lions on opening night. They gave up 24 to the Broncos, so 24 there. That was at home. That was at Denver.
Yep.
They allowed 21 to the Eagles. They lost that one, and 27 to the Packers. So 27 to the Packers is the high watermark. They never lost a game in which they allowed fewer than 20 points. It doesn't look like that's pretty wild. So every game, if you get to 21 or more, you've got a damn good shot at beating this team. They in the postseason, by the way, they did allow 24 to the Bills, of course, and 7 to the Dolphins, and 10 to the Ravens. So this defense has been stout, man. It's been really good. So I don't think Patrick Mahomes and this offense are in position to get into a shootout, as they have not all year been able to score 30 points. They've held teams to under 30 points. So that's got to be their goal, is to hold you to like 20 or fewer, and they've got a good shot to win. But second half points for them have been a premium, and second half unders, you said, this year have been money. I think I'm going to be on that regardless of what the number. I might bet that blind. Like, if I can bet it and then just wait for them to tell me the number, I'll still have it. I'll take it.
I think it's like 19-2 or something
it's a
like
stupid
that.
note.
20-2. Yeah, because I know they got it done. And I think they got it done every game in the playoffs. They get it done against. I think they got it done against Buffalo. I think that was a second half under.
They did. Yes, Buffalo was a second half under. Ravens were a second half under. There was only Buffalo 21 total points scored in the second half. That was definitely under, because there were 30 or something scored in the first half. That one went under. So again, this offense is not scoring in the second half. They're like 17th or 18th. I'll get you the number again. They were 17th this year in touchdowns per game. Yep.
So it's 10 points.
10-0 in the second half, and 3-0 in the Ravens game. The Ravens scored 3 points. So there you go. I think that the Niners being favored, when you talk through it like that, you talk about how we got to this point and what the talent on each roster is, and how these, like if you get into the weeds of how it is that these last few games break down, the 49ers second half comeback is far more impressive in my mind. Oh, look, here's Bruce Buffer. Far more impressive in my mind than the Chiefs' offense, obviously, but maybe equally as impressive. I won't do it. No, I won't do it. I was getting close. Let's whisper. Oh, no, don't do it.
Just going, that's going to probably cost station $5,000.
Yeah. Derek, what'd you say, Derek? How much more? Yeah, he's like, oh, yeah, we'll get fined. He's standing right behind Derek, dude. He's looking at you. Don't turn around, Derek. Don't let him read your lips. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Don't move. Maybe he won't notice we're here. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon, live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. We are streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and, of course, on the KNBR app. We are going to be joined by Dante Whitner at 4:50. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, at 4:30. And we also would like to get to some of your calls. Want to get your thoughts on a whole bunch of stuff coming your way. Super Bowl week. We also have an NBA grab bag coming your way. But next, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Make the case for the 49ers being favorites, or should the Chiefs be the favorites in this game? Why do you think the Niners are favored, and how do you think they'll fare in this one against Kansas City? 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call, also the number to text. Line them up, hit the YouTube chat, hit twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and we will talk to you soon. 415-808-KNBR. Make the case for the Niners being the favorites, unless you think it should be Kansas City. That's next on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan addressed the practice field conditions last night and said, quote, "We're not worried about it at all. It is what it is. We're here, and we won't change anything." That story and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
back to Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
Vegas, baby, Vegas!
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes back with you live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. Tom will be here tomorrow if in fact he can get on the plane that gets him here. Dude, Murph and Marcus just they're in absolute.
Dude, what happened to them again?
Absolute travel hell right now. Murph and Marcus. They I got a text from Murph about 1 o'clock today, 1:05. So their plane was supposed to leave today. They're supposed to leave yesterday. Flight got canceled. They get on one today. They get on the plane at like 1 o'clock today. Murph texts me. And he goes, so we get on the plane, we start taxiing on the runway, and weather is really bad here in Vegas right now, too. It's like dumping rain.
Okay.
It's like big storm. It might have been the same one that just sort of blew over this way. Not sure. I know L.A. got it bad. Anyway, Murph says we taxied, and then we stopped. They made an announcement. They said, hey, due to bad weather in Vegas, we can't take off right now because they're not taking any incoming flights. He says, you'll get another update in about an hour. And I said, whoa. In an hour, like you're already on the plane? Murph goes, oh, yeah, baby, we're sitting on the plane. So I'll see if I can keep the listeners updated and apprised of what's going on with Murph and Marcus's travel.
Oh, they're on the plane right now.
They've been on the plane for okay, I got an update from Murph here. He says, Brian Murphy says, they think we can be wheels up in 40 minutes. That was at 1:51. That was an hour ago. And then at 2:21, 30 minutes ago, he says, taxiing, there is hope. So maybe they're on their way. So hopefully Tom will get here tomorrow as well, and we'll keep the Radio Row guests coming. Also, we want to hear from you. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. Can you make a case for the 49ers being favorites, or do you think the case belongs to the Kansas City Chiefs? Let's go up to Kareem. Kareem is in Vallejo. Kareem does think the Niners should be favored. Kareem, what's your case?
Hey, man, thanks for taking the call. So the reason why I think the Niners should be favored is they got more blue-chip players. I get it, Brock Purdy is Mr. Irrelevant, but we got a lot of guys that could, do damage in that game. Without, Kelsey, you cap him. You make it hard for Mahomes to move around in that pocket. I think you can limit him and what he can do, and we can control the TOP. So I think the Niners got a good chance to win that game. I'll be there Saturday. Hopefully the weather stand up so me and Wifey can make it. Let's get this six-pack of Vinny's, fellas. Appreciate it.
Let's do it. Thank you, Kareem.
That's beautiful.
Did you say my homies?
Beautiful.
I keep my homies in the pocket.
My homies, yeah, my homie.
Nice call
my
there.
Homie.
From Kareem, dude.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
By the way, did you see the piece from I think ESPN? Oh no, it was on The Athletic. It was Matt Barrows. Oh, Matt Barrows. Matt Barrows is the one who did it. He spoke to Drew Brees, and he spoke to one of Brock Purdy's high school football coaches, and talked about the similarities in stature. Their basically their draft combine stuff was all virtually the same. They're really close in height, very close in stature and in size. The strong arm stuff. Drew Brees, the all-time leading passer in the history of the NFL, right? In yardage, or at least he was at one point when he retired. I think Brady might have caught him again. Anyway, the fact of the matter is the case can be made for Brock Purdy having similar skill sets, being an undersized guy. It's a fun comp. It's an interesting comp. And Drew Brees talks a lot about what he faced. Remember, he had the on top of it all had the terrible shoulder injury, the rotator cuff surgery, and Sean Payton kind of saved his career and found an offense for him that was going to work after he was in San Diego. But it was a good piece. Anybody who hasn't read it, the Matt Barrows piece in The Athletic from today. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Off is in Menlo Park. Off in Menlo Park. Should the 49ers be favored?
What's up, Copes? How you doing, man? Off
good, bro.
Here. You know me. I met you before, and I just want to shout out Tom Tolbert. Tom, University of Arizona Wildcats, bro. I used to meet you at the Green Dolphin when I was a freshman. You were a senior, and that's a
bear down.
Way back, bear down, my friend. Hey, just quickly, with all this information that we get, and we get so inundated, especially here in the Bay Area. And this is a great question, by the way, because we hear all the ins and outs, the X's and O's, but. I think that, and it's cool to hear the national media talking about what we've been seeing for the last year or so, but here's the best thing I heard on radio, and here's why I think the Niners should be favored. First of all, they're number one seed, right? Plain and simple. Number two, there was an AI simulation that was done by EA Sports. You guys know about this? I don't know if you do.
No.
So they played it out, right? They played it out, and the final score was 10-6, and here's how it went. The Chiefs got into the red zone twice, were stopped, settled for field goals, and Moody misses one, and then the winning score was Birdie to Ayuk for like a 40-yard pass. And that's quite possible. I mean, that's not that far-fetched, right? Both teams aren't playing well. Say it stays the course. I mean, obviously the Chiefs played well last week, but say it stays the course. Their defense sucks. Our offense doesn't do well. This is something that could possibly happen, and I just want to leave that with you guys to talk about. Thank you very much. Love you guys. Go Niners. And
Appreciate you. Off.
Who'd the octopus pick?
I think it died, remember?
Yeah, well, I know.
Is that the World Cup octopus?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a...
Well, there's always another octopus, isn't there?
I think it was wrong. Remember, I think the first one that it did, because it picked winners in every World Cup game or every World Cup match or something like that. It was rolling, dude, and then it picked the wrong one for the final, and then it died the next day. I was like, that can't be good.
Sad.
The octopus fell on hard
R.I.P.
times. Paul the octopus says, Derek found it. We got good info on this. Paul the octopus, yeah, he passed October 2010. He was born January 26, 2008, man. Gone too soon. Really, you'd like to get
Oh, really? No, usually they only live like a year.
I was going to say, if you're an octopus,
octopuses, octopi? Yeah, whatever. They're relatively short-lived, so I think 2 years probably a decent run. But, yeah, probably somebody put a couple mil on that team that he picked, and they
offed him. Shut it off.
Snuffed him out.
Shut it off.
It was an octopus snuff film.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah, going down for attempted octopus murder. Let's go out to, by the way, shout out to Octopussy, great James Bond flick. Let's go to Frankus and Salinas. Yes. Frank and Salinas. Yeah, it's not Walt's over here laughing. It's a real movie, dude. Frank and Salinas. Make the case for the 49ers, or do you think it should be the Chiefs?
I think the Niners should be favored. I'm fine with the line where it's at. My question that I brought up to the producer was the referee assignment. If you think that could affect the outcome at all, because how KC has a plus 500 record with that referee, and the Niners have a sub 500 record with that same referee. I want to bet on the game, but I'm not sure.
Look, let me help you out here. I'm gonna help you out. Just leave the officials alone. Don't factor that in. Don't factor what the Chiefs' record is with Vinovich. Don't factor in what you drive yourself crazy doing that. I'm 99% sure that these officials don't care who wins. They're not going in there with a side trying to find a way to get them to win. It's like trying to steal money out of a Vegas casino. There are cameras everywhere. Good luck doing that. You know how many cameras are watching this game? How many people are watching this game? Officials, for the most part, don't do that. Yes, there was Donahue. He did that. But most officials might screw it up, but they might screw it up for the Chiefs. They might screw it up for the Niners. But if you go in there thinking about the officials, you think the officials are going to screw you or they're going to screw the Niners, then that's no way to go into it. That's no fun.
Okay, but real quick, during one regular season game, there was a Cleveland game, I believe. They played somebody, and the referee hosed the other team to ensure a Cleveland win. And even McAfee on the four-letter network brought it up and saying that the referee should be investigated. I'm not sure if you caught that or not. It was sometime during the season, but so the referee hosed.
So far, you're giving me sometime during the season they've won and they botched it against somebody.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, I know it's a botch.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
On the four-letter network, they were saying that the referee should be investigated.
You can say ESPN.
I'm not even
That's fine.
playing. Yeah, okay,
you can
okay,
say
yeah.
ESPN. That's fine.
We have four letters too.
Yes, sir. No, I get that. No, but I'm saying it was on national TV. They were saying the referee should be investigated. Him, his family, their bank accounts, everything. And it was pretty wild to hear that on ESPN. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you.
But
all right, man. I appreciate the phone call, but yeah, do yourself a favor. Don't go down that road. Once you go down that road, you're not going to be able to stop yourself. You're going to every call is going to be like, "Hey, whoa, Vinovich, what are you doing on that call?" Like as soon as you know the officials' names, you probably know too much at that point. And I know most of them just watch so much NFL, but yeah, as soon as you do that, here's what I tell people: if you're going to do that, why watch? Because if you think it's fixed, then why watch it? I mean, if you want to watch something fixed, watch wrestling. Don't watch the NFL. I don't buy that. I've never bought that. There are bad officials, definitely bad officials, that screw bleep up, but you don't know who they're screwing it up for. Again, you might be the beneficiary. They might screw the Chiefs. They might screw you. They might not screw anybody. So that's the way I choose to look at it. But look, if you're going to factor in who's officiating, whether you want to bet the game or not, then probably don't bet the game. Just root for the Niners and hope like hell they win. But I tell people all the time, and I see it. Thank you. I see it in every single sport. When the playoffs start, everybody wants to bitch about the officials, and everybody wants to bitch about their own coach. Our own coach sucks. He doesn't know what he's doing, and the officials are all crooked. Because you can't blame the players. Yeah, but it's never the players' fault. Heaven forbid the players screwed it up. No, not the players, not my heroes. It's got to be the coach of the officials. So that drives me nuts. So just enjoy the game, as Jeff Kent says. Enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game more.
About the officials. Let me. And again, no, if the Niners get screwed by a call, which is possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's not done on purpose. It's just they're not very good, and they screwed it up, and the Niners got screwed. It's just as likely the Chiefs might get screwed.
Well, I can put a bow on that story that our last caller was just telling us about, Frank and Salinas. Here it is, the Associated Press, back on January 23rd of this year, 2024. It was one of the most popular and completely untrue stories of the week. It's been fact-checked. It's not legit, even though it was shared widely on social media. The Associated Press reports, here are the facts. The claim is that the NFL was investigating Ronald Torbert, the AFC Championship referee, after, is that you, Torbert?
Is that you, Torbert? At least you could have said you're from the Yankees.
His son made a large wager on this was actually 2023, so this was last year's AFC Championship.
Okay.
Made a large wager because he didn't think it was the Browns, it was the Bengals. A large wager on the Chiefs before they defeated the Bengals on Sunday. The claim originated from a parody Twitter account, and it was fiction. So there's the move. Let's move on.
Person.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. Can you make a case for the 49ers being favorites? Let's go to Novak. Novak's in Sacramento.
By the way, I love the
Novak,
way
make your case.
You know, the four-letter network. On the four-letter network.
That was hilarious, dude. That was funny. The ambiguity of the whole thing. The ambiguity was hysterical. We are a partner with them. They shout out 1050. Novak on Sacramento. Make your case, bro.
Yeah, to me, it's a pretty easy one. The Niners have the better roster, and they've been the team to beat the whole entire year, and nobody's surprised.
All right, Novak, we got to drop you there. Tough deal on Novak's call there. We'll just move on. Let's go to Kyle. Kyle is in Honolulu. JFK, Honolulu. Kyle in Honolulu. Do you think the Niners should be favored?
I think they should be favored. I want to touch a little bit on what the last gentleman was saying that cut out there. I mean, we've only got, 7-8 players maybe from the 2024 roster, or from the 2020 roster. We've got a completely different team this time around. I don't know if Kansas City is exactly ready for us. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. If you know what I'm saying. Look, they
I don't really know what you're saying. What are you saying?
Because they're way better defensively than they were in that game. They also don't have Tyreek Hill, which is kind of nice, but they didn't have Pacheco. So, I mean, it's just two totally different teams. You got some of the same players, same coaches, but they're...
And the ones that we have, they want a vengeance. I mean, look at...
you know what? I'll disagree with you there. I don't think athletes look at it that way. I don't think it's vengeance. I don't think it's... what do they call it? Like a... I'm blanking on the word. Like, it's an easy word, and I'm blanking on it. But this is
like a revenge match, kind of.
Thank you, revenge. I appreciate that. Yes, they don't look at it that way. One, it was like 4 years ago, and two, they just look at it as a game. Like, it doesn't. If the Niners win this one, that doesn't make up for that game at all. It's just, you already lost that game. That one's over. This is the one they're concentrating on. This is the one they want to win. But I guarantee if you talk to the Niners, even the ones that were on that team, they wouldn't say this is a revenge game. We owe them one from 4 years ago. Lots happened in 4 years. Hell, COVID happened between that Super Bowl and this Super Bowl. So they just want to win. It's the biggest game of the year. It immortalizes you. You're on a trophy. You can say you're champs for the rest of your life. You were a champ one time. So that's what they're playing for. Absolutely.
Playing for the big one. That's it. Let's go Niners.
There you go.
Let's get
Appreciate the call, Kyle. Thanks.
All right, man.
Thanks so much, man. Love a tag out. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Novak is back. We got Novak in Sacramento. He dropped off the line. Let's go back to Novak in Sacramento. What do you got, bro? That's it.
Yeah, guys. So I was just saying the Niners have the much better roster, and they've really been the team to beat all year. But something I got to say that's more important than who's the favorite is the Niners need to receive the ball first. If their offense can score, their defense can hold them to no points. The defense plays best when they have a lead. And I think that's super important for the game. Niners get the ball. They score a touchdown. Then the defense has some momentum. Defense can really hold up, get the ball back to the offense, go up 14-0. I think that's super important. Deferring the ball is great when you have a very good defense, but unfortunately our defense is not the best right now. And I think you have to adjust your play calling to how your team is playing. So I hope Kyle Shanahan hears this, but the Niners need to get the ball first and score a touchdown.
I'll make sure I'll make sure he hears this. Novak, thank you for the call. Kyle, yeah, I'll do. Well, give me a minute, okay?
You know how easy it is when you get the ball first, score 3 and out, score at 14-0, boom. Can't be stopped at that
it's
point.
great. It's great if you do that. However, okay, so here's my thing: is
what if you
when
go 3 and out when you get the ball? Oops.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's like if you start with the ball and then you don't score and you kick it right back to them. Yeah. And they come down and score. Now you're playing catch-up anyway, and you've burned one of your and you're not getting the ball back in the second half to start the second half. I don't think they've done it that way all year. I think Kyle has stuck to his strategy and plan more firmly than we've ever seen. He's told us that. We talked about having to – remember he told us that note early this year. We thought it was crazy. He said if you score at the end of the first half, the team that does that, it's like the next highest rate at victory next to winning the turnover battle. We're turning a team over like 2 or 3 times, right? So he goes, once I found that note out, and he says we played that out in 2019 sort of the same way, and it all looked exactly the way we thought the numbers were going to look when we sort of installed that plan, and then he just started living by it. He started making sure he deferred at the beginning of the game if he could. He wanted the ball in the second half. Try to score if you can at the end of the first half, and it happens frequently. I think what Novak's suggesting is sort of the opposite of what we're likely to see here, because everybody, George Kittle was big on this. Robbie Gould even said that to us a little while ago. You need to do as many things as you can to make sure the game feels like game day, that it's just the same thing you've been doing all year long. I'm not big on rewriting the whole game plan just because you get to the big one. I think you got to play your game, not their game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I just, and you won both those games too.
Sure.
So I'm still a believer in the 2 for 1. When you can do double dip into the first half and start the second half. So I would do the same thing they have done. I'm not going to say there's no merit to what he says. I mean, their defense has struggled the last few games, and they've been playing from behind. I mean, one was 7-0, one was 3-0, but still, you're getting the ball and you're behind. So, yeah, I mean, you'd love to get that stop. That's ultimately what you want. But the game's going to even itself out one way or the other. So it's not the biggest thing in the world. It's not like, oh my gosh, we took the ball first or we deferred and we're going to get it in the That's not the game. I mean, at the end of the game, everyone's going to have pretty close to an equal amount of possessions. So the first possession isn't going to determine the game. Yes, it does suck if they come down and score, you're behind, but nobody gets out of their game plan the first time they have the ball. Like, oh my God, we're down 7-0. Let's switch everything up. We were coming from behind already. So I don't think they look at it that way. Niners don't look at it that way. I mean, hell, they came from behind twice. But I'm a big believer in doing what you do and what you've always done in the playoffs. You don't want teams that panic. You don't want to, and that's not really a panic move per se, but it's just changing something that I don't think you need to change. And I agree.
Why
with you,
bother?
Coach. I think he believes that, and I believe in it too. Like, I didn't know that stat.
That was
about
wild.
The scoring at the end of the first half, but it makes sense to me because I'm always like, that's the only time you can get back-to-back possessions in a game without a turnover. You can't do it. It's just that's the only time you can do it. So I'm always going to do that, unless it's extreme, like if it's weather related or something like that, like super windy. Then I may decide to take it or do whatever I'm going to do to make sure I get the ball in whatever quarter I want to get the ball in. But everything being equal. Yeah, I've always been that guy. I've always been the defer if you can and just try to get the 2 for 1.
415-808-KNBR 808-5627 is the number to call. Can you make a case for the 49ers being favored, or do you think it's the Kansas City Chiefs? Nobody's picked the Chiefs yet. Let's go to Dusty in Sacramento. Dusty, you're on the Sports Leader. What's your case?
Yeah, what's going on, man? First-time caller, big-time Niner fan.
Nice.
But like I said, I could see the spread being a point or two either way, but I would ride out with the other way, man. Until Patty's not that guy, he's that guy. I look at it like when the Lakers get in at the 6th, 7th seed. You expect them to win a couple series, I look at it like that. Like, it's just who they are, man. Until they're not that guy, that's it. And then the other thing on the halftime, that's Shanahan's MO. The 2-for-1, get it with 5 minutes left, bleed it out. And it gives you hope, man. You're down 10 points, 5 minutes left in the second. You're not down and out because you're thinking, let's at least get 3. Get it back at half. It gives you an extra possession to play with if it goes south in the first half. So I love how Shanahan goes that route, and that's a given to go that route for us. But I can see KC swinging the other way, a point or two favor just because who Patty is.
I appreciate the call, Dusty. I understand that. I also just think they probably got this one right. Again, talent top to bottom, talent on the offense for Mahomes. It's not like they're scoring a whole bunch. I got the note in front of me. 2.3 touchdowns a game this year. It's 16th in the league. 2022, they were second in the league with 3.6, and they still didn't have Tyreek Hill last year. Again, they built this defense up. Getting Chris Jones back this season was a big deal for them, and who knows where they'd be if they hadn't been able to work that deal out, right? I mean, that was huge to get him back by week 3 or week 2, whatever that was, but I'm gonna stick with where we are. I think it's a good line right now for the 49ers, and I'm leaning heavier as I get into this week that the 49ers are going to win this game. We'll get to more of your thoughts and your calls. 415-808-KNBR. I see Dwayne, Al, Banjo Man, Danny, all you guys hang on the line. Oh, and Mort checked in too. We'll get to Mort when we get on back as well. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Make your case for the 49ers being favorites in this game. Do you think that line is right, or do you think it should be the Kansas City Chiefs? That's next on the Sports Leader. Ross Tucker joined Pop on Lunch today and said that Brock Purdy's story would have been better if he went undrafted. That podcast and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Big game coming. What do you need? Snacks. Of course you need snacks. Everyone's going to be over watching the game. You want to have snacks. I know you get your wings, you get your pizza, you get this. But what about the chips and dips? A staple of any game day. Chips and dips, you want easy, right? You just want open the chips, open the dip, you're good to go. I can help you out. Daisy Dips. French onion, ranch dip. These things are great. You set them out on the table, they will be devoured, and everyone will be happy. And then it's game time, and that's all you want. So when it's big game, when it's event time, it's snack time. That means it's Daisy Dips time. You're a Daisy if you do.
faithful. This is Super Week. Then is Tolbert and Copes, live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Back with you. I'm live from Vegas. Tom will be here tomorrow. By the way, we got to update on Murph and Marcus. They are on a plane, and it seems like they are wheels up in the air. They should be here in time for their show tomorrow. We are going to be joined by the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, will join us coming up at 4:30, and then also we'll talk to Dante Whitner at 4:50 for his weekly conversation. We are streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, KNBR.com, and, of course, on the KNBR app. 415-808-5627, 808-KNBR is the number to call. You can check in on the YouTube chat as well if you want to get some thoughts in right over there. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go to... I can get my call screener up here. Oh, I may have lost it. Can you give me one in my ear here, Tim? Give me one of the callers here. Let's go to Blaine in Stockton. Blaine, you're on the Sports Leader. Oh, excuse me, Dwayne in Stockton. Dwayne, you're on the Sports Leader. What's your case for the Niners or the Chiefs?
What's up, fellas? I know you remember me. I'm the dude that said it was going to be a blowout, man, and I haven't changed my mind, man. I don't know what everybody's talking about. You got a prolific quarterback in a super ball control offense with a Niner defense that's not playing well. I mean, what else is there? I mean, that's it. That game's going to be a blowout, man. I'm going to tell you what. If I had to make the line, I would have Chiefs by 7 and a hook. And I'm taking Chiefs.
Really?
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, man, this is not going to be okay for the 49er fans. Why do the 49ers keep trying to win these games? I'll take it. Listen, okay. I'll book it. It's nothing. Just tell me where to find you because I'm going to need my money because I don't give no extensions. Know that, Tom. But I'm going to tell you, why do the 49ers...
All you got to do is email the station. I'll be glad to take the 7.5. Trust me.
Hey, listen, man.
I got a bunch of other people. I got a bunch of other people that will too. But I don't want to turn this into getting us both in trouble type of thing. But
watch your step, brother. Watch your step, man. Don't take too many bets on the Niners because the Niners.
Thank you, Dwayne. Dwayne, appreciate the call, man. It's cutting out a little bit.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the
funny call there from Dwayne.
I'll gladly accept 7.5. You kidding me? Hell, I'll cancel my other wager, and I'll just bet. I'll bet that way. 7. Yeah.
He said he was going to take the Chiefs laying 7.5. That's what he wanted.
Yeah, he said he'd set the line Chiefs 7.5, and I said, I'll just bet with you then. And he said, bring it on. I said,
I don't take no extensions, Tom. Extension.
I said, email the station. Oh, trust me, I'm good for it. I'm good for it.
We need some collateral from our guy Dwayne, though. We need Dwayne to put something up. Dwayne's gonna have to prove he's got it. You know what I mean? Let's go out to Banjo Man. Banjo Man is in San Francisco. Banjo Man, what's your case for the Niners or the Chiefs?
Banjo Man, here we go. I mean, let's talk about this, guys. We're talking Las Vegas, and we're talking about a spread. I mean, right, the irony and the comedy is there. We got a big show, big-time show. We got the Taylor Swift story. There's so many intangibles here, but on paper, I mean, it's easy. It's 42-41 Niners. Chiefs go for it, and they don't make it. 42-41, high-scoring game. The only reason they got us in 20 was, let's be honest, again, a couple pass interference calls on some bombs, and they held Bosa the whole time. And the running back ran all over us, right? Mahomes was scrambling for his life. We're a better team this year. This is the team. If we can't do it this year, it's going to be a long time, fellas, before we can do it again. This is the team to win, and I know we can do it. I'm thinking high scoring. Again, let's show out. We're in Vegas. Usher's going to be jumping up and down in the third and fourth quarters, so let's watch him and hope there's not a wardrobe malfunction on him. 42-41 Niners, baby. Let's go.
42-41. So he's on the he's got the spread right on there. I like that, dude. He came with some heat, Banjo, man. Way to go, dude. That's pretty funny. I like mixing in we got the Taylor Swift story. Usher's going to be jumping. Just all sorts of different factors into this game for the vibe case for the 49ers. Danny is in Tracy. Danny, what's up, man? Make your case. Niners or the Chiefs? You're on the KNBR. Danny?
What's up with it, guys? I'm going with the Niners. Especially, I think McCaffrey's going to have 2 touchdowns, 1 running. I can't say about the second one if it's going to be a run or going to be a catch, but I think the case is if McCaffrey scores 2 Ds, I think it's a go for a win for the Niners. That's for sure.
Appreciate the call, Danny. Again, I expect a lot of people are going to pick the 49ers that we're calling in. The case, though, for it, I think it's just the one that we made early on, is if you were going to make a case legitimately based on what you've seen for the Niners and not on emotion, I really do think they've played better at the ends of each of their last 2 games than the Chiefs did in the end of their last game. Now, they got some stops, don't get me wrong, but they also stalled out on offense twice going for it on 4th down. And I wonder if Andy Reid is playing more aggressively in those situations, thinking maybe 17 points wasn't going to be enough against Lamar Jackson. I didn't think so. I thought you were going to need 20 to win that game to beat Baltimore, just based on what we saw him do 2 weeks ago after he got stymied in the first half and blew up in the second half and can beat you in a multitude of ways. So for me, the case still sits with the 49ers, being that I don't think they've eked by these last 2. I think they've found ways to win in ways that they have not won throughout the season. I think that's a positive into this game.
Yeah, look, I don't know. It can't hurt, that's for sure. That you have that in the bank. I said that it's a dangerous way to live, doing it that way, but they've proven they can come from behind twice in 2 different fashions. So I don't know what to expect. I would go low-scoring game. The numbers suggest a lower-scoring game just based on the defense that the Chiefs bring to the table. And I don't know, first one to 21 wins, first one to 24 wins, maybe 24. Maybe that'll be it. I mean, 42-41's a little rich, but it'd be a hell of a game. We get 83 points in the Super Bowl. That'd be pretty awesome. I'd prefer 43-41, not 42-41. Let's make that a 2-point spread. But then
She's given 24 points twice this year in the regular season.
Hell, I mean, if I'm getting 7.5, then I won't really even care. What the hell? I'd take the 7.5, and I'll be in it the whole way. I'll be feeling good about myself. Can I tease that? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what the score is going to be. I don't know. I'd go, like I said, I go low. And Niners by 3-4 sounds about right to me. But again, who knows? Somebody's going to be right, I think. I mean, maybe Dwayne or Blaine or whoever it was, he might be right. I mean, anybody could be right, right?
Blazer, Laser.
Yeah, exactly, Blazer.
It's Dazer.
So I don't know, but yeah, I mean that's if you really I've taken the 49ers -1, so that's where my money's where my mouth is. I say I think this is going to happen, and I'm not just saying it, I'm backing it up. So I could lose. I've done it many times. But yeah, I hard to envision a high-scoring game, but who knows? Who knows? I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it's just one of those deals where it's like both teams get going early, and then they just keep going. I could see the Niners giving up a bunch of points. It's hard to see KC giving up a bunch of points. But then again, it's easy to see the Niners scoring a bunch of points. And it's not easy to see the Chiefs scoring a bunch of points, which is just bizarre to think about. It was like the total opposite of last game the Niners played. Like where the Chiefs clearly had the better offense, and the Niners clearly had the better defense. And then it ended up being, pretty low-scoring game until the very end. Really, it should have been 24 points if Williams had run that one in. So you're looking at a 44-point total. So even that was kind of a low-scoring game. Where this one, clearly the Niners are the better offense by the stats for the year, and clearly the Chiefs have the better defense. So, but that's why it's a 1-point spread. That's why it's a 2-point spread. That is exactly why. Because these teams are really evenly matched. Their strengths are just different from one another, and I find those kind of games fascinating. I really, really do. But to me, the really fascinating thing is, in my mind, Niners are better offense, Chiefs are better defense. But the Niners aren't that far below. At least they shouldn't be that far below the Chiefs. Like, they should be a really good defense, too. And the Chiefs, they might not be as good as the Niners or consistent as the Niners offensively this year, but they're really good, too. You got Mahomes, you got Kelsey, Rice is coming up, Pacheco. I mean, they're good. They're really good. They're just not what the Niners are. So, yeah, this kind of game's fascinating. I mean, is it the Chiefs' defense, the Niners' offense, can the Niners' defense step up? This is going to be fun. Going to be locked in on the couch, beer, bang, ready to go.
415-808 KNBR 808-5627. Beer, bang, go. 510 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines. Our guy PC Nomad checks in and says, I don't want to hear disrespectful that tomahawk chop chant from the KC fans. Niners need to stop the chop. Okay. How about home of the brave, land of the Chiefs? Can you do that one? 831 says, Tommy, I think you just nailed it. I think the Niners will have trouble scoring 20 on the Chiefs, and I think the D is going to give up a couple of explosive plays. I think Chiefs win this 21-17. I'm telling myself this so I'm not disappointed when the Niners lose.
There it is.
See, that's again, we were saying that yesterday. Real fans are like, dude, I just want to expect them to lose so that I can get out of here. 408 checks in, says, when did the Chiefs defense get so good? It is insane. I mean, again, 2 times this year, actually 3 times this year, they've allowed 24 or more points just once this postseason. It happened twice in the regular season, one 24-point and one 22-point performance. Excuse me, 24 and 27 was what they allowed. Let's go to Pebble Beach. Mike. Mike is in Pebble Beach. Make your case for the Niners or the Chiefs, Mike.
Make my case. They're going to cover the spread.
What's the case for that? Why do you say that?
I want to get in on that bet Niners plus 7.5 with that guy. About 10 dimes. Plus 7.5. I like the 49ers just by a little bit. Niners 31, Kansas City 27. So just covering by, say, 3 or a little bit more.
31-27. That works for me. Again, I'm with you. I think if it has to get that high scoring, I don't think KC has a good chance at this one. I don't think they're going to score 30. I don't think they're going to score 27. I mean, I think that's kind of the high water mark. If the Niners can get 3 touchdowns or 4 touchdowns, I think that wins it. 4 might win it, but 3, I think you're definitely in the mix.
Yes, the strategy is they both got to run on each other, right? So that kind of runs the clock down a little bit and kind of lowers the score a little bit, I guess. But
maybe it'll be 10-6, like that AI sim. It'll be 10-6, like that one
there
caller said. What do you got, Pebble Beach, Mike? What's the question?
Tom Tolbert, what kind of craft beers are you going to be drinking when you get down to Radio Row in Las Vegas tomorrow?
Well, Vegas is widely known as a crappy beer city. They don't have very many good breweries there, so my brother usually picks up some Revision up in Sparks. They have that down there, so he'll have some of that for me. But as far as like good craft beer, unless they've changed since the last time I was there, Vegas is not one of my favorite beer cities. I'll have a much better selection in my refrigerator than I will when I go to Vegas and try to find craft beers there. So unfortunately, I wish I could recommend you some good beers. Vegas is not known for their craft beers with Ducks.
Well, I hope to see you guys down there on Sunday. I'll be there Saturday night.
Hell yeah. Appreciate the call, Pebble Beach, Mike. 415-808-KNBR if you want to keep getting involved in the conversation today. We will get to more calls a little bit later in the week and later in the show as well. We'll catch up with Steve Kerr at 4:30, Dante Whitner at 4:50. But how about this, dude? Just because it's Super Bowl week, you think we weren't getting mail?
What?
The NBA grab bag is next. Vegas? NBA grab bag, dude, I had to check it, dude. It cost me extra. Do you know they charge extra when you have to check like that third bag? That's when it starts getting pricey, dude. I'm going to have to write this up. I have to put this on the company tab, the NBA grab bag. But it's here in Vegas.
You'll get that by 2028. That reimbursement.
We're still here then. We'll be. I can't guarantee I'll be alive. Guarantee I'll be alive next week.
You can't guarantee. The plants will be, though.
The plants will be. And the cockroaches. And the twins. Thank you. Tolbert goes live from Las Vegas. The NBA grab bag is here next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
Vegas, baby, Vegas!
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
We're live from Las Vegas, and the NBA Grab Bag is here as well. Tolbert and Copes with you, Radio Row from Vegas. Tom will be in tomorrow, flies in tomorrow. Derek got in today. Murph and Marcus on their way en route to Vegas. Pop and Lund here all week, of course, as well. And we should get into the NBA Grab Bag. It is the NBA Grab Bag for Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. According to Diana Rossini, a reason why Mike Vrabel was not hired throughout the coaching cycle this offseason, where there was 8 potential jobs that he could have landed. The report from Rossini is that he was not hired because of his physical stature. One source told her, quote, he's a very large human being and can be very intimidating to people in an organization that are going to be part of these decisions. That is a factor. That's wild to me. Because if this is something that people are saying about Mike Vrabel, one, I don't know why you need an excuse to not hire anybody. It's your organization, unless this was something that was given off the record, or it's on the record, I guess, but somebody didn't want their name to be tied to this. But for Vrabel to not get hired because he was too intimidating, isn't that a feature that you'd like in sometimes your head coach or in somebody who's going to be the leader of your organization? Tom, the story here first in the NBA Grab Bag. Diana Rossini has reported that Mike Vrabel wasn't hired during the coaching cycle because of his physical stature. He's a very large human being, said one source. He can be very intimidating to people in the organization that are part of these decisions, and that is a factor. Have you ever heard anything like this, Tom?
No. I haven't heard. Obviously, I can never coach in the NBA or NFL. Too big. You can't intimidate people. I don't know. That's the weirdest thing. Like I don't get that. Like what? They're afraid that they won't be able to make decisions or be part of the decision process because Mike Vrabel is going to DDT him on the ground. Like he's just going to pick him up and throw him around the room if they don't let him do what he wants to do. Like that was one of the stupidest things. We think this guy's really qualified, but he's pretty big. How are we going to stop him when he does what he like? If he just says I'm doing something, it's going to be like Kong ripping through the city, man. I mean, this guy would just tear up the offices and throw us around, and we're just little. We can't do anything. Like, what is that? I don't even know what that means, man. Like, he's too intimidating to hire. He scares us. Like, he's a football coach. He's a football coach.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
It'd be hilarious to get to hear the other end of that phone call.
I was like, this is stupid. I don't know. I want to know what owners. I want to know who thought that, so I can think less of them and feel good about doing it.
Moving on here in the NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag!
It was announced yesterday that the Philadelphia Eagles are opening their season in Brazil on a Friday night, Tom. The Philadelphia Eagles, they bottom out to end the season, and the NFL is shipping them to Brazil on a Friday night to open their season in 2024. Friday night games are extremely rare in the NFL because Congress protects high school football. The Sports Broadcasting Act of 1961, to be exact, which, by the way, is also the same act that allowed the NFL to become a tax-exempt organization. Anyway, now that window is going to start each year on the second Friday of mid of September through mid-December. The game is going to be played on Friday, September 7th in freaking Brazil.
That's wild. I knew there was a game coming in Brazil, but I didn't. And they said they're going to wait until the season's over and set the schedule to tell everybody who they're playing. I don't know. I always thought it'd be a West Coast team, then I thought, well, yeah, Brazil's on the East Coast, though. Because you'd think of South America being below us. It's really not. It's like Brazil's way to the east. So I don't know who's it going to be. Maybe New Orleans, Miami shoots down there. Who knows? Man, you know what? The Niners need a Hawaii game. They need to go to Hawaii. Like, that's close enough west. Alaska, maybe? I don't know. You don't think the Niners would play them, do you? You don't think it'd be Eagles-Niners till they kick off the season?
I could be. I don't think they're going to do that to the Niners. Ship them to Brazil?
I wouldn't think so either.
I like the idea they're getting shipped there to pack them up.
I think the Niners will play. Niners will be facing the Chiefs or the Lions like early in the season, I would think. Like one of those two teams. Maybe not Super Bowl rematch, but
it'll
like
probably
that'd be a good one. Like the Packers or Lions, a team you met in the playoffs where it's like prime time early in the season. Like I could see a Lions being like the kickoff Thursday or something like that, where that's a big game. But I don't know. Brazil, weren't they adding another country this year? Because they got Germany, they got England, Mexico, Brazil.
Yeah.
Was that it? Maybe they have
Mumbai,
Mexico again. Where?
Maybe. They're going international, completely international now. I don't know. It's tough to get further out when you get into the different time zones. Like I know Australia's got a big football NFL fan base. It would be like impossible to do it because you have to play the game at like noon there for it to be the night game in prime time here on like a Monday. It'd be a big mess. We'll move on here in the NBA grab bag. Two interesting arrests happened on Sunday night. Rapper Killer Mike. What did he do? After winning 3 Grammys, he was escorted out of Staples Center in handcuffs after he knocked down a security guard that wouldn't get out of his way. Meanwhile, my favorite actress, Lisa Ann, thank you, Derek, adult film star, was led away in handcuffs from comedian Matt Rife's show at Radio City Music Hall and alleged she was dragged out of the comedian show for using her phone, which was prohibited. However, the New York Post cited witnesses at the event reporting that Lisa Ann was arrested after she was caught trying to record the show and was being extremely disruptive when asked to stop multiple times. So, Killer Mike and Lisa Ann both in the clink after a couple of Sunday night arrests. Interesting stuff. Go ahead.
I can guarantee you one thing. It's not the first time Lisa Ann has been in handcuffs with 3 guys around her.
Yeah, well.
That I can guarantee. Thank you.
Oh, boy.
I'm not sure. What happened to Killer Mike? I know he got arrested, but did they say what for?
Yeah, he shoved a security guard who wouldn't get out of his way.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, well, I guess when they name like Killer Mike, people can be a little sensitive to those sort of things. Like, if it's just Mike, like Mike, hey, Mike, come on, man, don't do that. But if it's like Killer Mike, you're like, oh, man, I ain't taking any chances with this dude.
Oh, man.
You got to be kidding me. But, good stuff. Good
Killer Mike, yeah. Did you do it? No, I swear to God, I didn't do it. Your name's Killer Mike, bro. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Tom, you know the rapper Lil Jon? Are you familiar with him? Usher,
yes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, he's on the...
Okay.
Oh, no, that's Lil Wayne. Yeah, Lil Jon's the Atlanta guy, right? I think he's from Atlanta, isn't he?
You got him, yeah. Big in the Chappelle show.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Lils. He was one of the first, though. Anyway, Lil Kim was actually, I think, one of the earliest. Anyway, Lil Jon, he's coming out with a guided meditation album. February 16th, going to have 10 tracks. Guided meditation with Lil Jon.
Well, you can't be.
How about that?
You can't be meditating and then hear the yeah. I mean, that'll take you right out of it, won't it?
Okay. Yeah. Pretty good there, Lil Jon.
You'll be like, what? What happened? What happened?
What? Yeah. Anyway, that's coming out February 16th. If you want to get all 10 tracks.
Okay.
We'll have to we'll get deeper into this a little bit later in the week. But you want to see what's on the Super Bowl menu? the ultimate seafood stuffed potato with mac and cheese, Tom. The colossal baked potato is going to be stuffed with creamy mac and cheese and topped with king crab legs, Maine lobster, and then a grilled lemon. You can get all that at Allegiant Stadium for a tidy $49.99.
Wait, run that by me? That sounded like a pretty good deal.
Baked potato.
Yeah.
Mac and cheese stuffed inside the baked potato, which is odd to me. It's a creamy mac and cheese topped with king crab legs, Maine lobster, and grilled lemon. $49.99.
That actually sounds like a good deal. I mean, it doesn't sound like anything I want to put in my system, but it sounds like for what they're giving. Like, I've heard of worse for more. That actually, you know, get a little seafood, you get a little pasta, a little starch with the potatoes.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I could be tempted to try something like that, but it's a little pricey. But what isn't it at a ballpark nowadays? And that actually sounds kind of, I don't know. To me, that sounds actually pretty decent.
You're definitely paying $25 for a cocktail at Allegiant without question. So maybe $50 for this baked potato isn't all that bad. Tolbert and Copes with you. I'm live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. Tom will be here tomorrow. We are also going to catch up in about 45 minutes with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. Dante Whitner joins us at 4:50. That is your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. When we come on back, how about I tell you about how you can win a 49er jersey? We got a giveaway that we're going to do coming up on the other side. Also, we'll give you an update on the 49ers practice field situation. Mike Silver had a great piece about it in the Chronicle today, and the commissioner spoke about it yesterday. It was not a great situation at Media Row yesterday for the commissioner, Roger Goodell. We'll tell you all about the Niners practice field situation next, only here on The Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49er faithful showed up last night at opening night as Travis Kelce and Chris Jones were booed heavily by the 49er faithful. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. I'm live from Vegas. You're in Vegas, you're always thinking about how you're going to get home with some money in your pocket, right? You think about getting money to come to Vegas. I think about getting home and holding on to some of that money as well. That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. If you're retired or you're planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or if you're taking too much risk or if you're even going to be able to have vacations like this or live that lifestyle that you have always dreamed of? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. They're standing by, a breeze to talk to, no cost or no obligation. Call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, or call them again, 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Tolbert and Copes now continue. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
The Niners are going to Vegas.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
All right, we are continuing on. Copes in Vegas. I am here. Steve Kerr, about 40 minutes. Dante Whitner shortly after that. So we will continue on with the Super Bowl. We'll continue on with the... We do have to get to at some point, and I figure right now while we're getting Copes up and running is a good time to talk about the Warriors last night. The Warriors getting a nice win in Brooklyn. But really the main story was kind of about Klay Thompson and how Klay Thompson sat on the bench last night. And it was Guy Santos, and it was Pajemski, and it was Steph and Dre and Kuminga. And he didn't play, I think, the last 7 minutes of that game. And he was asked after the game, how he felt. He said, not great. Like, it's hard. It's hard for him to do it. But he did say that he was very happy for the young guys that went out there and played. And this is super tough for guys who are going to be Hall of Famers. It just is. What's the old saying? It's easier to have no money if you've never had money than to have had it and lost it all. Like that's kind of where Clay's at right now, because he's had not just the money, but he's had the experiences. He's had the All-Star games. He's had the World Championships. He's had the status of being the best two-way guard in the league for a few years, and then to come back down and not be that guy again, and it's got to be really hard for him. It just is. I think he's dealing with it the best he can, and it's not going to be an easy trip, because I think there are going to be games where he's going to play really well and think, I got it. I got it. I should be, playing more now, and then he'll have games or stretches like he's having right now. But it's hard when you see guys out there taking the minutes that you used to have, and he's just going to have to figure out a way to deal with it. And look, Steve's doing what Steve has to do. He's doing what's best for the team. And the guys that were playing last night were playing really good. I mean, Kuminga is really starting to figure it out offensively. Again, he's still got a little ways to go defensively, but offensively, the guy has a knack for getting fouled. He's almost automatic inside 15 feet. He looks like he levitates when he goes to the rim. He's been something. He's running the court. He's rebounding. I mean, all the stuff we had talked about when he was younger, like just do this and everything else will come. Well, now it's already there. It seemed like it's getting there, if not there, and he's doing those things. 10 rebounds last night. He was like a one-man fast break to start the second half. Not that he handled the ball, but he was sprinting so hard. It's like, get in the ball, let him go. Just get in the ball and let him go. Man, dude is like a gazelle out there. When he jumps, it's like he floats, like he's levitating out there. So he has been really, really good for them, and they needed him. Like, they need him to be that guy. Pajemski, awesome last night. Just fantastic.
Oh, dude, that second unit. He's doing great leading the second unit, man.
Wasn't Pajemski's so much fun to watch, because he's undersized, and he's just scrappy, and it's like a little Jack Russell. Just, I don't care how big you are. I'll battle you for a rebound. Who cares? He battled for a rebound last night, and basically he got Claxton kicked out of the game. Claxton was so upset that he got in there and got the rebound. He chucked him down to the ground. Got a flagrant 2, and he had to leave the building. Well, he didn't have to leave the building, but he had to leave the court. I just love watching him play. Like, I love the feistiness in him. Look, and this team still has a lot of holes. Don't get me wrong on this, but they're kind of starting to transition from relying on the vets all the time to incorporate in some of the, Moody, and again, Kuminga's been fantastic, and Pajemski's got to be better than they had ever hoped he could be, and they need those guys. It's not like, hey, we're going to give you minutes. They've earned them. They've earned those minutes. Kuminga has earned these minutes, and I think a lot of people are like, we'll see if he would have played now. I mean, you do got to earn them, and he earned them, and he started playing that way. There was a time this year, trust me, there was a time this year where he wasn't going to play. Like he just wasn't playing well, is a turnover machine, and didn't do the things that Steve wanted him to do. Again, rebound, run the court, play defense. That's it. Don't worry about the rest of the stuff. And now the rest of the stuff has come along, but he's doing those things. Like 10 rebounds last night. That's huge. That's huge for him. Like that's getting after it, getting to the glass, doing some of the other stuff. Don't just be a scorer. Do all the other things you can do. And it's exciting to kind of see that come out this year. And Moody's back now. I think last night might have been the first game back. It was good to see him back. He didn't have a great game, but on the court playing. So, it was a fun game, good defensive game. Steph was Steph again last night. But, this is just something that Clay is going to have to deal with. And it's, it's not fun for him. Not for people that love Clay. You understand it's a team before the player, and that's the way it's got to be. But everybody hopes that their stars go out just playing really good and then just decide to retire someday. It doesn't happen generally. They hang on as long as they can. You can kind of see the skills erode a little bit, but with Clay, it just happened so quickly that it's a little startling, and I'm sure it's startling for him too. That's why it's taken him a little time to get used to it. And this is a guy that has a lot of pride, and works his butt off. So, I feel for him. He understands. He gets the deal that it's about the team, and he's going to be happy for them. But that doesn't mean he can't be two things. He can't be happy for them, happy for the team win, and still frustrated that he's not out there when he's used to being out there.
Well, I thought, and Warriors did, you mentioned last night's whatever the Nets 109-98 after losing to the Hawks on Saturday, despite Steph going for 60 points, which, by the way, he and Kuminga over their last 10 games are the highest scoring duo together in the NBA in their last 10. But 60 and not winning is just not acceptable. It's just a waste.
No.
Anyway,
exactly.
Warriors PR, they also gave an update on some of the other health of the players. I want to get to some Clay sound here in just a minute. But Gary Payton, GP2, back and practicing with the team is the update from PR. You're saying the biggest takeaway, I think, from last night's game was Clay being honest again and coming to the realization that his career and he as a player are just not the same that they were a few years ago, many years ago, or not. I mean, not that long ago, but after that injury, getting used to and we knew that this was going to be a thing, but I think when guys shoot like that, you question whether or not they'll be able to keep it going for a lot longer. And the shooting being as bad as it is, and some of those misses yesterday, it's just awful.
Yeah,
just awful.
I know.
I mean, a couple of the runners, the one that clanked off the side of the backboard, it was rough, dude. Here's Klay Thompson. So the video was tough to watch. Did you see the video? Yeah. This is Anthony Slater has the cell phone video here, and he's in the locker room after the game, and he's talking to Clay, and he's just got him on camera. Clay's, the body language isn't great, but he's being pretty brutally honest just about how he's feeling. Yeah. Draymond tries to save him a little bit too in the background, but here's Klay Thompson on his reaction to not closing out last night's game.
How you feeling right now? I know you kind of
feel great. Yeah, physically, mentally, probably a little different story. But such is life,
When you say that, is it just the shooting struggles?
Shooting, pride myself.
Yeah.
That stuff. So.
What are they talking about? You ain't played to finish the game? I got benched game 5 of the finals. Who the cares?
I said I haven't asked it yet, but
you're like you're about to. So I answered it for you already.
You didn't close tonight. That's obviously going to be a story.
It's all good. Yeah, these guys played great. He played great. BP, Jonathan. At the end of the day, winning trumps all.
Is this an adjustment period for you a little bit? He's done it in a few games, obviously.
Yeah. Kidding me? Still from one of the best players. It's hard for anybody. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Draymond on the side, yeah.
No, right? It makes sense. You were at the top of the mountain. He wasn't just a good player. He was thought of as the best two-way guard in the league for about 4 years, and he was getting rings and all-star games, and and again, this guy has a lot of pride, and I'm sure it's hard for him. Of course, you could see it, and I watched that video. You could see it. It hurts him, but he also understands that. Look, as much as it hurts, I'm still happy for these guys, and I truly believe that. I think when him and Steve talked earlier this year, I think that really resonated with him. Embrace this. This is you're on the back 9 now. You don't know if you're on hole 12 or hole 17, but enjoy it, because sometimes it's really hard for the guys that play a lot to embrace the other players, especially if they start getting more of their minutes, because they're not used to that. And we're used to it. Like the role players like me, when you play, no minutes to maybe 20 minutes a game. I think the most I ever played was 22, 23. But you want to see everybody do well because you know what your role is. But when the roles kind of switch a little bit, maybe you have a good couple weeks, you hope that those players are moping on the bench, but they're pulling for you as much as you pull for them. Like everybody wants to hopefully see everybody do well, but it is tougher for them because it's more about, I can't believe, I'm not playing. I should be. Why am I not playing? How much have I given to this organization? It's different when you've tasted that type of success. So, he wasn't digging it on the bench last night. You could see. It wasn't like he was like standing up and hollering and waving the towel and stuff like that. Like he was kind of internalizing it a lot. But again, this isn't like 2 months since this has been happening. This is like, relatively new. So it will take him some time and just understand that like this won't always be the case. Like I think he's probably going to finish more games than he won't. But there are going to be games like this where he's not shooting the ball well. And Steve's just going to have to make that move. But I think two things. Again, Ralph, you say it all the time. Two things can be equally true. I think he can be frustrated. He can be upset. He can be kind of like, God, just. And he can also be happy for Guy and happy for Pajemski and happy for the guys that are playing at that time of the game when they're playing well. Like I truly think he's happy for those guys. It's just, again, it's hard. It's hard for those guys, Hall of Famers, when you kind of see like it's not. I don't have it anymore. Everybody comes to that realization at some point. Well, unless you're LeBron, I guess. Maybe he will never come to that realization that he's kind of one of those guys that only plays 20 minutes a night. He'll retire when he was like averaging 18 the year before, probably, or 19. But it's tough. So he'll get through it though. He'll get through it, and if they're going to get to the playoffs, if they're going to do anything, he'll be a big part of it. Because he's not. If he's not, they're not getting there. They won't without contributions from Clay. That's a fact.
Tolbert and Copes with you. I'm live from Vegas here on Radio Row ahead of Super Bowl 58 coming your way this Sunday, pre- and post-game, right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Did you say you didn't like that Clay at the top there? You said, his saying he's happy for these guys, but he's not happy with his performance. Did you say you took not exception with that, but did you say that means he's not? Can't both of those things be true? Isn't that what we're saying?
No, I did. That's
you're in
what
agreement.
I said.
Okay.
Yes, I said both those things. No. Both of them can be true, and I think both of them are true.
I misunderstood you there then. Yeah. So they're back in action tonight, yes?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, Wednesday night. Tomorrow in Philly, right? That's right. They played last night and they played Saturday against the Hawks and lost that game where Steph goes for 60. How about we tell you about how?
Oh, excuse me. Hold on a second. Yeah, tomorrow. I thought I screwed something up. So yeah, tomorrow.
Excuse me, Holmes.
In Philly. Excuse me, Holmes. It is tomorrow.
Excuse me, Holmes. We'll tell you momentarily here how you can. Let me tell you how you can win a brand new Niner jersey, football jersey. How about that? We're giving them away all week long. Coming to you. You need to be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR. Again, 415-896-KNBR. Derek or Tim, do you have the player we're giving away today? I know it's been different players all week long. When you hear the cue to call, I'll tell you who the player is in just a moment here. 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR is going to be the number to call. And when you're caller 10, you can win a brand new Nick Bosa jersey. How about that? Nick Bosa jersey giveaway. Caller 10. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Hand off to Gibbs. Ball! He fumbled the ball! He got hit. He fumbled the ball. The 49ers have the ball!
Bang! You hear that in the rest of the 4 o'clock hour. Be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and the Nick Bosa jersey is yours. When we talked to Steve Kerr at 4:30 today, because we are 2 days now from the NBA trade deadline? Is it Thursday, Tom?
Yeah.
Where are you on the roster right now? I mean, it's. I don't think anything has been more settled since really they became a huge topic of trade deadline discussions. I don't think that anything with the 49ers has been completely settled. Or excuse me, the 49ers. The Warriors have been settled roster-wise due to the injuries and because of the emergence of Kuminga. I think that's all we know is he probably won't be traded. But that's about as far as it goes for me. I mean, every couple of days we talk about it. Do you have a feel on where they're going to go or if they'll do anything?
Nothing. No, I don't, because I don't know where they... I mean, you really have two tradable players that I think people would want and they would be willing to listen to. Kuminga, which I can't imagine they would even listen to unless they got the better of the deal. And Wiggins, who's been playing better and is on a reasonable contract. I guess the question with Wiggins that you have to ask yourself, can he be this guy with that type of money, you want him to be way more often than not, but more often than not, can he be the guy he's been the last few weeks? Is he back? Like, is that him now for the rest of the year? Does he go back to the guy that was there earlier this year? Hard to believe, because even when he was going through some slumps with the Warriors, he was never that bad. He was almost just like not even out there. It was like a ghost. That wasn't even Minnesota Wiggins. So if they're not going to trade those two, I don't know that they have anything. Because Clay isn't going anywhere, because I don't think there's much value in Clay, and I don't think they particularly have an appetite for trading one of the franchise's greatest players. Draymond, I doubt, is going anywhere. And Steph, I mean, obviously we know Steph. So, I mean, who do they have?
That's what I mean is they don't have no equity. If I were them and they were going to move anything, you should just be building for next year. You should be getting either young pieces or if you can get draft picks and see if Dunleavy can do something with it. I mean, again, Podziemski's a piece that you got. I like him leading that second unit.
Yes.
You're a little too old with CP3, and maybe at the end of the year you can move on from some of these pieces and acquire something else to add a little depth to the bench or something else that's more fresh around Steph and Draymond and Kuminga. Let me ask you this then, because I'm with you. I don't think they trade Clay. But do you think that Clay is going somewhere else as a change of scenery potentially beneficial to him in his career at this point, or would him leaving to another place just be that's maybe too tough to come back from?
Well, let me get back, because I always forget about CP3. He is a tradable asset. He's making $30 million this year, but I don't know if they want to. They're kind of stuck in between right now. I don't know if they look at the team and go, God, we can't do anything with this, but can we get much better if we trade one? I don't know, because they don't really have a second unit guy if they don't have CP3. Podziemski is okay, more of an off guard. I like him just running around doing his thing, causing havoc. But with Clay, I don't know. I just can't imagine him anywhere else, and I can't imagine him. I think it's kind of a lifestyle thing too. I mean, the dude loves living here. He has his boat. He loves the ocean. He loves the Bay Area. I don't know. I don't know what the future is for him. I mean, just finish this year and then kind of go from there and see what happens. But I don't know. Like if he's traded to Indiana, landlocked right in the middle of the country, even though it's a fun style and fun, but they're all young and he's the new guy coming in. Yeah, the Fieldhouse is pretty awesome, I gotta say. That was my favorite. That was one of my favorite.
Is it really? Is it a cool place?
Yeah, I loved it. It was like a huge Hoosiers. Like it's like the old gym in Hoosiers. But there was like a massive one of those. It had a great feel to it. Like when you walk into an arena in Indiana, that's kind of the feel like you want. Because when you think of Indiana basketball, small towns, small gyms that look kind of like that. You're like
Jimmy Chitwood, picket fence.
Yes,
all that.
Exactly. That had that feel to it when you walked in, and obviously it's not. But when you walk in, you're like, oh, this is cool, because they have you walk in. I don't know if they have it still the same way. When you walk in the front, behind all the glass cases, they have like high school champions and pom poms, and like it's like a lot of high school stuff in there, like last year's champs, the team pictures, trophies, stuff like that. So I really, really liked it. I thought it was really, really cool. Does it work anywhere else in the country? No, but it works in Indy, and that's why I appreciated it. But I'm just trying to see, like, is Clay going to go there and have fun, where he's going to be the new guy and he's going to have to fit in and do something a little bit different? Would that be good for his game to mentally know that, hey, we're bringing you in 20 minutes a game, you're going to be the guy, and we're going to run plays for you, you're going to be a 3-point shooter, all that. we're not going to. The expectations will be a lot lower than they would be in Golden State because he didn't win championships for any of the other teams. I just wonder how he would take it. And again, this is a guy that if they do statues, he will have a statue. I mean, we know those the three guys are going to have statues there from this team, and he's one of them. So that's just a weird, it's a weird dynamic. But look, this is what happens toward the end of careers. Sometimes you don't always get to stay where you want to stay and retire how you want to retire. But it'd probably have to be something that he would go to them or they would go to each other and kind of talk. And you good with this? Is this something you want to do? It's not something you call him up or it shows up on Twitter, right? Where it's just like, oh, on Twitter, Klay Thompson's. And you're going to need a little bit more respect than that. Speaking of
no respect.
Yeah, speaking of respect, there is a scene. Have you seen the Yogi Berra doc on Netflix?
Dude, not yet. No, I need to go in on it.
You'll like it. It's really good. You love baseball and catching and all that. Just watch it. I mean, it's
I'll get into it.
Really cool.
Oh, was that it?
Yeah, just really cool. I mean, no. Well, no. Okay. Here's what I was going to say. I didn't want to. It's not really ruining it. But when he got fired from the Yankees as a manager,
right?
I didn't realize it was 16 games into the season. Like 16 games.
Wow.
George Steinbrenner gave him 16 games, and I think the thing that really upset, and this is where the respect part kind of comes in, kind of led me to this, was that George sent didn't go down there and tell him himself. He sent the assistant GM to go down there and tell him that he's been relieved of his duties. And Yogi Berra, 3-time MVP, 11-time World Series champ as a player. It's so funny because my buddy was sitting next to me, Todd. Well, not right next to me, but he was. He said that gotta be weird. He said the same thing like Bob Costa said during the documentary. Like, this is the most forgotten about great player in the history of the game. Like, people forget how good this guy was, and it all started with his granddaughter noticing that in 2015, I think it was the All-Star game, they showed like the 4 greatest living ball players. And it was Aaron Mays, who a bench, and I'm not sure, was it DiMaggio?
DiMaggio was he was dead by then, yeah.
Yeah, it was. I forget who it was. Mays, Aaron, bench, and I can't remember anyway. But he wasn't on there, and she was like, "Why isn't he on there? He's got like more MVPs than every one of them, and more rings than all of them combined." And Yogi Berra is not on there. I was like, that's kind of interesting that Yogi Berra wasn't invited to that. And they kind of go into the him being the
Koufax was the other, by the way.
Koufax, thank you. Like him kind of being the clown and him kind of playing to that and all the Yogi-isms and stuff, and that like everybody thought about that when they thought of him. And they're like, yeah, but you kind of lose sight of the fact that how great this guy was. So no, I just wanted to it kind of that sparked my memory, and I just wanted to mention it to you because I know how much you love baseball, and how much you love catching, and you will love it. It's about an hour and 40 minutes, and it's really good stuff.
I'll check it out, definitely. You probably want to get past football. I'll definitely be getting the baseball itch.
Sure.
And I'll dive into that before we get there. Tolbert and Copes with you. Let's get back into some 49er stuff. I did say we'll talk more about the update on their field conditions. Kyle did speak about this. Niners were kind of made to look like they were the whiners and the complainers yesterday, and Kyle sort of put an end to that today. However, I was not a fan of the way Roger Goodell handled this yesterday. 415-808-KNBR if you want to get involved in the text line, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Stream us, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and streaming on YouTube at KNBR 1045. Steve Kerr joins us at 4:30, but when we come on back, Kyle Shanahan addressed the practice field situation on opening night. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jim Nance joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed calling another Super Bowl a big one in his career. More on that podcast is trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Handoff to Gibbs. Ball! He fumbled the ball! He got hit. He fumbled the ball. The 49ers have the ball!
Bang! faithful. This is Super Week. Then is Tolbert and Copes, live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes back with you. I'm live from the Convention Center at the Mandalay Bay Casino and Hotel in Las Vegas at Radio Row. Tom will join me tomorrow. Murph and Marcus, I know, just touched down. The whole KNBR family going to be out here, and I'll be on hand with John Lund at the game. Super Bowl 58 on Sunday, starting at 11 a.m. By the way, our Red and Gold Road to Vegas continues tonight. The second game in our week-long of replays of great 49er games of 2023. You'll get the Niners blowout win over Seattle. That's tonight, starting at 9 o'clock, taking you all the way up until midnight. We are going to be joined by Steve Kerr and Dante Whitner in the next hour. Steve Kerr in about 10 minutes or so. But first, let's get to a little bit more on what happened yesterday. So Kyle Shanahan at opening night last night at the media availability addressed the situation, the report that the practice field was soggy, had not been sodded correctly, and the Niners were not happy with it. Here's what Kyle had to say about the practice field.
It is what it is. We'll be all right. It's the field we got. We'll be all right. We're good. No, we're not going to completely change our schedule and do something crazy. Like, we'll deal with what we got, and we're good.
It's all good, man. It's all good, baby.
I mean, it's not ideal, and it sounds like they screwed up on this. And Mike Silver's article was really kind of illuminating the GMAC test or whatever it was, the sponginess of the field, how it's supposed to test. Was interesting, and the fact that Goodell kind of said the Niners basically need to suck it up and go out there and get it done. And then he didn't name them, but all the experts that went out there and said, it's good. It's softer than they're used to, but it's good. You just got to go deal with it. It's so funny that he says that while he's hiding in a locker room, invitation only.
Yeah.
State of the NFL. It's like, bro, are you kidding me? You make $70 million a year. I mean,
63, Tom. 63-4.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
63-5.
Take some questions, even if they might not be to your liking. I mean, come on. You want to be transparent? And, buddy, that ain't transparent at all. That is not transparent at all. But Kyle's got the right mindset. Like, Bill, what are you going to do? This isn't going to determine the game. Like, if anybody comes out and says, well, we lost the game because Tuesday practice, spongy surface, like, shut up. Nobody wants to hear that. It's like, it sucks. You deal with it. But it's not a huge thing, right? It's not like, our casino had smoke in it, and we couldn't sleep there, so we had to bus an hour to get a casino, and I got our bus an hour for a hotel, and then bus an hour back, and all that stuff. So this is like, yeah, it's a nuisance, but not a huge deal. And I think Kyle's basically saying that, like, look, stop it. We don't want to make too big a deal of this thing. We weren't super thrilled with it. Could have been handled better. Obviously, it wasn't. We're done with it. We're moving on. Let's go.
Yeah, if you can, go check out the Mike Silver piece in the Chronicle explaining the 49ers' soggy Super Bowl practice field problem and why it's news. Because I saw this and I was like, who cares? What is this? Blah, blah, blah. It's a Super Bowl week story. Turns out it was pretty significant. And then Mike Silver he absolutely destroys the commissioner in the league. He just lays into him, and a great guy to do it. He says the commissioner, who makes a reported $63.9 million a year, staged a locker room chat masquerading as his annual news conference on Monday. And you're right, wouldn't take the appropriate questions, and basically said 49ers need to suck it up and just and keep moving forward with their thing. Here's what Andy Reid had to say. They asked him at the media availability yesterday about his comments on the 49ers practice situation.
Do you think it's fair if around your guys' schedule for them to be able to use that field if the other field is deemed unsafe?
I don't know where that's coming from. I'm not going to answer that. That's irrelevant.
So that's my answer. That's irrelevant. They were asked him. We talked to Mayoko yesterday. He said, I don't know if they'll try to work something out. And he says, it's irrelevant, dude.
Was that John Dickinson that asked that question?
It might have been. Do we know, Tim? Was that John Dickinson there? I couldn't hear the...
No, sounded like
it. Maybe a little bit. I'll send him a text. We'll ask if he asked him.
Anyway.
Do you think it's fair if around your guys' schedule for them to be able to use that field if the other field is deemed unsafe?
Dude, I think it might be John Dickinson.
I don't know. It sounded like him. I don't know.
It's close. He had a similar cadence and delivery. I don't know what.
Andy Reid's right. Not his problem.
No, it's not.
It's like I'd say the same thing if I was him. Like it's irrelevant. I don't know. Not our deal. Not our deal. And I don't care. Like too many people want to know what's fair, what's not fair. Who cares about fair? Fair has nothing to do with it, right? And it's not their job to make it fair. Hey, why don't you guys come practice over here? I want to make it fair for you guys. Like, no, you deal with it. That's your problem. That's between you and the NFL. And it was between them and the NFL. And the NFL screwed it up. They absolutely did. Whether it's a little bit of an issue or a little bit bigger an issue, they screwed it up. And that's just, that shouldn't happen. This is your marquee event right here. And everything should go off without a hitch. I know sometimes it doesn't. Lights went out in New Orleans when the Ravens played the Niners, stuff like that. It rarely happened, but this kind of stuff could have been avoided. This kind of stuff could have been avoided, and it wasn't. And then to make it worse, they just said, suck it up. Instead of saying, we could have handled a little bit better. We apologize to them, and we're working to make it right. That's it. But they wouldn't do that. They're the NFL, and it's Roger Goodell. They're not going to apologize. You kidding me?
Yeah, it's not quite the same as Rob Manfred saying hunk of metal, but it wasn't good.
No, not that level, but yes, not good.
He's like, by the way, did we tell you guys the Eagles are opening in Brazil on a Friday? Like, that was his big news. I was like, cool. What about the field that they're practicing on? So
yeah, exactly.
It's just ridiculous. If you seriously check out the Mike Sando piece, it's just great. It's great entertaining stuff. If you're a 49er fan, and in terms of how it's an opinion piece, just gives you the facts and then rips in to both the commissioner and the league for how they've handled this. Matt Mayoko told us, and he didn't have the details on how exactly they decide who's at which facility. He told us this yesterday when he was on with us, that who was going to be at, or how they determined whether or not the 49ers were at UNLV or that the Raiders, the Chiefs used the Raiders. He said, I'm not sure how any of that goes down, but it is getting legs where people are tweeting out photos now of look at how beautiful the training facility is for the Raiders that the Chiefs get to. I'm like, no, all these facilities are top end, dude. They still have NFL people on it, but it has not been done correctly. And again, this isn't the first time.
I think it was AFC. I think they already assigned it.
I think it's what it was.
Whoever it was, AFC got Raiders, and
they're the home team.
I was thinking, well, there's no way the Raiders are going to let the Niners use their facility, and I thought, well, yeah, there's no way they're going to let the Chiefs use it either.
It's not up to them.
I bet you Mark Davis thought about burning it down just so neither of them could use it.
Yeah, I don't think it's up to them. The league just assigns it based on the home and away. Anyway,
burn that mother down.
I'm gonna burn this mother down. I hate my job. Shout out Orange County. All right, let's get to a couple more of our guests here. Dante Whitner going to join us at 4:50, but not before we catch up with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, fresh off a victory over the Nets, and we just talked a little bit about the Klay Thompson not closing the game situation. Trade deadline 2 days away. We'll talk to Steve about all that next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the fine team over at Kugelman Law. You can find him at sftaxteam.com. It is tax season again. Bummer. It rolls around. It seems like there's 2 or 3 of them. Well, this year there kind of is. October and April. So, look, you got to do it. You got to suck it up and get it done. So you're trying to figure out, well, who do I want to help me out with this? And you're going to find ads out there. You're going to find people telling you, we can do it on the cheap. We can get it done for this, and you're thinking, oh, that's fantastic, I can save money. Well, not always. Sometimes when you try to save money, you lose money in the process. So make sure you do your due diligence. Kick the tires. Make sure you know what you're getting, especially when it comes to tax season. I can tell you what you're getting with Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. You're going to get knowledgeable people, personable people, know what they're doing. Whether it's just doing your taxes so you can avoid the pitfalls, or if you've already fallen in one, they give you that helping hand and pull you out of the pitfall. Doesn't matter what it is. Crypto, late on your taxes, criminal, they've seen it, they've handled it. Alex Kugelman can certainly help you out, and the whole team in that regard as well. So it doesn't matter whether you have issues, you don't have issues, you just want to get your taxes done in a timely manner, and you can trust the person that's doing your taxes. Alex Kugelman, Kugelman Law Team, sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
Vegas, baby, Vegas!
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR. KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
All right, it is time to shift away from Super Bowl just for a segment as we talk to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Hello, Steve.
Tom, Copes, how you guys doing?
What's up, dude?
Tremendous. Nice win last night.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Fun to see the young guys out there closing a game.
It really was. I mean, I love Pajemski. I mean, he's just so much fun to watch. I mean, it's almost like a little bit of youthful enthusiasm, a little bit of FU, a little bit of, I kind of know my role, so I got to do this and do that, do this, but if I can have a chance to take it, I'm going to take it, and if you don't block me out, I'm going to get a rebound. I mean, he's just fun to watch play. It's like in hockey, I think they call him pests, and he's just like a pest, man. He keeps coming, doesn't he?
He does. He's a great rebounder. He just he constantly is reading the game, and he's kind of a step ahead of everyone. He's definitely over helping. Like we're trying to get him to just at times just do his job and not try to do everyone else's at the same time. But I'd way rather have it this way than the opposite. Where he doesn't see anything. He sees everything. But he just tries to cover, every rotation, every angle, every lane, and he's always flying around. He's really a fun player to watch.
I think I could make the argument, and it'd kind of be a dumb argument to make because I haven't seen every guard in the NBA. I haven't watched him enough, but of all the games that I've watched, this guy's a rookie, and I think I'd put him in top five in the NBA in terms of rebounding guards. And he's not that big, but he's as tenacious as anybody I've seen out there. I don't know what the numbers suggest as far as his rebounds per possession, per minute, all those stats and how they stack up against other guards, but I would say very, very favorably with the eye. Did the numbers say any different, or have you even looked at those numbers?
I haven't even looked, but one of the reasons we drafted him, though, was that he averaged 8 rebounds last year at Santa Clara. So eight boards a game as a guard, that's insane. But we saw it pretty quickly in camp. I mean, he's just got a nose for the ball. He's just, if you watch on tape, like he's moving before everybody else, like on every shot. He just has a sense of anticipation and has a knack for kind of squeezing by people who might be trying to block him out, and then he's much more athletic than he gets credit for. He's strong and he's tenacious, like you said, and he's got great balance. But it's amazing watching him rebound.
Yeah, he's more athletic than he gets credit for, a.k.a. he's white.
I wanted you to say it, Tom. I didn't want to.
Well, no, you knew I would say it, so you just laid it out there for me.
Sort of sneaky athletic, boys. I would say he's sneaky hops, too, yeah.
Yeah, sneaky hops. Yes, sneaky hops. He's white and he can jump.
He's white,
hops. And Kuminga's really starting to kind of figure it out. Like, it's funny, Steve, it almost worked in inverse order because we'd been saying forever, just run the court. Just rebound, play defense. Everything else will fall into place. It's almost like everything kind of started to fall into place, and then he decided, you know what, I can rebound and run the court along with it. Like he had 10 rebounds last night. The way he ran the court last night, especially to start the second half, what I thought was a huge boost for you guys. It was just immediate energy, immediate scoring, and kind of set the tone for the second half. And once he gets up in the air, he's like magic. I mean, he just kind of levitates, and people fall. It seems almost people come down before he comes down. Like he gets in the air. He's a special athlete, but it seems like he's kind of figuring it all out at once. Like, you know what, I can I can do all these things. I don't have to like pick and choose.
I guess it makes sense, because it is year 3, and he came to us, so raw. He only played, I think, 10 G League games in the bubble before he, played his first NBA game, and so, I know there's been plenty of frustration from our fans, wanting him to play more, and but there really does have to be a process of learning the game and understanding what wins. And so the last couple of years, we've been working with him. He's worked really hard, but we couldn't get him to run the floor. We couldn't get him to attack the rim, and we'd show him tape, and he had a lot of games where he would just settle for a bunch of threes, and it's like, we know you can make that shot, but that's kind of what Steph and Clay do. Like, we need you to attack the rim. You're probably the best athlete in the whole league. And I think it's finally clicked, and the last month it's just been he looks like a different guy because he's attacking constantly, and he's cutting behind the play. There was a play late in the game last night where Podziemski cut to the rim, caught it, and then just turned around, hoping that J.K. would be there. And he was, and he was right behind him on a cut, and he dunked it. A month ago he would have been standing at the 3-point line, and so these made these leaps in a few different areas, and then that has coincided with a lot of our injuries and changing our starting lineup. We're putting him in a lot more actions, handling the ball, and it's all really coming together. So it's really exciting. I'm happy for him because he's a great young guy, and he's worked really hard for this.
Well, it's funny because I thought it's a good thing I wasn't sitting there with you when you said, we know you can make the threes, because I would have said, we do know you can make those threes? Because to me, I don't mind the corner threes. Anything above the break, it still gets me to drive. I'm just like, why? Because we've seen what happens when he drives. He drives, he fends him off with the shoulder, creates space, then he jumps up over him. I mean, how many times has this guy gotten fouled on a jump shot? I mean, it happens 2 or 3 times a game where people think they can get to it, and they don't because he just keeps going up and he holds the ball so high. And I think what happened ultimately was he had 2 or 3 games where he had a lot of success, and he realized, like, damn, like I can do this, and I can do it consistently, and this can be like kind of my meal ticket and do this. And you've seen the threes go down, you've seen the good threes come up, and it's just been because he's almost at the point now, Steve, where anything inside like 14 feet, I'm like, that's good. Like that's how money he's been. Yeah, he's got a nice mid-range jumper, but really it's just the process of all this, and like I said, it does kind of make sense because NBA coaches are now we're having to do the job that all the college coaches used to do. Where you're taking a freshman and you're teaching him fundamentals, and you're watching him grow, and and the old days in college, other than the outliers who were guys who came in and starred as freshmen, it was like it took guys a year or two to crack the starting line. It wasn't until their junior year that they became the All-American whatever, so this stuff takes time, and I think half the league now is like 19 or 20, and so there's just a different sort of coaching job that we all have. It's much more development related. The only difference is we don't get any practice time like the colleges do. So you're trying to develop when you have 3 or 4 games in a week and then a couple walkthroughs. So you just have to be patient, and I just think that 2.5 years into his career, that it's all really coming together for J.K. and it's like I said, it's really exciting for him and for us. No doubt about it. Let me real quickly ask you, Clay. I thought Clay handled it about as well as he could last night. Like he wasn't thrilled on the bench. I expect that to happen. It's harder. You've said it. I've been saying it. It's harder for guys that have been to the top of the mountain to kind of like see the other side in the descent, because that's not what their career has been for the most part. It's been success. It's been all-star games. It's been the best two-way guard in basketball, maybe period of 3 to 5 years. He has the rings. I mean, and now it's like the realization that like he's just not that player anymore. And there are going to be nights where he'll have to cede the last 5-6 minutes maybe to somebody else, and he's not used to doing that. And I thought he handled that well last night. Like, you could tell he was hurting. He's got a lot of pride, but he was genuinely happy for the guys that were out there. How do you balance that out as a coach, knowing that, you're responsible for the 15? It's not one guy that you're taking care of, but that you're doing what's best for the team, and ultimately those are the decisions you have to make. But you also recognize this is a guy that's won the rings there, and if they have statues, he will get one of them, and he has a lot of pride. And how do you handle that and the balancing act that goes with it?
Well, it helps when you have a 10-year relationship with someone, and you've been through a lot together, and so there's definitely a trust factor that Clay and I have, with each other, and obviously Steph and Draymond as well. But I think coaching is really about the communication that happens every day. Sometimes it's something, just minor. Sometimes it's something bigger to communicate. But, as long as there's an established relationship, then these are the types of conversations you have during the year. And that's how I approach it. And Clay's always very receptive to, any thoughts that I have. And I'm always, very open to any questions or any thoughts that he has. And I have these conversations with all of our guys, like, all year long. It's just, as circumstances change, the conversations, have to adapt, and you just kind of go from there.
Got it.
Talking to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on the UMA guest line. Steve, you have a pick for the Super Bowl? You have a feel? I got the Niners. But you want to know the score, don't you? Yeah, I want like an actual pick, and then we'll get into some of the props. I want Gatorade color. I want national anthem length. I need all the good stuff.
He wants all the props.
I want all the props. I'll settle for a score though.
I got 24-23. 24-23 Niners, and so I apologize to to you and Tom and everyone else who thinks they're going to cover.
Yeah, that puts it right on the spread, right on the total. Well done.
That's good. Yeah.
I really like to go out on a limb.
Yeah. I can see you too. Wow. That's impressive. Yeah, I'd like a 1.5 point victory at least. 2 would be preferable. But
24.5 to 23 is good. Yeah.
1.5. I will tell this story because it happened a long time ago, but it's Super Bowl week. Where were we, Steve? Sacramento, weren't we?
Sacramento, yeah.
Sacramento. So we're playing in Orlando together, and we're in Sacramento for the Super Bowl. And back then, the teams didn't have like gatherings for people that wanted to go. Hey, we're gonna have a viewing party down in this ballroom. We're gonna go to the rent out this restaurant. It was just, hey, you're on your own. So Steve and I were sitting there in the room, and we're just gonna watch the Super Bowl in the room. I think it was Cowboys-Bills. So we took out the USA Today back when people read papers, and Danny Sheridan had the props, and there was like 50 props that he put up there for the Super Bowl. And Steve and I said, okay, let's just bet. We're going to bet $5 a prop, and you get to choose the first. I'll choose the second. You choose the first. I'll choose the second. We'll order a pizza. We'll get like a 12-pack of beer. We'll just sit in here and watch the games. And what we end up, I think somebody, I don't even know who it was, but one of us won or lost like $10 after it was all said and done, I believe, didn't we?
Well, yeah, but what I remember the most was you had the big one, which was like Sheridan had the odds of a Cowboys touchdown at like 20-1, and so that would have been $100.
Oh, defensive touchdown or something like that, or whatever.
Defensive touchdown, Cowboys defensive touchdown, 20-1, and that was the Super Bowl when what was the defense? Leon Lett, was it Leon Lett?
Don Beebe.
Yeah, and you were going crazy as he's racing down the sidelines. You're like, $100, I got $100. And Don Beebe, my personal hero, from then till forever, chased him down and saved me $100 at the 1 yard line. That was amazing.
The other thing I remember too is we're sitting there. So we had all these, we had 50 50 prop bets. So you get to like the third or fourth quarter where some of these things start coming in, where it's like rushing yards or receiving yards, or receptions, or first downs or penalties or whatever like that. And I remember Steve and I were watching it, and you get to the point where in the game where you're following one wager. And you see it, and you're like, yes! And then you look down at the sheet, you're like, no! Yes! No! It's like everything that happened had about 3 different prop bets that were decided on that. And you would win one, and then you'd lose 2. You'd be like, oh, unbelievable. I can't believe I lost that.
We just like the action, Tom. That's all. We just
like the action. That's all we want is the juice. That's all we want. So you guys in Philly as we speak?
We are. Yeah.
Very good. Well, enjoy the game. What are you guys doing for? You guys will be back for Super Bowl, so you get to watch it. You get to watch it here. Hang out with
we'll
the
be
family
home
in Lulu. You'll be doing the same thing I will. You'll be at Lulu.
That's right.
You're Lulu?
Yeah, we'll be home Thursday night, but we practiced at the Palestra today, which was pretty cool.
Did you really?
Yeah, really fun. So the Penn coach, Steve Donahue, invited us to practice there, and pretty cool because it's one of the great venues in the country for college basketball. So that was a fun day.
Oh, that's pretty cool. We'll have a good rest of the trip, see if we can get a couple wins and come on home, and we always appreciate the conversation, Steve.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
All right, Stevie.
Thanks, Steve.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Sacramento is hilarious. We had every prop bet, and we took turns. We sat in the room, ordered a pizza, got a 12-pack of Coors Light, and just kicked back and watched the game in there on like a little small TV, whatever it wasn't small, but it wasn't like nice, and that was it. And it was awesome. We just first quarter was like we got to watch the game, enjoy it, and after that it was like okay,
it's on. Yeah,
here we go, prop bet heaven. Hey, let's start checking them. It took us to like an hour after the game to try to find all the stats. Because remember, no computer. So we didn't have all the stats. We didn't know like what was going on. We just had to kind of like, if you saw a stat on the TV, you got it, and you had to wait actually till next day to get the paper to find some of the stats to see who won. But yeah, the Leon Lett one killed me. Oh, that'd have been nice. That'd have been nice. Dallas defensive touchdown. I was like, oh man, Leon Lett, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I just love the thought. I mean, I know it's like the 90s at this point, but you're like $100.
Exactly.
You were so stoked about it just to get the victory, and then Steve Kerr.
Dude, I was so mad too when they knocked the ball loose, and Steve's like, yes. I'm like, oh god.
Steve just said Don Beebe, then and now, my personal hero.
That was me.
My personal hero. Save me from having to pay Tom $100. If you missed any of that, check it out. Great story there on the. So what Super Bowl was that? Is that the second?
Oh,
that's the first.
Yeah, I think it was one in Pasadena.
Norwood's the first one, right?
Norwood was against the Giants.
Excuse me, right? So it's the first Bills Cowboys. Yeah. So
Bills Cowboys. One was in Minnesota, I thought. This one was in Pasadena, but I'm not sure if it's the first one or the second one.
Anyway, that's hysterical that we got to walk down memory lane there. We'll talk more Super Bowl stuff with Dante Whitner. He joins us, of course, a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage. Former 49er who said earlier this week, or it was late last week actually, the 2012 Niners actually may have partied too much in New Orleans. We'll talk to him about that this time around in Vegas. Dante Whitner next. I'm live from Radio Row in Vegas on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan addressed the practice field conditions last night and said, quote, "We're not worried about it at all. It is what it is. We're here, and we won't change anything." That story and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. Yeah, live in Vegas, but my good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, tell me what to do if tax season's coming around and I realize in my drawer I've got unfiled tax returns. What do I do with those?
You call us and we take care of you. It's very common. A lot of people just don't file tax returns. The biggest reason is they owed some money, they didn't have it, they made a mistake, they didn't file. Second biggest reason is they didn't have their records, or somebody in their life left, like their accountant or their spouse or their bookkeeper. And then the years go by. It's a crime not to file a tax return. The government can actually put you in prison for this. Also, with all these new IRS agents, they're looking for people that haven't filed. So don't stick your head in the sand either. The bottom line is, if you can't pay your taxes, that's okay. We'll make a deal for you with the government. If you don't have your records, we'll go ahead, we'll get all the information that the IRS and the state has on you. We'll file what needs to be filed. We have all the old back forms. And then if you owe some money, we'll make a deal. And most importantly, we'll give you back a normal life so you can enjoy yourself and not be burdened by this, not be looking over your shoulder.
If you're digging through your drawer, you're about to file, and you find some unfiled tax returns, give them a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find them at MoskowitzLLP.com. This hour of Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Faithful. This is Super Week. Then is Tolbert and Copes, live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm a little bummed. We had to move Dante Whitner to tomorrow. He's in the middle of some of their coverage for NBC Sports Bay Area. Dante Whitner will join us tomorrow at 2:30. Dude, I was talking to Robbie Gold off air. We had him on earlier before we had some technical difficulties, but I was talking to Robbie about Dante. He was like, who else you guys got coming on? I was like, well, today was just Dante Whitner and stuff, and he kind of laughed, and I said, dude, Dante's like the most ultimate confidence guy. He goes, dude, that guy's hysterical. He's like, yeah, I said, he picks him to win by like 40 points. He might have had you guys 50-3 winning 4 years ago, but anyway, even guys like the likes of Robbie Gold are like, yeah, Dante, fun dude to be around. So Dante Whitner will join us for his weekly conversation tomorrow at 2:30. So Derek went back while you were talking. For any of you who just missed the Steve Kerr interview we did, it's all up on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Of course, streaming, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, YouTube, all that good stuff. You and Steve took a walk down memory lane there to a Super Bowl. I guess it would have been Super Bowl 27 was the bowl. Bills against the Cowboys. You and Steve were both playing for Orlando, and apparently you were on the road up in Sacramento. Had an off day because of Super Bowl Sunday. And you guys went to the newspaper and decided you were going to pick every prop bet against each other. You went back and forth and drafted your props against each other, which is good. You said you had a defensive touchdown. Was that it?
I think so.
It must have been something more.
Did they have a defensive touchdown?
They already had one that the Cowboys did earlier in the game. So
you know what I think it was.
It must have been something different.
I think it was margin of victory. It was margin of victory. Like, you know how you win by over 35 or win between 30 and that's what it was. It was like win between. What'd they win? Like 52 to 17.
Yeah.
Okay, 52 to 17. Yes. So 35 points. So I think I had between like 40 and 49 was like 20 to 1. Like if they killed them. That's what it was. It was margin of victory. It wasn't defensive touchdown. Because I had thought when he said that, I go, maybe they had scored one before that. But it was definitely something that I was going to win a nice chunk of change. Like, not a nice chunk of change like $100, but it was like, dude, I just won 5 bets or 20 bets. Like, I'm not going to lose today. You're going to, and it wasn't so much about the money. It was about you reaching into your wallet and paying me. Like, I wanted to win, and that was going to ensure that I won. And mother effing BB, man. I was like, what are you doing? Shut it down. Throttle down. Stop trying. I got to respect him, though, for trying. But I was like, and you could see it coming from a mile away. He was, like, hustling his ass off to catch him. And I was like, Leon Lett. Oh, no. For those that don't remember, I think it was earlier that year in the snow. He dove and tried to recover a blocked field goal, and the Dolphins ended up getting it back, I think on Thanksgiving, and beating the Cowboys in Dallas.
It's the next year.
Or was it the following year? Okay,
That's tough, dude. The next year, people are still reeling from this one?
I was like, you got to be kidding me. He had to celebrate. Like, I never understood that. Why can't you celebrate once you cross the goal line, and why do dudes drop the ball before the goal line? Like,
Never.
When did that why is that cool, by the way, to drop the ball right before you get to the goal line?
Deshaun Jackson did that one on Monday Night Football. Remember that one?
I don't even know what it is. Like, I have no idea why. Like, sometimes you try to be disrespectful to the other team. Why is that disrespectful? Like, I don't get it. Somebody's going to have to explain that to me at some point. Like, why dropping it past the goal line isn't as cool as dropping it before the goal line, and why celebrating before you get to the end zone is less cool than celebrating after you get to the end zone. Like, you don't
pimp the home run when you cross home plate, Tom. You pimp the home run when you hit it. You know what I mean?
But that's still a home run. The game's not still alive at that point.
You're right.
You're not going to take it away from you. Like, once you cross the goal line, they can knock the ball loose if you want. You could drop the ball. Nothing changes, but it does change before the goal line. Obviously, you hit the home run. That's already on the board. Boom! You put it on the board. Yes. And you got that. You're like good to go. But yeah, thank goodness I've never been bit by that. Never been bit by the I can't believe he dropped the ball. You have to be kidding me. Deshaun Jackson did.
I had him in fantasy.
Monday Night Football.
Yeah,
did
I had him on dude. That was
wasn't going to be his first touchdown of his career.
Dude, it was, and I needed that W too, man. It was like a big. I think I want to say I ended up winning that game because I think he still had a pretty big game, and that was like a 70-yard run. Like he was like a 60-yard catch or something. It was a pretty big play, but I was looking at 12 points or something there for the big play and the touchdown. Instead, I get a 6. But yeah, chasing Monday Night Fantasy points. I remember
that was one of the first ones that ever did it, right? Everybody's like, "What did he do?" What?
Yeah, just like he dropped it because he was burning the defender. He just like put it down before he got to the goal line. I was like, "What is this?"
He drop it before he went to the goal line. Like,
Derek reminds me. There's a commander who did it this year, a Washington player, a defensive player. Oh, a Washington Huskies. That's right.
Yes,
they did do it.
That was against Utah.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Early in the season.
Mm-hmm.
That was early on. Yeah, dude,
I remember that game. I remember watching that game, thinking, because now you're like, did he just drop it? I think he just dropped it before he went to the goal line, and now with replay, they can go back and take a look at it. But yes, the Huskies. I was thinking about that Huskies Utah, and I don't think I had anything in. I might have had Utah in that game. I think I did, so it might have helped me. I was like, woohoo! Stupidity finally helped me. Stupidity always goes against me, but stupidity helped me. But again, I would just like to ask those players that have done that, why? Why is it cooler to drop the ball before you get to the goal line? Or why is it cool to drop the ball right after you cross the goal line? Why isn't it just cool enough to drop the ball 5 yards into the end zone just to make sure that you've crossed the goal line? Like, I just don't get it. I don't know why Deshaun Jackson did it. I don't know why anybody does it. I don't get. At least some things I can look like there's a reason for this. I think it's stupid.
Yeah.
It's a stupid reason. But at least there's a reason. This one, does anybody know? Like, is there a reason for this?
It's just celebratory. I think it's. When it's a defensive player.
I get it, but why is it considered more celebratory to drop the ball before you get to the goal line?
I don't understand. I don't even know. It's weird. I don't know. Your whole job is to, like, as a defender, your whole job is like try to snatch the ball away, get the ball. When you're a receiver, you want to hold on to the ball, cover up the ball, and then the second you're about to get the biggest moment that you could have while being a ball carrier, you just dump it. It makes no sense. I'm with you. I do want to get to a piece of sound here though, because we'll catch up with Dante Whitner tomorrow. Brian Billick was on with Papa and Lund earlier today. He was comparing play callers for the 49ers and the Chiefs, and I imagine that just means play callers, but I assume he's talking offense here, could be defensively as well. But talking about Andy Reid, Shanahan, play callers for the Chiefs and 49ers, how they match up. Here's Brian Billick, the former Super Bowl winning coach.
Andy's ability to adapt on his teams to whatever they have. Steve Spagnuolo does it on the defensive side in terms of our defense is whatever you do, we're going to have an answer for it. If you want to run the ball 45 times, we got a plan for that. If you want to throw the ball 45 times, we got a plan for that. So, and likewise, Kyle, growing up the coach's son, you can imagine, I mean, his entire life, sitting at breakfast every day, talking ball, and just having that perspective. From a dad who was what I would advocate is one of the great play callers that we've known in the game. And he has such a clearly defined idea of what he wants to do and how to go about it, and then applying the new form of analytics and play calling and wrapping around, does a brilliant job of it.
Interesting.
There you go. Thoughts on what he had to say?
I mean, look, I can't really. I mean, he said it all. I mean, these guys are both really, really good. It was kind of interesting to say that Spagnuolo, it was almost like kind of morphed his defense into what it needed to be, like a chameleon. Like, we can be good at this, we can be good at that, we can do this, we can do that. It certainly helps when you have Chris Jones, Bolton, kind of like as the guy in the middle, and then the secondary just been. I mean, if they win another Super Bowl, that draft is going to go down as like, wow, like what a hell of a job they did getting these guys in there, because they had to revamp the whole defense, and they did it. And it's like, boom, we got a defense now. It's like, wow, what happened? They got like a whole defense. They got all these guys, and they all turned out pretty damn good, if not /dominant. So, but that was kind of interesting. But yeah, I think that I've always wanted to. Maybe one day I'll ask Kyle if he'll. I can go down there one of these days and kind of like take me through the process of like game calling, because everybody says great game caller. My buddy Bergie knows, and I talk to Bergie all the time. He was a play caller in high school. He's an offensive guy, and just kind of stacking plays and putting plays together. But I think I'd have to see it to kind of understand what they're doing and why you would do this. Steve talks about it, so Steve knows. But it just, I almost feel like sometimes with football when they say, "I was a great game player," or "He does this well," you go, "Oh yeah, just." And I rely on everybody in football because they know more than I do, but I'd like to really kind of understand, I understand basketball, there's not a lot of play calls, but you can do stuff to set up something. But in football, you can do something to set up something later. You can, run the same type of plays to start the second half if they worked. But I would have to, sit down and, okay, take me through that. Take me through what you're thinking as a play caller going into this game. They play this type of defense. What are you trying to do? And what are you trying to exploit, and how do you do that? And then when they adjust, what do you have for that? So, it's really fascinating stuff. And you can kind of start to understand why these guys spend so much time in the office, because it's just, it's a lot of variables that go along. Speaking of spending time in the office, I will say this. I saw the Peter King article. I forget, he doesn't do Monday Morning Quarterback now. He does something else, football and whatever. But he takes pictures of all these coaches a week of the Super Bowl, and he spent a week with Kyle. I think it's a pretty cool article if anybody wanted to. It
was really cool. I read it yesterday. Yeah,
it was part of
it's a ride along.
Yeah, ride along. So it's part of it's like an encyclopedia. Like each Monday, Peter King comes out with his good night. This thing's going to take me half an hour to make it through this. That is an article. But I did notice one thing, and I think Kyle's talked about this, knowing when it's time to okay, it's time to go home, time to spend time with the family and stuff like that. And I don't know if this is reading between the lines or not, but Andy Reid, the last time he had a ride along with him, 3:15, 3:15 in the morning. Bro, get ready, you need to be down here at 3:15. That's when the ride along starts. What? 3:15? What are you, a cop? Going out on the morning shift or something? What? And then the next guy, I forget who it was, morning. It was dark. Dark. And then I think McVay was dark. Zach Taylor, when he was out here at Super Bowl in L.A., it was light. But Kyle was the lightest. And because he said he was thankful. He were 3:15, Kyle was 7:15. And I was well, that seems normal. 3:15 doesn't seem normal. Let's start our day at 3:15. Are you Rocky? Are you drinking eggs and going to work? That just seems wild to me.
You gotta eat fire and crap thunder. What is it? Eat lightning and crap thunder.
What are we doing here? 19-hour days? At some point, there's got to be diminishing returns. But I think we've talked about to Kyle about that before, and he says, there's got to be a balance. But I thought that was interesting that when I saw the pictures, I go, well, that's kind of the balance I think Kyle talks about is okay, we're going to start our day not ridiculously early, but we'll get there, put in our work, and do it efficiently, and then move on. But there's just so much about football that it'd be fun to really kind of dig into the nuts and bolts and stuff like that. But it's probably more complicated than we make it. But a lot of times probably less complicated than we make it, where it's not that difficult to understand.
I did have to put my arm down because you didn't even look over at the screen and acknowledge the present that was dropped off for you from our guy Brian Billick.
What is that? Oh, that Signal Relief?
Yeah.
Bro. Is there one of those in there?
Oh, yeah, dude. It's still in the package, dude. Look at this. It's
is it really?
It's going to be sitting here for you when you get here tomorrow, dude.
Oh, bitchin'. I'm putting that thing on my back immediately.
Yeah,
you know what?
Yeah.
It's always, I think it's good for companies, bad for companies, because now I'm going to tell you, is this thing working? Is it not working? If it's working, I'll buy some more, but they're not cheap. They're $1.50 for one of them, $2.99 for 2 or 3 of them, something like that. So they're it's not $50, whatever, it doesn't work, no big deal. You're putting out some decent money. But if it works, then it's gold. Then you're it's gold, Jerry. You'll put out triple that. So, no. Dude, I was pumped when I looked over there. I was ho.
Signal Relief, baby.
We're trying that bad boy out. We're going to put it on the back, see how it works. That's what I'm talking about.
What if you bring the AC/DC shirt and put this over one of the holes, if it'll just regenerate part of the shirt?
I don't think you have enough Signal Relief to cover the holes in that shirt.
I need single relief shirts. Now,
Dude, that thing ain't leaving the house. You kidding me? I'm going to wear it to Media Row. She's like, what's up? Tom, you all right, man? You look like a hobo. What are you doing?
I got to tell you, people should know you could wear that shirt here, and I got to make sure he's not around me. You'd still be looking better than Carrot Top looks right now, bro. Carrot Top dude, it is a rough deal. Derek, please just give me. Yeah.
It's rough.
Dude,
that's a rough look.
It's a rough look, dude. I'm like, you left the house like this, dude? You go on stage like this every night? Tobin copes with you. I mean, maybe he does.
No.
If you do a stage show and nobody shows up, did you really do one? Let's get into a little bit of a sound soiree. Opening night of Media Night. Brock Purdy with a great quote. And some funny stuff that he said as well. And Kyle Shanahan. Was he greased up, lubed up last night? We'll play that for you next. And then we'll get into a little bit more before we throw it off to Kerry at 6 o'clock. Sound Soiree is next, live from Radio Row on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Ross Tucker joined Pop on Lunch today and said that Brock Purdy's story would have been better if he went undrafted. That podcast and more trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Snacking should be easy. Should be real easy. Like just put it in the oven or open it up and let it rip. Well, that's what you do with Daisy Dips. No more mixing, no. You open the chips, you crack open the dip, whether it be French onion or ranch dip, and everyone's good to go. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about gas. You want to enjoy the game yourself, don't you? Yes, you do. So with snacks, think easy, think Daisy Dips. You're a daisy if you do.
faithful Tolbert and Copes now continue. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
The Niners are going to Vegas.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR. This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Cope's back with you. I don't like being this far away from you, Tom. I like it when we're just one bridge away. Instead of a whole flight away. Tom will join me in Vegas tomorrow on Radio Row.
I will be there.
Murph
unless
is here.
my flight
Marcus
gets canceled.
I don't think so. I think you're in good shape. I think everything's off and running now. I just had a friend who was flying out of Vegas, and she was texting me being like, "Can you tell me what happens with Murph and Marcus? Like, if they take off from San Francisco, I know that I've got a good shot at getting back." And she's now up in the air. They're on their way here. Actually, they're here already. So they touched down, and we got a media event tonight. But it should be a lot of fun when you get in tomorrow, Tom.
Oh, really? You got a media event?
There's a media party tonight. Throwing a little media party. How about this?
Where
Dude, it's over at the. It's like a Formula One speedway place that they do like this. I think it's like a Grand Prix area. I was looking at it. It's called the Paddock or F1 Paddock or something like that. And I guess it's where they do a bunch of stuff, and they've got a whole big I guess they run it out for like events or whatnot. But we'll see how the NFL throws a party.
Do you know where it's at? Like what casino? Where
no, it's not in a casino.
Or...
Derek will look it up for us. Okay.
I'm curious. I'm curious.
I'll shoot you the invite thing. But yeah,
okay, thanks. It's a cool. I'm going to decline.
Yeah, well, I already RSVP'd no for you, so I'll be like, actually, is Tom here?
Cares?
I'll be like, is Tom here? I'll take his drink tickets.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Have my tickets.
Is it the Grand Prix Plaza, Tom?
Don't know where that is.
Nor do I.
I'm sure I know where it is, but I don't know by name where it is.
Nor do I. Let's get into some of these sound soirees.
Let's do that.
This is a pretty good soundbite. This is from Brock Purdy last night. It's just a great sort of like it really lets you know where Brock is in his mindset and how he plays with a chip on his shoulder. Saw a great interview with him with Kurt Warner the other day, and he talks about kind of being able to keep that chip because of the knocks that have been made against him. However, his perspective on life is incredible. And I think when Steve Young had that conversation with him and he sort of let us in on this, we riffed a bit on it, but I think this is what he's talking about. Here's Brock Purdy from last night's opening night.
I mean, Christian McCaffrey, Debo.
It's okay. This is about, we got the correct one keyed up there, Tim. We got,
the bottom line is, life isn't about you. That's what I believe, being a part of something bigger than yourself. You get wrapped up in getting all the glory and the fame and the status. I feel like that's a shallow life, and that can fade away pretty quickly. So for me, it's obviously we're playing the Super Bowl. I'm very honored and thankful. I want to win a championship for this organization, but more than anything, I'm trying to just serve my guys on this team well and love on them well, and the whole organization and everyone in my life. That's how I view it. So
about that.
Damn, I mean, he couldn't ask for a better mindset from a quarterback. Like, I just want to take care of my guys.
Life's all about being a part of something
and you
bigger
believe
than
it
yourself.
too.
Yeah, right. He's
it's not
honest.
some hokey BS. Like when he says it, you're like, yeah, that's what that guy believes. Absolutely. I'm sure faith has a lot to do with it. Like that gives him a bedrock principle, like what he believes in, and he did. Man. That's pretty good soundbite right there. That lets you kind of know like how he handles the stuff that he handles. This isn't something that's going to define him one way or the other. No. And I think he knows that to his core. Like that's not who he is. It's not what he's about. Loves doing it. Wants to get everybody. Probably wants to get everybody else a ring as much as he wants to get himself a ring. And even at that, it's like whatever. This isn't everything. So. That's that's the kind of dude you want, like low pulse guy, just goes out there and performs. So, and I don't want to insinuate that doesn't mean anything to him because I think it means a lot to him. Like if you play sports, it all means a lot to you. But you talk about proper perspective. I think that's where this guy kind of like sets himself apart from a lot of people. Like this is great, want to win as bad as anybody, but if not, what? We'll just keep rolling. Keep rolling and keep doing and keep until we knock down the wall. And if you win, great. Let's do it again. Let's get back to work and do this and do that. I mean, my man went out and farmed, like during the bye week. Just like, hey, let's go farming.
And found perspective, remember?
I don't want to go to Cabo or anything and get a little rest and relaxation, a little vacation. Let's go back. Is we ready? Yeah, let's go. All right, let's go ahead and get it done. I'll be back. We need about 3 days. Okay, I'm good. I'm on the track for a couple days.
You got a combine I
yeah.
can use.
I'll lock it in. Yeah. Lock that thing in. Put me down there for Tuesday. Tuesday tractor. I got some wheat for you.
I'll be back in the bye week. I'll be back Super Wild Card weekend in the bye week to get to wrap this thing up.
That's wild. He's a wild dude. He really is.
And he really got perspective from that. I mean, he came back and he said, like, there were those comments he made about, hey, I left for a week and I thought, man, I'm the 49ers quarterback. How cool is it? How lucky am I to get to do this? And, like, put it all back in perspective for himself. Yep. And I think a lot of people who have been pro athletes or players in professional sports leagues, or you see a lot of guys who are high-level college athletes, and we all know what it's like to have the superstar athlete at your school and then the superstar athlete in college. But when that thing comes to an end, then it's about trying to define who you are, right? Then it's about the game maybe has defined you for so long. And even in a job like this, like, you don't want to be – it's not who I am. It's what I do. It's what I like to do. Same, I think, can be said for you, Tom. It's like you've had this whole broadcasting career. You were defined as a basketball player forever. But I think the more things you do and the more you accomplish, the more you show who you truly are. And these types of comments from Brock are pretty telling. We've got more from Brock Purdy from last night. They asked him, hey, Brock, maybe we'll take some advice here. How would you build a fantasy team? How would you build a fantasy football team, Brock? Here's his answer.
I mean, Christian McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, the list goes on. JJ, Juwan Jennings. We'd have our whole team on my fantasy team. Another quarterback for fantasy football. Statistically this year, who's up there? I don't really know. Was Mahomes? Mahomes had to have been. What's that? Josh Allen, baller. Yeah, there you go, Josh Allen. No,
I wouldn't take Juwan Jennings myself, but it's like, dude, that's didn't your brother do that?
Wasn't Debo asked who the 5 best receivers in the game are? He just listed all his boys. Well, you got Ray, you got Juwan, you got Ayuk, you got me, you got Ronnie Bell.
Yeah. Chris Conley, I probably put him 6.
Conley, throwing him in there too.
Jordan Matthews, he was here for a little bit, probably makes him in.
Oh, man, that's funny. But you love it, too. As a teammate, you love it. You're just like, I mean, everybody knows. Everybody knows that, but it's like, yo, these are my boys, man. So I'm rolling with right now. Of course, that's who I'm picking. Like, it's not about who the best is. It's like who's with us and who's with me, and those guys are with me. And you do got to appreciate the answer because it just shows you how tight these guys are.
Tolbert & Copes with you. A sound soiree continues here. More from Brock Purdy. So I saw this surface either yesterday or this morning. It must have been last night. Actually, it could have been this morning. Somebody said, I've been trying to figure out for 2 years now who Brock Purdy looks like, and they threw up 2 photos of him on Twitter next to the 2 photos of one of the most famous accused killers in the history of the United States.
Come on.
They asked Brock Purdy about his opinion on the comparison.
Pictures of you and Lee Harvey Oswald circling around the internet right now. People think you two look alike. Did you ever hear that before?
I haven't. That's my first time hearing it. Yeah.
What do you think about that comparison? Physical comparison, obviously.
I don't know.
What do you think? What do you think about that?
It's like his comparison. Then he goes, "Well, physical comparison." Dude.
I thought they were going to hit him with a Bundy. Hit him with Lee Harvey. Threw a curve to me.
I've been trying to toy with something funny, some sort of a some magic bullet riff or something, but I don't know. If I can work blue.
Go back to your room tonight and work on it.
I think I just got one down for you, dude. When I saw how much Lee Harvey Oswald, I saw how much. I'm killing myself with my own joke, dude.
You are.
When I saw how much Lee Harvey Oswald looked like Brock, my head almost exploded.
Thank you.
Too soon?
Too soon? No. Well, maybe, but no, it's good. Goodbye.
By the way, goodbye. You. This morning, Walter texted me. He's like, "Dude, I got to get into your computer. We're using it to stream the show and stuff for Pop and Lundy." He goes, "I got to get into your computer. What's the password?" I said, "It's 11/20/263. It's the anniversary of the JFK assassination." I don't know why.
Oh my God.
Don't know why, but there it was. I'm a big Brock Purdy fan. That's why.
That's funny.
Dude, my head almost exploded.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I like that. I'm happy with that one. Okay.
You should be.
I am.
Very
I'm proud of that. That's good.
You know what? I
Thanks,
want to
Tom.
slip that one to Carrot Top. see if he enjoys it.
Yeah.
Although if he had to do the reenactment, he's big on props.
Yeah, he's
I don't
big on
think we
props.
need props to go with that joke. That wouldn't be good for anybody.
Might need a Gallagher one to make something blow up.
Oh, Gallagher with the watermelons. Let's go.
Dude. Toss me a poncho in the front row.
Love Gallagher.
Dude. Gallagher 2, don't forget. All right, one more here. One more here from Kyle Shanahan in our Sound Soiree. I heard it earlier. I made a little reference to it. Did Kyle Shanahan sound drunk right here last night at that opening night? You tell me.
Well, it's funny to hear Jed say that because it wasn't the smartest moment I've ever had. I mean, when an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter or the second. And you in irritation go, I don't know, but our third guy's the best. Like, that's not what he wants to hear. So that's why he remembers it very strong. But that was just more, Brock was so good right away with every rep he got. He was always the same. And he only got a couple of them. So it was easy for me to say. Because in his few reps, he was the best. But if you know that for a fact, I mean, then you do what you do right away. But he was the best. But you ease that on. And every time he got a little more reps, it was the same as when he got 2. And so when it was all said and done and he got a lot of playing time, it was like, oh, this looks exactly like what I told you when I was irritated. And he only had 3 reps. And I said, no, he's the best. But that's what was so real about Brock. That's why after his 7 games, his rookie year, even when he got hurt, we knew what we had because he'd been that way in practice every day, and it was the exact same way in the games.
Dude,
Maybe he must have stopped by and grabbed a yard of daiquiri before he headed in there. Where you get those, you walk by and you have the daiquiris.
Fat Tuesdays
they're like a yard. Yeah, they're like a yard of daiquiris. You got those things are so big. They have like a shoulder sling on it, like a musket or something.
Yeah,
like you
it looks
just
like it.
sling it over your shoulder and carry it. Like it takes you. There's so much. By the way, you can't possibly finish that.
So much
I tried
sugar
one
in that
time,
thing.
and I hate daiquiris. I just got one like as a bit, and I got through 4 inches. I'm like, I'm done. And we wanted you guys split the rest of it if you want to. Like, I bought it. It's like $50 for this damn thing, but here, take it. So much sugar. It's brutal. But maybe if you suck down like about a foot of that, maybe. But yeah, that was interesting. Hey, it's Vegas. Let's go. Get loose. Have a good time. It's early.
That was hysterical, dude. You know when it got good was when he did the impression of Jed York when he was like, "Oh no, you don't want that out." Like he tried to ramble his words together there. That was pretty funny, dude. That's your Sound Soiree for Tuesday. Sound Soiree and a timely JFK assassination joke to pair with your Lee Harvey Oswald Brock Purdy comparison. When we come on back, what is the most annoying storyline so far this week for Super Bowl 58? I'll throw them at you next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. The big game is coming up on Sunday, and you know what that means. You can get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. The regular season fantasy's over, but you can still win big money, totally legal in California, and it's a blast to play along as you watch through the postseason. The Pick'em game, it's where you pick between 2 and 5 players. They give you a series of stats, and you select higher or lower on the player's stats. And if you hit, all your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money in a single day. But it all starts with downloading the Underdog Fantasy app or signing up at UnderdogFantasy.com. And if you do, Underdog will match that first deposit as long as you use promo code KNBR up to $100. So again, Underdog, sign up, promo code KNBR, make a deposit, and you'll get that first one matched from $10 up to $100. And then you can start to play. You're all ready for the big game. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
Vegas, baby, Vegas!
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
When an owner comes in after training camp practices and is like, hey, how's the quarterback? And what he means is the starter.
That's it's a pretty potent, lubed up Kyle Shanahan there. Tolbert and Copes.
I like
Tolbert and Copes hanging with you. I loved it.
Are you dropping last names on yourself?
Copeland and Tolbs.
Third person last name in yourself?
I know. Wow. It's weird. All right, what's the most annoying storyline so far this week? I'll open up. I'll say Taylor Swift taking over the Super Bowl. The Taylor Swift one, I told you, hasn't bothered me really. I know I was wondering if the Niners made it to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, if it would start to rear its head. And I think it has. I think 49er fans are starting to get agitated by it. I personally don't care at all. It doesn't bother me. I gave my take early in the year. I thought it was a cool, natural way for new people to start watching football in your life. And, again, it bears nothing on anything that happens within a game or around it. If you're obsessed with the noise around the Super Bowl anyway, this is no different. It's no different than any other story that the NFL runs with, except that she's a megastar. The number 2 one, fairly annoying, I think, criticism of Brock Purdy as a quarterback. And number 3, 49ers now at a disadvantage with the practice field. Do any of those stand out to you as the most annoying, or is there one that I haven't listed?
Probably 3 to me.
3.
Because 2 isn't just a Super Bowl story. That's been happening all year.
Yep.
And that's been annoying for a long time. Swift, I don't know. I don't really even pay hardly much attention to it anymore. It's like, whatever. She's there, and she's going to the games, and whatever. But 3. But that's been recently. That's only been like the last day or so. So I don't know if there's a super annoying one like that I look at that like, that's enough. Let it go. Because I think the field one that'll be done tomorrow. Purdy will not be done. Even if they win, it won't be done. Trust me.
No, that's going to get more annoying. That one's going to remain annoying.
Somebody will still bring that up. When he plays bad, they'll bring it up. So I don't know. I don't know if I really have an annoying Super Bowl storyline so far.
There hasn't been too bad.
Turn the TV off. Go. I don't want to listen to this. I don't want to watch this.
Okay, let me rephrase this then. So will the noise around Brock be louder for if they win the Super Bowl? Let's say they win and he's not the MVP. Okay, Let's go with this scenario. They win the Super Bowl and Brock's not the MVP. People I still think we're going to get the loud voices. Well, it doesn't matter. It's all the weapons around him. Look, he didn't play well. They went around him. He was able to give the ball to the playmakers. Or will it get louder if he loses it and plays well? I don't think either of it goes away.
No.
I don't think if he wins or loses,
agree with.
That's going to stay around. I wonder what blows up bigger. What does it do? People, because that argument becomes front and center even more so if they win the Super Bowl and he has a fine game, let's say, throws a touchdown, 210 yards. You know what I mean? Who knows? I don't know. I'm just saying, what if he has a game that's not blow you out of the water incredible? McCaffrey does, or Debo does. They win the game. I think afterwards that conversation continues. Not that they won it in spite of him, but there was somebody. Can't remember who it was earlier today. Some national name was saying, "Is there a case to be made that Sam Darnold could open next year in a competition?" I was like, no, there's not a case to be made. There's not a case to be made about that. So, and again, this is them trying to fill time in this week. Whereas I'm like, we know Brock's good. That bears nothing on any of this. The question I have is, what's going to make you stop saying otherwise? And I don't. Again, if a Super Bowl victory doesn't do it, I don't know what will. Maybe 3, maybe 4, not 5, not 6, not 7.
Thank you, Miami.
I don't know that there's a side that comes up better for him.
Well, if you say something that stupid, literally you should lose your job. They should come in there and go, look, we want controversial, but you're just an idiot. So, are you kidding me? Should Darnold start next year? Go away.
I found it, by the way, who it was.
Who was it?
It was Colin Cowherd to John Middlecoff on Brock Purdy's shakiness throughout the playoffs. If Purdy struggles,
I mean him too, but I do too. Colin, that's just stupid.
And he says, if he really coughs it up, could you argue Sam Darnold goes into camp battling Purdy? The answer is simple: no. No, you can't.
What do you mean if you really cough it up?
Hey, you guys want to hit some golf balls?
That's just dumb. I would tell him that too. I go, that's just dumb. What do you talking about? That's dumb.
Some guy said backwards cap can't be a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
He said
Hey, guys want to hit some golf balls?
I mean, that's dumb too. But that's like his own thing. Like I don't know. He has a weird thing with like forward and backward caps. Like, look, there is an age where the backward cap, and I wear a backward cap, and I'm even like when I wear it, I'm like, I know I look like an idiot, but that's fine. I'm going to continue on. Like Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn with the backward hat. It's like, bro, you're a head coach now. I'm going to flip the lid around, just like, But I mean, look, that's who he is. That's how he rocks. Whatever. Fine. It just seems a little odd to me. Like you're over 50. You're the head coach of the Commanders, and you're rocking the backward hat. It's like, I mean, you're not Junior out here, okay? Ken Griffey Jr. get away with it. I don't even know if he still wears a backward hat, but if he wanted to, Junior could wear a backward hat as long as he wants to.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's like a little thing. But when you're like, because when you say Sam Darnold, if he really coughs it up, what does that mean? Like, you throw 5 picks, 6 picks. But that is like you don't believe he's as good as he's been. While Kyle is telling you he's as good as he's been. McCaffrey is telling you he's as good as he's been. Steve Young is telling you he's as good. Brent Jones is telling you he's as good. Troy Aikman is telling you he's as good. So there are other people, not just Niners, that are telling you, like, look, this dude's legit. There has to be other people out there that don't want to come forward, that are in football, that are saying, God, this guy, I'm not telling you, this guy's not as good. Yeah, I'm telling you. Because there's no way they could watch it and ascertain that. There's just no way you would be able to notice that. But maybe someone in football thinks they know, but I'm going to trust those guys. I'm not saying they're always right, but I'm going to trust Steve Young. I'm going to trust Kyle Shanahan. I'm going to trust Troy Aikman. I'm going to trust. There's others out there. There's many others out there that say the similar stuff. That I'll trust them over the few that I don't know who they are, except for Clark and maybe some other guys. There's like maybe 3 or 4 of them out there that just they can't wait till they like I said. You plant your flag. Plant your flag. Sometimes you're like, I'm sticking with it. I don't care until I have to pick that flag up. I'm sticking with it. But I mean, I get. Colin does stuff for effect sometimes, and he is a guy that it's entertainment. You drive the radio show. You keep moving forward, keep pushing the topic forward. But like that's just dumb. Why would you think Sam Darnold could be better than Brock Purdy? Like I think Sam Darnold's fine as a backup, and maybe fine somewhere as a starter. Not here. Not now. Not that Brock Purdy is doing what Brock Purdy is doing. I mean, to even say that, I mean, of course they're not going to fire Colin Cowherd. We all know that, but they could say it, just like say, "Are you kidding?" Like are you kidding? Like seriously, you just said that. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Now, does that mean that Brock Purdy has his job at the end of next year? If he has a year where he struggles, of course not. He's not at that point yet. There are only a few guys at that point where you're just like, look, if you have a down year, we're not expecting it, but if you do, of course you're still our guy. Mahomes, of course you're still our guy. Burrow, of course you're still our guy. Allen, Lamar, of course you're still our guy. But there's only a few of those guys out there where you're just like, dude, you got it? Of course. And they're not going to have those type of years. But if they did, they'd still be the guy next year. So, okay, but it's not one game. One game, first Super Bowl you've ever played in, you choke on the chicken bone, so to speak, and now you're gone. You're gone. We're not even going to start you next year. You're just done. The 9.6 yards per pass play, done. Most passing yards, 49, done. Most touchdown, done. All that, done, gone. See it. Get out of here. We don't want you. That's just, to me, that's dumb. And that's just like trying to push something that doesn't exist to get people like me riled up. So, I mean, if that's what it was for, to put a fish hook in someone's mouth, then congratulations, you got me. But I would think someone who's been around this business that long, who is as good at what he does, would probably avoid that kind of stuff because that's just, I mean, that's so far beyond the pale that it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like, that's one if somebody said to me, I'd say what I said and be an idiot for getting hooked, but I don't even know if it's worth an argument. It really isn't. Although I gave it one because again I'm stupid and I fell for it. I fell for the okie doke. I bought the lure. I'm like, God dang it! I bit this lure. It's unbelievable. Why did I bite that lure? But it was pretty. It was orange and it was like glowing. But no, I just come on. Come on. No.
The only quarterback, Derek got the note for us, the only quarterback to start a Super Bowl at QB and then not start a QB the next season, Trent Dilfer for the 2002 Bucks and then the 2023.
And he was well
Bucks.
established for what he was. He'd been in the league a long time.
Like I said, Bucks. I guess it would have been the Ravens. Excuse me. I was thinking Brad
Correct.
Johnson, but Brad Johnson came back after the Super Bowl victory.
Yes.
Well, he didn't do anything to hurt him. Anyway, Tolbert and Copes with you. Many people checking in on the YouTube chat. A lot of people checking in. Here's Rockin' says Kyle sounded like me on my birthday. Only 3 drinks in. Acacia Avenue says Swift and Kelsey are coming up in too many convos. That is annoying me. Here's Benny says, look out for Copes on the prowl tonight once again at Las Vegas' hottest nightclub. And then Pine Needle says Copes is going to hook up with Taylor Swift, an impersonator maybe. What is this? Another saying, Benny's going, Copes, Murph, and the rest of the KNBR crew are going to make it rain at Sapphire tonight.
How's the quarterback?
Enjoy.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, thank you.
Probably
Appreciate
$100 lap dances this week.
Is that it?
Really? You can? Oh, you're rolling like that? Well,
Is that
TV
it?
money's good.
Yeah, it's great,
Damn.
dude. It's great. Anyway, we'll move on from some of these texts are coming in. Now people are riffing, having some fun. All right, when we come on back, we'll see what Kerry Crowley has going on tonight. And then don't forget our Red and Gold replay, the Red and Gold Road to Vegas, the replay, the 49ers beatdown of the Seattle Seahawks from earlier this season. We'll play that for you coming up at 9 o'clock tonight. But Kerry Crowley is going to take you with Sports Phone, KNBR next on the Sports Leader. Jim Nance joined Murph and Marcus this morning and discussed calling another Super Bowl, a big one in his career. More on that podcast is trending. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Now we know every house is a little bit different, but one thing they probably have in common, if you have Wi-Fi, a bad Wi-Fi spot. Where you're like, hey, Wi-Fi is great, and you walk into a certain part of the house, you're like, dope! What happened? My Wi-Fi just went straight downhill. And that's a problem when you have plenty of people in your house. Someone's on a tablet, someone's on a phone, someone's watching TV, they're streaming, they're gaming, they're schooling, they're working. You don't want to have somebody complaining about bum Wi-Fi. So you want Wi-Fi that's fast, reliable, and has great coverage. Well, you're not going to have to worry about it if you have wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Everyone gets taken care of. Everyone's happy. The gamers are happy. The streamers are happy. Whatever they're doing online, they're happy too because the coverage is consistent throughout the house. That's all you want. Consistently fast, consistently reliable Wi-Fi coverage, and that's what you get with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi. With wall-to-wall Wi-Fi and Xfinity 10G network, you get a reliable connection throughout your home. All you got to do is go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable, and great coverage? You'll love Xfinity.
faithful. This is Super Week. That is Tolbert and Copes, live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
All right, we're about ready to get on out of here. We're going to welcome in Kerry Crowley in a second. Copes, you looking for a wager?
What you got, dude? What you got for me?
Okay, here's what I got for you. I have Pacific plus 20 over St. Mary's. Sorry, Randy. He won't hear this anyway. He's going to be at the game. By the way, we're trying to get a hold of Randy Bennett next week. At some point, they took down Gonzaga. Hell of a game by the Gales. That was a fun game to watch. That was really, really fun. Took them down in the kennel. I think the last time they did it, Mickey McConnell was the one of the guards for St. Mary's. So they got that. So that's her last game. Took down. I mean, that's a massive game. That's always the game in the WCC.
So we're going. We're going letdown games.
There's so many damn things. So you got. So it's not just that, because anytime they play them, that's the biggest game, period. And they win in the kennel. Now they have to go to Pepperdine, who stinks. I mean, Pepperdine's 6-16. I'm not trying to sugarcoat this. They're bad. But the last few games, they lost at USF by 6, against Portland by 5. Gonzaga, at Gonzaga, they only lost by 9. And then they lost to St. Mary's by 48. So St. Mary's, I would think St. Mary's coming into this game after that Gonzaga win thinking, well, we just beat them by 48. We're going to kill these guys. They stink. And yes, you're right. They do stink. But they got to stink really bad to beat them by 20 at home. And the last 3 games have been -9 Gonzaga, -5 Portland, and -6 at USF. So even a road game against a pretty decent team, they only lost by 6 points. So my theory is here now is that you get a team who's bad. We know that, but has played within 10 points for 3 consecutive games now. The last one on the road, and they got a team coming off the biggest win of the conference season. Whenever you play, those two are always 1-2. So they got a 2-game lead now as well. 2-game lead over Gonzaga, because Gonzaga lost at Santa Clara earlier this year. So my thinking is they're going to win. I mean, St. Mary's going to win. I just don't think they're going to win by margin. I don't think they're going to get up to 20 points. I don't think after that game they're going to have it in them. I think Pacific is going to battle like they battled the last 3 games, maybe lose by, I don't know, 10, 12 points, something like that. So that's my play for you tonight. 8 o'clock start, easy to get down on. My play is Pacific
plus 20.
Plus 20 over the Gales.
Let's ride together. Let's do it. I'm riding. Let's do it, then we'll use it by some
I'm
beers
already
on the way in
riding.
tomorrow.
Jump on board.
Cool. I'm on. I'm with you. Let's do it.
Kerry, what do you think? You want to jump on?
Yeah, why not? Tom, you got me really fired up with this. What is this WCC
Let's go,
basketball?
Jen. Let's go the Fighting Jen Violets. Let's go.
Exactly.
Let's go, JVs.
Yeah. The Pacific University president, if he's still there, former dean at Arizona State. How about that, Tom? So
really,
Pacific's good in my book.
How about that?
Yeah, exactly.
Ties all over the place.
Not many places you can come from to say it's a step up to go to UOP.
Oh, dude, wow.
That's impressive.
But ASU is one of them.
Exactly. Well,